Chapter 1. The Return of Spring. During the Qingming festival, the rain falls incessantly, and since the vernal equinox, the capital has been enveloped in this gentle drizzle. The old master Yan has fallen ill, casting a pall of sorrow over the Yan family out on this day. A fortune teller happened to pass by, smiling as he commented that a bountiful rain was a harbinger of joyful tidings. Upon hearing this, the matriarch quickly invited the fortune teller into the estate for a brief stay. The old master, Yan, had retired from his esteemed position as a grand tutor. Decades ago, the Yan family was an obscure entity amidst turbulent times. Yet through the old master's efforts, they ascended to become one of the most prominent families, ranking at the top among the three great clans, save for the disbanded Song family. The old master was instrumental in this rise. Thus his illness left the vast family in a state of trepidation, fearing that this venerable patriarch might depart from this world. The matriarch, burdened with worry for days, found solace upon meeting the fortune teller today, whose eloquent words transformed the earlier storm into a gentle breeze and nourishing rain, allowing her heart to finally ease. She then summoned several of her descendants to pay their respects to the fortune teller, with the exception of the peony courtyard. The Yan family, vast and prosperous, boasts thousands of members, yet due to the old master's frugality, their residence, though grand, lacks extravagance. Amongst the Yan estate, only the peony courtyard stands out distinctively. With its azure tiles and vermilion eaves, adorned beams and soaring roofs, the rain patters against the window ledge, creating a rhythmic sound. A beautiful maiden leans out, her delicate wrist exerting strength to prop open the pearwood window. Her almond-shaped eyes lift slightly, their shimmering depths surpassing the clarity of the raindrops. Song Ji, naturally fair, is clad in a flowing garment of Sioux embroidery, the hues of moonlight and rose cascading to the ground in the brisk spring chill. She has donned a soft woolen cloak, and despite being in a dimly lit room, she radiates a brilliance akin to the sun and moon. Just then, her maid, In Lu, enters with a hot water bottle, observing the young woman extending her hand into the rain, even splaying her fingers to catch the droplets. The gentle patter of rain on her wrist evokes memories of a fateful day, when the harsh sands lashed against her face and eyelids, fierce and unyielding. The once doting husband now coldly commanded her to be displayed at the city gate. Her phoenix robe was ruthlessly stripped away, and her wrist was brutally cut by her husband's uncle with a dagger, blood trickling down the coarse rope to the yellow earth below. She cannot recall how long she hung there on the city wall, but she remembers the excruciating pain of her scalp as if it were about to burst, her blood seeming to drain away. Yet, the physical agony pales in comparison to the despair that chills her heart. Sima Luo, once the third prince of the great Jin, now the emperor, was also her husband who had indulged and cherished her for 3 years. To elevate Sima Luo to power, her adoptive parents nearly sacrificed the very essence of the Yan family. To secure his throne, her adoptive mother's son fought valiantly on the battlefield, striving to reclaim the lands once lost by the Jin. Yet in the end, Sima Luo decimated the Yan family, using her as bait to lure her adoptive mother's son to his demise. Once, she could not comprehend why she, merely an orphan from a fallen family, could inspire such infatuation in the crown prince. That it was only when she found herself suspended from the city wall that enlightenment dawned upon her. After the demise of the Song family, the esteemed Yan family took her in, perhaps due to their formidable influence in the court or their genuine care for her, which stirred the affections of Sima Luo towards her. Everything unfolded as he desired. The bonds of affection and companionship that once seemed steadfast were now but fleeting illusions. Hatred. How could she not harbor resentment? In the aftermath of her family's ruin, the Yan family alone offered her sincere solace, yet she remained ensnared in her own anguish. Sima Luo was like a gentle and timely rain, soothing the torment within her heart, akin to the first light of dawn, leading her out of her confinement. She believed she had found redemption. Yet, in the end, it was merely a deceptive facade. That man was no gentle rain, he was a tempest, a torrential downpour, pulling her from darkness only to cast her back into the abyss. She had not only harmed herself, but also betrayed the Yan family, who had fervently protected her. The pain was excruciating beyond words. Dear girl, do not play in the rain. or you may catch a chill, the slightly reproachful face of Silver Willow, accompanied by her gentle voice, roused Zhiruan from her soft reverie. Silver Willow had been her maid since childhood, and after marrying Sima Luo, Zhiruan left Silver Willow in the care of her adoptive mother, Madame Chu. The call of Miss from Silver Willow jolted Zhiruan into the realization that she had been reborn. She had returned to life 2 months after the downfall of the Song family, with her aunt having sacrificed a lifetime of favor to protect her amidst the bloodshed surrounding the Song household. The Yan and Song families had long-standing ties, with Madame Chu being a close friend of her mother, who, disregarding public opinion, brought her from the disreputable Song residence into the Yan household. It had been over a month since she had taken refuge in the Yan family. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, Zhiruan forced a smile at Silver Willow. Why did it take you so long to fetch the hot water bottle? Did you have another quarrel with Fire Crane? Fire Crane, another maid closely attending to Zhiruan, was spirited and impulsive, often clashing with Silver Willow. Silver Willow hesitated, still adjusting to the recent changes in her mistress' demeanor. Since the annihilation of the Song family, Zhiruan had become reticent and withdrawn, often retreating to weep alone. Yet in recent days, her spirits had notably brightened, and she had shown more warmth and concern towards her servants, leaving Silver Willow slightly bewildered. I merely took a stroll around the front hall, Silver Willow explained. The younger members of the Yin family had gone to consult a fortune teller, neglecting to include Zhiruan. Though she was living under the Yan's roof, the old matriarch's efforts at hospitality had been somewhat lacking. Concerned that her mistress might overthink the situation, Silver Willow kept this information to herself, first drying Zhiruan's hands before placing the hot water bottle in her lap. Your health is delicate, do not expose yourself to the chill. After toying with the hot water bottle for a moment, Zhiruan felt raindrops splatter against her cheeks through the window's crevice. Seeing this, Silver Willow reached to close the window. I will do it, Zhiruan volunteered. Silver Willow withdrew her hand, but was suddenly reminded of something, her excitement palpable. Oh, miss, the 5th young master is returning. I just heard from the servants in the front courtyard that he is expected around noon. Suddenly, the window frame crashed down with a loud thud. Silver Willow screamed, quickly extracting Zhiruan's hand from beneath the frame. The delicate, fair skin on her hand was slightly reddened and would soon swell if not treated. In a fluster, Silver Willow exclaimed, You should have told me to close the window. How careless of you, miss. Look, it's already this red, it might swell up shortly. The faint pain in her hand brought Zhiruan back to reality, prompting her to inquire, The 5th young master? You mean, Yan Ao Chuan is back? Indeed, Silver Willow replied, wringing a cloth soaked in warm water to apply it to Zhiruan's hand. You played with the 5th young master when you were young, you always called him brother back then. Zhiruan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she took a deep breath and pressed her lips together. Yan Ao Chuan was the youngest son of her adoptive mother, Madame Chu. In her previous life, he had fought valiantly on the battlefield to secure Sima Luo's reign, earning the title of god of war among the people. With an army of 300,000, Sima Luo had feared Yan Ao Chuan's power and used her as bait to lure him back to the capital, where he was ultimately betrayed. As Silver Willow continued chattering away, she remained oblivious to the fact that her mistress' eyes had turned red. If it weren't for the old master's illness, the 5th young master would likely still be wandering the mountains and rivers. His return is fortuitous. He was once your playmate and can look after you. However, I wonder if he will reclaim the peony courtyard we reside in, as it belongs to him. After being brought to the Yin household by Madame Chu, Zhiruan had been assigned to the peony courtyard, which was distinct from the other quarters in the manor, adorned with gold and silver. Everything associated with Yan Ao Chuan was uniquely exquisite. Even the names in the Yin family were singular, often derived from jade like the 2nd young master Yin Jun and the 3rd young lady Yin Jing. Yan Ao Chuan's name, however, was bestowed by the old master himself, with Ao Chuan symbolizing a proud, untamed steed galloping forth with vigor. Yan Ao Chuan was indeed a notorious wild horse in the capital, raised under the old master's watchful eye, known for his unruly nature. The elderly gentleman once served as a royal tutor, known for his strict demeanor and distant nature towards his several grandsons. The reason for his particular fondness for Yan Ao Chuan can be traced back to the 15th day of the 1st month 17 years ago. Traditionally, during this time, The elder would journey to Laojun Mountain to pay homage to his deceased parents, with the carriage and horses already prepared. However, Lady Chu of the main branch, who was 9 months pregnant, unexpectedly went into labor on that day, experiencing sudden pain and bleeding, prompting her to summon a midwife. Consequently, the old gentleman's pilgrimage was delayed, and he had to delegate the worship to his subordinates. His 5th grandson was born at the auspicious hour of Chun on the 15th day of the 1st month, shortly followed by the news of a catastrophic landslide on Laoju Mountain, which claimed the lives of all those sent to pay their respects. This incident left the Yin family in a state of dread. The elderly gentleman, having held the esteemed position of Grand Guardian and navigated the treacherous waters of court for many years, nearly fell victim to fate had it not been for the sudden arrival of his 5th grandson. In other words, Yan Ao Chuan had saved the old gentleman's life. How could he not be favored? Thus, over the years, Yan Ao Chuan was indulged without restraint. An indifferent scholar, yet a masterful horseman, in Song Zhiruan's recollection. He delighted in employing various tricks to tease and torment her, deriving satisfaction from her tears and emotional breakdowns. After she married Sima Luo, members of the Yin family frequently visited her in the palace. Yet, Yan Ao Chuan, who spent years on the battlefield, never once appeared before her, even after victorious returns. He would not grace any gathering she attended. On one occasion, when she unexpectedly joined his victory banquet, he abruptly abandoned his chopsticks and left the table. Whispers in the capital suggested that Yan Ao Chuan harbored deep discontent towards her, the empress. She had long believed he harbored extreme aversion, even hatred for her. However, everything changed when the enemy approached the city, dust swirling ominously. Despite knowing that Sima Luo had set a trap for him, Yan Ao Chuan resolutely led his troops back to the capital, cradling her fragile form in his arms, enduring countless sword strikes from the enemy without flinching. The final image etched in her memory was him gently brushing his fingertip against her cheek, his expression filled with profound tenderness. In those deep, dark eyes, myriad emotions swirled, many of which she struggled to comprehend. Ultimately, all faded into darkness. Miss, the loud call of the flamingo brought Song Zhiruan back from a reverie. Young Master Wu has arrived in the front hall. Madame Chu has asked us to meet him, as the others have already gathered. Song Zhiruan furrowed her brow. She recalled that in her past life, she had been consumed by the sorrow of the Song family's downfall and had not gone to welcome Yan Ao Chuan. Now she found herself perplexed. Why, in her former life, had he gone to such lengths for her? She yearned to uncover the motives behind his actions. The Xiang Hall was often used for receptions at the Yin family. Today, as young Master Wu returned from his travels in Lingnan, the family had gathered to welcome this young tyrant. Mother, why hasn't Brother Wu arrived yet? Didn't Master Fu Yuan send word that he would be here soon? The speaker was a little girl named Yin Qi, the youngest of the Yin family's 6 daughters, just over 8 years old, delicate and lively in spirit. The wives and concubines of the Yin family lived in harmony, with mutual respect between the legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Yin Qi's father was the 2nd son, and her mother was a concubine of the late patriarch. Although she was a secondary child, she was raised by the matriarch, who was her legitimate mother, and thus the 2nd branch was never looked down upon, treating Yin Qi with great affection. Why are you in such a hurry, child? Even if your brother is somewhat thoughtless, he certainly wants sprout wings and fly back to Lingnan, said Madame Gan, the wife of the 2nd branch, who had given birth to Yin Lu. And Yin Qi, a spirited woman with a measure of talent, often assisting Madame Chu of the 1st branch, thus holding a respectable position in the household. Do not fret, Madame Chu replied to her sister-in-law, unperturbed by the comment, as she held the matriarch's hand in a gesture of comfort. Mother, Ao Chuan should be arriving shortly. The Chu matriarch, hailing from Jiangnan, despite having borne 3 children, retained her charm, speaking softly and endearingly. The matriarch remained silent, her furrowed brow deepening, adding to the sternness of her already formidable visage. Aside from Madame Chu, who longed for her son's return, none were more anxious than the matriarch herself. The elder Yin, who had been ailing for some time, had always favored Yan Ao Chuan, and it was hoped that seeing this young man might bring some improvement to his condition. He's here. He's here. Young Master Wu has arrived. The voice of Steward Hong rang out with enthusiasm, stirring the heads of the gathered family members. The newcomer strode in with poise, his tall figure exuding an air of elegance. Despite the long journey, his purple satin brocade robe appeared untouched by dust, cinched at the waist with a golden belt. His dark hair was styled high with a silver crown, and his facial features were strikingly sculpted, with elongated ebony eyes that narrowed slightly, exuding an irresistible charm and a carefree spirit. He was also leading a black steed, which, following its master, held its head high and gazed imperiously at the crowd. Yan Ao Chuan bore an uncanny resemblance to his grandfather in his youth. Had it not been for this resemblance, the old matriarch would not have been so indulgent towards this. "Rascal, what did I tell you before the new year?" the matriarch said, leaning on her cane and striking the bluestone ground with force. "I warned you long ago not to bring this little beast into the residence, and yet you dare to enter through the main gate. Instead of staying home to study for the imperial examinations, you have been wandering about for several months. Do you even know how to return?" Yan Ao Chuan understood his grandmother's sharp tongue concealed a tender heart. He entrusted the horse to the guard, Fu Yuanzi, and stepped forward to placate her. "Grandmother, I was overly concerned about grandfather, which is why I rode Weya into the residence. Weya was the name Yan Ao Chuan had given to the black steed, inspired by the steed of Xiangyu, and it was also a birthday gift from his grandfather a few years prior." Mentioning the old man caused the matriarch's eyes to glisten with moisture, and she ceased to dwell on her grandson's transgressions, saying, "Quickly change your clothes and greet your grandfather." Yan Ao Chuan had met several elders, his gaze subtly sweeping across the hall, his long eyes dimming slightly. Yan Shi was the first to notice the man's peculiar demeanor. Her curiosity piqued. "Fifth brother, what are you looking for? I see you have brought many things. Are they gifts for Chier?" Yan Ao Chuan snapped back to reality, playfully pinching the little girl's nose. "I have brought many items. Let Su Shan fetch them for you." Su Shan, like Fu Yuanzi, was a loyal guard who had grown up alongside Yan Ao Chuan, delivering the gift boxes to the various elders. Madame Chu was always pleased with her son's attentiveness, smiling. "It has been a long time since you returned. Do you still remember your cousin from the Song family? She now resides in your peony courtyard. Be careful not to go to the wrong place today." Hearing this, Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Cousin from the Song family?" Upon hearing the name Song Zhiruan, Yan Qi's small face scrunched up, tugging at Yan Ao Chuan's sleeve. "Brother, that sister Song is very strange. You should not pay her any mind." Madame Chu frowned. "Chier, do not speak nonsense." Yan Qi pouted, "But when I spoke to sister Song earlier, she completely ignored me. How rude of that Song to behave so." Yan Ao Chuan crossed his arms. "Why hasn't she come to welcome me today?" The old matriarch's expression remained indifferent, revealing no signs of joy or anger. Her temperament is mild, she is taciturn. "In such a gathering, I did not inform her." Madame Chu scrutinized the old matriarch carefully. "I did send someone to call for her. She should be here shortly. Let her come or not." Yan Ao Chuan scoffed. As a child, she was clingy, and now she has grown up to be even less likable. Madame Chu was displeased and was about to retort when a gentle, steady sound of footsteps approached from outside. Accompanied by a few clear, bell-like chimes, a beauty entered the hall. A soft, woven cloak draped around her fair and delicate neck, slightly obscuring her figure, but as she moved, the hem of her garment swayed, revealing her slender waist and graceful curves. Song Zhiruan was exceptionally beautiful, a fact well known to the Yan family. However, each time they met her, they couldn't help but be reminded of the peach blossoms blooming high in spring, translucent and stunningly beautiful. While the world is filled with beautiful women, few possess the same uniqueness as Song Zhiruan. Fifth young master. The beauty raised her enchanting eyes, locking her gaze with the handsome man standing in the center of the hall. The soft utterance of fifth young master was enough to make one's bones feel weak. Yan Ao Chuan's pupils constricted slightly. Then he turned his face away, while others grow more attractive with age. You, on the other hand, seemed to grow more unappealing. The surrounding elders exchanged bewildered glances, confused by the man's words. Song Zhiruan unappealing? Had Yan Ao Chuan's vision deteriorated after his trip to Lingnan? Chapter 2. The crimson threads of fate, reunited in the past memories of a former life, cascaded like a flurry of snowflakes, gently settling before Song Zhiruan's soft gaze. Even the disdainful and arrogant visage of the young man before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her recollections. When she first encountered Yan Ao Chuan, she was but 5 years old, a charming and plump child who captivated all who beheld her. Madame Chu, a close friend of her mother, brought her young son to play at the Song residence, and he held her in his arms, playfully declaring his desire to have her as his future bride. Even in his youth, Yan Ao Chuan was strikingly handsome, and Song Zhiruan, having always had a penchant for good looks, clung to him like a dog to a bone upon their first meeting. Yet, Yan Ao Chuan was unamused by her affections, maintaining a stern demeanor and dismissing her presence. She would call out to him affectionately, yet he remained indifferent, even smashing her beloved golden cage during their childhood. This incident remained vividly etched in her memory, solidifying the reality that Yan Ao Chuan had never favored her. When the Song family fell into misfortune, Song Zhiruan took refuge in the Yan household, perpetually aware of Yan Ao Chuan's aversion towards her. She made no effort to seek his favor, often retreating at his sight. It was not until the day Sima Luo presented a half-human-sized Nanma chest before her, filled with countless belongings related to her, all excavated from Yan Ao Chuan's quarters, that she began to sense the boy's hidden sentiments. Perhaps he did not detest her as she had long believed. Ultimately, Sima Luo, wary of Yan Ao Chuan's military power, disregarded their marital bond and cruelly suspended her at the city gate, draining her blood to lure Yan Ao Chuan to her rescue. As she was bound and felt her life ebb away, she never harbored any illusions that he would risk his life for her. Yet, he came nonetheless. Despite knowing it was a trap set by Sima Luo, she vividly recalled the day when the yellow sand swirled around them, and the cold, hard armor he wore pressed against her, causing her pain. Blood stained the armor, indistinguishable as to whose it was. She remembered his ruthless demeanor in battle, a figure who appeared as if he had clawed his way from the depths of hell. Yet, when he cradled her down from the city wall, he held her with utmost care, trembling with fear. His rough fingertips brushed against her cheek as he murmured hoarsely, "Ruan, I am here. Do not fear. No one can harm you now. Why are you so foolish? What is it about Sima Luo that you find appealing? How could he ever compare to me? It is my fault. I have brought you harm. Ruan, why can you not see me?" His voice was hoarse, strained with suppressed sorrow, as he held her face, as though he had lost the most precious treasure in the world. "Hey, Song," he called, waving a slender, fair hand before her, his impatient tone bringing her back to reality. "Can you not hear me?" Madame Chu swatted her son's hand away upon noticing Song Zhiruan's reddened eyes. Presuming she was reminiscing about her parents, she quickly enveloped the young girl in her embrace. "How dare you be so rude? Your sister Song has suffered greatly, and yet you still choose to torment her." Yan Ao Chuan moved his lips, but had yet to speak when the tardy matriarch of the third house, Madame Chiu, retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and offered it to Song Zhiruan. "Aji, wipe your tears," she said. Upon seeing Madame Chiu's arrival, Song Zhiruan couldn't help but become momentarily dazed. She recalled the previous life when Sima Luo ascended the throne and she became empress, residing in the Kuan-Ning Palace. Among the Yan family, it was Madame Chiu who frequently visited her in the palace. "Have you been crying?" Yan Ao Chuan noticed Madame Chiu's gesture and finally observed the redness around the woman's eyes, his tone filled with astonishment. "I don't believe I have done anything to provoke your tears." Yan Shi, having never witnessed Song Zhiruan in tears before, remarked, "Fifth brother, is it because you didn't gift Sister Song anything that she is crying?" Yan Ao Chuan paused at the remark, retorting with annoyance. "Why would I prepare a gift for her?" Madame Chu, displeased, interjected, "Ah Chuan, you are well aware of the matters concerning Aji at home. Just because I'm aware does not mean I must prepare something for her," Yan Ao Chuan scoffed, glancing at Song Zhiruan before casually retrieving a jade pendant from his pocket. The jade, translucent and snow-white, was tied with a red string. The craftsmanship was rough, barely depicting a galloping horse in a snowy night. The pendant spun twice in the air before landing firmly in Song Zhiruan's embrace, which she hastily caught. As her sleeve slipped to her forearms, a red mark on the back of her hand, caught by the window, became visible. "I found this by the roadside. Consider it a gift," he said, looking down at her hand with an air of superiority, slowly withdrawing his gaze, as if bestowing alms upon a beggar. Yan Ao Chuan Madame Chu's tone grew heavy. The old matriarch also spoke with authority. "Ah Chuan, do not jest with Miss Song." Yan Ao Chuan was typically unruly, and the Yan family had grown accustomed to it. Yet Song Zhiruan was a guest, and the two families had once enjoyed amicable relations. His behavior was indeed excessive. The atmosphere fell silent, tinged with tension, when suddenly, Song Zhiruan broke the stillness with a gentle smile. "Thank you, fifth young master. I truly appreciate this gift." Everyone was taken aback, unable to believe their ears. Song Zhiruan had been in the Yan household for nearly 2 months. Initially, everyone felt sympathy for her pitiful background and sought to comfort the young girl. Yet, she had been ungrateful, reluctant to speak with them, preferring to hide in the courtyard. Thus, they unanimously perceived her as a difficult and delicate young lady. However, they never anticipated that even after such mistreatment from Yan Ao Chuan, she would not express anger. Could it be that she was simple-minded? "Aji, you Madame Chu," hesitated, wanting to defend the young girl, but to her surprise, Zhiruan had reconciled with the situation herself. Zhiruan's thoughts diverged from those of the others. In her previous life, although she did not personally greet Yan Ao Chuan upon his arrival, the jade pendant had still found its way to her, accompanied by similar words. At that time, she was engulfed in the sorrow of losing loved ones and felt humiliated by Yan Ao Chuan's treatment. Yet, as a guest in someone else's home, she did not dare to discard the jade pendant. It wasn't until Sima Luo, inebriated, questioned her relationship with Yan Ao Chuan that she learned this jade pendant could command the Yan family's hidden guards and all the personal assets Yan Ao Chuan had accumulated over the years. Worth a fortune, the jade pendant has long been a source of apprehension for the noble families in the capital regarding the Yan family. Others may assume that Yan Ao Chuan is bullying her, but the truth is a sentiment he finds difficult to articulate. Affection, if you like it. He huffed in annoyance, turning to Flo Yuanzi and instructing, "Change your clothes and go see grandfather." Flo Yuanzi discreetly glanced at Zhiruan before hastily following. In the corridor, hidden from the gaze of others, Flo Yuanzi immediately noticed the manic smile and the faint blush adorning Yan Ao Chuan's ears. "Young master, it's rather obvious." Yan Ao Chuan pressed his lips together, feigning indifference as he looked at Flo Yuanzi. "What did you say?" Flo Yuanzi cast a glance at him, then turned to observe Zhiruan as she carefully tucked away the jade pendant. "Nothing." Within the one-show tang, the charcoal brazier burned brightly as Zhiruan followed the crowd towards the elder's main residence. He trailed behind her, grumbling, "I heard it all just now. The old lady had the other families meet with that fortune teller, yet she specifically excluded you. When she brought you into the household, she mentioned we would be family. And now, merely 2 months later, she has changed her tune." Zhiruan walked at the back of the group, casting her gaze towards the elderly matriarch at the front. The old lady, adorned in solemn and grand attire, had streaks of gray in her hair, her face betraying no warmth or coldness. If even he thinks that way, it is likely the Yan family believes the old lady no longer favors her. Yet, she knew the old lady's seemingly cold demeanor masked a warm heart. In her previous life, when Sima Luo proposed to her, the Yan family had harbored reservations about him. Only the old lady had not immediately consented, instead summoning her to inquire and promising that if she was unwilling to marry, the entire Yan family would protect her peace. On the wedding day, the Yan family would act as her kin. The old lady personally styled her hair, dismissing others and solemnly advising her that if she ever regretted her decision or felt wronged in Sima Luo's company, she must confide in her, for she would go to great lengths to help her escape the royal confines. Such kindness made Zhiruan realize that the old lady's prior indifference was not rooted in disfavor. The elder had long regarded her as family. Just as today, the old lady must have thought her recent loss made her reluctant to engage in gatherings, which is why she had not summoned her. "Do not speak ill of the old lady." As she entered the room, Zhiruan shot a warning glance at He before stepping into the inner chamber. The elder Yan appeared significantly more frail than when she had last seen him 2 months ago. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes were deeply sunken, clearly indicating his deteriorating condition. "Aji, you haven't seen grandfather in 2 months. Go pay your respects," Madame Chu gently reminded her. Nodding in agreement, she quickly approached the elder to offer her greetings after the other families had done so. Elder Yan slowly turned his face towards her, observing the once listless young girl who now appeared more vibrant. Relieved, he weakly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" In her previous life, Zhiruan had little impression of the elder. After entering the Yan family, she had been consumed by her own grief, vaguely recalling that he had sent her some gifts, only to later hear of his passing. Now, witnessing the elder's grave condition, she felt a pang as he still expressed concern for her well-being. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation as memories of her late grandfather flooded back. Her voice quivering slightly. "Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better now." The tremor in her response momentarily stunned those around her, for they had not expected her to shed tears upon seeing the old gentleman, especially after her previous indifference towards them. "A good girl," the elderly man murmured weakly, nodding his head a few times. "Everything will be all right." But no sooner had he uttered those words than a violent cough erupted from him, blood flecking his lips. his eyes rolling back as his condition rapidly deteriorated. The matron, flustered by the sudden turn of events, called out urgently, "Quick, summon Mr. Qianjie." Mr. Qianjie was the fortune-teller who had taken residence in the Yan household in recent days. Although Mrs. Gan had always been skeptical of fortune-telling, the gravity of the old man's illness compelled her to add, and bring the physician as well. The room, now crowded with anxious onlookers, grew increasingly chaotic. The old man coughed with increasing severity, his emaciated frame hunched over the bedside, as if he were about to vomit blood. Mrs. Chu, nearly in tears, instructed her servants. "Hurry, fetch the fifth young master." Amidst the turmoil, Song Zhiruan furrowed her brow and addressed the matron. "Madam, I have some knowledge of acupressure. May I attempt to assist the old gentleman?" "Give it a try," Mrs. Chu replied, recognizing Song Zhiruan's lineage and her mother's expertise in pharmacology, thus placing her trust in the young woman. Without hesitation, Song Zhiruan pressed on the Higu acupoint of the elderly man, loosening his garments slightly before applying pressure to the Tian Tu and Danzhong points. The crowd, initially devoid of hope, began to notice the intensity of the old man's cough diminishing and the pallor of his face gradually returning to a more normal hue. "Sister Song is truly remarkable." Yan Qi marveled in astonishment. Suddenly, the sound of curtains being drawn back echoed through the room. As the family physician and a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe entered, Song Zhiruan immediately recognized the latter as Mr. Qianjie, summoned by the matron. Observing the young girl pressing on the acupoints, the doctor praised, "You are quite astute, young lady. These points are effective for alleviating cough and wheezing." Although she had not formally studied medicine, her mother's knowledge had inadvertently imparted valuable insights, and realizing the doctor had arrived, she stepped back to allow him space to work. "Thank you for your efforts." The matron nodded gratefully towards her. Naturally, Song Zhiruan humbly declined any accolades, positioning herself at the back of the gathering. Mrs. Chu regarded her with a look of quiet admiration. As the physician administered acupuncture to stabilize the old man's condition, Mr. Qianjie, who had remained in the shadows, slowly stepped forward. "Mr. Qianjie, did you not previously suggest that the old gentleman's health would stabilize?" The matron recalled his earlier words, which had promised a fortuitous turn for the Yan family, yet the old man's condition seemed to worsen. "Indeed, there is good news, but during this period, it is essential to keep outsiders at bay to ensure tranquility," Mr. Qianjie replied, lowering his gaze as he manipulated his fingers, muttering indistinct divinations before tossing 3 copper coins high into the air. At that moment, the beaded curtains were parted with a sharp crackle. Concerned about obstructing the way, Song Zhiruan sidestepped, only to accidentally bump against the charcoal brazier, losing her balance and staggering sideways, when suddenly, a large hand grasped her arm firmly, effortlessly securing her slender limb. Just moments ago, Yan Ao Chuan had changed into a simple yet elegant moon-white garment, his dark hair adorned with a jade crown, and his elongated ink-black eyes still exuded an air of aloofness. As he steadied himself, he quickly released his grip, as if he had encountered something repulsive, shaking his hands twice in disdain. The copper coins fell to the ground, ringing with a crisp clink. Qianjie smiled, his brows and eyes relaxing, as his gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on the couple standing side by side, Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan, a promising omen of joy and harmony, a celestial match. The elderly matron felt a sudden jolt in her heart, glancing at Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan, pondering the meaning behind the gentleman's intent. Yan Ao Chuan, unaware of Qianjie's true identity, frowned and approached his grandfather. Qianjie addressed Song Zhiruan, requesting her to step forward as well. In a previous life, old master Yan had already passed away, leading Song Zhiruan to doubt whether this fortune-teller could truly offer a way to alter their fate. However, with everyone's eyes upon her, she felt compelled to follow Yan Ao Chuan's lead. Qianjie grasped old master Yan's hand, and then turned to the young couple, asking them to place their hands upon his. Yan Ao Chuan, overtly skeptical of the Taoist, cast a reproachful glance at the matron, who remained solemn and compliant. Taking a deep breath, he stole a glance at Song Zhiruan, noticing that she had already placed her hand within old master Yan's palm, prompting him to do the same, covering her hand with his. The moment their skin met, the softness of the maiden against the roughness of Yan Ao Chuan's palm, both felt as though a current of electricity coursed through them, tingling from their toes to the crown of their heads. Suddenly, old master Yan, who had been unconscious moments before, opened his eyes wide, gasping as he vomited a mouthful of dark blood, splattering onto the floor and onto Yan Ao Chuan's pristine white sleeve, a sight both shocking and alarming. Mrs. Chu and several other ladies gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths, while the elderly matron staggered back in shock. The ominous sign was dispelled, turning the tide of fate into a joyful one. Qianjia's gaze fixed upon the connection between Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan, and he suddenly smiled. In a past life, a soul. In this life, a person, tied by a red thread, blessed by heaven, to renew their fateful bond. Chapter 3. The Yinjia Incident. As the moon sank low in the western sky and night enveloped the world, the old patriarch expelled dark blood from his mouth, and the household physician attended to him, surprisingly witnessing an improvement in his condition. Hua had followed Song Zhiruan throughout the day, animatedly recounting the events of the day to Yinlu, her excitement palpable. Upon hearing the news, Yinlu furrowed her brow and turned her gaze toward Song Zhiruan, who was at the vanity, removing her hairpins. Could it be that Master Qianjia possesses such extraordinary insight? What could his words possibly signify? Surely, he could not be suggesting that the young lady and the fifth master are fated to be together? With a spirited demeanor, Hua exclaimed, "Indeed. Today, what Master Qianjia spoke of has spread throughout the Yinjia. When our young lady's hand touched that of the fifth master, the old patriarch expelled dark blood, and his condition improved significantly. Does that not indicate a destined bond?" Song Zhiruan lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting the reflection of a beautiful woman in the bronze mirror. In her past life, the Song family had committed grave sins and faced total annihilation. She had lost her parents and, upon meeting Sima Luo, it was his gentleness and patience that gradually pulled her from her confinement. He was a prince, and she merely a solitary girl from a fallen clan. A chasm lay between them. She could hardly fathom any other motive for his kindness besides his genuine affection for her. Thus, when he proposed, she did not hesitate. Little did she know, he harbored ulterior motives. Sima Luo, being the third in line, came from a family of modest means. His mother, Consort Zhua, had captured Emperor Sima's favor due to her talents, yet her low-key demeanor eventually led to her losing his affection to more ambitious contenders. The previous emperor had ascended to power with the support of influential families. To this day, Emperor Sima still required the backing of the aristocracy. In a bid to solidify his position, he elevated Song Zhiruan's aunt, Song Zhen, to the rank of noble consort after the demise of the Song family. The fall of the Song family was not the emperor's desire. It was indeed a consequence of their kin's excessive greed, which led to multiple instances of corruption being exposed by the Ministry of Rights and the censors. Song Zhiruan's father, Song Shi, the current head of the Song family, was soft-spoken and gentle, failing to discipline his kin effectively, and as a result, he was implicated and executed. Song Zhiruan's mother, who had shared a harmonious life with her husband, succumbed to the overwhelming grief following Song Shi's death, her old ailments resurfacing, leading to her passing. Thus, the Yinjia family rose to prominence among the aristocracy. The old patriarch stepped down from his position as Grand Tutor, and several of his descendants held official posts, wielding immense power both domestically and abroad. The Yinjia, revered by the masses, flourished in a manner few could rival. In such a family, when the Song clan crumbled, they disregarded public perception and took Song Zhiruan into their home to nurture her. To outsiders, it would seem that Song Zhiruan held significant importance in the Yinjia family, a notion that Sima Luo capitalized on. He aspired to the throne but lacked support, and her emergence was fortuitous. To gain the backing of the Yinjia, he meticulously plotted to marry her, thereby securing their support to ascend to the imperial seat. The Yinjia employed every means to bolster Sima Luo's reign, while Yan Ao Chuan vowed to reclaim the territories lost by the great Jin in battle, achieving great renown and becoming a symbol of hope for the people. However, within a mere 2 years, Sima Luo grew wary of the Yinjia. Encouraged by his maternal relatives, he turned against the Yinjia and several prominent families. Ultimately, he resorted to using Song Zhiruan as leverage to coerce Yan Ao Chuan back to the capital. In their 3 years of marriage, Sima Luo had indeed performed numerous deeds for her. She cherished flowers, so he meticulously cultivated a garden of blossoms for her, ensuring that even in the depths of winter, it remained a vibrant spectacle. Fearing the chill of winter, he devotedly invested vast sums to create the Spring Palace, a haven of perennial warmth just for her. With her frail health, he would spend countless sleepless nights poring over tedious medical texts and studying various herbs. Within less than a year of their marriage, he had restored her vitality, illuminating her countenance with health and radiance. The officials in the court advised him against isolating himself in the harem, favoring only one. Yet he would resolutely fast for a full 15 days, neglecting state affairs to signify his resolve. This was in response to her vow during their wedding, expressing her desire for a lifetime of companionship. Amidst this tender devotion, she too had once felt the flutter of youthful affection. How could she not be moved by such a man? Yet ultimately, all the warmth, all the love, culminated in the chilling command he issued to hang her at the city gate to drain her blood, even with the chance of rebirth. The complexities of Sima Luo and Yan Ao Chuan remain unfathomable to her. One treated her with gentle affection, only to reveal a heart of cruelty. The other, the fortune-teller, proclaimed her fate intertwined with Yan Ao Chuan, yet she had long ceased to yearn for genuine affection. Nevertheless, Yan Ao Chuan had sacrificed everything for her, and she felt an obligation to repay him by whatever means necessary. Miss, Yin Lu called out, having noticed Song Zhiruan lost in thought for an extended period. Song Zhiruan finally gathered her focus. What is it? Yin Lu inquired with concern. What did the fortune-teller say today about the Yin family's stance? Unlike the carefree Huihe, who could still manage a smile, Yin Lu recognized the gravity of their situation. The Yin family had taken them in, acting as their benefactors. Should Yan Ao Chuan truly intend to wed Song Zhiruan, it would be difficult for her to refuse. However, Song Zhiruan's current predicament was precarious. Her family had fallen, and although she had an aunt of noble rank, the Emperor Sima valued the benefits that come from established families. Clearly, her aunt had lost her solid backing of favor. Conversely, Yan Ao Chuan's status and lineage far surpassed that of Song Zhiruan. If he sought a wife, she was unlikely to be considered. As for becoming a concubine, Yin Lu wished for her mistress to avoid any indignity. What could the Yin family's attitude be? Song Zhiruan removed her hairpin, allowing her raven locks to cascade freely, her fair and unadorned face graced with a serene smile. The soft glow of the candlelight fell gently across her brow and eyes, enhancing her beauty. Surely, the fortune-teller's jest would not be taken seriously by the Yin family. Huihe, observing her mistress, could not suppress a gulp. Miss, you are so beautiful. Perhaps the fifth master might indeed be moved. Beauty is but skin deep. He may not be one to solely value appearances. In this second chance at life, Song Zhiruan sought not the entanglements of love. Her only desire was to protect herself and safeguard the Yin family who cherished her. As for the cryptic words spoken today, she was largely skeptical. In her previous life, she had never encountered Qianjia. Only hearing the Yin family speak of him with reverence. Upon meeting him today, she found no extraordinary qualities. The improvement in the old master's condition could not necessarily be attributed to Qianjia. It might simply be fortuitous timing. A few knocks echoed at the door, and Huihe opened it, curiously glancing at the maid who had knocked. Who are you seeking? The maidservant bowed respectfully to Song Zhiruan and promptly placed the medicinal jar upon the desk, explaining that it was a gift from Lady Qiu for the young lady. Song Zhiruan glanced at the jar, questioning if it was truly from Lady Qiu. The maid nodded in affirmation and swiftly departed from the peony courtyard. Perhaps Lady Qiu had noticed the injury on your hand. Yin Lu recollected with guilt the incident earlier that had caused the young lady's hand to be caught and injured, hastily opening the jar to apply the medicine. A faint fragrance of the medicinal balm wafted from within, causing Song Zhiruan to furrow her brow slightly, prompting Yin Lu to inquire about her discomfort. What troubles you, my lady? Song Zhiruan caressed the jar and replied that all was well, yet her mind wandered back to her previous life, recalling that during this very time, the Yin family faced peril, instigated by Lady Qiu. The patriarch of the third branch and Yan Ao Chuan's father were both descendants of the old matriarch, and Lady Qiu had been wed to the patriarch for many years. Their first son had died young, and they had no further children. Thus, Lady Qiu had always cherished the younger generations of the Yin family, particularly Yan Ao Chuan, alongside her brother's offspring. However, this calamity was also born from the troubles of the Qiu family. Over the years, Lady Qiu's brother had purchased a minor official position, ostensibly to lead a mundane life. Unbeknownst to him, he had stealthily forged connections with King Kong through his ties to the Yin family. If King Kong had been an ordinary noble, it would have been of little consequence. Yet, he harbored grand ambitions, secretly amassing wealth and recruiting soldiers, aiming to usurp the power of the Sima family. In her past life, while Lady Qiu's brother was not a close confidant of King Kong, he had nonetheless engaged in numerous schemes to amass wealth, the most critical being the illegal lending of money at exorbitant interest rates. The downfall of the Song family was partly due to certain members colluding to act as accomplices, engaging in usurious practices. Moreover, Lady Qiu's brother had committed heinous acts resulting in loss of life. To secure favor for his son Qiu Pan before King Kong, he sent Qiu Pan to Yongzhou to collect debts. The local governor, unaware of their intentions, was met with violence when Qiu Pan, in a moment of panic, resorted to murder to silence the witness. By the time it was discovered that the victim was the governor, it was far too late. The authorities, tracing the governor's death, uncovered evidence of King Kang's recruitment of soldiers. Emperor Sima was enraged and immediately ordered the confinement of King Kong, annihilating all his associates. Prior to this, however, Lady Qiu's nieces and nephews had arrived at the Yan residence, claiming to miss their aunt and wishing to stay for a while. Lady Qiu, moved by sentiment, did not hesitate to accommodate them, unknowingly inviting calamity upon herself. Rumors soon spread throughout the capital regarding clandestine meetings between Lady Qiu's niece and Yan Ao Chuan, with whispers suggesting they had already pledged their lives to one another in secrecy. During that period, the entire city buzzed with tales of the fifth young master of the Yan family's romantic escapades. Qiu Pan, the very individual responsible for the governor's murder, was often seen trailing Yan Ao Chuan, frequenting taverns and brothels. To the outside world, the Qiu and Yan families appeared inseparably intertwined. Should the truth come to light, both families would find themselves inextricably linked, unable to extricate themselves from the ensuing chaos. In her previous life, it was Sima Luo who had forewarned Yan Ao Chuan's father of the impending crisis and aided in concealing the matter, thus allowing the Yan family to avoid disaster. The Yan family owed a debt of gratitude to Sima Luo, and with Song Zhiruan marrying him, they wholeheartedly supported his rise to power. However, Song Zhiruan resolutely vowed never to marry Sima Luo, nor would she allow the Yan family to establish any ties with him. She was determined to rely solely on her own strength to save the Yan family from impending calamity. "Miss, the medicine has been applied," Yin Lu said, gently bandaging the young woman's hand. Meanwhile, Hui entered with a basin of water for washing, her face alight with curiosity. "Miss, while I was fetching water, I overheard someone in the courtyard mention that the Qiu family will have guests tomorrow." Song Zhiruan's body tensed at the mention of tomorrow. Yin Lu noticed her shoulders tremble and hurriedly brought a hot water bottle, placing it on the young woman's abdomen. "Miss, do not expose yourself to the cold. Lady Qiu sent over medicine just now. With the Qiu family receiving guests tomorrow, we must go and pay our respects. If you catch a chill, you may not be able to rise." They were currently under the roof of another, far removed from the carefree days they had once enjoyed at the Song residence. Caution and prudence were only natural. "Do you not wish to go?" Hui observed the young woman's pallor. "Miss, the Yan family has finally begun to view you in a favorable light today. If you do not attend tomorrow, I fear." Yin Lu hesitated. Song Zhiruan lifted her gaze. "Who said I would not go?" Yin Lu was momentarily taken aback. Song Zhiruan averted her eyes. "I have never met anyone from the Qiu family before. Of course, I must make their acquaintance tomorrow." According to the timeline of her previous life, the matter concerning King Kong would soon be exposed, and the Qiu siblings would undoubtedly become anxious. However, in this lifetime, they wished to forge a connection with the Yan family, and first, they must pass her scrutiny. The following morning, news arrived from Wan Xiaotang that Lady Qiu's nephew and niece had come, inviting several households to meet them. Upon hearing that the Qiu family's second daughter had arrived, Yin Lu paused in her efforts to prepare Song Zhiruan. "Miss, the second daughter of the Qiu family is of similar age to you and has reached the age of marriage." Hui wrung out a washcloth and placed it on the rack, puzzled. "What is the matter?" Yin Lu hesitated. Aware of the rumors circulating in the household regarding the young woman and the fifth master, now that the second daughter of the Qiu family has arrived, who is also of marrying age, could the Qiu family harbor ulterior motives? Song Zhiruan understood Yin Lu's concerns and smiled. "My relationship with the fifth master is still in its infancy, yet you are already speculating about matters that are unfounded." Yin Lu's lips moved as if to speak, for she had pondered throughout the night. Given the young woman's beauty and lineage, she could marry anyone. Yet now, the Song family was akin to a pariah, and no one wished to associate with them. Although the Yin family claimed they would care for her, it could not equate to becoming a true family. Perhaps the fifth master genuinely harbored intentions of marrying her. Thus, Yin Lu grew anxious upon hearing of the second daughter's arrival. "Quickly, finish your makeup. Do not keep the Qiu family waiting." Song Zhiruan gently patted Yin Lu's hand, fastening a jingling bracelet from the box onto her wrist. In Xiang Hall, Lady Qiu surveyed her niece, Qiu Hui, with a smile. "Where is Pan? Why are you here alone today?" Recalling her family's instructions, Qiu Hui adjusted her posture. "My elder brother has gone to seek out the fifth master." The Qiu siblings had known Yan Ao Chuan since childhood, but their relationship was not particularly close. Lady Qiu, however, did not suspect that Chiu Pan intended to cultivate ties with Yan Ao Chuan, believing young people often mingled casually, and her attention returned to her niece. It has been quite some time since we last met, and you have grown taller. Not only have you gained height, but your appearance has also become more striking. Have you found someone special? Madame Gan stood by, as today Madame Chu was absent due to attending to the elder's illness. She kindly reminded her to take care of the Chiu family. Chiu Hui rested her hands on her lap, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Not yet, she replied. Madame Gan merely glanced at her and smiled, choosing not to pursue the conversation further, which caused Chiu Hui's heart to begin racing. I heard from your father that you and your brother have missed me. Madame Chiu gently stroked Chiu Hui's hair. Chiu Hui nodded, expressing that both she and her brother had been longing for their aunt during their time apart, hence they were considering whether they could stay with her for a while. Upon hearing this, the elder, who remained seated with poise, exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Gan. Chiu Hui had reached the age of marriage, and there were several unmarried sons within the household, making their intentions quite transparent. I truly apologize. I was somewhat delayed in my arrival. A melodious voice broke the silence of the hall. Upon seeing that the speaker was an extraordinarily beautiful young lady, Chiu Hui immediately felt on guard. This is the young lady from the Song family, Madame Chiu introduced softly to Chiu Hui. You are of the same age. She is 2 months your senior, so you should address her as sister. Song Ji's soft gaze lifted, observing Chiu Hui's delicate features. Her satin green gown accentuating her fair complexion, giving off an air of refined beauty. Sister Song, Chiu Hui surmised that she was the solitary daughter of the Song family. And a flicker of disdain darted through her eyes as she recalled the morning gossip about a fortune teller from the Yan family. Gritting her teeth, she feigned a gentle demeanor. My given name is Hui. If you do not mind, you may call me a Hui as well. Song Ji, known for her amiable nature, found it difficult to maintain her composure, given the malicious intent of the Chiu family towards the Yan family. She smiled in response, simply addressing her as Miss Chiu. The women in the hall, astute as they were, quickly perceived Song Ji's disinterest in engaging with Chiu Hui and turned their faces away, feigning ignorance. Chiu Hui's demeanor stiffened as she glanced back at her aunt. Madame Chiu, accustomed to Song Ji's indifferent nature, remarked with a smile, Ji, please sit down and have some tea. Considering your health, you must be weary from your journey. Chiu Hui had hoped for her aunt's protection, but was disappointed to find her disinterested, and thus returned to her seat awkwardly. How fortuitous that Miss Song has arrived just as Miss Chiu expressed her desire to stay for a while. Madame Gan reinstated the conversation. Oh? Song Ji smiled warmly, expressing that her solitude was rather dull, and if Miss Chiu were to join her, it would surely provide companionship. Chiu Hui had not anticipated such an invitation and quickly looked towards the elder. Given that Miss Song was of a similar age, they could indeed enjoy each other's company. The elder pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Madame Chiu held Chiu Hui's hand and said with a smile, if that is the case, you shall accompany a pan to the Chiuing courtyard today and stay with me. Chiu Hui was about to nod in agreement when she heard the person across from her mention, I have long heard that Miss Chiu possesses a pure and kind disposition, endearing to all. Given that the old master has been unwell for some time, perhaps a little more liveliness in the household might hasten his recovery. The old lady's expression, previously calm, suddenly tightened at these words. Chapter 4. Falling into his embrace, Chiu Pan inquired about Yan Ao Chuan's whereabouts before the Yin residence and learned that he had gone to Xianla Tower to enjoy music. Without hesitation, he instructed his servant to follow. Over the years, the Chiu family had risen in status due to the eldest daughter's marriage into the Yan family, relocating from a small county in Qianzhou to the capital. Chiu Pan's father had also secretly aligned himself with Prince Kong. Yet Chiu Pan never anticipated that he would become entangled in the blood of court officials. Fortunately, his father received a hint from Prince Kong and hoped that his sister would soon secure Yan Ao Chuan as a prosperous husband. Believing that the Yin family would not abandon the Chiu family due to the ties of his sister and aunt. After lingering in front of Xianla Tower for the span of half a tea, Chiu Pan dared not delay further. As he crossed the threshold, the cacophony of the bustling market faded away, revealing a resplendent sight of jade towers and golden palaces. Enchanting melodies drifted from the elevated stage, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. Chiu Pan beheld a young woman clad in ethereal garments, her face veiled, her hair impeccably arranged, her forehead smooth and full, and her enchanting eyes partially concealed by delicate lashes. Her gaze danced between the strings of an ancient guqin, absorbed in her performance, though her features remained obscured. Her tranquil and refined aura captivated the onlookers, silencing their chatter as they sat in rapt attention. Chiu Pan dared not gaze too long. Xianla Tower was unlike ordinary establishments. where music was the sole entertainment, and the patrons were all extraordinary individuals, either affluent or noble, many of them of royal lineage. He was restless, especially given the recent scandal surrounding the untimely death of the governor of Yongzhou, which had stirred the capital for several days. Not only did his sister need to secure Yan Ao Chuan's affection, but he too needed to ingratiate himself with Yan Ao Chuan to ensure his own safety. "Which gentleman are you seeking?" the steward of Xianla Tower inquired. "I shall visit Yunjiang," Qiupan replied, turning his head aside. Yan Ao Chuan was renowned among the young elite of the capital, his lineage and wealth far surpassing that of typical affluent youths. Hence, Xianla Tower offered exclusive private rooms for such distinguished guests. Yunjiang was undoubtedly Yan Ao Chuan's domain. Information that Qiupan had gleaned after much coaxing from a servant of the Yan family. The steward, understanding the connection to the Yan family, relented and escorted him to Yunjiang. As the door to the pavilion swung open, Qiupan was greeted by the mingling sounds of laughter, clinking cups, and the enchanting tones of the guqin. Yan Ao Chuan reclined on a concubine couch, propped up on one arm. He heard the door open but did not turn to look, his gaze fixed on the woman playing the guqin on the elevated stage. Nan Su, the second son of the Duke of Zhu, had spotted the awkwardly standing Qiupan at the entrance. Having grown up with Yan Ao Chuan, he was familiar with the Qiu siblings. However, he was aware that Yan Ao Chuan harbored no fondness for them. So he feigned ignorance and pointed at the woman on stage, chuckling. "Is this the courtesan you are so closely acquainted with?" Ninsu rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing the woman. "I remember her surname is Qiao. What was it again?" "Qiao Fengyi," replied Sima Zhong, the legitimate son of Emperor Sima, who, despite his noble status, often disguised himself as Zhao Zhong to mingle among Yan Ao Chuan's circle. Zhong, you truly comprehend the situation." As one privy to the true identity of Sima Zhong, Nansu has never shown the deference typically accorded to a prince, often teasing him, relying on his good-natured temperament. "There are not many ladies around a Chuan, and I am aware of only a few." Sima Zhong raised his teacup and offered it to Yan Ao Chuan, who accepted it and drank it in one swift motion. Qiupan surveyed the room and noticed that everyone present was a prominent scion from the capital's illustrious families. Feeling increasingly anxious, he opened his mouth several times but struggled to utter a word. Fifth master. After much effort, he managed to utter a word, only to be interrupted by the swift movement of Fu Yuanji beside him. "What is it?" Yan Ao Chuan withdrew his gaze from Chaofiki. "Miss Qiu has come to the Yin residence and expressed her desire to stay for a while." The old matriarch initially consented, but Miss Song said a few words that seemed to indicate her disapproval of Miss Qiu's visit. "Miss Song?" Nansu inquired with interest. "The orphan of the Song family adopted by your household? Your childhood sweetheart?" Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a silent warning glance at Nansu. Sima Zhong, having known the two for some time, sensed there was a story behind this and inquired, "I have only heard that your family took in Song Shi's only daughter. But I did not realize there was a connection between you and that young lady. Not just a connection." Nansu, under Yan Ao Chuan's warning, could not suppress a smile, but recalling the importance of that young lady to Yan Ao Chuan, he shifted the topic. "But why did Miss Qiu decline to stay?" Fu Yuanji interjected, "Miss Qiu has reached the age for marriage. I presume that aside from the third branch, the other ladies are aware of her intentions. And there are several eligible bachelors in the residence." Ninsu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Qiupan, who was nearly hiding beneath the doorframe, suggesting that this young lady was indeed here for him. Sima Zhong was puzzled. Then why would Miss Song obstruct this? "Isn't that simple?" Nansu replied mischievously. "A love story, deep affection." Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted him as Yan Ao Chuan slammed his teacup down on the table, startling Nansu. Fu Yuanji remarked, "Perhaps it is the rumors within the household that the old matriarch intends to arrange a marriage between you and Miss Song to bring joy to the old master." "A marriage arrangement? To bring joy?" Nansu could hardly believe it. "What does that have to do with you?" Yan Ao Chuan retorted, his eyes shifting as he cleared his throat. "No. I must return to check on the guests from the Qiu family. What is Songji to refuse my aunt's relatives?" Nansu pouted, feigning innocence. Just as Qiupan was contemplating his words, he felt a gust of wind sweep past him, and upon looking up, he found Yan Ao Chuan had vanished from his seat. He hurriedly followed him downstairs, only to encounter Su Shan, who was preparing a carriage. "Young Master Qiu, our master has requested your presence in the carriage to return home together." Qiupan was overjoyed and quickly agreed. However, once inside the carriage, it seemed that Yan Ao Chuan was disinterested in conversation, exchanging only a few casual pleasantries before turning his gaze out the window to admire the scenery. Upon arriving at the Yin residence, Pan followed Yan Ao Chuan toward the Xian hall. Only Yan Ao Chuan was tall, his long strides covering the distance of 2 steps of Pan, who had to break into a light run to keep up with him. Su Shan and Fu Yuanzai followed closely behind the youth, all 3 being martial artists, conversing in hushed tones, while Pan, lagging behind, could not catch their words. Could it be that Miss Song is feeling jealous? Su Shan exclaimed excitedly. The youth in the lead momentarily hesitated but quickly regained his composure. Who knows? Fu Yuanzai glanced at his master's slightly flushed ears and inquired softly, Are you secretly pleased? Yan Ao Chuan swiftly turned around, glaring at him. I am not. Fu Yuanzai calmly averted his gaze. 5th young master, I did not imply that you were. Su Shan added, but then again, Miss Song is unaware of our young master's long-standing affection for her. In her eyes, he likely lacks any significant presence. How could she possibly feel jealous? The youth ahead came to a halt once more, his words sharp and deliberate. Who is in love with her? Fu Yuanzai sensed the atmosphere growing tense and quietly remarked. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. You should also be quiet, Yan Ao Chuan retorted, just as they reached the entrance of the Xiong Hall. They heard the matriarch's voice, heavy with concern. If the old master were not ill, we would naturally welcome Miss Chio's visit. However, given the current state of his health, having her here may lead to our inadequacies in hospitality. Chio Hui was taken aback by this statement. Instinctively glancing at Song Zhiruan across the table, Song Zhiruan feigned ignorance, lowering her head to sip her tea. The Chio family, being relatives of the Yin family, had some standing, although Chio Hui was not a match for the first branch's legitimate heirs, Yin Jun and Yan Ao Chuan. There remained an unmarried Yin Lu from the second branch. The matriarch might have considered Yin Lu's future marriage, which led to her leniency. Meanwhile, Lady Gan had deliberately steered the conversation away from Chio Hui, showing her disdain for her and wishing to keep her son from forming any connection with her. In a previous life, rumors of Chio Hui and Yan Ao Chuan had bound the 2 families together, but in this rebirth, Song Zhiruan vowed never to allow such ties to form again. Mr. Qianjie had previously advised that, for the sake of the old master's health, they should refrain from receiving guests. It was this consideration that prompted the matriarch to change her mind. Matriarch, Chio Hui began, but before she could finish, the matriarch had already risen, expressing her fatigue. Lady Gan stood to support her mother, saying, Mother, you have devoted too much energy caring for father. Let me assist you back to rest. Chio Hui observed this with a furrowed brow, feeling reluctant but unable to oppose her elder's wishes. Mother, please rest. I will see Hui out later, she said. Chio Hui watched the elders leave, feeling somewhat resentful. Chio matriarch glanced at Song Zhiruan, then took Chio Hui's hand, suggesting, Come, let us speak in the courtyard. I will send someone to escort you home later. Song Zhiruan politely bowed to Chio matriarch as she watched them depart, then led Yin Lu out of the Xiyang Hall. You performed splendidly just now, Yin Lu whispered in praise from behind. Song Zhiruan smiled upon hearing the words, aware of Yin Lu's thoughts. Turning her face towards her, she said, What I just did was not as you perceive it. Why did that young lady prevent Chio Er from visiting? As Song Zhiruan glanced at Yin Lu while advancing, she was interrupted by an unexpected wall of flesh. Feeling a dull pain strike her forehead as she stumbled backward, Yin Lu let out a startled cry, Miss, in that brief moment. Song Zhiruan felt the world spin around her. Just as she thought disaster had befallen her, a powerful hand suddenly covered her waist, firmly pulling her forward. Given her frail constitution, she was drawn into the embrace of the other. Yan Ao Chuan experienced a moment of breathlessness. He had not exerted any force. Yet the gentle figure of the young girl fell securely into his arms. The instant their bodies met, youthful vigor and delicate softness, both parties inhaled sharply. Song Zhiruan, supporting her forehead, lifted her face, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. Her hair brushed against the boy's firm chin, and their gazes collided directly. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, long brows lowered, exuding an air of elegance and charm, the faint scent of fragrant wood wafting from his attire, brushing past her features. The atmosphere between them intertwined like the blossoms of peach and wisteria planted nearby, a delicate fusion of pink and pale purple, petals cascading in a flurry. She raised her eyes, witnessing the pink petals of the peach flower fluttering through his dark, tousled hair, lingering as they fell upon the high bridge of his nose, where a subtle, dark mole resided on the left side, inexplicably alluring. Yan Ao Chuan towered over her, his imposing presence accentuated by their height difference. From Yin Lu's perspective, it appeared as though the young lady was enveloped within the boy's embrace. Fifth Master, Song Zhiruan's voice was soft and gentle. her lashes fluttering as her gaze fixated on the peach blossom resting on his nose. Her delicate hand lifted slightly, poised to touch his face. In that instant, the boy's expression faltered, his dark, elongated eyes averted from her gaze, instinctively retreating from her intended touch. Sushan lowered his voice and remarked to Fu Yuanzi, earlier, "We accompanied the young master to the Song residence, climbing over walls countless times just to catch a glimpse of Miss Song. Now that she stands before him, he dares not look." Fu Yuanzi glanced at Yan Ao Chuan's slightly flushed cheeks, recalling the awkwardness of their first time perched on the wall of the Song residence alongside him. Chapter 5. Unrequited love. The fact that Yan Ao Chuan harbored feelings for Song Zhiruan was known to very few. Fu Yuanzi and Su Shan had grown up alongside Yan Ao Chuan during their childhood, when Yan was merely 7 or 8. He had visited the Song family and stayed for a brief period. Upon his return, he insisted that Madame Chu bear him a sister. Fu Yuanzi recalled how Madame Chu teased Yan, suggesting that he had developed a fondness for the Song girl. Yan promptly refuted her claim, yet within a few days, he had dragged Fu Yuanzi and Su Shan to scale the wall of the Song residence. Su Shan, the youngest among them, had yet to begin his training in martial arts. Compared to the nimbleness of Yan Ao Chuan and Fu Yuanzi, he struggled considerably. After much effort, he finally managed to reach the top of the wall, exhausted to the point of tears, lamenting why their master did not simply enter through the front gate. Yan's response, still vivid in their memories, was delivered with youthful bravado, claiming he was merely testing their martial skills. Fu Yuanzi inquired, "Is there not a wall at our home?" Su Shan replied, "Ours is quite a bit taller." Fu Yuanzi continued, "And yet, we must climb over the wall into Miss Song's courtyard." Yan, his face flushed, stammered, "I just think that Song Zhiruan is exceedingly unattractive, so peculiar in appearance that I needed to verify it for myself." As they perched atop the wall, 5-year-old Song Zhiruan emerged from the main house, stretching lazily. The little girl was round and delicate, her short legs swaying as she walked, her eyes glistening like they had just been fished out of water, with rosy lips and white teeth, even though she had not yet matured into adulthood. Her beauty was in stark contrast to Yan's earlier assertions of her supposed ugliness. "Father," Song Shi entered the courtyard with a smile, and at the sight, little Zhiruan's eyes sparkled. She immediately opened her chubby arms and hurriedly dashed into her father Song Shi's embrace, nuzzling her nose against his clothing, sweetly declaring, "Father, Ruan Ruan wishes to eat sweet curds." Just moments ago, Yan had worn an expression of disdain. Now, he shrank back, his dark eyes intently fixed on the little girl as she playfully coaxed her father. How can she be so plump and yet so gluttonous? Yan Ao Chuan muttered under his breath, though his gaze remained transfixed on Zhiruan's fair and soft face, an unexpected urge to take a bite forming within him. Fu Yuanzi silently remarked, "Fifth young master, have you confirmed your findings?" With a guilty conscience, Yan turned away, admitting, "Indeed, she is quite unattractive." "Then shall we return?" Fu Yuanzi, 3 years Yan's senior, helped both boys down from the wall. What they had initially thought to be a mere chance occurrence soon revealed itself as a pattern, as Yan Ao Chuan's visits to the Song household multiplied. Su Shan, once unable to scale the wall, had grown adept enough to identify the specific area of wall that belonged to Song Zhiruan's courtyard, effortlessly leaping over it in a few strides. As an observer, Fu Yuanzi not only witnessed Su Shan's transformation but also the stubbornness of the Song family's wall over the years. More importantly, he bore witness to how his young master honed the skill of being contradictory in word and sentiment. It seemed that the only thing more obstinate than the wall of the Song family was the tongue of his own master. Beneath the peach tree, Song Zhiruan observed the young man swiftly release his grip, retreating with a hint of fluster. Yet, when he lifted his gaze to meet hers, it was once again the disdain she had witnessed countless times in her past life. "What purpose do your eyes serve? Had it not been for me, you would have collided headlong into the tree stump." Raising an eyebrow at his words, she replied, "I was unaware. It seems I nearly crashed into the tree stump." "Thank you, fifth young master, for your timely rescue." "Who saved you?" Yan Ao Chuan raised his chin, casting a condescending glance at her. "I merely wish to prevent the peach trees planted by my aunt from being stained with blood." Fu Yuanzi and Su Shan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "Furthermore, what prompted you to touch me just now?" Yan Ao Chuan frowned tightly. "Do not presume that the recent rumors of our impending engagement have led me to hold you in high regard." "Engagement?" Song Zhiruan was taken aback, unaware that the gossip had escalated to such a degree. She kindly pointed to the bridge of Yan Ao Chuan's nose, saying, "You have a petal on you." Yan Ao Chuan paused, his hand instinctively reaching for his nose, the petal falling into his palm. At this moment, Su Shan burst into laughter. only to be silenced by Fu Yuanzai's hand over her mouth. Am I not aware of the fallen flower? Yan Ao Chuan choked out. I merely wish to imply the meaning of the fallen flower has intentions, while the flowing water is indifferent. Zhiruan nodded earnestly. I understand now. Thank you for your subtle hint. Upon hearing her words, Yan Ao Chuan's lips moved as if to speak, yet he restrained himself, words unvoiced. Moreover, I must express gratitude for the medicine you sent. My hand has improved significantly. She lifted her hand, presenting the back of it to Yan Ao Chuan. Its skin having regained its previous fair and delicate quality, the redness from being caught in the window now entirely faded. What medicine? Yan Ao Chuan's gaze flickered. I do not comprehend what you were saying. With a smile in her eyes, Zhiruan continued, I heard that during your travels to Ling'an, the ingredients in the medicine you sent are all derived from the abundant resources of that region. Chapter 6. Because I am fond of young Master Wu. Yan Ao Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Little did he know that a woman's heart could be as delicate as a strand of hair. The medicine was indeed sent by him. Upon noticing the wound on the young girl's hand yesterday, he had entrusted it to Madame Chiu for delivery. I believe I may have brought a bottle of medicine to my third aunt. Yan Ao Chuan's dark pupils flickered as he turned to Fu Yuanzai, questioning whether that medicine was intended for his third aunt. Fu Yuanzai raised an eyebrow, recalling the previous day's instructions from Yan Ao Chuan, urging Madame Chiu to keep it a secret. The subordinate's memory was rather hazy. Yan Ao Chuan's expression turned sullen. It seemed that was indeed the case. He then turned back, looking down at the young woman with an air of superiority, suggesting that it was the medicine sent by his third aunt, and that Miss Song should not overthink it. It appears I have misunderstood. I thought young Master Wu remembered our childhood friendship. Zhiruan smiled softly, her eyes curving in a delightful manner, showing no sign of anger or embarrassment at Yan Ao Chuan's retort. What childhood friendship? Yan Ao Chuan turned his face away, having forgotten it for ages. Su Shan closed her eyes, silently rolling her eyes. No wonder their master had kept women at bay all these years. With his manner of speaking, even the Queen Mother would be driven away in indignation. However, I heard that the Chiu siblings are to visit the manor for a short stay. Have you declined their visit? Yan Ao Chuan scrutinized her, inquiring why. I did not refuse, Zhiruan replied, glancing at Chiu Pan, who was waiting by the artificial hill, looking somewhat restless. Is young Master Wu misunderstanding something? I hold no grudge against young Master Chiu or Miss Chiu Air. How could I act so rudely? Isn't there a rumor in the manor that you and I are to be engaged? Yan Ao Chuan began, only to swallow the rest of his words. His ears reddening as he retorted, you mentioned that fortune teller in front of grandmother. It merely indicates a desire to avoid having the Chiu siblings stay at the manor. So you are aware, Zhiruan replied, her lips pressed together, her smile sincere yet oddly compliant. It is because I dislike her. Yan Ao Chuan was taken aback. You need not be so candid. I do not favor deceit, Zhiruan stated, blinking twice as she looked at him, her tone earnest. Especially not towards you. It is wrong to deceive someone who has sacrificed their life for you. Aside from the necessary benevolent lies concerning rebirth. She wished to spare Yan Ao Chuan from ignorance. You. Yan Ao Chuan's cheeks flushed, staring at her incredulously. How can you be so glib? Isn't being glib typically a description of someone who has been charmed? Zhiruan asked curiously. Or perhaps, young Master Wu has found pleasure in my words? Of course not. Yan Ao Chuan took a deep breath, shifting the topic. You still haven't explained why you dislike Chiu Air. Zhiruan found this question somewhat challenging to answer. She did not wish to deceive Yan Ao Chuan. Yet the truth was tied to the future of the Yan family. Thus, she chose to respond with a question of her own. Does young Master Wu have feelings for me? Yan Ao Chuan's breath hitched, his voice inexplicably softening. Of course. I do not. Why do you not like me? She pressed further. Is there a reason? He moved his lips, dismissively replying, no reason. I simply do not like you. Well, that clarifies it. Both affection and aversion are singular emotional orientations, essentially indistinguishable in nature. Zhiruan gazed at him, then glanced at Chiu Pan, who was waiting not far behind Yan Ao Chuan, and lowered her voice. Moreover, if the fifth young master would heed my advice, it would be wise to refrain from excessive interaction with the eldest son of the Chiu family. Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow, curious about the rationale. Did I not just mention it? Zhiruan continued. I harbor a dislike for the Chiu siblings. Yan Ao Chuan scoffed. Your dislike for them is of no concern to me. Just because you detest someone, does it mean I must avoid them? Who do you think you are? It is because I admire the fifth young master. Zhiruan stared earnestly at Yan Ao Chuan, explaining that her feelings for him were the reason she wished for him to limit his contact with those she disapproved of. My goodness. Su Shan and Fu Yuanzi, both martial artists and position near Yin Lu, heard her words clearly. Could it be a mutual pursuit? Su Shan grasped Fu Yuanzi's hand, brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Suddenly, Song Zhiruan noticed the young man in front of her sway, as if about to collapse backward. Acting swiftly, she grasped his waist sash. Fifth young master, be careful. Yan Ao Chuan, taken aback, struggled to regain his balance, his pale lips trembling slightly. His cheeks flushed as he pointed at the composed young girl before him, nervously covering his mouth and scrutinizing the hand that held his waist sash, teetering on the edge of a falsetto. You have feelings for whom? Chapter 7. The companionship with Yan Ao Chuan. Song Zhiruan maintained her composure, expressing her admiration for the fifth young master's character and acknowledging his way of handling matters. Thus, she wished for him to avoid entanglements with those who ought not to be involved. Yan Ao Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Admiration? Acknowledgement? She nodded slightly, stating, Fifth young master, I know you are not as frivolous and unthinking as you appear on the surface. Regardless of how others perceive you, at least I recognize your worth. So, who gave you the right to acknowledge me? Yan Ao Chuan retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. The fleeting embarrassment and discomfort on his youthful face quickly dissipated. Perhaps it was her illusion, but she sensed an undeniable hint of disappointment in his demeanor. Song Zhiruan, do you know who owns the peony courtyard where you currently reside? Without a second thought, she replied, Of course, it belongs to the fifth young master. I have yet to express my gratitude for your generosity in granting me the courtyard. It is good that you understand the need for gratitude. He said with a stern look. Mind your own business, especially when it concerns me. Whom I choose to associate with or not is of no concern to you. With a show of defiance, he turned to beckon Chiu Pan, saying, Brother Chiu, have you grown weary from our journey? Chiu Pan, not daring to claim fatigue, responded, Not at all. It is a privilege for me to accompany the fifth young master. Your words are truly flattering, Yan Ao Chuan replied, as he draped an arm around Chiu Pan's shoulder and changed direction. Let us continue to Xianyu Tower to enjoy the music, lest we find ourselves subjected to the admonitions of idle company at the estate. Observing the youthful defiance in Yan Ao Chuan, Song Zhiruan could not help but frown. He truly had not changed at all. Yin Lu, regaining her composure, approached with quick steps. Miss, it's best to keep your disdain for Miss Chiu air to yourself. Why bring it up with the fifth young master? Men are most vexed by women who indulge in jealousy. Presently, you are not yet wed. And to intrude upon the fifth young master's interactions with Chiu Hui may only invite his displeasure. Chiu Hui harbors ulterior motives. I cannot allow her to draw near to Yan Ao Chuan. Song Zhiruan's brow deepened as she watched the figures of Yan Ao Chuan and Chiu Pan recede into the distance. Then why concern yourself with the fifth young master's associations with Chiu Gongzi? Boys will engage in playful banter without causing any trouble, Yin Lu queried, perplexed. You do not understand, Song Zhiruan replied, taking a deep breath. Chiu Pan is a source of endless trouble, from what I can gather. The events between Chiu Hui and Yan Ao Chuan were likely orchestrated by her. However, the true entanglement of the Yin family with the Crown Prince's rebellion stemmed from Chiu Pan. I recall in my past life that after Chiu Pan became acquainted with Yan Ao Chuan, he frequented the establishments of Qin and Chu, eventually introducing the Crown Prince's son to Yan Ao Chuan. They often reveled together, and in a drunken fit of inspiration, Chiu Pan even coaxed Yan Ao Chuan into composing a poem for the Crown Prince. The verses were rife with flattery, and coincidentally, when the Crown Prince's rebellion erupted, that poem reached the authorities, leading to Yan Ao Chuan's summons to the palace. Having been adopted by the Yin family, Song Zhiruan was nominally tied to them. Upon learning of this, the favored consort Song Zhen grew concerned for her situation and sent word to warn her. However, by the time she received the news and intended to inform the Yin family, it was already too late. Yan Ao Chuan had been summoned to the palace, and this venture lasted a full 5 days. No one knew what transpired within the palace, only that a decree accompanied Yan Ao Chuan upon his departure. The emperor's edict forbade Yan Ao Chuan from participating in the imperial examinations or entering the court through any form of patronage. This announcement caused an uproar in the capital. The sons of ministers who had close relations with princes were already reprimanded by the emperor, leading many to speculate that a dark secret lay behind these events. During that period, the city was rife with discussions and criticisms regarding Yan Ao Chuan and the Yin family. The elderly patriarch, once an esteemed tutor to the emperor and a high-ranking official, was overwhelmed by this news and succumbed to his grief. Had it not been for Sima Luo's intervention to obscure the matters between the Yin family and Prince Kong, attributing the incident to mere youthful folly, the emperor might have ordered the Yin family to be dealt with as conspirators. The loss of opportunity for Yan Ao Chuan to enter the court, along with the death of his grandfather, weighed heavily upon him, casting a shadow of blame upon his shoulders. At that time, Zhiruan was in contact with Sima Luo and did not feel the matter's impact significantly, yet one image remained etched in her memory. During the patriarch's funeral, Yan Ao Chuan knelt before the spirit hall, while the matriarch, heartbroken, ordered the servants to strike him. The young man's back was beaten raw and bleeding, yet he did not utter a sound of pain. Only when he raised his eyes towards the coffin did his expression reflect a profound desolation, as if he had lost everything. Yan Ao Chuan had been raised by the old man, and it seemed he truly regretted his actions too late. For 2 consecutive days, aside from occasionally bringing medicine to check on his grandfather or change his clothes, Yan Ao Chuan spent the rest of his time lodging outside with Pan. Madame Chu sent someone to seek him, but he remained unresponsive. Zhiruan instructed Yin Lu to bribe a horse trader to gather information regarding Xianhua Tower. Before any news could be obtained, the Wanshou Tang sent someone to invite Zhiruan for tea. The patriarch's condition had improved slightly over the past few days. Zhiruan first visited the main house to see the old man before heading to the side room with Huihe. The room was filled with the fragrance of tea. With the matriarch seated in the honored position and Madame Chu kneeling at the tea table, stirring the tea paste. Upon seeing her, the smile in Madame Chu's eyes was unmistakable. "Aji, please sit." Under ordinary circumstances, Madame Chu would not speak before the matriarch, but her excitement suggested something noteworthy. After greeting the 2 elders, Zhiruan took her seat opposite Madame Chu. "Is there something today? I specifically did not summon them." The matriarch's tone was gentle, her gaze resting on the naturally poised Zhiruan. This young girl had been fond of her for many years. Yet she had not anticipated the calamity that would befall the Song family. Once cherished by her parents and relatives, the girl had fallen to such a state. Others believed the matriarch was indifferent towards Zhiruan, but she had witnessed the girl grow and felt a pang of sympathy. How has Miss Song been faring during her stay at the Yin family? This was the first time the matriarch expressed concern for Zhiruan since her arrival at the Yin residence. Zhiruan, without a moment's hesitation, responded to the old lady's words, asserting that everything was splendid. She acknowledged her awareness that the peony courtyard of the 5th master was the finest in the estate, and that the servants there attended to their duties with great care. Moreover, several of the ladies were warm and considerate towards her, and both the old master and the old lady treated her with great generosity. The young girl expressed a string of compliments. Although her words were filled with praise, they were devoid of flattery, simply articulating the truth with tranquility. The old lady, increasingly pleased, nodded in agreement. The Yin and Song families had historical ties, and she recalled that she had known Zhiruan's late grandparents as well. Furthermore, there was her Aunt Chu, who shared a close friendship with Ruan Xiangxi, Zhiruan's mother. Such connections are indeed rare. The old lady spoke of Xiangxi, who, along with Madame Chu, hailed from Jiangnan and were dear friends. In years past, when Madame Chu had first married into the Yin family, Ruan Xiangxi had visited the capital with her family. Madame Chu had invited her to a tavern in the city, coinciding with the time when she had paraded through the streets after achieving the 2nd highest score in the imperial examinations. The youth, brimming with ambition and charm, was even more captivating than the blossoms lining the streets, and it was thanks to Madame Chu that Ruan Xiangxi encountered she for the first time. Later, Ruan Xiangxi married and settled in the capital, and due to the long-standing acquaintance between the Song and Yin families, their interactions had flourished over the years. The old lady was correct in asserting that such bonds are not easily formed. Indeed, in my childhood, I had heard my grandparents speak of the old lady's remarkable deeds in her youth with great admiration. Yet, my frail health prevented me from mastering the old lady's skills in archery and agility. Zhiruan spoke softly. The old lady, hailing from a family of military officials, had trained in martial arts from a young age and was renowned for her exceptional archery skills among her peers. The old master, being of similar age, was now bedridden and unable to rise, a stark contrast that highlighted the old lady's robust constitution. Those were bygone days. The old lady, upon hearing the young girl mention her past, could not help but smile slightly. The reason I summoned you today is twofold. Firstly, you have been with the Yin family for quite some time, and I have yet to have a private conversation with you. Secondly, you have now reached the age of maturity, And as the Yin family raises you, I, being of advanced years, feel the need to inquire about your future plans. Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback. Future plans. In her previous life, the old lady had never broached this subject with her. Could the rumors circulating within the household regarding a marriage of fortune be true? The old lady was not one to be bound by convention, otherwise she would not have spoken to her in such a manner before her marriage in her past life. Yet, the disparity between her and Yan Ao Chuan's status was indeed considerable. Did the old lady truly remain unconcerned? Your expression suggests a hint of surprise, the old lady observed. In this world, daughters were expected to be dutiful and reliant on their parents. Discussing marriage matters in private was deemed improper and could lead to scandalous gossip. The old lady's inquiry was direct, and Madame Chu, worried that Zhiruan might feel anxious, quickly set down her fan and teacup. Do not be afraid, Aji. At present, it is only the old lady and me in this room. Speak your true feelings. Whatever you say today will remain confidential and will not tarnish your reputation. Zhiruan hesitated, not out of embarrassment to respond. In her rebirth, she had once been married and had ascended to the position of a national matriarch. No longer the fragile and sheltered girl that her parents had once doted upon. Her silence was born out of hesitation and a reluctance to respond too readily. In this new life, she resolved not to marry again, nor to invest her heart in a man. She wished only to live for herself. Seeing that the young woman remained unresponsive, the matriarch took the initiative to speak. You mentioned earlier that I hail from a family of military generals, and I trust you have discerned my straightforward nature. Miss Song, I hold you in high regard, and should you feel a similar affection for the Yin family, why not remain here? We could truly become a family. When Zhiruan first entered the household, the matriarch had expressed similar sentiments, indicating her intent to treat Song as kin. In truth, this plan had been conceived long before. Although the patriarch had retired, both Menghui and Fusong were still serving in the imperial court, and the Yin family held a preeminent position, difficult for anyone in the capital to challenge. Menghui and Fusong, mentioned by the matriarch, were the heads of the first and second branches of the family, both holding the esteemed rank of third-grade officials. While they could not compare to the glory once enjoyed by her father, they were remarkable figures within the aristocracy. Furthermore, the eldest son of the first branch, Yan Jun, had excelled in the imperial examinations last year, achieving the highest honors, and was now appointed as the governor of Yingtian, a fourth-grade official. It was rare for someone to commence their official career at such an elevated rank, leading many in the court to speculate that he might follow in his grandfather's footsteps and ascend to the highest echelons of power in the years to come. The patriarch of the third branch, Yin Lu, had not entered the court. Following the tragic death of his son, he often traveled, producing countless poems that were celebrated by the populace, gaining significant renown. Yin family's third daughter, Yin Jing, was married to the heir of the Duke of Zhugua, Nan Kan, who would one day inherit the title, promising a bright future ahead. Both the younger and elder generations of the Yin family were exceptionally talented. The matriarch's remarks were surprisingly modest, as she continued, "None of my grandsons are married yet. Aside from June, who is too far apart in age from you. There remain Chuan and Lu." The matriarch was a forthright woman, unreserved in her speech. Outsiders claim the Song family has fallen from grace, and that the Yin family's acceptance of you into our household is unwise, but I do not share that view. I do not place great importance on the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Otherwise, I would not have raised Fusong as my own. To speak candidly, the son of the second branch, Yin Lu, is somewhat timid and may not be able to bear the weight of responsibility in the future. I do not believe he is worthy of you. Zhiruan was taken aback by the matriarch's words. Given her current circumstances, as an orphan from a fallen family, even being with the fourth young master, Yin Lu, seemed a lofty aspiration. Yet, the matriarch's assertion left her, a reborn soul, feeling somewhat at a loss. Thus, only Chuan remained as a possibility. The matriarch pondered for a moment, seemingly deliberating how to characterize Chuan. His reputation outside was less than stellar, and he was known for his mischievousness. I have heard that he has not returned home these past few days, only visiting his grandfather on a few occasions. Madame Chu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment, acknowledging that Chuan had indeed been somewhat thoughtless. As his mother, you need not say more. The old lady waved her hand. Although her actions were somewhat erratic, she still held her grandfather in mind. The medicine she had brought back in recent days was proving effective, as her grandfather's cough had notably lessened. Regarding the affairs of the Yan family, Zhiruan naturally felt it inappropriate to comment on Yan Ao Chuan. allowing the two women to converse freely. Despite the boy's occasional folly, I can assure you, Miss Song, that at his core, he is not of ill intent. The old lady gazed earnestly at Song Zhiruan, explaining that Chuan was influenced by his grandfather, who had also been quite unrestrained in his youth. Yet he had never engaged in any improper conduct, a fact you may rest assured about. Song Zhiruan understood the old lady's insinuation. On this matter, she had faith in Yan Ao Chuan. After all, in her previous life, he had not married until his death. Not to mention, it was rare for a man of his age to remain without concubines or maidservants, yet his household remained remarkably untainted, devoid of even a single servant girl. Song Zhiruan recognized that he simply acted with a free spirit. He was not a frivolous person when it came to matters of the heart. I am aware, she responded softly. The old lady nodded, articulating her thoughts clearly. I understand that you and Xiao will have not met for many years, and making a decision at this juncture is no easy task. However, I must elucidate the pros and cons for you. The choice ultimately remains yours. Song Zhiruan lifted her gaze, observing the old lady's clear and discerning expression, and slowly spoke. The Yin family is unlike ordinary households, with such a vast lineage. It would be arduous to divide the family in the future. Therefore, once I and the old master have passed, a successor will be appointed. The criteria for selecting a family head in a noble lineage are complex, requiring consideration of both bloodline and capability. Just as the Song family chose your father as the head, I must caution you that while Chuan is the legitimate heir of the main branch, his elder brother, Yan Jun, is more accomplished. With such a figure present, it is possible that Chuan may not ascend to the role of the new family head. However, should you marry Chuan, I can ensure that you will share authority in managing the household alongside Junior's future wife. The Yin family shops and estates will be divided, and you shall undoubtedly occupy the esteemed position of matriarch, never to be considered inferior. The old lady's words were no longer merely direct. She meticulously dissected the situation and laid it before her. Old lady. Song Zhiruan felt a surge of gratitude for the old lady's consideration. Yet she was momentarily lost in thought. If she wished to alter the Yin family's circumstances, she would need to remain there long-term, but having reached maturity, prolonged residence might invite unwelcome gossip. The only feasible way for her to stay seemed to be through marriage. Moreover, the words Yan Ao Chuan had previously spoken echoed persistently in her mind. He had expressed a desire for her not to govern him. Yet, if she were to assume a legitimate role of guidance, could she not lead him back to the right path, altering their fates from the past? Miss Song, what are your thoughts on being with Chuan? The old lady inquired, her gaze fixed upon her. Chapter 8. The Theft in the Dimly Lit Side Room. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by the faint sounds of servants attending to the elder master in the adjoining main house. Lady Chu cast a nervous glance at the young girl, concerned that she might be unwilling, yet equally apprehensive that she might feel compelled to comply under the old lady's pressure. Chuan was her son, and Ji was the daughter of her dearest friend. Someone she had watched grow up, the little girl had always been endearing. During her pregnancy with Chuan, she had secretly hoped that if a daughter were to be born, perhaps she could be with her son. Furthermore, with the Song family now in distress, and Ji left vulnerable and delicate, even if she meticulously arranged a marriage for her, such matters of the heart could not be determined solely by family background or brief acquaintance. True understanding of a person transcended superficial observation. If she were to inadvertently choose poorly for Ji, it could jeopardize the girl's lifelong happiness. Rather than risking such an outcome, it was wiser to keep Ji close at hand. Despite Chuan's usual carefree demeanor, he possessed a good character and would never defy her as a mother. She could also guide him in his conduct towards Ji. Thus, from any angle of consideration, she yearned for the two to unite. Moreover, she was not entirely oblivious to Chuan's affections. I wish to inquire of the old lady, began Song Zhiruan hesitantly. Is your desire for me to be with fifth young master perhaps influenced by Mr. Qinjia's words? The old lady remained composed, acknowledging that there was some merit to this consideration, yet if she were to claim that this was the sole reason, it would be an oversimplification of her intentions. She paused slightly, reflecting. As I have stated before, my fondness for you stems from your overall suitability as a potential granddaughter-in-law. Otherwise, if it were merely about the auspiciousness of the union, Mr. Qinjia did not explicitly dictate whom you should marry. The old lady continued. If I were truly such a narrow-minded individual, why would I not directly arrange a marriage between you and young Master C? Yin Lu is not my biological grandson. Why would I go to such lengths to elucidate the pros and cons to you, while also arranging for Chuan? My sole aim is you. The notion of auspiciousness is merely a supplementary benefit, and I have no intention of hastening your marriage to Chuan at this moment. Song Zhiruan, bewildered, asked. Not at this moment. If this is about auspiciousness, shouldn't it be pursued as swiftly as possible? Is the old lady not anxious? If you have come to a resolution, then we can establish a betrothal. Your parents have only passed away 2 months ago, although the authorities do not allow for mourning. It is only fitting that you observe a period of filial piety for 3 years. Additionally, since Chuan has yet to complete his county examination, a hasty marriage would not be responsible for you. Thus, I intend for him to marry only after he has successfully completed his examinations. The old lady's consideration for Song Zhiruan's need to honor her parents indeed moved her, yet the matter of auspiciousness for the elder master. Although it had previously been framed in the context of marriage, when the time came, she would invite all the illustrious figures of the capital to attend the engagement ceremony, hosting a grand celebration. How could that not be considered a joyous occasion? The old lady's counter-question left Song Zhiruan momentarily speechless. I realize that bringing this up with you is somewhat sudden, so you may take your time to contemplate. The elderly lady remarked, should you be willing, my Yan family will certainly not treat you poorly. If you are reluctant, that is also acceptable. If you wish to marry, the Yan family will wholeheartedly assist you in selecting a suitable husband. If marriage is not your desire, the Yan family can provide for you for a lifetime. Such words, which ordinary parents might seldom convey to their own daughters, were promised by the elderly lady. How could Song Zhiruan remain unmoved by this? I must attend to the old master and the eldest daughter-in-law. You may escort Miss Song, the elderly lady instructed decisively as she rose. Yes, mother, replied Madame Chu, grasping Song Zhiruan's hand. Aji, let us step outside for a moment. Upon noticing that Madame Chu had something to discuss, Song Zhiruan bid farewell to the elderly lady and followed the woman outside. I understand that the affairs of the Song family have greatly impacted you. Perhaps you are not in a romantic frame of mind at present. Madame Chu's hand was soft and warm, reminiscent of her mother's gentle touch in life. Often holding her hand while conversing. Overwhelmed, tears welled in her eyes as she recalled how, upon learning of her acceptance of Sima Luo's proposal in her past life, Madame Chu's expression was more one of concern than joy. Marrying a prince and becoming a princess was no trivial matter. She worried for her well-being and fretted over potential hardships. Thus, Madame Chu had never doused her hopes, only gazed at her with that anxious look in the days leading up to her wedding, when Sima Luo ascended the throne and she took her place. The first words Madame Chu spoke were not congratulations, but rather an inquiry into her happiness. Her mother had once shared amusing anecdotes about her time in the boudoir with Madame Chu, describing her gentle nature, especially towards those she cherished, often prioritizing their feelings over her own. In her previous life, Madame Chu had worried deeply for her. In this life, Song Zhiruan yearned to reciprocate that kindness doubly. However, Aji, I hope you will consider the elderly lady's words, Madame Chu continued, her eyes glimmering with tenderness. I genuinely wish for you to become my daughter-in-law, not solely because I hold affection for you, nor merely because Ah Chuan is my son. I advocate for him because he possesses good character. He simply dislikes constraints. Moreover, he often speaks inconsistently, appearing indifferent while you are, in truth, of paramount importance to him. Song Zhiruan gazed at her and, of course, if you are unwilling, I would never force you. Above all, I wish for your happiness. Madame Chu gently stroked her forehead. Qing Si is my sister. You are like a dear niece to me. Aji, if there comes a day when you find happiness, it will bring me greater joy than for myself. Overcome with emotion, Song Zhiruan recalled the trials of her past life, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Unable to restrain herself, she embraced Madame Chu. The faint scent of sandalwood enveloped the woman, a fragrance born of years devoted to worship, instilling a sense of comfort. Sensing the subtle tremor in the young woman's shoulders, Madame Chu paused momentarily, then wrapped her arms around her waist, gently patting her back in a soothing gesture. Aji, you have lost your mother. Although I may not be able to love you as she did, I shall strive to emulate her ways of affection. Madame Chu, recalling the visage of her dear friend, could not help but choke on her words. You will never be alone. Intended to comfort the young girl, Madame Chu found herself overcome with sorrow, shedding a few tears. After their emotions finally settled, Song Zhiruan departed Wan Xiaodong with Huohua, and as they wandered through the garden, they encountered Yin Lu, who was escorting a horse trader into the estate. Miss, I have inquired about the fifth master, Yin Lu announced, presenting the horse trader. Song Zhiruan surveyed her surroundings, instructing Huahua to remain outside the garden, and she and Yin Lu led the horse trader behind a rockery to hear his news. The response from the young lady. The horse trader began. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he was astute. During his time with Yin Lu, he had kept his head lowered. Speaking to Song Zhiruan with his eyes cast down. I went to Xianla Tower for information. The fifth master has been residing there for the past few days. Yet he has not summoned any musicians for performances, merely drinking with some young masters from prominent families. Song Zhiruan furrowed her brow. What means did you employ to gain entry? The staff responsible for preparing meals at Xianla Tower is a childhood friend of mine from the same alley. He concealed me within a food delivery cart to sneak into the establishment, the horse trader answered earnestly. Aside from the scions of noble families, were there any individuals of higher status present? Song Zhiruan inquired further. The horse trader tightened his brow, as if reflecting. I am familiar with the noble families in the capital. In addition to the well-known young masters I recognized, I believe I also spotted a gentleman from the Chiu family, who is related by marriage to the Yin family. It seems Chiu Pan has yet to introduce the son of King Kong to Yan Ao Chuan. Did they only indulge in drinking over these past 2 days? Were there any other activities? Song Zhiruan pressed on. The horse trader cautiously replied. Are you referring to the other young masters or the fifth master? Song Zhiruan was taken aback. The fifth master engaged in other activities? The fifth master has visited the courtesan's house twice in these days, the horse trader disclosed. Yin Lu frowned deeply at this revelation. But the fifth master is not yet wed. How could he? Song Zhiruan was momentarily stunned. A courtesan? The horse trader, thinking she inquired about the courtesan's identity, mused. The courtesan at Xianla Tower is named Xiao Fengyi, age 29. She has been at Xianla Tower for 5 years. However, do not misunderstand Mississippi. The fifth master did not linger in the courtesan's chamber. Both times he was invited by her, and they spent less than the duration of a tea session inside. The door remained ajar during their conversation, but due to the fifth master's status, none dared approach the courtesan's quarters. It is said that the courtesan sells her art, not her body. Yet there are rumors that this Chiao lady is a confidant of the fifth master. Xiao Fengyi. This name was indeed familiar to Song Zhiruan. She had heard of her in her previous life, when after his victorious return. Yan Ao Chuan did not first visit the Yin household, but instead went to Xianla Tower to redeem this courtesan. At that time, the capital buzzed with tales of this romantic affair, suggesting that the young general of the Yin family remained unmarried for many years due to this very Chiao lady. Song Zhiruan had a close friendship with Miss Yin Jing of the Yin family. When Yin Jing visited her in the palace, Zhiruan teased her about whether the Yin family was expecting joyful news and inquired if Yan Ao Chuan truly harbored affections for the maiden Xiao. To her surprise, Yin Jing became incensed, rebuking Zhiruan for her lack of loyalty and even entertaining such thoughts about her brother. At that moment, Zhiruan had merely been jesting, unaware that Yin Jing would react so vehemently. Henceforth, she refrained from inquiring about Xiao Fengyi. However, the narrative took an unexpected turn. Yan Ao Chuan did not marry Xiao Fengyi, and after her departure from the Xianla Tower, she vanished without a trace. Rumors circulated that Yan Ao Chuan had lost interest and was unwilling to wed a woman of questionable repute, while others suggested that the maiden had merely used Yan Ao Chuan's name to exit the tower, discarding him once her purpose was fulfilled. Eventually, the matter faded into obscurity, indicating that there had been no significant affair between the fifth young master and Miss Chiao. Yin Lu cautiously glanced at Song Zhiruan. Besides the incident involving the courtesan, had anything else transpired? Zhiruan's eyes flickered as she regarded the horse trader. He pondered carefully and, in truth, recalled nothing particularly noteworthy, except for the tidbit that the fifth young master had enjoyed a merry time drinking and composing poetry with several young gentlemen. Zhiruan's voice rose sharply. Composing poetry? Yin Lu failed to discern the significance of this. Although the fifth young master was not an avid scholar, he had passed the childhood examinations, so crafting a poem should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Zhiruan's heart was tumultuous. In her past life, it was precisely due to that poem that it reached the emperor's ears, resulting in Yan Ao Chuan's forfeiture of the opportunity to enter the court through the imperial examinations, compelling him to carve out his future through martial prowess. In her previous existence within the depths of the palace, she had heard countless urgent reports of Yan Ao Chuan's injuries, his life hanging by a thread. Now reborn, she must not allow him to suffer such a fate again. Yet, who could she turn to? The Wanshou Hall was in disarray due to the patriarch's illness, and in her past life, It was the news of her grandson's collusion with the Wang of Kong that had caused the old man to suffer a fatal hemorrhage. Such news must not leak. Madame Chu. No, she was far too fragile. Learning of this matter would only add to her anxieties. The remaining factions offered no assistance. Zhiruan gripped her sleeve tightly and raised her gaze to the horse trader. May I ask your esteemed surname? The horse trader, taken aback, replied, I am but a lowly man, unworthy of your ears. However, they call me Lao San on the streets. Then I shall dare to address you as Lao San as well. Zhiruan retrieved a plump purse from her waist and handed it to Lao San. This is for you. Lao San, having navigated the streets for over 20 years, discerned the weight of the purse and promptly declined. Miss, this is far too generous. I could not earn such a sum even if I sold horses for a year. Zhiruan's demeanor remained resolute. Please accept it first and listen to me. Upon hearing this, Lao San ceased his refusal. This is not merely the price for your services today. I require your assistance with a task. This is half a year's wages. Song Zhiruan spoke softly yet firmly. However, I have my own rules. If you work alongside me, you must not divulge any information you acquire in my presence. Even the slightest detail. Should I discover any breach, the consequences you face will be far worse than this silver. The third man trembled at her words. Although he did not know her identity, he was acutely aware of the power wielded by the Yin family in the capital, capable of extinguishing a life with the ease of crushing an ant. Well, Song Zhiruan perceived her intimidation tactics had taken effect and softened her tone. Rest assured, I am not a heartless individual. If you perform your duties well and keep your lips sealed, I shall reward you handsomely. After much inner turmoil, the third man recalled his struggling wife and his gravely ill mother. Gritting his teeth, he finally nodded. Recently, business at the horse market has been poor. I am willing to work with you for 6 months. Song Zhiruan signaled to Yin Lu, who escorted the gentleman out. Yin Lu nodded and led the third man away from the garden. Song Zhiruan was not one to possess a low level of vigilance. Prior to locating the third man, she had instructed Yin Lu to be discerning and select someone with family responsibilities. The third man's residence was in Wulyo Lane, where he had a wife, a daughter, and an elderly mother. Such a man, burdened by familial ties, was akin to having his weaknesses firmly grasped in someone else's hand, making him more reliable than a single man. He waited outside the garden for a while until Song Zhiruan finally emerged, her expression grave and Yin Lu nowhere to be seen. Miss, what troubles you? He inquired, though lacking the subtlety of Yin Lu. She could still perceive that Song Zhiruan's demeanor was concerning. Are you unwell? Should we return to the peony courtyard? Not to the peony courtyard, Song Zhiruan replied. Let us go to the Xin Chao courtyard. He was puzzled. Isn't Xin Chao courtyard the residence of the fifth master? Are you intending to seek him out? Without elaborating further, Song Zhiruan led he towards Xin Chao courtyard. Yan Ao Chuan was known for his peculiar temperament, preferring solitude, resulting in few attendants in his courtyard. Presently, having not returned for 2 days, there was no need for service. The servants had simply tidied the premises before retreating to their quarters. The courtyard was deserted, and it was evident that the fifth master had not returned. He glanced back at Song Zhiruan, who stood at the entrance of the courtyard. Miss, perhaps we should come back later. Unexpectedly, Song Zhiruan stepped forward briskly and instructed He, you stay at the entrance. If anyone arrives, alert me immediately. Confused, He queried, Miss, what are you planning to do? I need to retrieve something, Song Zhiruan replied, her eyes glinting with determination. I must take it before Yan Ao Chuan returns. Steal something? He gasped, horrified. Miss, how can you steal? You come from a noble family. Even though the Song family has fallen, you are still of reputable lineage. If discovered, your name would be forever tarnished. Moreover, how could you even think of stealing from the fifth master? His temper is already notorious. If he finds out, the marriage promised by the old matriarch will surely be in jeopardy. Time is of the essence. I must acquire the item before Yan Ao Chuan returns, Song Zhiruan insisted. Song Ji, as if resolute in her determination, shrugged off the hand of the flamingo and strode directly towards the main house. Chapter 9. The black box where he attempted to stop the young woman but was unable to do so, and though she wished to pursue her, fear held her back, lest she be unable to convey news should someone approach. She could only stand anxiously at the door. Miss, he called out in a deliberately lowered voice, but it did not deter Song Zhiruan's advance. She knocked on the door thrice, yet no one responded. Without hesitation, Song Zhiruan pushed the door open. The room contained little, much of it having been moved from the peony courtyard. A weapons rack stood by the table, an unusual sight for a sleeping chamber. Yet Yan Ao Chuan was no ordinary man. Navigating around the screen, she approached the table, which held only ink, brush, paper, and an unfinished military treatise. The 3 pairwood drawers beneath the table were empty. Turning around, her gaze fell upon a towering Nanmu bookshelf, laden with numerous volumes. It was said that prior to Yan Ao Chuan's return, the courtyard had been arranged by Madame Chu, likely in hopes that her son would immerse himself in books and soon take the imperial examinations to secure an official position. Alas, the hearts of parents are filled with such noble intentions. As Song Zhiruan's eyes scanned the rows of the 4 books and 5 classics, a thin layer of dust coated them. Aside from a few military texts that showed signs of having been handled, the rest remained untouched by Yan Ao Chuan. However, at this moment, her concerns lay elsewhere. Where could that item be? She lifted her gaze and vaguely discerned a black box perched atop the bookshelf, perhaps hastily placed there, as 2 small corners protruded from its hiding place. Quickly, she moved a chair from the table, stood upon its seat, and reached for the box. Yet, despite her efforts, the box remained just out of her grasp, even with the aid of the chair. Raising herself on tiptoe proved precarious, and the smooth surface of the chair caused her to lose her balance. In an instant, she felt herself slip forward. Fortuitously, the bookshelf was crowded with books, preventing her from toppling over entirely, though it did sway slightly. Suddenly, she heard a thud as the black box fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Startled, Song Zhiruan glanced back to find that he had not given any warning. It seemed no one was outside. Steadying herself, she grasped the armrest of the chair as she descended. The contents of the black box lay before her, not the item she sought, yet they were strikingly familiar. Crouching down, she beheld a birdcage woven from bamboo leaves, its craftsmanship rudimentary and speckled with dirt. Suddenly, fragments of childhood memories flashed through her mind. It was during her first meeting with Yan Ao Chuan that she found him handsome, often clinging to him, showing off her beloved golden birdcage. Alas, that golden cage had been broken by him. Song Zhiruan vividly recalled her tears on that occasion, running to her parents and Madame Chu to complain. Perhaps moved by her sorrow, Yan Ao Chuan had stealthily come to her courtyard that night, presenting her with this bamboo birdcage. Yet, how could a bamboo creation compare to one fashioned from gold? Moreover, Yan Ao Chuan's craftsmanship was so lacking that she once suspected he was mocking her. In her hurt, she had thrown the cage to the ground, retreating to her room to weep even more bitterly. To her astonishment, Yan Ao Chuan had retrieved the bamboo birdcage and preserved it until now. Turning her attention to the remaining 2 items, one was a handkerchief embroidered with her likeness, a birthday gift crafted by her mother when she was 12. She vividly recalled stitching a bitter orange blossom on one corner, her skill modest in comparison to the delicacy of her portrait. This marked her mother's first attempt at capturing her image, and fearing its loss, she had never dared to take it outside, instead keeping it safe in a Wang Wallywood cabinet by her bed. Over time, she had forgotten its existence. When she sought it out a year later, it had vanished. How could it have ended up in Yan Ao Chuan's possession? The final item in the box was a thumb-sized East pearl, smooth and exquisite, with a delicate texture and a soft, translucent luster of superior quality. While the memories of the other 2 items were fraught with difficulty, recollecting this pearl was effortless, for it had been lost last year when she came of age. At that time, Songshi had spent nearly half a month seeking a specialist to craft her a pair of embroidered shoes adorned with East pearls. To bring her joy, Songshi had gone to great lengths, traversing vast distances to procure the pearls from the Ali Min River, a journey that consumed more than half a year, resulting in just 2 pearls, typically reserved for the ceremonial garments or phoenix crowns of the imperial concubines. Always doting on her, Songshi had embedded the pearls into the shoe's surface, with the soles engraved with lotus flowers, symbolizing the notion of blooming with each step. The exquisite shoes captivated Song Zhiruan at first glance, and she cherished them deeply, wearing them only once during last spring's banquet. Yet, during that singular occasion, one of the East pearls had gone missing. She searched tirelessly at the banquet venue until darkness fell, but to no avail. With one pearl missing, the pair felt incomplete and out of place. This incident had left her despondent for quite some time. Little did she know, it had somehow ended up in Yan Ao Chuan's hands. She stared at the black box for a long while, feeling a blend of absurdity and unexpected emotion. In her previous life, when Sima Luo had dragged a half-man-high Nama box before her for questioning, it had not contained these 3 objects. It seemed likely that Yan Ao Chuan had taken them before leaving the capital. Taking a deep breath, She caressed the items, her thoughts a tangled web. Drifting to the words of the old woman. Miss. A slightly urgent voice from outside the small window startled Zhiruan, causing her to stumble backward, her back colliding with the table leg and sending a dull pain through her. Fortunately, she steadied her hand, preventing the 3 items from tumbling down. Miss, there are footsteps outside. You must hurry. Chapter 10. The Fall of the Yan Family. Upon hearing the words, Zhiruan hastily picked up the shattered black box from the ground. This item could not be repaired in a short time. She decided to take it back before Yan Ao Chuan returned, intending to return it secretly once it was fixed. Just as she prepared to rise, her peripheral vision caught sight of half a piece of paper fluttering in the air, revealing a few lines of poetry, while the rest remained wedged in the table's seam. Found it. It seemed the paper had been carelessly stuffed into the crack, dislodged by her previous movement. She quickly pulled out the poem, cradling it along with the black box, and rushed to the back window where Huohua anxiously glanced at her. Miss, why have you stolen so much? Shoo. Zhiruan heard footsteps approaching the main house and urgently led Huohua to hide in the bushes. A few servants entered the house with brooms and water basins, presumably to clean up. Seizing the moment when they all went inside, Zhiruan stealthily led Huohua out and returned to the peony courtyard. Miss, if you had been discovered just now, we would have been doomed. Huohua paced the room, observing Zhiruan as she sat at the desk, intently studying a piece of paper. What exactly are you attempting to steal? Will 5th young master find out? What will happen if he does? Zhiruan focused on the lines of poetry, confirming that this was indeed the poem that Yan Ao Chuan had been presented to the emperor in her previous life. According to the 3rd brother, many had been drinking and reveling with Yan Ao Chuan at the time, which made it inevitable for the news to spread. It was impossible to seal off the information completely. However, was there any way to ensure the emperor remained unaware of the matter? Or perhaps, to let him know without inciting his wrath? Calculating the timing, the recruitment of troops by King Kong was about to be exposed, and she needed to devise a way to save Yan Ao Chuan before that happened. But how could she accomplish this alone? Although Zhiruan had lived 2 lives, she had been meticulously cared for by her parents before marriage and later sheltered by the Yan family. After marrying Sima Luo, he had also played the role of a good husband, only revealing his ruthlessness in the end while sparing her from much hardship otherwise. She had to admit that her intellect was not sufficient to navigate political affairs effortlessly. Miss, Huohua noticed the girl's silence, as if she had not heard her question. What are you thinking? If 5th young master returns and discovers something is missing, it would be disastrous. Why don't we return it now? Returning it is not an option. Zhiruan glanced at the fragmented black box beside her, feeling somewhat vexed. Go find a carpenter in the city to see if anyone can repair this box or create an identical one. Just then, Yin Lu returned after delivering someone and overheard Zhiruan's words. What troubles you, miss? What needs repairing? With Yin Lu's appearance, Huohua found her anchor and exclaimed in a flurry, Yin Lu, you must intervene. The miss has stolen something from 5th young master's Xian Chao courtyard and has broken it. Stolen something? When those words emerged, Yin Lu could hardly believe them. How could the young lady possibly steal? I did steal. Zhiruan's expression hardened as she retrieved 3 items from the black box and placed them on the table, promptly handing the box to Huohua. Take this to the carpenter in the city and do so with utmost urgency. Yin Lu was taken aback. Miss, you stole. I stole to save a life, but time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to explain, Zhiruan interjected. Is Aunt Chu currently in the courtyard? The maid replied that upon her return, she had heard that the master of the main house had come back and gone to Wanshou Hall with Madame Chu, after which Madame Chu remained there while the master returned alone to Baihe Courtyard. Baihe Courtyard was the residence of the couple from the main house. An idea flashed through Zhiruan's mind, and she grasped Yin Lu's hand. We must go to Baihe Courtyard at once. Huohua, noticing the young lady had taken the papers she had pilfered from Xian Chao Courtyard, hurried to intervene. Miss, those belong to the 5th young master. It would be unwise to bring them brazenly before the master of the main house. Zhiruan shook her head, asserting that this was the only way to save Yan Ao Chuan. After instructing Huohua to find a carpenter, she swiftly made her way to Baihe Courtyard with Yin Lu, just in time to see a middle-aged man heading toward the study. She called out, Uncle. Yin Minghui turned at the sound of the familiar voice and, upon seeing the young girl, expressed mild surprise. Aji, have you come to find your aunt? No. Zhiruan quickly approached him. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Yin Minghui's expression momentarily shifted to one of bewilderment. But seeing the young lady's serious demeanor, he did not hesitate to lead her to the study. Very well, let us speak in the study. Yin Minghui, in his 40s and nearly a decade older than Madame Chu, had not inherited the handsome features of the old master. His features resembled those of an elderly woman, and as a civil official, he possessed an elegant demeanor. It is often said that sons resemble their fathers. However, Yan Ao Chuan's temperament was entirely unlike that of his father. Zhiruan took a few steps back as Yin Minghui turned to her with a gentle concern. In recent months, I have been preoccupied with affairs of state and have yet to inquire whether you are adapting well to life in the Yin household. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to inform your aunt. She will attend to your needs. She quickly assured him that all was well. The two were not particularly close, and with that topic exhausted, they fell silent until they reached the study. Yin Minghui gestured for her to sit while he stood nearby to pour tea. In truth, Yin Minghui's temperament was quite similar to that of Song Shi, both being gentle and warm-hearted. Thus, Zhiruan felt at ease in the presence of this elder, as if he were a father figure. Do have some rose tea. Yin Minghui specifically added rose petals to another cup of tea, mentioning Yin Jing with a smile. Your third sister adored drinking floral tea during her time in the boudoir, claiming it was beneficial for beauty. Do give it a try. In her previous life, Zhiruan had not interacted with Yin Jing while staying in the Yin household. It was only after entering the palace that they became acquainted and formed a friendship. Hearing her name, Zhiruan smiled, knowing that what her third sister cherished must be delightful. Yin Minghui chuckled and lifted another cup of tea. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you had something important to discuss with me? Upon hearing the words, Zhiruan paused in her act of sipping tea, gradually setting the cup aside. She rose and approached Yin Minghui. I have contemplated this matter and concluded that it is imperative to entrust this to you. Yin Minghui accepted the paper inscribed with poetry from her hand, his brow furrowing as he scanned the lines with remarkable speed. This is a poem that extols the virtues of King Kong. Indeed, she affirmed. It was penned by the fifth young master. The mere mention of Yan Ao Chuan's name rendered Yin Minghui's expression solemn. He had always resisted his father's indulgent and authoritarian ways. Despite his father's strong disposition, he chose not to follow the path of a military officer, instead pursuing a career in civil service, an act that had already defied paternal expectations. Subsequently, as his father placed his hopes upon Yan Ao Chuan, he excessively coddled the boy, raising him without discipline or restraint. Yet, Yin Minghui felt powerless to intervene. Is this truly his work? Yin Minghui's tone darkened as he cast the poem onto the table. What utter nonsense! The imperial court disapproves of the offspring of ministers associating too closely with nobility, especially from a family as prominent as the Yin clan. This boy has clearly lost his senses. Furthermore, Zhiruan observed the middle-aged man's deteriorating demeanor, inhaling deeply as she pondered how to proceed, yet hesitated multiple times. Uncle, the matters I am about to discuss may pertain to state affairs, and as a woman, I ought not to engage in such discussions, but... She lifted her gaze, determination gradually replacing uncertainty in her eyes. I must save the Yin family, as well as the fifth young master. Only you possess the power to alter this course. Yin Minghui stood in stunned silence, uncertain. Are you suggesting state affairs? Has Ao Chuan become entangled in such matters? Yes, Zhiruan articulated each word with gravity. King Kong is clandestinely recruiting soldiers, and the brother of Lady Chiu from the third house serves as his subordinate, aiding him in his endeavors. He has even sent his son, Chiu Pan, to Yongzhou to collect debts, resulting in Chiu Pan slaying the governor of Yongzhou. The court will soon uncover King Kang's treasonous intentions, and at that juncture, the Yin family will face a fate akin to that of the Song family in days of yore. Annihilation. She endeavored to convey the gravity of the situation, yet it became increasingly arduous as she observed the myriad changes in the middle-aged man's countenance. His eyes trembled with disbelief. What did you just say? Yin Minghui steadied himself, his voice suddenly heavy with gravity. How could the Yin family possibly face annihilation? Chapter 11. I go to find him. Zhiruan vividly recalls the first encounter with Yin Minghui during her childhood. The man stood beside Madame Chu, exuding warmth and consideration, engaging in lively discussions with her father. Such a solemn and brooding expression as he displays now was nearly absent from Yin Minghui's countenance in her memory. Uncle, please do not rush. Allow me to explain first. Zhiruan understands that since the downfall of the Song family, the Yin family has increasingly prioritized familial ties. In aristocratic clans, the fortunes of one are intertwined with the fates of all. The Yin family has a matrimonial connection with the Chiu family, as Madame Chiu's brother serves under the Kong Wang. Should any wrongdoing be uncovered, the Yin family might face collateral repercussions. The Kong Wang is conspiring against the throne, and the Qiu family is entangled in his affairs. Yin Minghui had previously heard Madame Chu mention that the Qiu siblings had sought temporary refuge with the Yin family not long ago. Aji, this is no jest. From whom did you hear about the Kong Wang and the Qiu family? Following the calamity that befell the Song family, Yin Minghui has become increasingly cautious in court. A vast family such as theirs must avoid any misstep. Even the mightiest edifice can crumble to dust in an instant. Once a prominent family among the four great clans, the Song family now endures such a fate, and the Yin family is not immune. Song Zhiruan's eyes flicker slightly as she responds, I learned of this from my father. The mention of Song Shi makes Yin Minghui skeptical. Song Shi is known for his indifference. Being the sole heir of the family, he bears the burden of leadership. His aversion to familial strife, combined with his gentle nature, rendered him incapable of taking decisive action against the darker aspects of his kin, ultimately leading to the tragic downfall of the Song family. In Yin Minghui's recollection, Song Shi's heart could only encompass his wife and daughter. How could he possibly investigate the Kong Wang and the Qiu family's matters? I am well acquainted with your father's temperament. His position in the court is not high, and he lacks interest in political affairs. How could such an unambitious and tranquil individual concern himself with the Kong Wang? Yin Minghui gazes intently at Song Zhiruan. Aji, has someone been spinning tales to you? Uncle, it was not my father who told me. Song Zhiruan explains, 6 months ago. When Uncle Yunting mentioned this matter to my father, I happened to be in the study looking for him and inadvertently overheard. At that time, Qiu Pan had not committed murder. Uncle Yunting merely spoke of the Kong Wang secretly raising troops and hinted that the Qiu family seemed to be working for him. My father, being indifferent by nature, did not take Uncle Yunting's words as conclusive, thus dismissing it as mere chatter. Yunting? Yin Minghui's eyes widen, as his doubts dissipate significantly. Sima Yunting is the biological brother of the current Ruan Wang and an old acquaintance of Song Shi, a close friend. After the downfall of the Song family, Sima Yunting fervently pleaded for their case, yet he was unable to reverse their tragic fate. Following Song Shi's suicide by poison, Sima Yunting ensured that both he and Ruan Xiangxi received proper burial rites before personally escorting Song Zhiruan to the Yin family, after which he departed the capital in sorrow and indignation. If Sima Yunting spoke, his words indeed carry weight. Yin Minghui's brow furrows in seriousness, while unbeknownst to him, Song Zhiruan breathes a quiet sigh of relief. She cannot reveal the reasons of both past and present to him. Instead, she must rely on the credibility of Sima Yunting, who has already left the capital, to gain Yin Minghui's trust. The Qiu family and the Yin family are merely connected by a layer of kinship. It is unlikely that the authorities would involve themselves in this matter, Yin Minghui stated solemnly. Song Zhiruan gently shook her head, asserting that her uncle was underestimating the situation. Ever since I learned of this affair, I have been closely monitoring the Qiu family. After the governor of Yongzhou was murdered by Qiu Pan, this case reached the capital, and it is only a matter of time before the authorities trace the trail back to its source. How did you ascertain that the governor of Yongzhou was killed by Qiu Pan? Yin Minghui still harbored some doubts. How can you be sure the authorities will uncover the conspiracy of Prince Kong? I have been vigilant regarding the movements of the Qiu family. Qiu Pan abruptly left the capital for the south 4 months ago, which struck me as peculiar, so I dispatched someone to follow him. Given the kinship between the Qiu and Yin families, if any revelations were to emerge, I could alert the Yin family. Subsequently, when I uncovered the murder, I intended to inform the Yin family, but then the Song family encountered a crisis. She shifted her tone and continued. The deceased in Yongzhou was not an ordinary citizen, but rather the governor. Such a heinous act, yet the perpetrator remains at large. I have heard that the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice are collaborating on the investigation. Fate has a way of revealing the truth. Should they seize upon Qiu Pan's misstep, it would be only natural to investigate further and uncover Prince Kong's treasonous plot. The young lady's words were devoid of flaws, and her concern for the Yin family was palpable. Yin Minghui's tone unconsciously softened considerably. Aji, it is not that I do not trust you, but this matter pertains to a family and involves the grave issue of treason, which could cost one's head. I must consider the family's welfare, hence my additional inquiries. However, why did it take so long for you to mention Qiu Pan's crime after you learned of it? After my parents' passing, I was deeply affected and temporarily forgot about the matter. It was only when the Qiu siblings visited that it came back to me, primarily because Qiu Pan has been incessantly pursuing Fifth Young Master. This poem was also composed by him to charm Fifth Young Master. In the bustling Xianhua Tower, where many eyes are watching, it is only a matter of time before the affair involving Prince Kong is uncovered. The Yan family, as an esteemed lineage, commands much respect but also harbors many envious rivals. When that time comes, I fear certain individuals will exploit this situation. And coupled with the Chiu family's connection to the Yan family, it would be difficult for the authorities not to draw conclusions elsewhere. Song Zhiruan's observations were entirely accurate. Several months ago, the misdeeds of the Song family were unearthed, each more grievous than the last, with blood on their hands numbering in the hundreds. The investigation into the Song family's case is arduous, had it not been for the diligence and time expended by those with ulterior motives. Others would lack the audacity to pursue this issue given the Song family status. Prominent families dominate the capital, wielding immense wealth and power, earning public admiration while also inciting jealousy. It is not solely the commoners who resent them. Even among the aristocracy, relationships may not always be completely sincere or amicable. Should the Yan family become entangled in the matter of Prince Kong, it is likely that those with malicious intent would seize the opportunity to trample them underfoot. Yan Ming contemplated the core of the issue clearly. Her heart grew increasingly cold, a chilling sensation coursing through her body. The Chiu family, a den of wolves, is so malevolent that they would drag the Yan family down with them even as death approaches. Uncle, the most crucial matter at present is no longer to pursue the Chiu family's culpability. Song Zhiruan furrowed her brow. Before the incident of Prince Kong's treason erupts, the Yan family must swiftly distance themselves from any association with him in the eyes of the authorities. Yan Minghui's eyes were filled with sorrow. She. Just as you mentioned, the matter concerning King Kong has yet to be exposed. How can the Yan family sever ties with him? Our two families have never had any connections to begin with. If we rashly step forward to clarify our relationship, would that not be akin to the proverbial 300 tales of silver hidden here? No, it is indeed 300 tales. Song Zhiruan gently pointed to the poetry on his desk. This poem by the fifth young master is precisely that 300 tales. Yan Minghui looked perplexed. She. What do you mean by that? The fifth young master is a crucial link in this affair, Song Zhiruan stated solemnly, yet he is also the antidote. Yan Minghui did not grasp the young lady's implication. Tomorrow at court, uncle, present this poem, the greater the commotion, the better. It would be ideal if the relationship with King Kong becomes irreparably strained, to the point of never crossing paths again. Song Zhiruan hinted. A flicker of understanding crossed Yan Minghui's mind, and his eyes brightened. Are you suggesting it will merely require the fifth young master to endure some hardship? But this is ultimately for the future of the Yan family, Song Zhiruan replied. Yan Minghui exclaimed, that lad is likely still indulging in drink and merriment. I shall have him brought back at once. No, Song Zhiruan lowered her voice. The Yan family must not intervene. While matters in the court can escalate, the fifth young master's situation should remain discreet. She was unaware if Yan Ao Chuan had met with the son of King Kong. If the Yan family intervened, the complexity would undoubtedly increase, leading to a web of truths and falsehoods that could provoke unnecessary speculation from the officials. Moreover, if Yan Ao Chuan were to pursue a career through the imperial examinations and serve in the court, he would need to maintain a clean reputation. A grand show of force by the Yan family to retrieve someone from the brothel would not reflect well. The officials value reputation and would not wish to have a disreputable individual as their right-hand man. But if the Yan family refrains from intervening, who else could? Yan Minghui's gaze fell upon the young lady, noticing her resolute demeanor. Suddenly, a thought struck him. She, you wouldn't mean to? Song Zhiruan nodded without hesitation. I shall go find him. How can this be? Yan Minghui was clearly opposed. As a virtuous young lady, how could you venture to such a place to seek that scoundrel? Even if Xianhua Tower is not an ordinary brothel, it is still not a place for a refined young lady. Song Zhiruan had been raised in the tender care of Song Shi and Ruan Xiangxi. Yan Minghui understood that this young girl had always exhibited exemplary character. He could not allow her to jeopardize her reputation for the sake of their family matters. To do so would be irresponsible to her and unfair to Song Shi and his wife. Uncle, there is no need for concern. I have my methods to ensure discretion. Song Zhiruan said with a gentle smile. You need only perform your role well at court tomorrow. The rest is in my hands. Entrusted to you, Yan Minghui hesitated several times, realizing today just how astute and clever the young lady was. If she could uncover the connection between the Chiu family and King Kong, then capturing Yan Ao Chuan should not pose a significant challenge for her. Chapter 12. The dream has not yet awoken. How wonderful amidst the lush greenery and vibrant hues of spring, the annual banquet unfolds once more, where young men and women suppress their fluttering hearts to gather in joyous revelry. Yan Ao Chuan, feeling utterly bored, reclines on the grass, dozing off. until the sound of delicate silver bells piques his interest. He shifts his hand from his eyes and catches a glimpse of a graceful figure. My lady, is it truly appropriate for us to hide here? You are on the verge of womanhood. Do not forget the words of the matron. She wishes for you to seek out distinguished young gentlemen. Yin Lu, following Song Zhiruan, gently admonishes her, though she is reluctant to nag. Yet, seeing her mistress straying further from the gathering, she worries about fulfilling the matron's wishes. I've already stated that I do not wish to attend. Song Zhiruan, moving with elegance and poise, only begins to stretch her stiff arms and shoulders upon entering the garden, finding Yin Lu's chiding tiresome and blocking her ears with her hands. My lady Yin Lu sighs, feeling helpless against her mistress's willfulness. She cannot simply drag her back and can only follow along reluctantly. Excuse me, miss. A youthful voice suddenly calls from behind. Startled, Yin Lu halts and turns to face a boy clad in guard attire. What can I do for you? Su Shan scratches the back of his head, casting a furtive glance at the onlookers lounging atop the wall, and grits his teeth. I am new here and lost. Unable to find the exit. Could you kindly guide me? Seeing the boy is merely 12 or 13 years old, with a bewildered expression that confirms his disorientation. Yin Lu hesitates, but my lady Song Zhiruan glances at Su Shan, noting his anxious demeanor, and says to Yin Lu, please escort him. I shall wait here for you. Reluctantly, Yin Lu nods and leads the boy away, unaware that once she turns. Song Zhiruan's lips curl into a smile as she swiftly makes her way deeper into the garden. Strictly speaking, she does not fit the mold of a demure noblewoman. Since childhood, her parents have indulged her, allowing her to present an elegant facade in public while embracing her free-spirited nature in private. The garden is abundant with flora, and as she grows weary, she notices the absence of stone benches or pavilions, spotting a large maroon robe on the verdant grass. Clearly discarded by some gentleman who found it too warm, she seizes the opportunity. Lying back onto the robe, she inhales deeply. Inhaling the fragrant blossoms and the clear azure sky, her previously troubled heart lightening considerably. Her mother frets over her marriage prospects, pressuring her to attend the spring banquet to meet suitable matches. Yet, she remains unperturbed. From a young age, she has observed her father's tender affection toward her mother. And she knows such men are rare in the world. Unless she finds someone who truly cherishes her, she would rather remain unmarried. With the gentle breeze and the sun-drenched beauty surrounding her, she succumbs to slumber on the expansive purple robe. Yan Ao Chuan, having watched her from atop the wall for a moment, descends cautiously and positions himself beside her, his chin resting on his hand as he gazes at her peacefully. Unaware of his presence, the tender features of the young girl lingered in his mind, despite having often perched on the wall to watch her over the years. Yet, this was the first time he stood boldly before her in broad daylight. She had shed her childhood innocence, her delicate brows and pearly teeth complemented by exquisite features, embodying beauty in its utmost form. A flowing skirt of pale pink gauze accentuated her soft waist, her skin as fair as snow, surpassing even the most vibrant blooms in the garden. Yan Ao Chuan found this blossom before him to be even more enchanting. However, the girl curled up, unaware that the eastern pearl on her embroidered shoe had been caught by a blade of grass. As she shifted in her sleep, the pearl was tugged loose and fell into the mud. He hurriedly retrieved the pearl, wiping it clean with his sleeve. Gazing at the still slumbering Song Zhiruan, he succumbed to a moment of selfishness, tearing off a corner of his robe to delicately wrap the pearl and tuck it into his bosom. After this series of tender actions, the girl remained undisturbed in her dreams, prompting him to stifle a soft chuckle. Foolish and soft, he murmured, immediately regretting it. Fearing she might hear. Noticing her lack of response, he exhaled a sigh of relief, covering his increasingly noisy heart with his hand, his ears tinged with warmth. Yet, involuntarily, his lips curled into a smile. Silly soft one. He buried his face in his knees, moving with utmost care as he gently poked Song Zhiruan's cheek. Her skin felt as soft and tender as it had in childhood, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her again. But he hesitated. Knowing such an action would surely wake her, he longed to gaze upon her once more. She was truly captivating. How can you be so defenseless? He mused, pursing his lips as his gaze fell upon the rounded, jingling bracelet on her wrist, deepening the curve of his smile. With a tenderness he reserved for no one else, he whispered, I have no choice but to watch over you more closely. As dawn broke, the air thick with the remnants of days spent in indulgence. The cloud pavilion was heavy with the scent of wine. 3 or 4 young gentlemen lay drunkenly upon the couches, while Sima Zhong and Nan Su lounged at Yan Ao Chuan's feet. The whereabouts of Chiu Pan were unknown. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a cascade of light across Yan Ao Chuan's eyelids, rousing him from a muddled slumber. The beautiful figure from his dreams had vanished, leaving in its place the disarray of the cloud pavilion. It had all been a dream. He had thought he had returned to that spring banquet. A dull ache throbbed at his temples as he impatiently rubbed his brow. Just as he sat up, a familiar, melodious voice broke through the haze of his slumber, a voice he often heard in his midnight reveries. Awake? Yan Ao Chuan paused, surprised to see Zhiruan seated on a small rosewood stool, sipping tea. Dressed in a flowing robe of milky white, she appeared as a youthful gentleman. Her hair elegantly tied back, unadorned by makeup, yet her bright eyes sparkled with a captivating allure as she smiled warmly at him, radiating beauty in its purest form. She had not yet fully awakened. The young man blinked slowly, and Zhiruan raised an eyebrow, noticing his sleepy state. Just as she was about to speak, she was suddenly enveloped in strong arms, drawn into a broad, warm chest, the mingling scents of cedar and faint wine causing her heart to race unexpectedly. A couple of silly chuckles echoed above him as he rested his chin atop her head, gently nuzzling it. How delightful. Chapter 13. Who wants to go home with you? Zhiruan found herself ensconced in a tight embrace, nearly gasping for breath. What had fifth young master dreamed of? Yan Ao Chuan inhaled the delicate fragrance of her hair, his smile deepening. Today, she appeared more vivid than in his dreams. Wait a moment. This sensation. How could the person from his dreams possess warmth? Yan Ao Chuan felt a sudden tension in his mind. Fifth young master, I can hardly breathe, Zhiruan exclaimed, unable to resist tapping his shoulder. Ah! Yan Ao Chuan yelped in terror, stumbling back as if he had seen a ghost, landing on the ground. Although her touch had been gentle, he reacted as if she had struck him with great force. Zhiruan was puzzled, wondering when her strength had become so formidable. Ah! Yan Ao Chuan was first startled by Zhiruan's sudden appearance, then shaken by the voice from beneath him. Who the hell is sitting on my face? South Su cursed. Raising her brows, Zhiruan observed Yan Ao Chuan's flustered demeanor as he stood up, revealing a young man with rosy lips and white teeth, rubbing his face. This young gentleman Zhiruan recognized well, South Su, the second son of the Duke of Nanghua, and the younger brother of the heir apparent, Nan Can, making him Yan Jing's uncle and a close friend of Yan Ao Chuan. In her previous life, when Yan Ao Chuan returned triumphantly, Sima Luo had hosted a grand banquet in celebration of him. As the empress of the nation, the Yin family was akin to her extended family, so it was only natural for her to celebrate this military hero. She had even trained dancers for 2 months in preparation for the victory dance, teaching them diligently every day, to the point where she herself could perform it. However, upon her arrival at the celebration banquet, Yan Ao Chuan abruptly set down his cup and left. Her meticulously prepared victory dance went to waste, leaving her disheartened. Not only did Yan Ao Chuan show no gratitude, but South Su, inebriated, had the audacity to confront her, accusing her of being heartless and claiming that a woman like her was unworthy of love and respect. Zhiruan felt utterly bewildered. Even Sima Luo's expression darkened. However, considering South Su was Yan Jing's uncle and a close friend of Yan Ao Chuan, she had to swallow her indignation and placate Sima Luo, urging him not to blame South Su. Miss, another voice emerged from beside South Su, a mix of surprise and bewilderment in his tone. South Su covered his face, his eyes widening in alarm. Miss? Don't say such things. I haven't sought a lady. My engagement with the Mu family has just been settled. If my mother hears, she will surely be furious with me. Zhiruan's gaze shifted, landing on the man beside South Su. Though his appearance was unremarkable, lacking the charm of South Su and Yan Ao Chuan, his eyes were clear and sincere, indicating a loyal character. It was surprising to see familiar faces gathered at the Xianla building so early in the morning. This man, named Sima Zhong, was the legitimate eldest son of the late emperor and empress, Sima Luo's elder brother, and her uncle in her past life. Sima Luo was notoriously suspicious, having eliminated all princes who posed a threat to his throne after ascending, leaving only Sima Zhong. His steady nature was evident, as even someone as dubious as Sima Luo had spared him. Zhiruan recalled that in her previous life, Sima Luo had bestowed a fief upon Sima Zhong, after which the latter left the capital and never returned. However, she hesitated as she glanced at Yan Ao Chuan. To her surprise, he was also a friend of Sima Zhong. Wasn't that person a lady? Sima Zhong's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Zhiruan as he slowly gestured towards her. It was only then that Nan Su noticed the presence of others in the room, and a chill ran down her spine. Oh no, if that formidable woman, Mu Hongying, were to catch sight of this, she would surely throw me into a dung pit and beat me mercilessly. Zhiruan felt a sense of confusion and turned to look at the bronze mirror on the table, which clearly reflected her as a young man. Why did everyone perceive her as a lady? Was the notion of cross-dressing in the novels merely a fabrication? What brings you here? Yan Ao Chuan finally regained his composure after a while, stepping forward to shield Nan Su and Sima Zhong's view of her. His youthful face bore an air of coldness, as if the one who had rushed over to embrace her was but a different incarnation. I have come to take you home. Zhiruan sat with a poised demeanor. Even amidst the disarray surrounding her, her white robe and gentle features remained untainted by the dust of the world. Yan Ao Chuan paused momentarily before awkwardly turning his face away. Who wants to go home with you? Just go back. This is not your place. Nan Su listened to their exchange and took a while to process the information. So this was the solitary girl from the Song family taken in by the Yan family. You were Zhiruan? Nan Su exclaimed, rushing forward with wide eyes, fixated on her with an intense gaze. Chapter 14. Was she in his way? Then should she leave? Nan. Zhiruan parted her lips, only to realize that in this lifetime, they had yet to meet. And he was not the one who had berated her fiercely at the banquet in her past life. She then spoke again. Who are you, my lord? How do you recognize me? I am Nan Su. As Nan Su surveyed her from head to toe, he pondered how to swiftly convey his identity to Zhiruan. My sister-in-law is Miss Yan-san. Zhiruan feigned a realization. Ah, so you are the second young master Nan. Nan Su grinned widely, revealing a set of neat white teeth, and smiled at her with a brightness that seemed somewhat foolish, yet undeniably charming. Zhiruan looked on with mild surprise. She distinctly remembered the way he had bared his teeth at her in her past life, yet now he appeared amicable. However, how did he know her identity? Just then, before Nan Su could admire her further, he was unceremoniously yanked back by the other party. Yan Ao Chuan. Yan Ao Chuan released his grip, his expression radiating a clear message of keep your distance and cease your disruptions. Sima Zhong helped Nan Su to his feet and cast a discreet glance at Zhiruan. A Chuan, is this Miss Song? Yan Ao Chuan lowered his gaze and acknowledged with a grunt. Miss Song, I am a friend of a Chuan, named. Sima Zhong paused, noting several inebriated young masters in his peripheral vision, and continued, Zhao Zhong. Sima Zhong's background was not one he wished to flaunt. And Zhiruan understood this, thus she curtsied. Young Master Zhao. Sima Zhong felt a flush rise to his cheeks and hastily returned the gesture. Yan Ao Chuan observed the young lady greeting his companions in turn, his heart simmering with irritation. I've told you to leave, can you not comprehend human speech? Why are you being so hostile? Nan Su nudged his sore waist and jabbed Yan Ao Chuan with an elbow. It is their first meeting. Let them at least share a meal and converse. Who permitted you to dine and chat with her? Yan Ao Chuan shot back, annoyed. Nan Su, intrigued, replied, not that. Yan Ao Chuan, realizing his phrasing was amiss, turned to Zhiruan and asked, who allowed you to dine and converse with my friend? Fifth young master. I did not express a desire to stay for a meal and conversation, Zhiruan replied calmly. Then, Yan Ao Chuan's gaze drifted. Regardless, you must leave now. You clearly do not understand your position, daring to venture here. Zhiruan lifted her teacup, blowing gently on its surface, showing no intention of departing. Did you not just say that I should not stay? Yan Ao Chuan laughed in exasperation. The condition is that you leave with me, Zhiruan stated leisurely. You have overstayed outside for several days, and both the old lady and your aunt are quite worried, as is your uncle. He is also awaiting your return. Song, I recall telling you last time to mind your own business, Yan Ao Chuan retorted coldly. Nan Su felt compelled to correct him. Caring for you is indeed a concern. How can you be so ungrateful? Miss Song is both beautiful and kind-hearted, yet you fail to appreciate it. Whose side are you on, you bastard? Yan Ao Chuan shot a glare at him before turning to inquire, where is that rascal Chopan? He was so lively yesterday, Sima Zhong recalled. I woke up once this morning. He mentioned wanting to bring a friend to introduce to us. Upon hearing the words, Zhiruan felt a chill seep into her heart. It seemed that Chopan intended to bring the son of King Kong here. She could not allow Yan Ao Chuan to meet with the prince. For if the emperor were to discover this, it would be utterly unexplainable. Fifth master, did you order this wine? Zhiruan steadied herself, approached the table, and with a radiant smile, addressed the young man. Would you mind if I joined you? Put it down. Yan Ao Chuan strode over, his elevated demeanor exuding displeasure. Are you still bold enough to drink? Of course, we wouldn't mind your presence, Nan Su chimed in, bouncing over and nudging Yan Ao Chuan. Just a moment ago. You didn't allow Miss Song to manage you. Now, why do you imitate her elder brother and take charge? This does not concern you, Yan Ao Chuan dismissed Nan Su, pushing him aside and grasping the wine jar firmly. Zhiruan, return. Fifth master, I have complied with your request and refrained from interfering. I am merely here to enjoy a drink. Are you forbidding me from that as well? Zhiruan's brows furrowed, her eyes shimmering like a pool of clear spring water, evoking sympathy. Yan Ao Chuan articulated each word with clarity. You are obstructing my view. Very well, if I am a hindrance to fifth master here in the Cloud Pavilion. I shall seek a private room to drink, Song Zhiruan sighed, rising to leave. Suddenly, her wrist was firmly grasped by someone. Chapter 15. Does he favor Xiaofengi? Yan Ao Chuan held his breath, his words laced with barely concealed resentment as he declared they would return home. Song Zhiruan turned back, her face radiating innocence, asking what the fifth young master had said. Yan Ao Chuan cast a sidelong glance at her, choosing silence as he seized her hand and strode out. Was that all? Behind them, a teasing voice from Nan Su echoed. Next time, bring your sister-in-law. Oh no, I mean, Miss Song, to dinner. Upon hearing this address, Song Zhiruan felt her cheeks warm, glancing at the young man who was pulling her along. He remained unfazed, appearing not to have heard, until they reached the carriage, at which point hurried footsteps approached from behind. Fifth young master, a young maid, dressed in servant attire, emerged from Xian Lulu, glancing at Song Zhiruan before addressing Yan Ao Chuan. My lady said, since they are all acquaintances, she hopes you will reconsider. Following the maid's gaze, Song Zhiruan turned to look up. A beauty lifted the window slightly, not fully revealing herself. Her moonlit brocade gown draping elegantly over the high platform, her features like a painting, lashes gently cascading, her gaze resting on the two of them, enigmatic in meaning. The beauty's demeanor was calm, evoking in Song Zhiruan the image of a bright moon obscured by clouds on a winter's night, cold, unattainable, yet irresistibly alluring. Tell Xiaofengi. My mind is made up. Yan Ao Chuan withdrew his gaze and ushered Song Zhiruan into the carriage. So that is Xiaofengi, the renowned courtesan whose musical prowess captivated visitors from all directions. She was also the first maiden Yan Ao Chuan was eager to meet upon his triumphant return in his past life. Leaning against the seat, as the carriage rolled away, the curtain fluttered open slightly with the breeze, yet when she looked up again, the window had been drawn shut. Fifth young master. Yan Ao Chuan glanced over, unaware of Song Zhiruan's thoughts. The lady you just mentioned, do you know her? Upon hearing her refer to Xiaofengi, the young man felt inexplicably displeased. What business is it of yours? Oh, Song Zhiruan pondered. You like that lady? Nonsense. Yan Ao Chuan crossed his arms, turning to gaze out the window. Stop prying into my affairs. Song Zhiruan tilted her head to assess him. Fifth young master, I've actually wanted to ask you for a long time. Yan Ao Chuan's eyes flickered slightly. What is it? She continued, you forbid me from inquiring about your matters. Yet it seems you have gathered quite a bit of information about me. For instance, the box hidden on the bookshelf, and the towering trunk that Sima Luo had dragged before her in her past life. These items bore the marks of her life's journey and could not have been amassed in a mere moment. This man clearly did not harbor disdain for her. Yet he consistently feigned indifference in her presence. She truly could not fathom what Yan Ao Chuan was thinking. How self-indulgent. Why would I investigate your affairs? Yan Ao Chuan's gaze darted rapidly, stealing a few glances at her while she was preoccupied, apprehensive that she might uncover something. I do not know either. Song Zhiruan gently cradled her face, surveying him up and down. Although I had only spent a few fleeting days with the fifth young master in our childhood. Upon this reunion, he felt oddly familiar. Could it be? Yan Ao Chuan's heart leaped to his throat. Could it be what? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe that after a mere childhood encounter, I would harbor any interest in you, a mere infant in your youth, and have followed your whereabouts for over a decade? Song Zhiruan slightly raised her brow. Yan Ao Chuan, increasingly flustered, forced to laugh. Ha, ha ha. It seems you've indulged too much in romantic tales. Refrain from overestimating your allure. Before Song Zhiruan could utter a word, he had already revealed his hand. So, he had begun to pay her attention due to that childhood meeting? She was puzzled, recalling that in their youth, Yan Ao Chuan rarely acknowledged her. Was that all an act? Young master, please cease your laughter. The old lady appears ready to unleash her wrath. As the carriage halted before the Yin residence, Master Fu glanced at the long bench set out on the steps and the two young servants wielding wooden sticks, not to mention the grim faces of the old lady and several other family members, and lowered his voice to remind those inside. However, Master Fu's words were too faint. Yan Ao Chuan was lost in thought about Song Zhiruan's earlier question and failed to catch them. He lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down. What did you just say? Wretched child. The old lady's voice rang out sharply. Yan Ao Chuan's steps faltered at once. The tone filled him with an ominous premonition. Chapter 16. The family law Yu Guangnai, Madame Chu, and Madame Gon stood beside the old matriarch, their expressions uniformly grim. Madame Chiu, closest to him, kept casting furtive glances. Yan Ao Chuan sensed something amiss and swiftly turned around, only to see Song Ji softly descending with the hem of her robe in hand, approaching the old matriarch. Madam. "The person has been brought here," she announced. "We have apprehended the miscreant." The old matriarch's eyes flashed with anger as she commanded a servant, 80 lashes. "Should you fall short by one, you shall bear the consequence." Under ordinary circumstances, Madame Chu would have been reluctant to see her son subjected to such a harsh punishment. Yet having heard her husband's words earlier, she understood that Yan Ao Chuan must indeed face the 80 lashes. "Grandmother, on what grounds do you strike me?" Several young servants rushed forward to seize Yan Ao Chuan's hands, bringing him before the old matriarch. The Yan family estate was situated in the most prosperous area of the capital. Neighbors and passers-by, drawn by the commotion, emerged to witness the spectacle of a throng of people binding Yan Ao Chuan, and they began to murmur among themselves. What transgression has the fifth master committed to warrant such punishment? Who knows? This fifth master has always been unruly, spending his days in dog fights and cockfights. I heard he has been staying at the Xianla Tower for several days without returning home. The old master is gravely ill. Perhaps the old matriarch has been driven to anger. That rod is so thick, 80 lashes will surely cripple him. Not just that. This invokes the family law of the Yin clan, rules established by the old master in his youth. Years ago, some servants conspired with outsiders against the Yin family and were discovered. They received 30 lashes and were left bloodied, and barely survived 50 lashes. Will not the fifth master risk his life? Listening to the crowd's incessant chatter, Song Ji's brow furrowed with concern. She had anticipated the old matriarch would impose a punishment. Yet she never expected it to be so severe. Earlier that morning, Yan Mingwei had informed the matriarch of the misdeeds committed by Wang Kong and Yan Ao Chuan, insisting on a strict punishment for Yan Ao Chuan. Only thus would outsiders believe the Yin family was resolute in severing ties with Wang Kong. But 80 lashes. She could not help but feel anxious. How could Yan Ao Chuan possibly endure this? "Do you question why I strike you?" The old matriarch sneered. "Do you comprehend the foolishness of your actions?" Yan Ao Chuan was also a victim of Chiu Pan's schemes, remaining oblivious to the truth. "Grandmother, I merely stayed at the Xianla Tower for a few days. During that time, I returned to bring my grandfather." A sharp crack echoed as a bright red handprint suddenly appeared on the young man's fair cheek. Madame Chu, unable to bear the sight, turned her gaze away from her son's face. "How dare you mention your grandfather?" The old matriarch's slap was heavy, and her voice resonated loudly enough for all to hear. "This morning, your father submitted that poem you wrote to the officials. The Yin family stands as the foremost clan. How much wine must you have consumed to pen a poem that flatters Wang Kong? Are you not aware that the officials despise ministers who associate with princes?" Yan Ao Chuan's expression froze. "Associate? I did not. You did not." The old matriarch laughed in anger. "Hold this miscreant down. Invoke the family law." Yan Ao Chuan had yet to comprehend the situation when he found himself pressed against the bench. In his peripheral vision, he noticed Song Zhiruan gazing at him. Filled with embarrassment and humiliation, he confronted her. "Song Zhiruan, did you deceive me into returning, conspiring with them against me?" She parted her lips, hesitating as she glanced towards the elderly matron, wishing to plead for leniency, but uncertain of how to express her thoughts. Chapter 17. I am willing. Confronted by Yan Ao Chuan's piercing gaze, Song Zhiruan felt an overwhelming sense of unease. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Fifth young master, the Yin family does not genuinely wish to harm you. Chiu Pan and his son have been lending money for the crown prince, and months ago, they murdered the governor of Yongzhou. After Chiu Pan fled back to the capital, he brought his sister to the Yin household and has been inseparable from you ever since. Surely, you can discern the Chiu family's intentions?" Yan Ao Chuan paused, taken aback by her words. "Lending money? Murder?" "Indeed." Song Zhiruan glanced at the onlookers, then crouched beside him, leaning closer to whisper, "The crown prince is secretly gathering troops with the intention of rebellion. The authorities are investigating the homicide, and they will soon uncover evidence of the crown prince's treason. And yet, you composed that poem. You claim to be unaware of its origin, but I suspect Chiu Pan may have intoxicated you into writing it. Regardless, you have established a connection with the crown prince. Fifth young master, if the authorities learn of the crown prince's rebellion and then discover your poem, what do you think will happen? The Yin family is vast. With thousands of lives at stake, this is no trivial matter." Yan Ao Chuan's eyes widened in realization. Song Zhiruan's expression was grave, and the glances from the onlookers were laden with unspoken words. Lady Chu, having approached Yan Ao Chuan discreetly, echoed Song Zhiruan's concern in a hushed tone. "Your father submitted that poem to the authorities this morning, publicly lamenting his failure in raising you. He also highlighted the crown prince's recent political blunders before the court, effectively denouncing him. Now, the entire court is aware of the Yan family's opposition to the crown prince, and your poem that praises him will surely bring punishment upon you. Having just been restrained on the bench, Yan Ao Chuan's complexion paled at her words. It is my oversight. As Song Zhiruan noticed a servant approaching with a thick rod in hand, Lady Chu instinctively returned to her position, unable to bear the sight. Song Zhiruan, you should leave. Yan Ao Chuan lay across the bench, his posture already unfavorable, unwilling for her to witness his impending disgrace. Furthermore, the punishment would undoubtedly be brutal, and he feared it would frighten her. Fifth young master, endure a little longer. Song Zhiruan gazed at him with concern as he turned his face away. Do not think that by doing this, you are saving me. I do not wish to see you. Return to your peony courtyard. I will stay by your side. Song Zhiruan shifted slightly closer. Who asked for your company? Yan Ao Chuan's tone grew sharper. Get, before he could finish. The heavy rod struck his lower back with a resounding thud. A single blow left a dark stain of crimson seeping through his dark trousers, causing his brow to furrow uncontrollably. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, shocked that the matriarch would truly inflict such harm upon her own grandson. Song Zhiruan's heart skipped a beat as she turned to see the matriarch's grim expression, devoid of any sympathy. Although Yan Ao Chuan's transgression was minor, the repercussions could very well lead to the family's downfall. As the head of a prominent clan, with thousands of members, it was nearly disastrous in the hands of a mere youth. Song Zhiruan, frail and consumed by suspicion, pondered whether the old matriarch had indeed resolved to sacrifice her own grandson to ensure the safety of the entire Yan family. She clenched her sleeves tightly as the heavy staff struck repeatedly against the youth's lower back, each impact resonating with a chilling brutality that sent shivers through her veins. After nearly 30 blows, the young man gritted his teeth, his complexion devoid of color. Song Zhiruan noticed beads of sweat forming on his brow, dampening his garments, his dark hair clinging to the edges of his face. If the beating continued, it would surely lead to tragedy. Unable to remain a passive observer, Song Zhiruan hastened to Yan Ao Chuan's side, casting a pleading glance toward the elderly woman on the steps. Old matriarch, the fifth young master has realized his mistakes. I implore you to spare him. The old woman narrowed her eyes, surveying the gruesome stains beneath the bench, her expression one of horror. Who allowed you to intercede on my behalf? Yan Ao Chuan, racked with pain, could scarcely articulate a complete thought, grateful that his dark attire concealed any gruesome injuries, thus sparing Song Zhiruan from undue fright. Yet, a fleeting glance revealed a small pool of blood by the bench, the corner of Song Zhiruan's white robe now stained crimson. This was dire. He had sullied her garment. Clenching his lips, he feigned strength as he struggled to say, Your presence irritates me. Spare yourself the sentiment. I do not require your intercession. Song Zhiruan frowned, turning to kneel beside Yan Ao Chuan, prompting a startled reaction from Madame Chu. Aji, what are you doing? Rise at once. The old matriarch was equally taken aback. Old matriarch, while the fifth young master may have indulged in frivolities, his character is inherently virtuous and pure. He knows nothing of flattering the king of Kong. He merely fell victim to drunkenness and treachery. She raised her voice. 80 strikes are excessively harsh. The fifth young master is a fine young man. It would be an injustice for him to be exploited and lose his life due to the schemes of others. I beseech you to show mercy and waive the remaining punishment. If, here, her voice faltered, and after a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze, her resolve firm. The Yan family's laws are strict, and I understand your predicament. If punishment is unavoidable, I am willing to share the burden of the remaining strikes on behalf of the fifth young master. I implore you to grant this request. The old matriarch's brows, etched with deep lines, furrowed tightly. Yan Ao Chuan, battered and bereft of strength, felt a surge of desperation at her words, nearly toppling from his seat in fear that his grandmother might consent to her plea. Silence. Who grants you the right to share my punishment? You are no one to me. Why should you suffer in my stead? Yan Ao Chuan clenched his fists, his gaze at the old matriarch filled with defiance. Grandmother, I am a man of honor. I do not require others to bear my punishment. Do not heed Song Zhiruan's nonsense. The old matriarch spoke slowly, Miss Song. While Ao Chuan's actions were unwise, he speaks the truth. Please rise. I am not just anyone, Song Zhiruan declared, her voice suddenly rising, drawing the attention of onlookers who craned their necks. Here was a delicate beauty, yet her tone rang out with unexpected strength. The old matriarch once inquired if I would consider marrying the fifth young master. Yan Ao Chuan turned in disbelief to glance at Song Zhiruan, observing her chin raised, her exquisite beauty unperturbed. She gradually turned her face towards him, locking eyes with the astonished Yan Ao Chuan. The enchanting woman curved her lips into a smile. Her gaze, light and gentle, descended upon his face like a heavy stone, sinking deep into his heart, as if to declare, "I am willing." Those around them were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Madame Chu was equally astonished and hastily looked towards the old matriarch. "My connection with the fifth young master is not insubstantial." Zhiruan lowered her eyelids, gazing at the pale-faced youth, using her sleeve to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, asserting, "In uniting our two families, as husband and wife, I shall bear this punishment for him." Chapter 18. The Hostile Relationship with King Kong. Zhiruan. "Have you lost your mind?" Yan Ao Chuan's eyelids fluttered slightly. "Who said anything about marrying you? Spare me your delusions." The old lady disregarded the youth's outburst and turned her gaze to Zhiruan. "Have you made your decision?" "I have made my decision," Zhiruan replied, sitting upright as she knelt beside Yan Ao Chuan, resembling a new bride paying homage to heaven and earth. "Over the years, fifth young master has neglected his studies. I shall certainly guide him back to the right path." Yan Ao Chuan attempted to rise, but fell back down halfway, looking quite disheveled. "I will not marry you, Zhiruan. I will not marry you." Zhiruan lowered her eyes in silence, awaiting the elderly matriarch's words. "In that case," the old lady gestured, and the servants holding sticks retreated. Madame Chu and Madame Gan supported the elderly lady down the steps, approaching the two. "Everyone present today bears witness. I shall take it upon myself to arrange your marriage. It is a matter of parental decree and matchmaker's words. Aji, I ask you once more, do you wish to marry Ah Chuan, to become his wife, to join the Yin family, and become my granddaughter-in-law?" Zhiruan was reluctant to marry. Yet, how could one attain a perfect resolution in this world? The Yin family had supported her, and Yan Ao Chuan had risked his life for her. Compared to their immense kindness, what was a mere wedding ceremony? Moreover, she yearned to uncover the secrets Yan Ao Chuan held. Secrets that he had not yet revealed. This boy, whose heart and words were at odds, surely had undisclosed mysteries. With poise, she responded deliberately, "I am willing." "I am not willing." Yan Ao Chuan gripped the bench tightly, his fingers sinking deep into the wood. "What you say does not count. I will not take a wife. Let alone Zhiruan." "This is not your place to speak," Madame Gan remarked, exasperated with the boy's stubbornness, and she struck his forehead. "Tend to your injuries." Zhiruan turned to Madame Chiu. "Please, madam, summon the physician for fifth young master." After nearly 30 blows, Yan Ao Chuan's clothes were drenched in blood, and it was uncertain if he had sustained any serious injuries. He needed urgent medical attention. "Very well, I shall." Madame Chiu nodded, about to leave when suddenly a commotion arose, with the sound of horses whinnying from behind the crowd. "Quickly, summon the physician." Fu Yuanzi and Su Shan rushed towards the carriage, lifting someone down. "Husband!" Madame Chu exclaimed as she saw Yan Minghui being carried over, her legs giving way. Zhiruan hastily supported Madame Chu, noticing that the Yin family carriage appeared to have endured a fierce struggle, with the interior in disarray, and Yan Minghui looked equally disheveled. "What has happened?" The old lady, despite her age, remained composed while the other ladies were in a state of panic. She leaned on her cane and instructed the servants. "Fetch the physician immediately." Under the watchful eyes of all, Yan Minghui was carried into the residence, sparking a flurry of rumors. Discussions arose regarding the unexpected marriage between Yan Ao Chuan and Zhiruan. Others speculated that the Yin family, being of the highest social standing, had long harbored disdain for King Kang's ostentatious behavior, and that this incident involving Yan Ao Chuan was a declaration of their opposition to King Kong. Some observed that Yan Minghui was carried through the door, speculating that King Kong sought revenge after being accused by Yan Minghui of political mismanagement. Consequently, the city was abuzz with gossip regarding these two families. Within the Yin household, the family physician arrived promptly to tend to the injuries of the father and son. While the physician treated Yan Ao Chuan, Zhiruan first visited Baihe courtyard, where several individuals lingered by Yan Minghui's side, inquiring about his condition. Yan Minghui had injured his leg, fortunately without fracturing any bones, yet he would be unable to walk for some time. Madame Chu, observing her husband confined to bed and recalling her son's injuries, could not restrain her tears. "Today, you accused King Kong. What did the court say? Is this injury a result of King Kang's deliberate retaliation against you?" Zhiruan stood nearby, witnessing Yan Minghui nod gently in her direction before he spoke. "I presented Chuan's poetry to the emperor, acknowledging my failures in raising my son, and requested a demotion, which the emperor did not grant. I then laid bare King Kang's political blunders over the past 6 months. Having been deceived for so long, the emperor was naturally displeased and promptly penalized King Kong by withholding his salary for half a year. While the salary is of little consequence, it is crucial that our family clarifies its standing with King Kong. The elder lady scrutinized her son, instructing Madame Gan and Madame Chiu to attend to Yan Ao Chuan while retaining Song Zhiruan's presence. Once the room was cleared, she turned to her son and inquired, "This injury you inflicted upon yourself, did you not?" Madame Chiu gasped, "You did this yourself?" Given the current circumstances, Song Zhiruan, being the youngest, refrained from interjecting. Yet Yan Minghui's expression suggested the elder lady had spoken truthfully. "My mother understands me," Yan Minghui sighed, grasping Madame Chu's hand to reassure her, "Do not worry. I am fine. I merely staged this act to convince outsiders that King Kong orchestrated this as an act of vengeance." He then turned to Song Zhiruan, expressing gratitude. "I must thank you, Aji. Had you not been vigilant regarding the Chiu family's movements and informed us of the matters concerning Prince Rui, the Yin family would have indeed faced dire consequences." Song Zhiruan shook her head slightly. "Uncle's actions may provoke King Kong to genuinely harbor thoughts of revenge against you and the Yin family." Yan Minghui's expression grew complex, and he sighed, feeling helpless. Without a truly adversarial relationship, how could the emperor and the entire court believe that the Yin family harbored ill intentions? This situation startled both me and the elder lady. Madame Chu inhaled deeply, caressing Song Zhiruan's hair, gently admonishing, "You are too thoughtful, my dear. Since you discovered this matter early on, you should have informed us sooner. Investigating such affairs alone is perilous. What if King Kong had found out? Promise me you won't shoulder these burdens alone again, all right?" Song Zhiruan obediently nodded twice. The elder lady withdrew her gaze and addressed Yan Minghui. "Ji and Chuan's marriage has been arranged." "So soon?" Although Yan Minghui was not surprised by the prospect of Yan Ao Chuan marrying Song Zhiruan, he had not anticipated it happening so quickly. Somehow, Song Zhiruan felt that something was amiss. Families of any standing typically valued compatibility in marital alliances, particularly among prominent clans such as theirs. However, the Yin family has never expressed any disdain for her identity from beginning to end. Why is that? Is it truly because they are indifferent to such elaborate formalities? This is wonderful. Aji can truly become one of us, and I am overjoyed. Yan Minghui nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the lily courtyard, Song Zhiruan was deep in thought, while Huai chattered excitedly by her side about the impending union between Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan. Yin Lu was naturally pleased as well. After the downfall of the Song family, they had been like drifting weeds. Now, with the old matriarch's decree solidifying the engagement, they finally had a place to belong, and the young lady had someone to rely on. Yet, noticing the unusual expression on the young lady's face, Yin Lu grew somewhat concerned. "My lady, what troubles you?" Song Zhiruan came to her senses, shook her head, and smiled. "It's nothing. Shouldn't we go see the fifth young master?" Huai chimed in, "Just now, as Yin Lu and I walked over from the peony courtyard. We heard from those in the Xian Chao courtyard that the fifth young master is gravely injured and refuses to take his medicine, throwing a tantrum." Since Song Zhiruan was heading to the Xian Chao courtyard, Yin Lu and Huai could not accompany her today and remained at the peony courtyard. They had also heard about Yan Ao Chuan being attacked and publicly refusing the marriage. Although it was a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking, Yin Lu still worried that Yan Ao Chuan might not be able to accept Song Zhiruan and that unforeseen complications could arise. At this moment, the fifth young master was likely still in a fit of anger, especially since he had not been prepared for this turn of events. "Perhaps you should wait a few days before visiting him," she suggested. "No, I must go now," Song Zhiruan insisted. "If I do not explain things to him, I fear his anger will not subside." As the three of them approached the main house, a loud crash echoed as a porcelain bowl shattered, the brown medicinal liquid splattering against the paper window, accompanied by the impatient voice of the young man inside. "You are forcing me into marriage." Yin Lu was startled and quickly supported Song Zhiruan, noticing her calm demeanor, as they heard Madame Gan's stern voice from within. "What nonsense is this? Are we truly coercing you into marriage?" Madame Chiu spoke gently. "A Chuan, it is indeed time for you to marry. If not for Aji shielding you today, you would have been beaten to death. Your grandmother is only thinking of your welfare. She understands your heart and values your future. Once you are with Aji and establish a family, your affairs will be more stable, preventing such incidents from occurring again." "Grandmother is not thinking of me at all," Yan Ao Chuan replied coldly. "Why do you waste your breath explaining to this brat? He is unaware of the blessings in his life and has caused such calamity." nearly endangering the entire family. Madame Gon was the first to leave, exclaiming, "Let him suffer without medicine. If he dies, it will save the household trouble." As Yin Lu heard Madame Gon's footsteps approaching, she hurriedly advised Song Zhiruan, "My lady, let us return for now. The fifth young master is still upset. What if he takes it out on you?" "He will not," Song Zhiruan asserted, pushing the door open, only to come face to face with Madame Gon's displeased expression. She bowed respectfully, "Greetings, second madam." Madame Gon let out a soft huff as she passed by, remarking, "Taking on this marriage may not necessarily bode well for you. Beware. He may harbor resentment towards you." The identity of the he to whom Madame Gon referred was all too clear to Song Zhiruan. Upon her arrival, Madame Chiu handed her a medicine jar, saying, "Ji, please persuade Ao Chuan to apply the medicine." Song Zhiruan nodded in agreement and stepped over the threshold, only to find the young man on the couch with his back turned towards the entrance. He had changed into inner garments. Yet the wound on his lower back was profusely bleeding, staining the bedding beneath him, a sight both shocking and distressing. "Isn't the young master of a suitable age to act with decorum?" A gentle voice resonated within the room, causing Yan Ao Chuan to stiffen. As the footsteps approached, he endured the pain and turned to face her, his tone harsh. "Get out. I do not wish to see you." "And what if I refuse to leave?" Song Zhiruan lowered her gaze, her eyes resting on the bowl of medicine beside him. "Are you planning to throw it at me or strike me?" Chapter 19. The unutterable embarrassment. The courtyard of the Daylily residence was enveloped in an eerie silence, the main house equally hushed. The young man leaned on the armrest, his dark hair cascading loosely, his narrow, profound black eyes fixated on the other person, enigmatic in expression. Song Zhiruan, equally resolute, maintained an upright posture, displaying no sign of retreat. "Do you believe my temper to be exceedingly mild, given your repeated provocations?" Yan Ao Chuan spoke coldly. Song Zhiruan replied gently, "I have never intended to provoke you. However, you are injured and in need of treatment. It is quite unreasonable to dismiss both the ladies of your household. They are your elders and genuinely concerned for your well-being. If you find yourself displeased, it would be far more sensible to communicate rather than resort to destruction." Yan Ao Chuan observed as she bent down to gather the shattered porcelain pieces into a dustpan, then took a small chair to sit beside him. "I will tend to your wounds." "Song Zhiruan, I shall not marry you," he retorted, pulling the covers tightly around himself, making his resistance unmistakably clear. In truth, Song Zhiruan found it difficult to comprehend Yan Ao Chuan. He professed disdain for her, yet his actions consistently shielded her. He had accumulated numerous items belonging to her. And if he truly harbored no feelings for her, she found that hard to believe. But could someone genuinely enamored push the other away in such a brusque manner? Yan Ao Chuan did not strike her as a foolish individual. Such tactics seemed more fitting for a Navi child than for him. "Let us discuss marriage later. For now, I shall apply the medicine." Song Zhiruan lifted a corner of the quilt, only to have it firmly grasped in his hand, preventing any movement. "I do not like you touching me," he said, his gaze sharp. "Then why did you embrace me this morning?" Song Zhiruan calmly countered. Yan Ao Chuan was taken aback by her sudden mention of the morning's events. His lips moved as he stammered, That was. I do not intend to pursue the matter further. After all, we shall soon finalize our engagement. I will treat this minor incident as if it never occurred," she declared, lifting the bedding. Yan Ao Chuan frowned deeply and withdrew, clutching his chest defensively. "I have already stated I will not marry you. There are distinctions between men and women. Did Song Uncle and Aunt Ruan not teach you the meaning of self-respect?" Song Zhiruan acknowledged, "They did teach me. But my mother also imparted wisdom that in the face of life, other concerns pale in significance." With nowhere to retreat, Yan Ao Chuan found himself against the wall. And in a swift motion, Song Zhiruan grasped his garment, deftly pulling it down. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as she inhaled sharply at the sight of his injury. Though the physician had tended to his wounds, blood continued to seep from the gash. She hurriedly wrung out a cloth from the basin beside the bed, cleaning the area around the wound to facilitate the application of medicine. Yan Ao Chuan let out a muffled groan, his sturdy back involuntarily twitching as he cursed, "Song Zhiruan, have you no shame? Is there any young lady in this world who behaves like you, touching a man's backside at such a tender age?" Song Zhiruan's gaze swept over the broad shoulders and narrow waist before her, lingering on the alluringly deep curve of his waist. She paused momentarily before resuming her expressionless task of cleaning the blood, deftly unscrewing the lid of the ointment jar. "Rest assured, your injury is a fair distance from your backside. I haven't even removed your trousers. Fifth young master would scold me for being shameless. Wouldn't you say that's a tad hasty?" Yan Ao Chuan felt his ears burn with embarrassment, struggling against the constraints of his injury. Were it not for his incapacitation, he would never allow himself to be subdued by such a young girl as Zhiruan. Is there any girl in the world like you? So young with such audacity, he muttered bitterly, unable to suppress his disdain. Before he could articulate his grievances further, a sudden, intense pain surged through his lower back, eliciting a series of pained gasps as he turned to glare at her. Zhiruan, you did that on purpose. Nay, she replied, warming the remaining ointment in her palms before applying it to his lower back. I merely noted the vigor with which fifth young master scolds, and became curious as to whether you would feel pain. Yan Ao Chuan gritted his teeth, barely able to retort before she retrieved the bandages and reminded him. I shall wrap your wounds, lift your waist. He turned his face away defiantly, huffing. The injury is too severe, I cannot lift it. Oh. She had thought the young girl might be at a loss, until Yan Ao Chuan felt her delicate hand supporting his waist, her soft, smooth skin brushing against his lower abdomen, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through him. A soft, raspy groan escaped him, laden with unspoken implications, causing Zhiruan's hand to falter momentarily over his abdomen. The atmosphere, once charged with contention, had now taken on an inexplicably awkward quality. Chapter 20. Deception. Yan Ao Chuan clenched his jaw tightly. The person assisting him with the bandaging had yet to utter a word, and his face was already flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Zhiruan. I didn't hear anything earlier. Zhiruan cleared her throat, swiftly threading the bandage beneath his waist, and with deft movements, tied a knot, covering him with his garments once more. Yan Ao Chuan silently turned his back, arranging the blanket. Their actions flowed in harmony, revealing an unspoken understanding. You. The voices of both genders echoed simultaneously, only to fall into silence as their gazes met, which were quickly averted. Please, you speak first. Zhiruan retook her seat, creating a slight distance from the young man, alleviating some of the awkwardness. Yan Ao Chuan coughed twice and began, before you arrived. My second and third aunts informed me of my father's injuries, claiming he was retaliated against by King Kong, and mentioned that you were the one who disclosed the rebellion to him. Zhiruan acknowledged this with a soft due to the circumstances surrounding Aunt Qiu. Yan Ming Hui had refrained from clarifying the matters pertaining to the Qiu family, leaving Aunt Qiu blissfully unaware. While only the main family and the matriarch were privy to the connection between the Qiu family and King Kong. Thus, both Madame Gong and Aunt Qiu were under the impression that the entire incident stemmed solely from a poem by Yan Ao Chuan. My uncle is fine, and it is not an act of revenge from King Kong. Zhiruan pondered for a moment, contemplating how to explain to Yan Ao Chuan that Yan Ming Hui's injuries were a result of her own machinations. Was the injury inflicted by my father himself? The young man's sudden inquiry took her by surprise. Given your expression, it seems so. Yan Ao Chuan averted his gaze, stating, I'm not that foolish. Had I known that the recent uproar in the capital regarding the Yongzhou governor case was instigated by Qiu Pan, I would not have been seen gallivanting with him. Zhiruan understood that Yan Ao Chuan was far from foolish. Having once commanded the military and captured numerous cities from the enemy, he was undoubtedly astute. Now that the Yan family stood opposed to King Kong, even if the matter of the rebellion were to surface, it would bear no connection to the Yan family. Is this matter truly as simple as you suggest? Yan Ao Chuan leaned against the headboard, his distinctly knuckled hand resting at his side, veins subtly visible as they shifted with his movements. Zhiruan observed his hand for a moment. King Kong, having supported the emperor's ascension, was known for his volatile temperament and grudges. Her uncle's actions today were akin to tarnishing King Kang's reputation, and it was likely that King Kong would not let this matter go lightly. Yan Ao Chuan lifted his face, the back of his head resting against the edge of the bed canopy, the sheer white curtain fluttering gently in the breeze, occasionally brushing against the striking contours of the young man's face. His eyelids drooped, dark lashes casting shadows over his eyes, obscuring his thoughts, exuding an air of languid charm. Zhiruan's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she swiftly averted it just before he looked her way. Yan Ao Chuan turned his attention to the girl whose eyes darted away, pressing further on the question she had previously evaded. How did you come to know about the Qiu family? Zhiruan, composed and unruffled, recounted the words she had previously shared with Yan Ming Hui, prompting a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he queried, when did you overhear the conversation between Prince Rui and Uncle Song? She spoke without a moment's hesitation, echoing the words I heard on the day of my coming of age. A lie. Yan Ao Chuan's piercing gaze was akin to a sharp blade, slicing through the thin paper of her deceitful facade, direct and unceremonious. Songji was momentarily taken aback, She pondered carefully but found no flaws in her own words. Yet, the unwavering determination in the young man's eyes rendered her inexplicably uneasy. A lie? How could you possibly think I am lying? Yan Ao Chuan regarded her intently, his gaze drifting from her face to the fortune bracelet peeking from beneath her sleeve, and then, with deliberate emphasis, he stated, I know it to be true. Chapter 21. Whom shall I marry? Zhiruan's soft eyes flickered momentarily, an inexplicable sense of guilt washing over her. Perhaps I have misremembered after all this time. It should have been before my coming of age. Yan Ao Chuan gazed at her intently, his thoughts inscrutable. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting her to hastily change the subject. May I inquire about what I was going to ask earlier? Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow, inviting her to speak. Why do you refuse to marry me? She queried. Yan Ao Chuan was taken aback by her forthrightness, his lips twitching as he replied, I simply do not wish to. There need not be so many reasons. Master Yin, surely there must be a reason for your reluctance to wed me? Zhiruan sensed that the young man's feelings were anything but ordinary. You should abandon this line of thought. Yan Ao Chuan's expression grew somber, his demeanor far from cheerful. I shall never marry, let alone marry me, Zhiruan interjected. Yan Ao Chuan, caught off guard by her interruption, paused momentarily before muttering softly, It's good that you understand. Then how about this? Zhiruan pondered for a moment. If you tell me why you are unwilling to marry, I could devise a way to prevent your marriage. Initially skeptical, the young man hesitated in silence for a long while before finally confessing, I intend to enlist in the military. Zhiruan was taken aback. To enlist in the military meant facing the constant peril of death. He lowered his gaze, silently observing the auspicious bracelet on her wrist, and murmured, If I were to perish on the battlefield, how pitiful my wife would be. That would be unfair to her, so it is better not to. He trailed off, leaving his thoughts unspoken. This rationale was indeed unexpected for Zhiruan. In her previous life, she had learned that Yan Ao Chuan had turned to military service out of desperation after failing the imperial examinations, risking his life to earn countless military accolades, ultimately becoming a legendary figure in the eyes of the populace. She had never considered that he had contemplated military service from the very beginning. It seemed she had never truly understood him. The elder Yan's greatest aspiration had been to protect the nation and engage in battle. Yet he was later appointed as the imperial tutor, begrudgingly remaining in the capital. The elder's martial spirit had not been inherited by his son, but had instead manifested in the bloodline of his grandchildren. With such ambition in their ancestry, how could Yan Ao Chuan truly be just a frivolous young man? So she gazed at him. Are you concerned about disappointing me? Zhiruan's eyes caused Yan Ao Chuan to falter, and he quickly averted his gaze, stubbornly insisting, I am worried about failing my future wife and children. While I do not believe that the notion of a man following a woman is particularly just, it is only natural for a man to care for his own wife. If I were to die, who would look after? For a fleeting moment, his gaze lingered on Zhiruan before swiftly shifting away. In any case, I shall not marry. Zhiruan pressed her lips together. I understand. What was the method you mentioned earlier? Yan Ao Chuan inquired once more. Zhiruan pondered. The old matriarch has never rushed us into marriage. My parents have only passed away for a few months, and according to custom, I should observe a 3-year mourning period. Furthermore, you have not yet taken the imperial examination. The matriarch's intention was to first establish an engagement between us, allowing us to marry after the mourning period. Therefore, she raised an eyebrow. Her reasoning was clear. The old matriarch was concerned for you, and her insistence on marriage stemmed from your penchant for frivolity and your lack of scholarly distinction. During these 3 years of engagement, you should diligently apply yourself to your studies. Once you obtain a degree, I shall find another reason to decline the marriage, thus placing the blame on me. With your scholarly title, when you ascend to office, the matriarch would no longer have the same authority over you as before. No, the young man immediately rejected this notion. I know you are reluctant to study. Zhiruan had already devised a solution. If you were to enlist in the military, it would take years to rise through the ranks. However, should you succeed in the examinations and secure a position in court, the esteemed Master Yin could recommend you for a transfer. Our dynasty values civil service over military prowess. Transitioning from military to civil ranks is arduous, but the reverse is far easier. Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brows, but seemed somewhat swayed by her words. Moreover, with the old master as your guarantor, given his past as a tutor to the royal family, they would be hard-pressed to refuse. At that time, even if they arranged for you to be a 7th-rank captain, it would be a swifter ascent than laboring for 5 years as a mere soldier in the camp. She elaborated on the advantages. I understand you might be hesitant to rely on family connections, yet climbing from captain to higher ranks is no simple feat. When the time comes, you could rely on your own merits to rise, serving the nation all the same. Yan Ao Chuan remained silent for a considerable time, neither affirming nor denying her proposal. Eventually, he inquired, "You mentioned earlier that you would use another reason to decline the marriage. What reason would that be?" Zhiruan smiled. "I shall simply say that my affections have shifted and I wish to marry another." "Who do you intend to marry?" Yan Ao Chuan asked, his eyes widening with curiosity. "You are not marrying me, so why should it concern you?" Zhiruan chuckled softly. Yan Ao Chuan felt momentarily stumped, his frustration deepening, yet he could not express it. Observing his hesitation, Zhiruan glanced at his hand, which dangled by the bedside. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from his palm. The young man looked up, bewildered, meeting the playful curve of Zhiruan's lips. For a moment, he was lost in thought, feeling both anxious and bewildered. He stammered, "Zhiruan, what are you doing?" Chapter 22. A pact sealed by a hand-clap. Zhi smiled gently, her expression innocent. "A pact sealed by a hand-clap? What do you mean by that?" Yan Ao Chuan grew anxious. Zhi blinked and interrupted, "You didn't refute my previous statement, did you? As the esteemed fifth young master, are you not a man of your word?" Yan Ao Chuan's face flushed crimson. "I would never." "Since you have no objections, then it is settled." Zhi, beaming, adjusted her sleeves, and as she departed, she reminded him to take his medicine in the evening. Before Yan Ao Chuan could respond, her figure had already vanished from the main house. Once Zhi left the Xianchao courtyard, Fu Yuanzi and Su Shan entered, having eavesdropped on the earlier conversation. Upon entering and seeing Yan Ao Chuan's flushed face and disgruntled demeanor, they exchanged knowing smiles. "Congratulations, young master, on achieving your wish." Su Shan cleared his throat and bowed respectfully. "Get lost." Yan Ao Chuan glared at him before swiftly changing the subject. "How are grandfather and father faring?" "I shall go visit them shortly," Fu Yuanzi replied. "Both the old madam and madam have sent messages, urging you to rest well and not to visit the old master and the eldest master." Despite the old madam's sternness, she still cared for her grandson. Knowing Yan Ao Chuan was worried about old master Yan, she sent word early in the morning for him to focus on his recovery. Su Shan lamented, "Today's incident of you being beaten will likely spread like wildfire. There will be those who accuse you of being unfilial, especially since you went to the Xinla Tower while the old master was ill. They have no idea that it was Lady Qiao who summoned you for urgent matters. Lady Qiao should have simply sent word if there was something concerning the seventh prince. Why go through such trouble to summon you and let you bear the label of unfilial? In the realm of the Great Jin, there was no seventh prince. The seventh prince referred to by Su Shan was Ji Tianhe, a prince of the Yan kingdom, who had befriended Yan Ao Chuan a few months ago in Lingnan, concealing his identity. Initially, Yan Ao Chuan was unaware of his background and admired Ji Tianhe's boldness, considering him a close friend. However, upon learning of Ji Tianhe's identity and his motives for coming to the Great Jin, he resolved to distance himself. Truth be told, the seventh prince is not at fault. He is quite amiable. The Yan and Great Jin kingdoms maintain a friendly relationship, so it is natural for him to befriend you, Su Shan commented. Fu Yuanzi cast a glance at Su Shan. Even if the seventh prince is a good man, he is still a prince of a foreign nation. The Great Jin has its rules. We cannot meddle in the affairs of another country. Do you think the seventh prince seeks to befriend the Yan family for no reason? It is likely because the Yan family is at the pinnacle of the gentry. If he seeks to leverage the Yan family's influence to ascend the throne of the Yan kingdom in the future, what shall we do then? Su Shan opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. But didn't Lady Qiao say that the seventh prince currently has no ambition for the throne? She even mentioned he is willing to help our young master secure a position in the military. The old madam and the others are already reluctant for our young master to enlist, so this resolves all issues. The seventh prince is a prince of the Yan kingdom. Do you think it feasible that he would assist our young master in entering the military of the Great Jin? Fu Yuanzi shook his head. Have you two finished your discussion? The youth reclining on the couch impatiently lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the two individuals. The matter concerning Ji Tianhe was not to be mentioned again within the Yan household. Su Shan and Fu Yuanzi understood that if news of their young master's association with Ji Tianhe were to leak, it would likely throw the entire Yan family into disarray. They instinctively closed their mouths, refraining from uttering a word. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Fu Yuanzi went to open it and was greeted by the exuberant sight of Hua He, who was laden with books. The young girl beamed with joy as she bounced over and placed the books in front of Yan Ao Chuan. "What brings you here?" Yan Ao Chuan inquired. Glancing at Hua He clasped her hands and replied, "These are what the young lady instructed me to deliver to you, all essential texts for the autumn examination." Yan Ao Chuan surveyed the mountainous pile of books on the table, his brow furrowing. "I have sustained an injury. This matter is not urgent." The young lady mentioned. Hua He interjected, clearly prepared for this conversation, that the fifth young master need not use his waist to read, but rather his eyes. Yan Ao Chuan widened his eyes. Hua He continued, "The young lady said that considering your pain, you only need to recite 5 poems from the Book of Songs today, and she shall come to assess you tomorrow. She intends to assess me as well." Yan Ao Chuan laughed in frustration. The young lady has given her orders. I dare not disobey. Please take care of your health, fifth young master. I shall take my leave." Hua He, sensing Yan Ao Chuan's rising temper, cleverly bowed and exited. Su Shan chuckled, remarking that this girl was indeed more cunning than Yin Lu. Fu Yuanzi shot a glance at Su Shan, recalling how he had previously referred to her as sister when they had someone guide them. Now he was calling her Yin Lu. Su Shan felt unjustly accused. During the spring feast, it was clear that my master instructed me to divert her attention. If I had not acted thus, how could she have followed me? Besides, Fu Yuanzi noticed Su Shan trailing off. "What? Do you feel you have no justification?" Su Shan suddenly recalled something and turned sharply, slapping his thigh. "Young master, while I was tidying your room today, I discovered that the box is missing." Yan Ao Chuan immediately sat upright, attempting to get out of bed, but the wound on his waist caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. His expression contorted in pain. "Do not get up, young master." Fu Yuanzi blocked his path and moved to the bookshelf to investigate, only to confirm that the box was indeed absent. Yan Ao Chuan pressed eagerly. "How could it be missing?" Fu Yuanzi recollected. "I remember that a few days ago, the mistress had someone clean the Xianchao courtyard. Could it have been during that time?" The box was of utmost importance to Yan Ao Chuan. He tightened his brow and spoke with urgency. "Quickly send someone to search for it." Su Shan recognized the young master's distress and promptly agreed. Meanwhile, within the peony courtyard, Yin Lu went to retrieve the newly crafted box for Hua He. Upon entering the room, she first removed her damp cloak, hanging it by the charcoal brazier to dry, lest the moisture cause Zhiruan to catch a chill. "Miss, the box has been remade. It appears nearly identical to the previous one. The fifth young master should not notice the difference." Yin Lu hung up her cloak and then placed the box before the prostrated Zhiruan. "Thank you for your hard work," Zhiruan replied, grasping a brush and diligently sketching something on paper. Upon returning from the Hemero-Callous courtyard, Hua entered the room and softly addressed Zhiruan and Yin Lu, saying, "Just now, when I carried that pile of books over, the fifth young master turned pale. I feared he might faint from rage." Zhiruan lowered her head with a smile, acknowledging, "His anger is quite understandable. He has always been resistant to discipline, and with my current demeanor of directing him, he naturally feels discomfort." "Miss, what are you painting?" Hua, with her boisterous nature, easily became distracted. Moments ago, she was excitedly discussing Yan Ao Chuan's appearance, but now her attention was captivated by Zhiruan's painting. "I am illustrating garments," Zhiruan replied earnestly, "specifically depicting a fabric known as floating light brocade." "Floating light brocade? What is that?" Hua inquired, having never heard of it before. Yin Lu approached and scrutinized the floating light brocade under Zhiruan's brush, exclaiming, "Your artistic skills are truly lifelike. Look at the brilliance of this fabric. Its radiance is simply mesmerizing." Hua leaned in for a closer look, agreeing wholeheartedly. "Yin Lu, keep an eye out for suitable shops. I intend to engage in trade." Zhiruan raised her chin, pointing at the drawing. "I plan to sell garments made from this." She recalled that in her previous life, it was at this very time that floating light brocade, having spread from foreign lands, became the epitome of brilliance in the garments crafted from it, causing quite a stir among the noble ladies of the capital. Every fabric merchant in the capital emulated this floating light brocade and prospered immensely. Yin Lu was taken aback. "Sell garments? Miss, you are a lady of high birth. How can you engage in trade? Being a lady of high birth is a thing of the past." Zhiruan replied with a light laugh. "My current situation is accurately described as a fallen family, destitute and struggling." Hua whispered. "But we still have the Yin family supporting us, right?" "That is not the same," Zhiruan chided the young girl. "Their kindness to us is commendable, but whether they extend their support or not is their prerogative. Money should remain in our own hands. It is far more comfortable not to have to beg for it." Yin Lu's face was filled with concern. Miss, I do not wish to discourage you, but you have never engaged in business before. Will you be able to manage it? Moreover, our savings are indeed dwindling. The silver we sent to the third young master has already consumed a large portion. While we reside with the Yan family and our basic needs are met, it is not like the monthly allowances we had at the Song family. If you occasionally wish to purchase a garment, indulge in treats, or go shopping, our funds will not last long. Though we have some money for business, the costs of leasing a shop and producing garments will drain our resources, and we will truly find ourselves in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Song Zhiruan was momentarily stunned. No wonder it is said that one does not know the value of everyday expenses until they take on the responsibility of managing a household. The Song family had been implicated in a scandal, and she had left without a single tael of silver. All her funds came from her aunt Song Jun, who had discreetly provided her with pocket money, which was safeguarded by Yin Lu. She had never concerned herself with finances and had not contemplated how much was left or how long it would suffice. Now, hearing Yin Lu's words, she realized the extent of her impoverishment. Yin Lu observed Song Zhiruan, who appeared somewhat dazed, and, not wishing to undermine her confidence, thoughtfully suggested, "My lady, how about we refrain from renting a shop for the time being? Instead, let us seek a fabric store to craft the floating light brocade into garments. We can then sell the finished clothes in a tailor's shop, sharing the profits, which would save us the expense of a storefront. Even if sales are modest, it matters not. At least we will have a foundation." Song Zhiruan nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. "You are right. I was indeed short-sighted earlier, failing to consider our financial constraints." "My lady, you are hardly short-sighted," Yin Lu sighed, gazing at her with concern. "You should not have to bear such burdens, living as any ordinary young lady of privilege would, were it not for the unfairness of fate that has thrust this hardship upon you." As their eyes met, Song Zhiruan felt a pang of emotion. In her previous life, after marrying Sima Luo, such heartfelt words were seldom spoken to her, and even rarer were the moments when someone truly empathized with her plight. After all, Yin Lu had been by her side since childhood, a bond that no one else could rival. "I am not suffering," Song Zhiruan declared with a smile, clasping the hands of Yin Lu and Hui He. "I still have you both." Hui He, with a reddened nose, reciprocated the gesture, stating, "I recall a fabric store in the city known for its reasonable prices and excellent craftsmanship. We can visit it tomorrow. No matter what you choose to do, my lady, I have unwavering faith in you." Song Zhiruan pressed her lips together in a smile, affirming, "I believe in you as well." As dawn broke softly, just past the hour of Mao, the servants of Xianchao courtyard completed their chores and departed for the dining room to have breakfast. Fu Yuanzi prepared the medicinal ointment and gauze, knocking thrice before entering the room. Typically, at this hour, Yan Ao Chuan would be indulging in a late slumber. However, Fu Yuanzi, possessing both strength and keen hearing, detected rustling sounds emanating from within. Initially, she assumed Yan Ao Chuan was awake due to unbearable pain and intended to deliver the analgesic ointment. To her surprise, upon pushing the door open, she witnessed the young man hastily concealing a book beneath his pillow. Without acknowledging her presence, he contemptuously declared, "Do not think for a moment that this young master will obediently comply and yield to you. I warn you, unless you come to me with deference and plead for my favor, I shall not read." Chapter 23, The Young Mistress. No need to yield. Fu Yuanzu entered with the medicinal ointment, merely here to administer the treatment. Yan Ao Chuan propped himself up on the bed, a pallor overshadowing his face. "Do not feel awkward," Fu Yuanzu spoke with a calm demeanor, loosening the young man's garments. "I do not associate you with anyone else." Yan Ao Chuan clenched his jaw, silently averting his gaze, refusing to meet Fu Yuanzu's eyes. As noon approached, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the area before the couch. Yan Ao Chuan fixated on the book of songs resting on the pillow, his brow furrowing in discontent. This Song Ji was so languid. How could there exist such a lethargic girl? It was nearly lunchtime, yet she remained in slumber. Did she intend to come and inspect him, only to dine together afterwards? He was so absorbed in staring at the book of songs that the verses, once deemed dull, swiftly ingrained themselves in his mind. He could recite not only 5 but even 10 poems with ease. However, when the young lady finally arrived, he could not simply recite them effortlessly. He needed to challenge her a bit first. Yan Ao Chuan maintained this pose for quite some time, his elbows aching before he gradually turned to the side, draping the book of songs over his face, speaking with a tone of lamentation. "Foolish and soft-hearted. Having promised to come, one should arrive sooner. Such procrastination. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Yan Ao Chuan bolted upright, the movement aggravating his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. He hastily concealed the book of songs beneath the bedding, coldly remarking, "Miss Song, from whom did you learn this tardy demeanor? Such laziness, has neither Uncle Song nor Aunt Ruan reprimanded you? The sun is nearly at its zenith, and yet you arrive, devoid of sincerity. I advise you to abandon this endeavor." The visitor remained silent. Yan Ao Chuan cleared his throat and turned to see Su Shan, bewildered, carrying dishes of food. "Abandon what?" he queried. The corners of Yan Ao Chuan's lips stiffened, and he snatched the book hidden beneath the blankets, hurling it at Su Shan. "One or two of you barging into my room without knocking. Who taught you such disregard for etiquette?" Su Shan, balancing the dishes, hurriedly dodged. "Young master, I did knock. You did not respond, so I presumed you were asleep." Yan Ao Chuan's face flushed with indignation as he reprimanded. "Have you found the box I asked for?" Su Shan set down the food, explaining, "I am still searching. I have already interrogated the servants within the manor. If the Xianxiao courtyard is unaware, I shall inquire in the Lily courtyard. It may have been taken by the mistress. If it was taken by my mother, you can expect a beating." Yan Ao Chuan coldly withdrew his gaze. Su Shan scratched his head, retrieving the book from the floor, and remarked, "Isn't this the book of songs that the young mistress sent yesterday? Have you read it, master?" "I have not," Yan Ao Chuan retorted, only to realize the implication of his words, glaring at Su Shan. "Who permitted you to call her the young mistress? This matter is far from settled. Stop spouting such nonsense. It is hardly even a beginning." Su Shan whispered, "Both the mistress and the old matriarch are consulting auspicious dates to arrange your wedding banquet. Begone. I have no intention of marrying her." Yan Ao Chuan huffed, turning his back and lying down once more. Su Shan, feeling deflated, turned away, only to unexpectedly collide with someone. "You have arrived." Another set of footsteps echoed. As Yan Ao Chuan had just reclined, his eyes instantly brightened. He moved his lips, paused for a moment, and then spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "Leave at once. I do not wish to see you." The footsteps hesitated, as if in doubt. Fearing that the person might truly depart, Yan Ao Chuan raised his voice. "Unless you offer me an apology, I shall reconsider whether to forgive you." The other party remained silent, prompting Yan Ao Chuan to rise in defiance and gaze at them, remarking, "What is with your temperament, you little girl?" Chapter 24. A slap and a sweet date. Nansu wore an expression of disbelief. "Firstly, I kindly brought you medicine, yet you insult me. It is I who should consider forgiving you. Secondly, as a respectable man, how can you compare me to a young girl?" Nansu scrutinized himself, wondering if it was due to the floral attire he donned today. He had long advised his mother against such embroidered garments, but alas, she had passed away. Yan Ao Chuan took a deep breath, sat up, and cast a glance at Su Shan, urging him to prepare tea promptly. Su Shan complied without delay. Nansu perched himself on a small chair beside the bed, wearing a knowing expression. "You weren't actually hoping for someone else to arrive, were you? It's your esteemed self." Yan Ao Chuan reclined against the pillow, his demeanor sour. "This medicine was sent by Sima Zhang. While he may thrive in the outside world, most of your Yin family members are entangled in the affairs of the court. Who wouldn't recognize him?" Nansu set the medicine aside. "Moreover, your sister-in-law has also heard about your beating and sent me to check if you're indeed incapacitated." Yan Jing had always been fond of Yan Ao Chuan, and their sibling bond was quite amicable. Though Yan Jing had married into the Duke's residence years before Yan Ao Chuan had matured. "Tell third sister that I am perfectly well," Yan Ao Chuan replied. Nansu smirked, as his sister-in-law also tasked me with inquiring about when you and Miss Song plan to become engaged. She is eagerly awaiting the chance to celebrate with a drink. Yan Ao Chuan's gaze was laden with warnings, clearly indicating that he disapproved of the topic. "What's the matter?" Nansu teased. "News has spread throughout the capital that the esteemed fifth young master of the Yan family was dragged to his doorstep and beaten. To rescue you, Miss Song knelt before your elderly matriarch, weeping profusely, declaring her desire to marry you, even proclaiming that as husband and wife, they should face adversities together." "Absurd," Yan Ao Chuan scoffed. "And what of her weeping? Words spoken yesterday are forgotten today. As husband and wife, nonsense. Speak less of her." Yan Ao Chuan shot a glare at his companion, clearly displeased. Suppressing a laugh, Nansu understood that his friend had likely encountered difficulties with Song Zhiruan, explaining his foul mood. "However, judging by your injuries, it seems you will not be attending the spring banquet this year." Nansu yawned and continued. I must mention that the incident where your father was ambushed by King Kong has also become quite the topic of gossip. King Kong was reprimanded by the emperor yesterday and fined half a year's salary. Yet today, the emperor entrusted him with the task of organizing the spring banquet. Yan Ao Chuan appeared unfazed. King Kong had earned his place through merit, and the emperor would always have a soft spot for him. A slap on the wrist would certainly be followed by a reward. However, should the emperor uncover King Kong's treasonous intentions, it is unlikely that he would be so lenient. Very well, I shall attend alone this year. After all, you are to be engaged and need not concern yourself with my presence. Nansu stretched lazily, preparing to take his leave. Yan Ao Chuan looked perplexed. You have a betrothal with the Mu family. You need not concern yourself with appearances. No, 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 Nansu replied with a faint smile. That tomboy, Mu Hong-ing, has recently been clamoring to annul our engagement, asserting that she would rather marry a dung collector than me. Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Nansu, to her, I am evidently inferior to a mere pile of dung. Perhaps I should pay more attention at the spring festival banquet. Yan Ao Chuan sighed. There will always be someone blind enough to fancy you. Nansu stormed out, and Yan Ao Chuan, equally displeased, lay on his bed, pondering whether Zhiruan had suffered a mishap that led her to forget our prior agreement. However, his thoughts were swiftly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. As the door swung open, Yan Ao Chuan assumed it was Nansu returning to provoke him once more, and he hurled a pillow in her direction. I need to rest, so leave. The woman halted in her tracks. Chapter 25. Deceiving his emotions. Before whom do you dare to address me in such a manner? Lady Chu's expression darkened as she glanced at the pillow by her feet, her displeasure directed at Yan Ao Chuan. I heard you threw a medicine bowl at your two aunts yesterday? Mother. Yan Ao Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing his earlier demeanor, and explained. It was not I who threw the bowl, it was my second aunt. Lady Chu furrowed her brow. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Yan Ao Chuan sighed in resignation. You are well aware of my second aunt's foul temper. I merely retorted to her once, and she retaliated by smashing my medicine bowl. Lady Chu, familiar with Lady Gan's temperament, cleared her throat. It is only natural for elders to admonish you. Besides, no matter how irritable your second aunt may be, can she rival your own temperament? Yan Ao Chuan was about to retort that they were equally matched, but the look in Lady Chu's eyes compelled him to swallow his words. His mother possessed a gentle disposition, and he wished to avoid any dispute that might cause her distress. I have heard the news of Aji delivering books to you. I came today to convey that Aji is a kind-hearted girl. You ought to cherish her and, ideally, consent to this marriage sincerely, lest you find yourself regretting your choices. Lady Chu gazed intently at her son. Yan Ao Chuan's expression remained impassive. You are forcing me into compliance. Even if you disregard my wishes, should you not consider grandfather's desires? He raised me. Your grandfather, upon hearing this news this morning, urged us to hasten the betrothal and marry without delay, so that perhaps in his lifetime, he may hold his great-grandson. Lady Chu maintained her stoic demeanor. What? Yan Ao Chuan's eyes widened, clearly recalling how his grandfather had previously instructed him otherwise. Such is the situation, Lady Chu remarked, picking up the pillow from the ground and placing it beside him. You would do well to be sensible and avoid disappointing both us and Aji. Your elder brother has already set out from Yingtian Prefecture upon hearing of your engagement. You shall see him shortly. Mother. Yan Ao Chuan felt utterly helpless. Calling father would yield no results. Lady Chu turned to leave. Wait, Yan Ao Chuan called after her. Mother, have you seen a box in my room recently? Lady Chu regarded him with suspicion. What box? You haven't concocted another poem to flatter some prince, have you? Yan Ao Chuan hesitated. It's nothing. Please return and rest. By the time the hour of the rooster had passed, Zhiruan, along with Yin Lu and Hui He, had visited several fabric shops before finally settling on one that offered reasonable prices and commendable craftsmanship. After handing over the design for the shimmering brocade and paying a deposit, she returned to the Yan household. After a long day of exertion, Zhiruan's legs felt weary as she settled into a bath to relax, declining assistance from Yin Lu and Hui He. In just over 10 days, the spring banquet would take place. She recalled that in her previous life, it was after the spring banquet that she had first encountered Sima Luo. This time, she fully understood the man's scheming and unyielding heart, and she was resolute in not falling into his traps again. As the warm water enveloped her, her scattered thoughts gradually quieted. Leaning against the edge of the tub, her consciousness began to drift into a tranquil haze. Under the moonlight, petals drift gracefully, and the flowing sleeves dance elegantly. Song Zhiruan sways gently beneath the pear tree, twirling in a delicate ballet as the falling blossoms shower upon her visage, guiding her gaze into the distance. A man clad in dark armor stands in the shadows, his countenance strikingly handsome, with his elongated, inky eyes reflecting only her figure, exuding an aura of aloofness that is difficult to approach. Song Zhiruan halts her dance, her steps faltering. Before she can reach the man, she stumbles slightly. His movements are swift, befitting a general of the army, as he strides forward to steady her. Lowering his gaze to observe her quietly, his expression inscrutable. So, it is our valiant general. Song Zhiruan presses her cheek against his shoulder. The cold armor prompts a frown of discomfort. Didn't you leave? She scoffs. In front of so many people, you humiliate me, Yan Ao Chuan. How much do you loathe me to treat me this way? The emotions swirling in Yan Ao Chuan's gaze elude her understanding, yet they evoke a sense of distaste within her. She despises her inability to decipher his thoughts, even as she senses the peculiar glances he casts her way at certain moments. This strange sentiment has lingered from their youth to the present, leaving her perplexed yet unable to let go. He remains silent for an extended period, and she strikes his arm playfully, exclaiming, I am speaking to you. How dare you disregard me? Yan Ao Chuan grasps her restless hand. Perhaps aware of the inappropriateness of the moment, he quickly releases it, his gaze dropping as he quietly replies, Your Highness, you are inebriated. Song Zhiruan finds his lofty demeanor irksome, yet when he truly concedes before her, she feels an unexpected pang of emotion. Your Highness, she repeats, her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. Mississippi, miss? The voice from above grows increasingly anxious. Song Zhiruan opens her eyes from the bath to meet the flustered face of Yin Lu. How did you fall asleep while bathing? What if you had drowned? Yin Lu breathes a sigh of relief as she helps her out and into her clothes. Song Zhiruan parts her lips. I had a dream. Yin Lu is taken aback. What dream? A good one or a bad one? I do not know. Song Zhiruan, though awake, feels a lingering heaviness in her chest. I cannot recall such an event. What is wrong, miss? Yin Lu asks, bewildered. Nothing. Song Zhiruan suppresses the sorrow swelling within her chest. Upon exiting the cleansing room, she hears what he exclaimed, Miss, today we were so preoccupied with visiting the fabric shop that we forgot to seek out young Master Wu. She pauses, realization dawning. Indeed. We had agreed to find Yan Ao Chuan today, yet I completely overlooked it. Young Master Wu, who rarely concerns himself with scholarly matters, is likely quite pleased that she did not visit him. Yin Lu stands by the bedside, assisting Song Zhiruan in drying her hair. Let us see him tomorrow morning. Song Zhiruan sighs, a twinge of guilt enveloping her, hoping fervently that Yan Ao Chuan is not waiting for her today. The next day, the sun rises in the east. Last night, Song Zhiruan pondered for a considerable time and ultimately resolved to seek forgiveness from Yan Ao Chuan today. Thus, she arose early, reminiscing about the medicinal dishes her mother had once prepared for her, and decided to concoct a similar dish for Yan Ao Chuan, which she intended to deliver to Xianchao Courtyard. However, upon her arrival at the entrance of Xianchao Courtyard, she was halted by Fu Yuanzi, who politely informed her, I regret to inform you, Miss Song, that my young master has declared he shall not receive any visitors today. Song Zhiruan hastily replied, I mentioned yesterday that I would come to Xianchao Courtyard for an inspection, but pressing matters delayed my arrival. Fu Yuanzi responded in a calm tone. The fifth young master has entrusted me to convey that if you do not intend to oversee his studies, there was no need for you to previously engage in elaborate deceit regarding his affections. Deceit? Regarding his affections? Song Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 26. The mischievous soft one. The ethereal figure paused momentarily. This line was my addition, yet it encapsulates his sentiment perfectly. Suddenly, a clattering noise emanated from the main house, causing a flicker of concern in his eyes. Song Zhiruan hesitantly inquired, Did I offend him by missing our appointment yesterday? The ethereal figure glanced back towards the main house and vigorously nodded. Yet he spoke. Our esteemed young master possesses a broad-minded disposition and is not perturbed by trifling matters. How could he possibly be angry? Song Zhiruan furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. Has the fifth young master taken his medicine? The ethereal figure nodded affirmatively, confirming that he had administered the remedy both last night and this morning. This is breakfast I prepared for him. I'm uncertain whether he has partaken of it, she said, extending the food container. The ethereal figure replied, Miss, our young master has already had his breakfast. He continued, Inside are some pastries that do not take up much space. They are medicinal delicacies I learned from my mother, beneficial for one's health. Song Zhiruan cast a glance towards the main house, her hand hovering in the air before slowly retracting. However, since the fifth young master had already eaten, she opted not to intrude. The ethereal figure suddenly called out. Did you personally prepare this for the fifth young master? Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback. With no response from within the main house, the ethereal figure seized the food container from her hands and stated, your sincere efforts must be conveyed to the fifth young master. Whether he chooses to partake is contingent upon his disposition. She nodded in understanding. Shall I return later? The ethereal figure vigorously nodded. Perhaps it is best to refrain. The fifth young master has expressed a desire not to receive guests today. Understanding his implication, she turned and walked towards the peony courtyard. The ethereal figure knocked on the main house's door, announcing, Young master, Miss Song rose early and painstakingly prepared medicinal delicacies for you. Would you care to sample them? Get lost. The voice from within was muffled, clearly still in a state of irritation. The ethereal figure remarked, very well, though I am not particularly fond of these pastries. I know that Su Shan shares your taste for sweets, and I believe you would find these delicacies quite exquisite. Suddenly, the door was flung open, revealing a young man barefoot and unsteady, who forcefully snatched the food container from the ethereal figure's grasp. I do not want what you offer. No one in my presence shall partake of such unsolicited food. The ethereal figure smiled, then I shall take my leave. As Yan Ao Chuan clutched the food container, he called out to the departing figure, I will not eat it. I am merely storing it here for now. The ethereal figure did not turn back, acknowledging his words in silence. At noon, Lu carried dishes from the small kitchen to the stone table in the courtyard. The weather was splendid, the azure sky pristine, and the sun shone warmly. Zhiruan spent some time reading in the study before summoning others to join her for lunch. Why are the dishes still the same? She asked, as Huahong followed her out, gazing at the vibrant array of dishes on the table. Sweet and sour cherry pork, sweet and sour ribs, and glutinous rice cakes, among others. Since their arrival at the peony courtyard, the meals had predominantly featured such sweet delicacies. After washing her hands, Zhiruan glanced over the dishes, pondering that perhaps it was due to the fifth young master's fondness for sweet flavors. The peony courtyard had originally been his domain, and the small kitchen had likely grown accustomed to preparing these dishes. Once, the young lady had a penchant for sweet delicacies, but her tastes seemed to have shifted over time. Lu recalled that the girl, from her early childhood, had enjoyed such treats, only to suddenly develop a different palate. Hui suppressed a chuckle. You truly do not remember? When the young lady was 8. She accompanied the head of the family to congratulate the old matriarch of the Jin family on her birthday, and was ridiculed by the third young master of Jin for being both slow-witted and plump, likening her to a pig. Zhiruan shot a silent glare at Hui. The Jin family, while a prominent lineage, had not yet ascended to the ranks of the 4 great families. The current head of the Jin family served as the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy, and the third young master, as mentioned by Hui, was the youngest son, known for his reckless and mischievous nature. As Lu recalled this incident, noticing Zhiruan's displeasure, she attempted to soothe her. That Jin-san was merely lacking in perception. I heard he was reprimanded by the Grand Scholar after that incident. Hui laughed. I later heard he was assaulted while walking at night. It remains a mystery who the valiant hero was. Rumor has it that Jin-san was so frightened afterward that he dared not venture out at night again. Zhiruan cleared her throat, adhering to the adage of silence during meals. It was after that encounter at the age of 8 with Jin-san that she became acutely aware of her rounder physique compared to other young ladies. A young girl's desire for beauty blossomed, initially leading her to moderate her intake of sweets. However, as she matured, her fondness for them waned. After dining, Zhiruan selected a few books from the study related to the upcoming autumn examination that were not overly tedious and made her way to the Xianqiao courtyard. At this time, Su Shan had taken over the vigil at the courtyard entrance. Approaching with her books in hand, she asked, Is he still unable to see me? She noticed Su Shan's round face was filled with confusion and uncertainty, scanning the surroundings. Who is speaking? Is someone speaking? She paused for a moment. Su Shan? Su Shan, with an exaggerated expression, exclaimed, Is someone really calling my name? During the day? Is it a ghost? Oh no. A fairy? Zhiruan nearly succumbed to laughter and whispered, If I were to walk past you, would you not see me either? Suddenly, Su Shan clapped his hands and murmured to himself, I feel a bit hungry all of a sudden, but the young master instructed me to stay here. However, he is napping now. Surely he wouldn't notice if I slipped away. Raising her eyebrows, Zhiruan observed the youth stepping outside the courtyard, sneaking off. She smiled to herself, reflecting on how amusing these 2 guards beside Yan Ao Chuan were. The main house was not as tightly shut as it had been in the morning. The chill of early spring had passed, and a gentle breeze mixed with warmth flowed through the sunlight streaming in through the doors and windows. As Zhiruan reached the steps, she heard the door creak softly in response to the wind. Beneath the windowsill, a young man was bent over his desk, his distinctly knobby hands dangling at the edge of the table. The sunlight playfully illuminated his tightly shut eyes, with long, dark lashes resting gently on his cheeks. His high nose and rosy lips occasionally twitched, with crumbs of pastries adorning the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat that had indulged in a feast. A smile involuntarily crept onto Zhiruan's lips as she treaded lightly, taking a seat beside him. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Yan Ao Chuan had placed a book under his face, which appeared to be the Book of Songs. She had initially assumed this individual would be unmanageable and would undoubtedly not be reading. It appears that he indeed holds her words close to his heart. The window is ajar, and the garden is adorned with various flowers and herbs. A bee flits through the crevice, instantly shattering the tranquil ambience with its buzzing. Zhiruan furrows her brow and leans forward to shoo it away. Yet, the bee, being quite clever, evades her swatting hand and heads straight for Yan Ao Chuan's face, landing precisely on his forehead. This particular bee, upon stinging, would cause swelling for several days, and given Yan Ao Chuan's penchant for beauty, it would surely infuriate him. After a moment's contemplation, Zhiruan hesitates to swat the bee dead and instead extends her finger to flick it away. She bends forward, carefully aiming at the bee's position, and with a surge of determination, she flicks upward. However, before her fingertip can make contact, the little creature deftly takes flight, leaving behind a faint sound as a blush emerges on the pale skin of the youth's forehead. Soon after, his brows furrow together, his lashes fluttering twice as he opens his eyes, which are narrow and profound, reflecting her slightly flustered visage. Zhiruan hastily retracts her hand, only to find it grasped midair, rendering her motionless. The youth's gaze shifts from confusion to curiosity as he scrutinizes Zhiruan for a moment. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she feels a pang of guilt under his gaze, and just as she intends to speak, a warm, tingling sensation radiates from her fingertips. Looking down, she is taken aback by the sight before her. Yan Ao Chuan lowers his head, nudging her hand with his nose, then planting a kiss upon her fingertip. His heated breath akin to an arrow piercing the clouds, coursing through her veins and into her chest. A whirlwind of emotions ensues. You didn't come to see me last night, so did you arrive particularly early today to make amends? Zhiruan's eyes widen in astonishment. Last night? Amends? What nonsense is he spouting? Has a midday nap rendered his mind befuddled? She hears the youth's voice, slightly husky, expressing discontent. Naughty Ruan. Chapter 27. Endless Thoughts. Boundless Romance Song. Zhiruan's face flushed crimson in an instant as she hastily withdrew her hand. Yan Ao Chuan, caught off guard by the sudden movement, stumbled forward, the remnants of sleep dissipating entirely. He noticed the young girl before him, her face and neck aglow with embarrassment, and suddenly recalled something, quickly pinching his own cheek. The sting caused him to exclaim, leaning back abruptly, pointing at Zhiruan. You, how did you get in here? Zhiruan retreated her hand into her sleeve, her fingertips curling inward, the warmth lingering as if it still resided at her fingertips. She expressed a hint of annoyance. Fifth Master, what were you dreaming about just now? I didn't dream of anything. Yan Ao Chuan seemed still shaken, his chest rising and falling rapidly. I understand now. Was it that rascal Sushan who sneaked you in? Did you dream of me? Zhiruan found the question rather embarrassing. Absolutely not. Yan Ao Chuan sat upright, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dreaming of you? How could I possibly dream of you? Ha. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. You don't think I have a secret crush on you, do you? How self-important. How deluded. Zhiruan paused. Why are you so agitated? I was merely asking. Yan Ao Chuan slammed the table emphatically, adopting a serious demeanor. I'm not agitated. I simply dislike being misunderstood. Zhiruan regarded him. Then why did you act that way towards me just now? Act how? Yan Ao Chuan replied, his gaze evasive. After a moment's reflection, he said defensively. I was merely half asleep. My mind was wandering. She raised an eyebrow. Then why did you call my name? When did I call your name? Yan Ao Chuan lifted his chin defiantly. You just referred to me as bad egg soft. Zhiruan pointed to herself. Zhiruan, soft. Am I the only one in the world called soft? Yan Ao Chuan retorted. And I did not call you soft. I called you Ruan Ruan. You misheard me. Who is Ruan Ruan? She inquired. Ruan Ruan is my. Yan Ao Chuan swallowed hard, a dog eye raised. What of it? Zhiruan scrutinized him for a moment. Is there a problem? Yan Ao Chuan rubbed his nose, casting a glance at the half-opened food box, hastily adding, that pastry was not eaten by me. Zhiruan nodded knowingly. It must have been eaten by the dog. Yan Ao Chuan widened his eyes. You. Ruan Ruan, your dog. Zhiruan replied with a smile. Yan Ao Chuan appeared as if someone had grasped him by the throat, unable to retort. I apologize for yesterday. Zhiruan stated with clarity, demonstrating a keen sense of right and wrong. I had to go out, and in the midst of my busyness, I forgot to return to check on your studies. The sudden apology from the young girl left Yan Ao Chuan somewhat flabbergasted, compounded by his earlier belief that he was dreaming, making it awkward for him to assert his authority in front of her. I won't forget again. Zhiruan looked at him earnestly. Can you forgive me? Yan Ao Chuan was momentarily taken aback. In the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely, casting a somewhat dazzling light upon the woman's luminous and enchanting features. The corners of her lips were gently curved, and a few wisps of hair were tousled by the soft breeze. He paused for a moment, and by the time he regained his senses, his fingertips had already brushed against the ends of her hair. Zhiruan gazed at him in confusion. Young master? Yan Ao Chuan quickly withdrew his hand, pondering the notion of forgiveness. Am I the kind of person to hold a grudge? I'm not angry with you. Really not angry? Zhiruan smiled brightly, tilting her head to observe him. Yan Ao Chuan felt heat rise to his ears and hastily grabbed the book he had been using as a pillow, shielding his face. Please don't disturb me. I need to memorize my lines. Have you memorized the 5 poems I asked you to? She inquired. Completed them long ago. Yan Ao Chuan replied nonchalantly. 5 poems? I could recite 20 without breaking a sweat. That quickly? She expressed surprise. Then recite one for me. I'd like to hear. Young master, despite the door being ajar, Fu Yuan's eyes still knocked before entering the room. Today, the 4th young master returns from the Imperial Academy. The matriarch has invited everyone to dine together. Yan Ao Chuan set his book aside. I'm injured. How can I go eat? You are not required to attend. Fu Yuan's eye turned to Zhiruan. The 4th young master has yet to meet Miss Song. The matriarch insists that you join for a meal. You should meet. Zhiruan turned back, appraising Yan Ao Chuan. Not long ago, he had been bedridden, yet now he could sit up. It was evident that the matriarch was not entirely cruel. Though he had been disciplined, it seemed she had shown some mercy. Otherwise, he would not have recovered so swiftly. Since it had been a few days since he last visited the elder, he decided, I will dine first. If the meal concludes early, I shall return to hear you recite poetry. If it runs late, I will come again tomorrow. Although Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan were on the verge of an engagement, their relationship as an unwed couple made it inappropriate to meet too late in the evening. Yan Ao Chuan watched her leave, then glanced at Fu Yuan's eye. You should accompany her. Are you concerned, young master? Fu Yuan's eye asked. This time, Yan Ao Chuan did not deny it. With my brother returning, and having not met her yet, I worry that she or may not take a liking to her. With everyone gathered, she might feel uneasy. If anything arises, report back to me. Fu Yuan's eye nodded. I will summon Su Shan to attend to you. Zhiruan returned to the peony courtyard to change before heading to the Wanshou Hall with Ying Lu, where she first visited the elder. The elder's condition had improved significantly since her last visit. Although still frail, there was a hint of color returning to his cheeks, and the dark circles under his eyes had lightened considerably. Upon seeing Zhiruan lift the curtain to enter the inner chamber, he smiled and beckoned her over. Aji has arrived. Please, sit. Several family members were gathered in the elder's room. Zhiruan first greeted her elders and then noticed a slender, delicate young man waiting by the elder's bedside. She bowed respectfully. 4th young master. Yan Lu had just been answering the elder's questions, and upon turning, he beheld the beauty approaching, embodying the ethereal grace his sister had described, elegant and captivating. Merely casting a glance, Yan Lu's cheeks burned as if set ablaze. He hurriedly lowered his head and returned the gesture of courtesy, addressing her as Sister Aji. Zhiruan had not engaged deeply with Yan Lu in her previous life. They had only exchanged a few fleeting encounters. She vaguely remembered his struggles during the imperial examinations and that he later married the 2nd daughter of the Jin family, born of a concubine. In the days to come, they would become one family, and Aji could call him 4th brother Lu just as a Chuan did. The old gentleman smiled kindly. Yan Lu was momentarily taken aback. Since returning from the Guozijian, he had heard of Yan Ao Chuan's relationship with Zhiruan. It was a lamentable thought that such a remarkable person would be paired with his mischievous fifth brother, and a sense of disappointment clouded his brow. Madame Gan cast a sidelong glance at her son and the bewildered Song Zhiruan, then remarked with a light laugh, "Father usually treats the children sternly. Yet he seems fond of Miss Song today, almost forgetting that she has not yet entered the family." Madame Gan's words served as a reminder to the old gentleman that it was inappropriate to change the way one addressed someone who had not yet formally joined the family. The old gentleman's smile faltered slightly as he regarded Madame Gan with a neutral expression. The old matriarch spoke slowly, "Yet it is still thanks to Aji. Ever since your engagement to a Chuan was settled, Father's health has improved remarkably." He spoke at length today. Song Zhiruan recognized that the old matriarch referred to the practice of enhancing one's fortune through marriage and quickly lowered her head, saying, "Father's constitution has always been robust, which is why he continues to thrive. Aji has contributed nothing and dares not claim any credit." What the old matriarch admired most in Song Zhiruan was her poised humility. "You display admirable modesty," she acknowledged. "Indeed, it is well said." The old gentleman replied with a smile, "My health has never been poor. Why heed the strange musings of so-called fortune-tellers? One must not speak disrespectfully of the teacher." The old matriarch chided, narrowing her eyes at her husband. She then turned to the assembled guests, "You all must be weary standing about. The meal is ready. Please proceed to dine." As the group transitioned to the dining hall and settled at the table, Yanqi discreetly glanced at Song Zhiruan several times. She noticed the little girl's scrutiny and turned her face openly towards her, but Yanqi quickly averted her gaze, adopting a haughty demeanor, reminiscent of Yan Ao Chuan. "Chier," Song Zhiruan called out before the dishes were served, surprising everyone present. Initially, when Song Zhiruan had just arrived at the Yin household, Yanqi had been the most excited. The little girl's only peer, her elder sister Yanjing, had married several years prior, and with Song Zhiruan's arrival, Yanqi believed she had gained a playmate. However, after several attempts to engage with Song Zhiruan, the latter's responses had been rather aloof, leading Yanqi to shy away, no longer approaching her. "This is a bracelet I crafted over the past few days. Do have a look and see if you like it," Song Zhiruan said, presenting a delicate enamel box to Yanqi. Yanqi gasped, her round little face filled with confusion. "Is this for me?" Song Zhiruan felt a twinge of shyness. "My skills are lacking, so please do not scorn it." Intrigued, Yanqi opened the box to find a bracelet that was exquisitely crafted and resplendent in color. "What a beautiful bracelet!" she exclaimed. Madame Chu and Madame Chiu exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Madame Gan, witnessing her daughter's almost bribed demeanor, chuckled with a hint of helplessness, saying, "You should express your gratitude to Sister Song." Yanqi's eyes widened in surprise as she tightly grasped Song Zhiruan's soft hand, exclaiming, "Sister Song, you are truly wonderful. I promise I will never dislike you again." Song Zhiruan could not help but chuckle softly in response. Reflecting on her past life, her relationship with Yanqi had been rather lukewarm. The young girl had approached her earnestly but received little warmth in return, which was understandably disappointing. At that time, Song Zhiruan had just lost her parents, and seeing Yanqi was akin to catching a glimpse of her former, happier self. Inevitably, she had to admit that she had felt a twinge of envy towards Yanqi, who was cherished by her parents. However, this time would be different. It was enough to simply enjoy the companionship. She reached out to gently pat Yanqi's head. Seeing the two girls so delighted, the old lady smiled and remarked, "Before long, it will be the spring banquet. Lure, now that you've returned from the Imperial Academy and have a few days off, it would be perfect for you to take Chia shopping for some new clothes." Yanqi, being young and having just received a gift from Song Zhiruan, longed to be with her at all times. "I want Sister Song to come with me and brother." Song Zhiruan paused for a moment. Shopping for clothes? Her remaining funds were rather limited. Previously, she had only paid a deposit at the fabric shop and still needed to settle the balance. Although she no longer had to manage a shop, she would still need to provide some silver to other tailors for their services. Adding everything up, her remaining money would have to be spent very frugally. "You don't need to worry about the other people, Sister Song, as you are accompanying your brother," Madame Gan teased, poking the little girl's forehead. The old lady had not mentioned bringing Song Zhiruan to the spring banquet, not because of her engagement with Yan Ao Chuan, but rather because the Song family's former glory had faded. Now, with only Song Zhiruan left, attending the banquet alone would likely draw ridicule, as it starkly contrasted with her family's past. "Aji, do you wish to attend the spring banquet?" Madame Chu inquired cautiously. Song Zhiruan recalled that in her previous life, due to the circumstances surrounding the Song family, she had not attended the banquet. However, now, Sister, please accompany me, Yan Qi pleaded, resting her head on Song Zhiruan's shoulder in a charming manner. Yan Lu glanced at Song Zhiruan and softly reminded her sister, Cheer. Be good and do not put Sister Song in a difficult position. I shall go. Song Zhiruan's consent was unexpected by everyone. Hooray! Yan Qi clapped her hands. Then we will go shopping for clothes tomorrow. Song Zhiruan opened her mouth to speak. I actually have some clothes, so there is no need to buy new ones. But sister, I've seen you wear this dress many times. It's quite worn out, Yan Qi innocently pointed out, and those present understood the implication. Madame Gon playfully swatted Yan Qi on the forehead. When your father teaches you to read, you don't pay attention, instead focusing on other things. It was only because Yan Qi had not mentioned it that the old lady had not realized that during her time at the Yan family, Song Zhiruan seemed to have been wearing only old clothes. Frowning, she turned to Madame Chu. Why has Tiaji been given new clothes? In the past 2 months, Madame Chu has been attending to the old gentleman's ailments, assisting in the arrangement of several courtyards, and managing the entire Yan family. In her usual concern for Song Zhiruan's meals and the decor of her room, she inadvertently neglected the matter of the monthly allowance, which left her feeling profoundly guilty. Aji, I forgot to inform the staff about your monthly allowance, she lamented. It's quite all right, aunt. Before I came to the Yan residence, my aunt provided me with a considerable sum of pocket money, Song Zhiruan replied, unwilling to let Madame Chu feel guilty. I still have plenty left. It's just that I've been a bit lazy in getting new clothes made. I plan to accompany Chier to do some shopping tomorrow. Madame Chu furrowed her brows. I shall have the accountant send it over tomorrow. Song Zhiruan shook her head. Really, it's unnecessary. Just keep the money your aunt gave me. The old lady interjected. We are all family now. There is no need for such formalities. With the old lady's words, Song Zhiruan felt it inappropriate to insist further and thus acquiesced. After the family had finished their meal, the old lady glanced at the dishes on the table and remarked to Song Zhiruan. This 8 treasure chicken is a favorite of Ao Chuan's. Aji, I remember your peony courtyard is quite close to the Daylily courtyard. Would you mind taking it over? Indeed, the route from Wansho Hall to the peony and Daylily courtyards was convenient, and Song Zhiruan did not decline, agreeing to the task. Arriving at the Daylily courtyard took little time. Song Zhiruan knocked a few times on the main door, only to hear Yan Ao Chuan's slightly indifferent voice from within. Come in. Without much thought, she pushed the door open and entered, only to find herself meeting the gaze of the youth on the bed, whose clothing was half undone. He was clad merely in an inner garment, one foot resting on the bed, leaning casually against the side. His loose garments hinted at a glimpse of smooth, well-defined chest muscles. As her gaze descended, she noted his sculpted abdomen, the white bandage that wrapped around his lower back being held in his mouth, his long eyes lifted, exuding a languid charm. Such a carefree posture did not evoke a sense of lasciviousness, perhaps due to the boy's clear gaze that inspired countless musings and boundless romantic thoughts. The two exchanged glances from a distance that was neither too far nor too close, both feeling a sense of fluster. Chapter 28. Tracking Yan Ao Chuan swiftly secured the gauze and adjusted his loosely fitting garments, casting an awkward glance at Song Zhiruan. I initially thought it was Sushan. Song Zhiruan turned her face away, recalling the 8 treasure chickens served at the dining table earlier. The old lady had mentioned that it was her favorite, hence the request for it to be sent over. She stepped forward, gently placing the food box on the table. Have you dined yet? The youth did not respond. As she lifted her gaze, it collided once more with Yan Ao Chuan's inscrutable stare, causing her breath to quicken. The window was slightly ajar, allowing the night breeze to sway the candlelight, intensifying the atmosphere. A faint click brought both of their wandering thoughts back, and they turned to see Fu Yuanzi, who was turned away from them. My apologies, please continue, he said, adjusting the lid of the medicine jar that had inadvertently fallen. Song Zhiruan had not realized Fu Yuanzi's presence until now, and for some inexplicable reason, his words made her ears flush, clearing her throat. She took a seat at the table. 5th young master, I hope you don't mind if I pour myself a glass of water. I've been rather parched after our walk. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, prompting Song Zhiruan to change the subject. Yan Ao Chuan merely humored her with a noncommittal sound, glancing at Fu Yuanzi standing nearby. Am I to leave? Fu Yuanzi pointed to himself. Who said you should leave? Yan Ao Chuan coughed lightly, covering himself with a blanket in a discreet manner. Did you visit 4th brother earlier? Song Zhiruan replied. I did. What do you think of 4th brother? Yan Ao Chuan suddenly inquired, surprised by the question. Song Zhiruan hesitated. 4th young master. I just met him, so I don't know him well. He seems rather delicate and speaks little. I don't particularly like him. Yan Ao Chuan abruptly threw off the blanket and sat opposite her, pouring her a cup of tea. Startled, she accepted the cup. Why does fifth young master dislike fourth young master? There's nothing specific, just a feeling, he replied casually after sipping his own tea. He has always been a ponderous individual. Although I hold no grievances against him, I can't shake the sense that our energies are misaligned. Zhiruan remained silent, recognizing that not all brothers are bound to like each other. However, since Yan Ao Chuan and Yin Lu bore no enmity, she felt it was inappropriate for her, an outsider, to comment further. By the way, did you discuss anything during your meal? Yan Ao Chuan took a sip of his drink, lifting his eyelids to gauge the young lady's expression. Earlier? Zhiruan pondered before responding. Not much was said, merely some casual conversation. The old lady asked fourth young master to take Chi Er to buy clothes in preparation for the spring banquet, fearing Yan Ao Chuan might misinterpret the old lady's intentions. She added, though Chi Er is still young, fourth young master has reached the age for marriage. Perhaps the old lady wishes to ease fourth young master's discomfort by having him accompany Yin Chi to the banquet, making him more presentable. Buying clothes? Yan Ao Chuan seemed to focus on a different aspect, regarding her with curiosity. Are you going? Although Zhiruan had just promised the old lady at the dining table, she secretly planned to feign illness the following day to avoid accompanying them to purchase clothing. After all, her finances were rather limited, and Yin Chi would undoubtedly choose a place that was not of poor quality, making such an expenditure excessively extravagant. However, if she went along but refrained from making a purchase, it would create an awkward atmosphere. Thus, she deemed it better not to go at all. Zhiruan hesitated, unsure whether to be truthful with Yan Ao Chuan. If she confessed her financial constraints, it might invite his mockery. Just go, Yan Ao Chuan suddenly stated, his tone unexpectedly assertive. Confused, she replied, fifth young master, why do you say that? I merely feel that my injury is still quite painful. I fear I must rest for a day before resuming my studies. You may accompany Yin Chi and the others tomorrow to buy clothes, and it would not be too late to come back the day after for a review, he explained. Zhiruan wanted to voice her concerns, but ultimately nodded. All right. I understand. Since Yan Ao Chuan had spoken thus, if she chose not to attend, it would likely raise his suspicions. After he recited 10 verses of poetry, the sky darkened completely. Feeling it inappropriate to linger any longer, she stood and said, it is quite late today. I shall return the day after. Yan Ao Chuan had no objections, lazily resting his chin on his hand. As you wish. Zhiruan sensed something peculiar about him that night. He did not argue with her and obediently recited poetry as if he were a different person altogether. Are you not leaving? Do you intend for me to carry you home? Yan Ao Chuan quipped, scrutinizing her with irritation. Fine, she conceded. It seemed that the familiar Yan Ao Chuan had returned. As she exited, Yan Ao Chuan turned to Fu Yuanzi and instructed, go, see her off. The distance from Xian Chao Courtyard to Mudan Courtyard was merely a few steps. Fu Yuanzi regarded him with exasperation. Raising an eyebrow, Yan Ao Chuan remarked, it is so dark, and she has no lantern. If she stumbles or falls, who will be responsible? It will fall upon my Xian Chao Courtyard. Fu Yuanzi, disinterested in arguing over Zhiruan, complied and followed her out of the courtyard. The next day, Su Shan waited outside Mudan Courtyard, observing as Yin Chi and Yin Lu arrived. Shortly thereafter, Zhiruan also emerged, joining the two as they exited the estate. The three boarded the carriage, and right after, Su Shan rushed to Xian Chao Courtyard, reporting to the young man seated in the chair, they have left. I shall follow them. No need, Yan Ao Chuan replied, lifting his gaze. I will accompany them. Su Shan was taken aback. That is not permissible. You are still injured and should not be moving about. It is nothing. A few steps are manageable, Yan Ao Chuan responded nonchalantly. Young master, you must take care of your health. Su Shan expressed his concern earnestly. Stop the needless chatter. Yan Ao Chuan waved his hand. Quickly come and carry me. Su Shan turned around. Carry whom? Yan Ao Chuan pointed to himself. Lift me onto the carriage. No wonder he had claimed it was not a significant issue. Young master, are you asking us to lift you onto the carriage? Su Shan inquired incredulously. Otherwise, Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Am I to crawl over myself? No need. Let us assist you, Su Shan replied. Su Shan sighed and summoned 2 young attendants to assist in lifting Yan Ao Chuan onto the cart, which then proceeded forward alongside Yin Chi's carriage. Chapter 29. A penny can stymie even the greatest heroes though young in age. Yin Chi was cherished by her family, and at such a tender age. The Yin household had already arranged for a dedicated carriage for her outings. Yin Lu, being a male, naturally could not share a carriage with Song Zhiruan and thus took his place beside the coachman outside. Along the way, Yin Qi chattered incessantly, inquiring whether Song Zhiruan had ever visited the renowned Golden Thread garment shop where she often bought her clothes. Golden Thread Garment was a prestigious tailor in the capital, famous for its exquisite fabrics and innovative designs, yet its prices were exorbitant, with garments often costing over 1,000 taels. Given Song Zhiruan's previous status, she had indeed shopped there, but her mother had remarked that although the clothing was splendid, it was not worth such a price, leading her to eventually cease her visits. Now, having fallen into such dire circumstances, Song Zhiruan feared she could scarcely afford even the scraps of fabric from that establishment. Although Madame Chu had mentioned sending the monthly allowance, they had departed early and had yet to receive the funds from the treasury. It would be inappropriate for Song Zhiruan to suggest waiting for the monthly allowance to embark on their outing, as that would contradict her earlier claim of having ample money. Truly, a mere penny could confound even the mightiest of heroes. In her current straitened circumstances, she could not help but chuckle at her plight. It seemed that today she would indeed have to stand idly by and observe. Golden Thread Garment was situated in the most bustling area of the West Market, where common folk hurried by, fearing that a mere glance might invite disdainful glares. Song Zhiruan followed Yin Qi down from the carriage with trepidation, the ornate edifice before them showcasing intricate carvings and vibrant tiles. Every brick and tile here was crafted to please the affluent families of the capital, exuding elegance and sophistication, yet retaining an air of opulence. "Ah, Jimei, do come inside," Yin Lu said, walking alongside the young lady, inhaling the faint floral fragrance that clung to her, causing his cheeks to flush. Yin Qi took Song Zhiruan's hand and confidently led her inside. "Isn't that the sixth young lady?" The proprietor, Master Jean, upon seeing Yin Qi, hurried out to greet her. "It has been ages since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful. From a distance, one might mistake you for a celestial fairy descended from the heavens." Having spent years in the company of the capital's elite, Master Jean had honed his flattery skills and naturally extolled the virtues of his patrons. "And this young lady is?" Master Jean turned his gaze towards Song Zhiruan, finding her somewhat familiar yet unable to place her name. However, he could discern from her demeanor and countenance that she was no ordinary person. Yet, her attire appeared somewhat outdated, resembling last year's trending styles in the capital. "This is my elder sister. She has come along to purchase garments as well," Yin Qi stated. Although young, she was perceptive enough to grasp the situation surrounding the Song family, understanding that Song Zhiruan's recent sadness was linked to her family's troubles. Therefore, she refrained from revealing her true identity, simply referring to her as sister. Master Jean, well aware of the Yin family's background, recognized that Yin Qi's sister must be the third young lady, Yin Jing. The age discrepancy and her slightly worn attire made it clear that she was not a lady of the nobility, prompting him to smile politely and warmly usher Yin Qi into the shop to select her garments. "Sixth young lady, do take a look at this. It is the latest style in the capital. How about this fringed golden silk embroidered front opening dress? It would beautifully complement your complexion." The shopkeeper Jean picked up a vibrant red garment and held it up for Yin Qi to compare. Being young, Yin Qi did not fully comprehend what constituted beauty. However, upon hearing the shopkeeper's praises about her appearance, she felt a surge of joy and turned to ask Song Ji about it. "Sister Song, brother, does this garment look good?" Most of Yin Lu's attention was on Song Ji, and after a casual glance at the outfit, she pondered, "It is indeed beautiful, but Chi-er, you are quite young. This garment is better suited for women of an older age." Yin Qi felt a tinge of displeasure upon hearing this and chose not to inquire further about Song Ji's opinion, instead turning to select other garments. Aware that Yin Lu was Yin Qi's elder brother, the shopkeeper refrained from interjecting and instead presented her with several outfits more fitting for her age. This time, Yin Qi asked Song Ji, "Sister, what do you think of these two?" The styles and colors chosen by the shopkeeper were indeed appropriate for Yin Qi's age, soft yellow and royal blue, playful hues that immediately captivated the eye. "Quite lovely." Song Ji nodded in approval. Hearing this, Yin Qi eagerly embraced the garments, declaring, "Then I shall take these too. Please wrap them up." "Ji, aren't you going to pick out 2 garments for yourself?" Yin Lu recalled that Song Ji had mentioned the favored concubine had set aside some money for her, indicating she likely had some spare funds, yet she had not shown any interest in the clothing. Song Ji's gaze wandered until she overheard a clerk in a heated negotiation with a haughty woman. "Madam, if you do not wish to buy, kindly refrain from touching. This is already the most affordable garment in our store, priced at merely 100 taels, crafted from shoe brocade." Where else could you find such a piece? You. The woman directed her ire at the clerk, reprimanding him. What kind of attitude is that? Do you think this store belongs to you? Can you even afford it? Songji withdrew her gaze and pondered for a moment before addressing Yan Lu. I have not found any garments that appeal to me today, so I will not make a purchase. Just as Yin Qi was about to settle the payment, she quickly turned upon hearing this. Mistakenly believing Song Ji truly found nothing to her liking. Enthusiastically, she said to the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, can you suggest what garments would suit my sister? The shopkeeper promptly replied, With such a stunning appearance, we indeed have a treasure of the store that would befit a beauty like her. Upon hearing the phrase treasure of the store, Song Ji felt a slight flush of exasperation. It is this one. The shopkeeper then ascended to the second floor to retrieve a box made of golden silk nanmo. Opening it while explaining, though the sixth young lady is still quite young, this garment is indeed not suitable for her. Otherwise, I would have presented it earlier. Curious. Yan Qi leaned in as the garment within the box truly deserved its title as the store's treasure. Crafted from moonwhite satin. Every inch of the fabric seemed meticulously chosen and polished, gleaming softly, as if it were flowing moonlight. The elegant lines of the hibiscus flower, embroidered with golden silk threads, exuded a refined charm, while the texture felt as soft as clouds in the sky. Wow, this garment is truly beautiful, Yan Qi exclaimed, entranced by the sight, and pointed to it, asking the shopkeeper, how much does this garment cost? The garment was originally priced at 3,000 taels. But given the passage of time since its creation and the fact that Miss Lu is an acquaintance, I shall offer you a preferential price of merely 1,000 taels. Mr. Jean declared with a grand gesture, exuding a sense of generosity. Upon hearing the figure of 1,000 taels, Song Zhiruan felt her heart bleed. This was akin to selling her off. She could scarcely muster such a sum. 1,000 taels. Even Yan Qi, upon hearing this, reluctantly withdrew her gaze, lamenting that she had only brought 500 taels today, which would nearly be depleted after purchasing the garment. The young girl felt a pang of regret and turned back to Song Zhiruan, saying, But sister, you could still buy it. This dress is truly exquisite and would suit you perfectly, if you were to wear it. I dare say the delicate blossoms in the imperial garden would pale in comparison to your beauty. Yan Qi's words were sweet, yet they sent a chill through Song Zhiruan. Even Yan Lu concurred, stating, Indeed, this dress is lovely and complements your complexion splendidly. Mr. Jean looked at Song Zhiruan with eager anticipation, adding, Yes, my lady. If you purchase this dress today, we might consider ourselves friends, and in the future, you shall receive discounts. However, this wasn't merely a matter of discounts. Song Zhiruan felt a profound sense of embarrassment. She had previously asserted that her aunt had provided her with a modest allowance, which she had not yet exhausted. This was truly a moment of great disgrace. Chapter 30. Bribing her at the left alley of the Golden Thread Garment Shop, Su Shan secretly observed the situation within. Feeling exceedingly anxious, the young mistress must surely be out of money. I noticed that the dress was separately packed in a box, undoubtedly a prized possession of the store, and certainly not inexpensive. Yan Ao Chuan quietly leaned against the carriage window, watching the people inside the shop. He saw Yan Qi whisper something to Song Zhiruan, after which her expression turned hesitant and somewhat flustered. The Song family had been subjected to confiscation, and Songjin had previously spent a considerable amount of silver just to manage affairs for her brother. How could there be much personal money left for Song Zhiruan? Moreover, yesterday, Fu Yuanzi had eavesdropped and learned that the Yin family had yet to provide her with her monthly allowance. She must be entirely without money. Watching the young girl, Yan Ao Chuan felt as though his heart was being tightly grasped, and he hastily took out a banknote from his pocket, handing it to Su Shan. Go, hurry. Su Shan took the banknote and was about to jump out of the carriage when she suddenly realized something was amiss and ran back to ask, Young master, if I go, won't the young mistress know it was you? Yan Ao Chuan kicked her gently. Don't you know to find someone else to deliver it? Su Shan scanned the alley and spotted a beggar squatting nearby. She quickly ran over, pulled some loose silver from her pocket, and handed it to him, then leaned in to whisper something in his ear. The beggar, clever as he was, took the silver and swiftly ran towards Song Zhiruan's direction. Sister! Sister! Just as Song Zhiruan was about to truthfully say she had no money, her garment was suddenly tugged. Yan Lu, seeing that the newcomer was a filthy beggar, scowled and reprimanded, How dare you? Let go. The beggar, frightened, immediately released his grip. Song Zhiruan, glancing at Yan Lu, then squatted in front of the beggar and softly inquired, Little brother, what troubles you? The beggar, fearfully glancing at Yan Lu, handed her a neatly rolled thick stack of banknotes. "Sister, you dropped these when you got out of the carriage." Zhiruan looked at the stack of banknotes. "Thick enough to be worth at least 10,000 taels. This isn't mine." Though she was in dire need of money, she understood that ill-gotten gains should not be accepted. "It is yours," insisted the beggar, shoving the banknotes into her arms. He then pointed at Yan Qi's carriage. "You just got out of that carriage. I saw the banknotes fall from your possession." Yan Qi nodded. "Sister, he is not mistaken. Did you not accidentally drop them when you got out?" Yin Lu glanced at the banknotes in Zhiruan's arms and added, "This must be at least 10,000 taels. He is a beggar. Where would he acquire such wealth if he had not found it? Aji, you should check if you lost any money." Zhiruan had no need to check. Her entire fortune did not amount to such a sum. Moreover, who would brazenly carry 10,000 taels of silver around? Was that not inviting robbery? This truly. Before she could finish her sentence, the beggar grinned at her and darted out of the golden thread garment shop. Initially, the shopkeeper, seeing the girl in worn clothing, assumed she had little money, but upon discovering she was in possession of such a substantial sum, he became increasingly obsequious. "My dear lady, this prized possession. That is unnecessary." Zhiruan glanced at the garments in the box and shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I don't particularly like this dress." Though Yan Qi felt a twinge of regret, she considered that perhaps Sister Song possessed a remarkable discerning eye and truly found the gown lacking. "I shall return to purchase it when I have sufficient funds." After exchanging pleasantries with Master Jean, Yan Qi exited the golden thread garment shop alongside Zhiruan. "Not purchased?" Su Shan exclaimed, pointing at the trio standing before the shop, astonished. Did not the beggar hand money to the young mistress? Could it be that she simply does not fancy the attire? Yan Ao Chuan, crouched and concealed behind the curtain, furrowed his brow. Perhaps she believes the money does not rightfully belong to her, hence her reluctance to buy it. As Su Shan attempted to rise, leveraging himself against the window, Yan Ao Chuan yelped in pain. "What are you doing to my waist? That hurts terribly." With that, Yan Ao Chuan kicked Su Shan squarely in the backside. To his surprise, Su Shan lost his footing and tumbled out of the carriage, inadvertently kicking the horse, which let out a piercing neigh. Su Shan landed amidst a heap of dirt, spitting out the earth from his mouth, only to notice the carriage galloping away down the street. The voice of his master grew fainter. "Su Shan, you scoundrel." Startled, Su Shan sprang to his feet and sprinted after them, calling out, "Master." Outside the golden thread garment shop, Yan Qi, cradling her two newly acquired garments, prepared to board the carriage. Noticing Zhiruan lingering, she inquired curiously, "Sister, why do you not join us?" Yan Lu glanced at the young woman. "Aji, are you unwell?" Zhiruan clutched a thick stack of banknotes in her palm. Feeling a sense of unease, she resolved to visit the authorities to return the money. Such a substantial amount might be intended for medical expenses or significant matters. She must ensure it is returned. "You all may head back. I wish to visit somewhere." Before Yan Qi could respond, Yan Lu frowned. "Where do you intend to go?" "Take the carriage. As a young lady, it is unwise for you to be out alone." Yan Qi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Sister Song, it is still quite early. Wherever you wish to go, we can accompany you." Ultimately, she intended to go to the authorities. Given Yan Qi's youth, Zhiruan worried she might be frightened. Yet, sending Yan Qi back alone also concerned her, thus she resolved to go herself. "It is of no concern." Just then, a startled cry interrupted Zhiruan's words. Yan Lu turned to see someone chasing after the carriage down the street. But the figure was moving too swiftly for him to identify. "Is that?" Yan Qi blinked in surprise, gazing in the direction of the carriage and the individual. "Isn't that Su Shan and fifth brother?" Hearing this, Zhiruan also turned to observe the fleeting image of the carriage. Although Yan Ao Chuan did not see, the familiar figure of Su Shan, frantically sprinting behind the carriage, was unmistakable. Chapter 31. What does his lady look like? "Chia, you must be mistaken. Where could your fifth brother be?" Yan Lu glanced again, but the carriage had already vanished from sight. Yan Qi, with a serious expression, insisted. "I heard fifth brother calling out, and only Su Shan can run faster than a carriage." Floating Yuanzi and fifth brother had previously wagered on whether Su Shan or the horse could run faster. Naturally, such childish words did not convince Yan Lu, who chuckled and gently ruffled Yan Qi's hair. So, who won? Yan Qi pondered. Compared to the horse, Su Shan had lost, yet against the carriage, Su Shan would undoubtedly prevail. Yan Lu rose and turned to Zhiruan, noticing she was still lost in thought, gazing at the direction the carriage had disappeared. Approaching her, he inquired, "Sister Ji, where are you headed? Allow us to escort you." Zhiruan came to her senses, a smile gracing her lips. "No need." You may return. After running 2 streets, Su Shan finally caught up to the carriage, drenched in sweat. Yan Ao Chuan lay on the chair, panting heavily. Do you think she saw us? Exhausted, Su Shan took a moment to comprehend his master's words. Young master, are you referring to the young mistress? I told you not to call her that. Yan Ao Chuan sat up. Su Shan steered the carriage back to its previous position, asserting. I believe the young mistress did not notice. The horse and I were racing at full speed. Only upon hearing this did Yan Ao Chuan feel somewhat reassured. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jinlui, he noticed that Yan Qi's carriage had already disappeared. It seemed the 6th young lady and her companions had returned. Su Shan sighed in relief, preparing to head back home when he was suddenly halted. Wait, I wish to disembark. Su Shan was taken aback. Young master, you are injured. How can you? Before he could finish, Yan Ao Chuan had already walked 2 li away. Young master. Su Shan hurriedly followed. Witnessing Yan Ao Chuan enter Jinlui, where the previous host, Manager Jin, approached. Manager Jin assessed the young gentleman before him, adorned in fine attire and possessing striking features, and promptly inquired, what does the young master wish to purchase? Is that not obvious? What else do you sell besides garments? Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Manager Jin chuckled awkwardly and then asked, the clothing for young gentlemen is inside. Please follow me. I wish to buy attire for a lady. Yan Ao Chuan halted. His demeanor slightly awkward. Manager Jin, discerning the young man's intent to buy clothing for someone special, smiled and asked, May I inquire what sort of lady you intend to dress? Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow at the question. Why do you need to know so much? Manager Jin replied with a grin, It is indeed relevant. Different ladies suit different styles. For instance, is her complexion fair or dark? Is she plump or slender? Does she possess delicate beauty or unparalleled charm? I can recommend various outfits based on the individual. Yan Ao Chuan muttered, How troublesome. Indeed, Manager Jin replied, So, what does your lady look like? Could you kindly describe her? At the mention of lady, Yan Ao Chuan felt even more uncomfortable, his ears flushing crimson. And his lips moved slightly, appearing somewhat flustered. She is quite fair. No, she is very fair, and then, beautiful. The youth spoke in such a soft voice that Master Jin truly could not catch what the young master said. Fair, and then, Yan Ao Chuan, feeling quite embarrassed, found himself unable to articulate. Ultimately, he simply conceded, You may choose, for she should suit them all. Master Jin pondered for a moment. Since she is fair, many garments should be suitable. Given your youthful age, I presume your wife is also young. Please take a look at these pieces. They are all appropriate for young ladies. Master Jin gestured towards a dozen garments of varying colors and styles. Which one do you fancy, young master? Yan Ao Chuan had never purchased clothing for a girl before. He glanced over them and thought they all seemed quite similar. Noticing the youth's hesitation, Master Jin, understanding his inexperience, chuckled. However, if you wish to win your wife's favor, why not buy them all? Every young lady adores exquisite garments. Upon hearing this, Su Shan immediately recognized that the shopkeeper was trying to entice them into an extravagant purchase. There was no need for so many. Then, we shall take them all. A faint voice from the youth echoed nearby. Su Shan was taken aback. Young master, this is a total of over a dozen. The young mistress cannot wear so many. You mean to have them all wrapped up then? Master Jin's face lit up with joy, quickly pulling out his abacus and calculating the total with rapid clicks. There are 12 garments in total. Yan Ao Chuan shook his head. 12 is not sufficient. Are there any extras? Master Jin paused, astonished as he had not encountered such a lavish young master in a long while. Would you prefer additional styles? No, I want 6 more identical to these 12. Yan Ao Chuan's words truly astonished Master Jin. Preparing for 6 additional people would require a fortune. The young man's expression remained unperturbed as he turned his attention to a Nanmu box on the table, specifically the dress that Song Zhiruan had previously opted not to purchase. And this one as well, included. You wish for this too? This is our store's most prized possession. It would cost. Master Jin's eyes darted as he calculated. Initially, it was 6,000 taels. But seeing the young master's extensive purchases, he decided to charge only 2,000 taels. Yan Ao Chuan nodded, then turned to Su Shan. Pay the bill. Su Shan pointed to himself. Me? I do not have such silver. All the money I brought was given to her. Yan Ao Chuan regarded him as if it were the most natural thing, scrutinizing Su Shan and frowning. You have no money? Su Shan clutched his chest. Young master, even if you sold me, I would not fetch 1,000 taels. Hearing their exchange, Master Jin's smile faltered. Did the young master leave without any money? Fetch Weiju to provide funds, Yan Ao Chuan commanded. But you gave Weiju to the young mistress, Su Shan replied in a hushed voice. At that moment, Yan Ao Chuan recalled having given Weiju to Song Zhiruan, and his expression grew serious. What shall we do without money? Su Shan, feeling helpless, suggested, perhaps we could return tomorrow with sufficient funds? That will not do. Yan Ao Chuan recalled the soft expression of Song Ji he had observed in the alley moments earlier, one filled with unease and helplessness that tugged at his heartstrings. Today, he was determined to have her don a new garment. This should be worth something. Take it and pawn it. Yan Ao Chuan removed the white jade whistle hanging around his neck and tossed it to Su Shan, instructing him to settle the payment first. Young master, have you lost your mind? Su Shan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is a cherished heirloom given to you by the old master on the day of your birth, passed down from your grandfather's grandfather, crafted from Yangji white jade. You have worn it for 17 years. My grandfather's grandfather would understand my intentions, Yan Ao Chuan replied, caressing the white jade whistle before relinquishing it. He could always redeem it later. The Yan family was not short of a few coins. Su Shan looked at Yan Ao Chuan with a mix of exasperation and concern, heaving a heavy sigh before taking the whistle to the pawn shop. As the hour of view approached, within the one show hall, the old matron learned that Yan Ao Chuan had been obediently studying at home for the past couple of days, which brought her a measure of comfort. However, upon further inquiry today, she discovered he had ventured out again. Just as she was about to question him, a large box sent from Xianchao Courtyard silenced her. The fifth young master has gifted clothing to all the ladies of the household, reported a servant. Upon hearing this, the old matron's spirits lifted. It was commendable that he had shown such thoughtfulness. The old master, reclining on a couch and now able to move about for a short while, noticed the change in her expression as she opened the box, his demeanor shifting to one of bemusement. What is it? Your son is rarely so considerate and has even bought you clothing. Surely you do not intend to reprimand him? You think he bought this for me? The old matron inquired, lifting a water-red embroidered skirt featuring playful mandarin ducks frolicking in water, her expression one of disbelief as she glanced at her husband. Her fingers trembled slightly as the ducks seemed to dance along with the flowing waves. I may have to wait until I reach 18 before I can wear this. The old master chuckled, amused by his son's antics. The old matron surveyed the remaining garments, her expression shifting to understanding as she turned to the servant. Did every room receive clothing? The servant confirmed that the attendants from Xianchao Courtyard had delivered the gifts, recalling that it seemed only the Peony Courtyard had not received any from the young master. Chapter 32. Fifth young master, is this yours? Within the Peony Courtyard, as Song Zhiruan returned from her bath, she overheard Inu mentioning that the ladies of several households had received gifts from Yan Ao Chuan. Hua was diligently polishing the box from Yan Ao Chuan, muttering, Miss, you have no idea what transpired today. I heard that the fifth young master sent a large box of garments to each household, even to the third young lady of the Duke's residence. Yet he neglected to send anything to our Peony Courtyard. Inu, with a hint of concern, assisted Song Zhiruan in drying her still damp hair. The fifth young master had already expressed his discontent regarding this marriage. Could this be an attempt to slight the young lady? With so many courtyards receiving gifts, the omission of our Peony Courtyard seems less an oversight and more a deliberate humiliation. Hua's face flushed with indignation. The fifth young master cannot be oblivious to the fact that our young lady accompanied the sixth young lady to purchase clothing today. He must have intended to witness our lady's embarrassment and shame. You are indulging in baseless conjectures. Yan Ao Chuan is not as malicious as you portray him to be. Song Zhiruan interjected, noticing Inu's slow movements as she dried her hair. Let me take over. Your hands must be weary. Inu had not accompanied Song Zhiruan on her shopping excursion because she was searching for a suitable ready-made clothing shop. After a long day, she had found nothing appropriate, leaving her exhausted. If it comes to that, we might as well seek out shops with fewer customers. Inu frowned at Song Zhiruan's suggestion. How could that be acceptable, miss? The floating light brocade is the fruit of your painstaking efforts. We cannot settle for anything less. It's not that we didn't find suitable options today, but those shops are large, and we, as newcomers, are not trusted with our floating light brocade. They fear we might tarnish their reputation. Hua scoffed. What reputation could we tarnish? Collaborating with us means they earn money without incurring costs. Such a lucrative deal is better than a pie falling from the sky. They simply do not recognize our worth. Song Zhiruan chuckled, her gaze drifting to the polished box in Hua's hands. Stop polishing it. You'll only dirty it again. Hua paused, bewildered. Miss, what do you mean? Song Zhiruan rose and moved behind the screen, retrieving a thick stack of silver notes from the pocket of the outfit she had worn today, tucking it into her sleeve before emerging again. Let us return the box. Hua gasped. Are we truly returning it? Song Zhiruan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you suggest I return it earlier? Why the reluctance now? It's not reluctance, Hua whispered, glancing towards the courtyard. The fifth young master is still at the Xianchao courtyard. We must return it discreetly when he is not present. If we boldly return it now, he might perceive us as thieves. But I have already taken his belongings, Song Zhiruan replied with a playful smile. And you recognized that Song Zhiruan was jesting with Hua and laughed. Silly girl, do you truly believe our young lady is so foolish? There are countless ways to return it. Of course, we want to simply hand it back. Hua blinked in confusion. Then what should we do? As Su Shan ventured out towards the Nan family. It was not long before Fu Yuanzai arrived with the medicinal ointment, ready to tend to Yan Ao Chuan's wounds. Upon returning from his outing today, the injury on the young man's lower back had reopened, and Fu Yuanzai immediately sensed that something had transpired. Young master, if you continue to venture out like this, I shall no longer need to prepare medicine and bandages for you. Yan Ao Chuan detested having others administer his treatment. Thus, Fu Yuanzai merely handed him the bandage. Yan Ao Chuan accepted it with a puzzled expression, wondering what would be done without the medicine. Perhaps we should prepare a coffin instead. Fu Yuanzai, being the eldest among the three, had always cared for Yan Ao Chuan and Su Shan as if they were his own younger brothers. However, these two mischievous brothers often caused him exasperation. With that foul mouth of yours, I fear you shall never find a wife. Yan Ao Chuan rolled his eyes, contemplating the prospect of becoming a monk alongside that rascal Nan Su in the future. Compared to your subordinate, young master, your chances of becoming a monk are far greater. Fu Yuanzai tightened the lid on the medicine jar and mentioned how he had procured numerous garments, even sending some to the heiress wife, yet neglecting to deliver any to the peony courtyard. What do you intend for Miss Song to think of you? Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow, questioning why he should feel obligated to buy her anything. Fu Yuanzai remained unfazed, casting a glance at the large Nama chest at the bedside, seemingly unaware of when the young master had developed a penchant for women's clothing. You. Yan Ao Chuan glared at him. Young master, Fu Yuanzai replied. If you were to abandon such childish antics, you might have already cultivated a mutual affection with Miss Song. Who wishes to cultivate such feelings with her? Yan Ao Chuan scoffed, picking up a copy of the Book of Songs and slowly moving to sit in a chair. Do not disturb me, I intend to memorize poetry. I fear you may not get the chance, Fu Yuanzai remarked ominously, for the owner of that chest of garments has arrived. Yan Ao Chuan swiftly lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Song Zhiruan gracefully crossing the threshold, quickly averted his eyes, flipping through pages of the Book of Songs, muttering praises of good poetry. Upon entering, Song Zhiruan noticed the young man sitting at the table, chin resting on his hand, appearing quite earnest. It seems the fifth young master is quite diligent today. Still studying by lamplight at this hour. A smile graced her lips. As Yan Ao Chuan caught sight of her enchanting smile, he hastily shifted his gaze away. What brings you here at such a late hour? I heard that the fifth young master has delivered garments to several households today, she replied. After she sat down, Fu Yuanzai discreetly poured tea and sensibly exited the room. Is it so? Did you not send any to your peony courtyard? Are you not upset? Yan Ao Chuan teased, a hint of provocation in his expression. Not at all, Song Zhiruan replied with a gentle smile. I am merely curious. Did you not mention that you intended to rest at home today? Why then did you venture out to purchase garments? Who said I went out? Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow. It was Su Shan. He inexplicably claimed that his backside was burning and insisted on taking a stroll, returning with an abundance of clothing. Su Shan? Song Zhiruan appeared to be deep in thought. So, you were saying he suddenly went out for a stroll and then unexpectedly purchased all these garments? Yes, indeed. Yan Ao Chuan cleared his throat. Who knows what was going on in his mind to buy so much at once? As he spoke, the young man seemed to recall something else. Speaking of which, he bought an entire box more, which I was just about to discard. Song Zhiruan watched as he abruptly stood up and dragged the box over. Upon lifting the lid, there were at least a dozen exquisite garments, all in excellent condition and style, and remarkably familiar. Such fine clothing, and you, the fifth young master, were going to throw it away? No matter how good the clothes are, to me, they are no different from rags. Yan Ao Chuan cast a light glance at her, and asked, What? Do you like them? Before Song Zhiruan could respond, the young man, as if feeling magnanimous, added, If you wish to take these rags, it would spare me the trouble of discarding them. However, after Yan Ao Chuan finished speaking, she remained silent for a long while. Despite his audacious words, he tentatively raised his gaze towards her, only to meet her enigmatic smile, which left him feeling inexplicably guilty. Why are you looking at me like that? The young man averted his eyes. Song Zhiruan pondered. I simply think that Su Shan is quite considerate. He happened to buy an extra set of clothing for someone, which turned out to be a bargain for me. Yan Ao Chuan discreetly sighed with relief. Those items were of no use to him, so if she wanted them, she could take them, thus sparing him from having to see them. Before the young man could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed her withdrawing a thick stack of banknotes from her sleeve, placing them before him. Fifth young master, this is yours, isn't it? Song Zhiruan smiled gracefully, as if she had seen through everything long ago. Chapter 33. Full of flaws, Yan Ao Chuan feigned calmness and questioned, You claim this money is mine? How could that be possible? I haven't ventured out today. Where could it have come from? That is indeed puzzling, Song Zhiruan sighed softly. Earlier today, as I stood before the Jean Louis, I saw a carriage racing down the street. I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of the fifth young master's figure. Initially, I thought this money belonged to you, and came specifically to return it. Haha. Before she could finish her thought, Yan Ao Chuan brushed aside his bangs, seemingly amused, and placed his hands on his hips. Are you implying that this young master, despite the injury at my waist, trailed you to the Jean Louis, fretting over your lack of funds, and stealthily had a beggar slip you money while pretending it was mine? Upon hearing this, Song Zhiruan's brows twitched slightly. Did he not realize he had inadvertently revealed too much? Yet, Yan Ao Chuan remained oblivious, continuing with a serious demeanor. Do you think too highly of this young master? Do you believe I would feel pity for your financial plight, offering you money like a thief while proclaiming it is not my silver? I assure you, Yan Ao Chuan, am upright and just. This silver is certainly not mine. After the youth had spoken his piece, he noticed the young girl before him remained silent, gazing at him with a complex expression. What are you staring at? He crossed his arms and lifted his chin. Song Zhiruan, do you harbor the delusion that I have a secret affection for you? Have you read too many romantic tales? I am not the melodramatic protagonist of those stories. Fifth young master, I understand, she quickly interjected to prevent him from continuing his tirade, uncertain about how to handle the money. Although this is not your money, and I know you wouldn't secretly follow me to the Jean Louis, the origins of this money are unclear. It makes me uneasy. Perhaps it should remain with you. Why should it be with me? Yan Ao Chuan replied with a nonchalant expression. The money you found is naturally yours. Do as you please with it. Whether to spend or discard. Are you truly giving it to me? Song Zhiruan inquired. What do you mean by giving? Yan Ao Chuan's pupils shifted slightly as he murmured. It was never mine to begin with. Young master, we found it. Su Shan's voice echoed from outside the courtyard, and as the youth bounced in, he failed to glance inside. Look, this box is still intact, and the items belonging to the young mistress are all. Cough. Yan Ao Chuan suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, as if stricken by a sudden ailment. Seeing Song Zhiruan seated within, Su Shan nearly fainted and hastily concealed the box behind him. Su Shan, what is the matter? What are you hiding? Have you stumbled upon a treasure? Song Zhiruan inquired with curiosity. Realizing the young lady had already caught sight of the item, Su Shan reluctantly revealed it, stammering, and no, it's nothing. The young master's box had gone missing, but just now, a servant from the Baihe courtyard mentioned it was found in the ear room, seemingly discovered while cleaning the Xianchao courtyard under the orders of the madam. The box? Song Zhiruan scrutinized the object in Su Shan's hands, only to turn and find Yan Ao Chuan's eyes wide with alarm, his expression exceedingly tense. What has happened to the fifth young master? He appears to be unwell. Indeed. Yan Ao Chuan gripped the edge of the table tightly and quickly replied, I am not feeling well. Perhaps you should return to the peony courtyard today. I shall have Su Shan assist in sending your belongings back. Since the fifth young master is unwell, I shall not linger any longer, lest I disturb your rest. Song Zhiruan gently rose, and as she approached Su Shan, she cast a contemplative glance at the box. What treasures might be contained within? Why does the fifth young master seem so anxious? Me anxious? Yan Ao Chuan swallowed hard, his gaze flickering. Which of your eyes has seen my anxiety? That is quite amusing. Could it be that something unsightly is concealed within? Song Zhiruan stepped in front of Su Shan, her eyes fixed upon the box. Yan Ao Chuan immediately rose, snatching the box from Su Shan's hands and clutching it to his chest. Why are you so concerned? It's someone else's possession. What are you staring at? Surely you know that one should not pry into another's secrets. Secrets? A glimmer of interest sparked in Song Zhiruan's eyes as she surveyed the young man. Noticing how tightly he gripped the edge of the box, she mused. What kind of secrets could such a small box possibly hold? Yan Ao Chuan's ears turned slightly red. Mind your own business. Ah. But I wouldn't dare meddle in the fifth young master's affairs. Song Zhiruan raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. Could it be that this box contains something belonging to the fifth young master's beloved? Yan Ao Chuan's breath hitched, his handsome face flushing crimson. I. Zhiruan stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, causing Yan Ao Chuan to instinctively retreat. So, the fifth young master indeed has someone dear to him? Yan Ao Chuan, blushing fiercely, steadied his rapid breaths and lifted his chin defiantly. What if I do? The contents of this box are indeed related to my beloved. What concern is it of yours, Zhiruan? Zhiruan paused, her gaze shifting from the ornate box to the dark-colored container, finally resting on the young man's bashful, flushed face. His narrow, pitch-black eyes reflected her image, filled with trepidation, his eyelashes quivering slightly, as if her playful teasing might render him breathless. In her previous life, she often struggled to decipher the obscurities in his gaze. A few attempts to discern his feelings were indeed challenging, as she longed to cherish him yet was too timid. Now, he stood before her as he once did, yet she found herself perplexed. Was the former Yan Ao Chuan as riddled with flaws as he appears now? It seems his affection is so overt, yet why had she failed to recognize it back then? Chapter 34. A love he dares not speak of. Su Shan assisted in transporting the large chest to the peony courtyard. From a distance, Yinlu noticed Su Shan trailing behind her young lady and promptly called upon Hui to greet them. What could possibly be in such a sizable chest? Hui wondered with curiosity. Su Shan glanced at Yinlu and replied, "This is the attire prepared by the young master for Miss Song. Wasn't there no provision made for the peony courtyard?" Yinlu was momentarily taken aback. Zhiruan cast a sidelong glance at Su Shan. How does that align with what fifth young master said? Su Shan's smile faltered. What did the young master say? Well, Zhiruan stifled a chuckle. He mentioned you cannot remain idle, insisting on shopping, and intended to buy clothes for everyone in the household. Su Shan thought to himself, what a flimsy excuse. As a mere guard, how could he afford garments of such finery? It was my suggestion, thinking the young master would return without gifts for the household. Hence, but he said this chest is not intended for me, Zhiruan interjected earnestly. Fifth young master claimed you purchased too many and was going to discard them, saying these items were no more valuable than rags in his eyes. He said if I wanted them, I could take them. Su Shan's lips twitched involuntarily. Is that truly what he said? Yinlu and Hua he exchanged glances, sensing that the situation was not as it seemed, and that there might be some hidden circumstances. The hour grows late. Su Shan suddenly recalled pressing matters and excused himself, placing the chest in the main room before leaving with an awkward smile. Yinlu scrutinized Su Shan's retreating figure, then opened the chest, exclaiming in astonishment, "What exquisite garments!" Hui leaned closer, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Miss, could it be that fifth young master is being contradictory, purchasing clothes for you yet not admitting it?" Yinlu also sensed something amiss. Indeed, otherwise how could it be that every household received their share, even the Nan family, leaving only this chest behind? Zhiruan glanced at the chest but said nothing, turning to change behind the screen. Once she donned her nightclothes, a startled exclamation from Yinlu broke the silence. "Miss, there's a box beneath the clothes. Come quickly and take a look." Zhiruan paused, then emerged to see Yinlu opening a wooden box revealing a neatly folded moon-white brocade dress embroidered with hibiscus flowers. "This garment is truly stunning." He echoed her excitement. "While the other 12 pieces are beautiful, this one stands out as the most extraordinary." Zhiruan recognized the dress immediately. It was the prized treasure of the Jin Liaoyi store. Yinlu turned back to her young lady, noticing the silence but the faint flush in her eyes, tugging at the heartstrings. "Miss, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhiruan averted her gaze, took a moment to compose herself, then smiled gently. "It's nothing. Let us put it away." Having grown up alongside Zhiruan, Yinlu could easily discern that her friend was not truly fine. Meanwhile, Hui, oblivious to the subtleties, began to tidy the garments behind the screen, only to be met with another incredulous shout. "Miss, where did this money come from?" Yinlu turned at the sound and beheld Huang emerging with a thick stack of silver notes, an unexpected find from when Zhiruan had just changed her attire. Such a hefty bundle must surely amount to over 10,000 taels. "Is this from young Master Wu?" Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhiruan, having forgotten to conceal the money during her change, quickly reclaimed it, still not concealing the truth. It belonged to him. "With this fortune, do we not have the means to establish our own tailor shop, bypassing the need for collaboration with a garment shop?" Yinlu rejoiced at the thought. "No, we cannot." Zhiruan opened the drawer and carefully placed the silver notes inside. "This money is not ours to spend. My dear, Young Master Wu provided you with this money out of concern for your expenses. Since he has given it, why not utilize it? Huang queried, perplexed. Song Zhiruan shook her head, stating, the sum is too great, and upon reflection, I realized that floating light brocade may not be a lasting enterprise. Therefore, there is no need to acquire a shop. Not a lasting enterprise? Yin Lu was taken aback. Having initially thought Song Zhiruan was intent on opening a dedicated shop for floating light brocade given her earnest sketches. In any case, this money must remain untouched. Should I discover that any of you have tampered with it, I shall not be lenient. Song Zhiruan furrowed her brow, deliberately adopting a stern expression. Huang could see through her facade of severity and cheekily approached. My lady, could it be that you are reluctant to spend the money young Master Wu has given you? At this, Song Zhiruan felt a slight heat rise to her cheeks and retorted, you, being the youngest among us, possess the greatest audacity to speak so of me. It was then that she heard of Madame Chu and the old matriarch discussing the engagement date. Yin Lu joined in her laughter. It seems, my lady, that good fortune with young Master Wu is drawing near. Upon hearing this, Song Zhiruan's gaze slowly fell upon the chest brimming with garments. She surmised the reason why. In her previous life, Yan Ao Chuan, despite his evident affection for her, hesitated to express it, and why he often spoke in contradictions now. He wished to serve on the battlefield, to repay the nation. Such ambition in a young man is indeed commendable. Yet, such aspirations also imply that every moment ahead is fraught with the uncertainties of life and death. It was not that Yan Ao Chuan feared death. Rather, he feared leaving her uncared for in the event of his demise, hence the distance he maintained, neither close nor far, silently guarding her. That chest, half his height, in her previous life, was filled with unspoken emotions he dared not voice. As the moon waned and the stars dimmed, the sun began to rise. Yin Lu and Huang, having completed their tasks, ventured into the streets to inquire about the garment shop. At the third watch of the morning, Song Zhiruan, having toiled all morning, finally placed the prepared milk cake into a food box and carried it to the Xianchao courtyard. Today, however, neither Fu Yuanzi nor Su Shan was stationed at the door. Song Zhiruan set the milk cake on the stone table in the courtyard, intending to knock on the main house door to awaken the occupants for breakfast. Yet, after a considerable period of knocking, silence echoed from within. Had Yan Ao Chuan already departed? With a slight furrow in her brow, as she turned to leave, a gentle feminine voice wafted from the direction of the study, laced with a tender charm that inadvertently captivated her attention. Fifth brother, I have heard from our aunt that you have been diligently studying in preparation for this year's autumn examination. Before the other party could respond, the young lady blushed and smiled shyly. I have always held scholars in the highest regard, and seeing you now, fifth brother, you resemble the very embodiment of the literary star descended to earth, truly exuding an air of lofty ambition. Chapter 35. Is there a place for her? Ever since Yan Ao Chuan was punished with a cane outside the Yin residence, Chiao Pan no longer dared to visit hastily. He had initially intended to introduce the son of the Duke Kong to Yan Ao Chuan, but upon arriving, he discovered that the place was already deserted. The subsequent news he heard was that Yin Minghui had confronted the Duke Kong in the court, and due to that poem, Yan Ao Chuan faced the Yin family's disciplinary measures, nearly losing his life. Given such circumstances, how could he dare to present the Duke's son to Yan Ao Chuan? The poem had originally been coaxed from Yan Ao Chuan by him. Should Yan Ao Chuan seek to implicate him, the troubles for the Chiao family would only magnify. Thus, in recent days, Chiao Pan implored his sister Chiao Hui to visit under the pretense of checking on Madame Chiao, hoping to establish a connection with Yan Ao Chuan. Once the matter was set in motion, Chiao Pan believed Yan Ao Chuan would not abandon his brother-in-law in his time of need. Today, Chiao Hui was meant to remain in Madame Chiao's courtyard, but seizing the opportunity while Madame Chiao paid her respects to the matriarch, she made her way to the Xianchao courtyard. In the study, Chiao Hui stood before a dark-hued long table. While the young man lounged indolently against the back of his chair, his long legs crossed atop the table. Clad in a purple brocade robe embroidered with golden lotus flowers and adorned with a golden crown, his handsome visage could leave any maiden entranced at a mere glance. However, his demeanor was arrogantly nonchalant, causing Chiao Hui to hesitate in her approach, maintaining a careful distance while observing him. Fifth brother, why do you not speak? Yan Ao Chuan cast an impatient glance at Chiao Hui before closing his eyes, feigning ignorance as if she were merely a figment of the air. Chiao Hui, unaccustomed to such humiliation, felt a surge of disdain for Yan Ao Chuan. Were it not for her brother's misdeeds necessitating refuge in the Yin household, she would never seek out this debauched youth, who, despite his striking appearance, seemed only capable of frivolities and revelries in brothels and taverns. The notion that such a person aspired to enter the court through the imperial examinations was utterly laughable. Fifth brother, Qiu Hui suppressed her displeasure and ventured closer. I have always admired you from afar, but due to the modesty expected of a young lady, I dared not approach. I wonder, in your heart, is there a place for me? Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow, about to respond, when a knock on the study door interrupted him. Young master, are you in the study? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, prompting Qiu Hui to frown, yet she observed Yan Ao Chuan transform as if he were a different person. The carefree expression on his youthful face was replaced by tension. His previously languid posture was now upright and formal as he retrieved a book of poetry from the pile on the table. Fifth brother, you. Qiu Hui was taken aback. Yet the young man cleared his throat twice and slowly said, Come in. Zhiruan entered, carrying a food box, seemingly oblivious to Qiu Hui's presence. Miss Qiu is here as well? Upon hearing this, Yan Ao Chuan's expression hardened, and he directed a look of blatant disdain at Qiu Hui. Why are you still here? Watching his demeanor, Qiu Hui felt her jealousy intensify, while Zhiruan maintained her cheerful demeanor, appearing unaware of the tension. I heard from my aunt that fifth brother has been studying diligently. I was concerned you might tire yourself, so I came to check on you. Qiu Hui glanced at Zhiruan, although she wore a smile. Her tone conveyed an oddity. Sister Song, do you have business at Shinshao Courtyard? Zhiruan smiled but remained silent. It seemed that the entire world was abuzz with talk of her impending marriage to Yan Ao Chuan, yet Qiu Hui appeared oblivious, adopting the demeanor of a hostess to question her. Perhaps you are unaware, Miss Qiu, but I have promised the old lady to supervise the fifth young masteress studies. Hence my daily visits to Shinshao Courtyard, Zhiruan replied softly. However, the undertone of her words hinted at something amiss. Qiu Hui had certainly heard of Zhiruan's audacious claims about marrying Yan Ao Chuan, yet days had passed without any announcement from the Yin family regarding their engagement. It was likely that the Yin family did not regard Zhiruan, the orphan daughter of a disgraced family, as a suitable match. While the Qiu family could not compare to the Yin family, they were still regarded as superior to the daughter of a fallen minister. What have you brought for me? Yan Ao Chuan, having detected the sweet and alluring fragrance since Zhiruan entered, felt his hunger pangs intensify after being dragged out of bed by Fu Yuanzai without having breakfast. Milk cake. I was concerned that the fifth young master might not have had breakfast while studying, Zhiruan said, presenting the milk cake from her food box. My culinary skills are lacking, so do try it first. If it is unpalatable, then so be it. You made this. Yan Ao Chuan's eyes brightened slightly, momentarily forgetting about Qiu Hui in the room, as he eagerly devoured the treat, his cheeks bulging as he mumbled, It's barely acceptable. Qiu Hui, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, I didn't know my sister could make pastries. Zhiruan bit her lip. Yes, would you like to try? Naturally, Qiu Hui was reluctant to sample something made by another woman. Yet before she could voice her objection, Yan Ao Chuan exclaimed. Zhiruan. The sudden outburst startled both of them. Zhiruan paused, noticing Yan Ao Chuan glaring at her in displeasure. In a swift motion, she popped the remaining 2 pieces of milk cake into her mouth, leaving the plate empty. You chew, how can you give it to someone else to eat? Seeing him with crumbs all over his mouth, Zhiruan could not help but chuckle, instinctively reaching for a handkerchief to wipe his face. Take your time. No one is snatching it away from you. As she leaned in, her smile illuminated her face, her bright eyes and pearly teeth resembling blooming peach blossoms. The gentle gesture of wiping his mouth sent a jolt of electricity through Yan Ao Chuan, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, his ears flushed crimson, his gaze flitting about in a fluster, forgetting to chew the cake in his mouth. Burp. The young man widened his eyes, hurriedly covering his mouth as he bent over, succumbing to a fit of violent coughs. Chapter 36. Jade Reality. Autumn Hui watched the interaction between the two, consumed by jealousy. She intended to leave, but when Yan Ao Chuan suddenly choked, she hurried to offer her concern. Zhiruan, having been pushed aside, did not complain. Instead, she turned and poured a cup of tea, which Yan Ao Chuan eagerly accepted. However, as soon as the hot liquid touched his lips, he spat it out with a loud sound. It was scalding. Just moments ago, Autumn Hui had taken Zhiruan's position, sitting closest to Yan Ao Chuan. And now she was drenched in tea, her face a picture of disarray. With tears in her eyes and stamping her foot, she exclaimed, Fifth brother, what are you doing? Yan Ao Chuan, still catching his breath and licking his lips, was too preoccupied with his complaints to acknowledge the disheveled Autumn Hui. Zhiruan, what kind of tea did you pour? It's too hot. Unable to endure any longer, Autumn Hui bypassed Zhiruan and rushed out the door in tears. Zhiruan touched the teapot, finding it pleasantly cool to the touch, in stark contrast to Yan Ao Chuan's exaggerated claims. She glanced back, noticing him casually wiping the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Did you do that on purpose? Yan Ao Chuan cast a sidelong glance in the direction Autumn Hui had fled. The Chiu family has ulterior motives. They wish to use me as a scapegoat. How absurd. Seeing his awareness, Zhiruan sighed in relief and took a seat opposite him. However, you were rather uncouth just now. After all, she is your childhood acquaintance. She is hardly a sister. My mother only bore me an elder sister. If we are to talk about sisters, Autumn Hui is not even in the same league as you. Yan Ao Chuan trailed off mid-sentence. Zhiruan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Not even in the same league? Nothing, he hastily replied, handing her the book of songs, clearly attempting to change the subject. By the way, I have memorized all the poems you mentioned over the past few days. She took the book of songs, casually flipping to a page, and merely reciting a title prompted him to recite it flawlessly. After testing him on a few more poems, he continued to recite them with few stumbles. Given his talent, it seemed that passing the autumn examination would be less daunting than Zhiruan had anticipated. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yan Ao Chuan assumed the visitor was looking for him and called out, "Come in." To his surprise, it was Yin Lu, who entered. Greeting Yan Ao Chuan before leaning in to whisper to Zhiruan, "Miss, today I went to the market with Hui He and happened to encounter the third young master. He knows the proprietor of a ready-made clothing shop. He is kind-hearted and easy to converse with. The shop is well located, and the daily customer flow is moderate." Upon hearing this, Zhiruan felt a surge of joy, her expression revealing her delight, which Yan Ao Chuan quickly noticed. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter? Did a pie fall from the sky?" "Nothing," she replied, glancing at Yin Lu and asking her to leave first. Then she turned to Yan Ao Chuan. "I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. I may arrive later for the review." "Your expression suggests you truly have received a windfall." Yan Ao Chuan scrutinized the young lady. "This matter." Zhiruan pursed her lips. "I will tell you once it is settled." When she returned to the peony courtyard, Fu Yuzi entered to remind Yan Ao Chuan to change his bandages. Noticing the solemn expression on the young man's face, he inquired, "What is on your mind, young master?" Fu Yuanzi turned to gaze at the graceful silhouette of the lady, then inquired, "Is it due to Miss Song's matter? You shall accompany her tomorrow and observe her actions." Yan Ao Chuan tapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety. "The young lady is quite innocent. We must ensure she is not deceived. My lord, Miss Song is far more astute than you might presume." Fu Yuanzi noticed the young man resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, and could not help but shake his head. As dawn broke, Silver Willow entered the room to assist the lady with her morning routine, and within half an hour, they departed. The location mentioned by the third brother was in the southern part of the city, not far from the Yen residence. In a short while, their carriage came to a gentle halt before a clothing shop named Yusher, adorned with elegant eaves and intricately carved architecture, exuding a refined ambience, particularly in contrast to the ostentatious golden thread garment shop. The servant had heard of Yusher 2 years prior. Silver Willow whispered to Zhiruan, "Though its business is not as flourishing as that of neighboring shops, it seems to have a formidable backing. Over the years, other shops with better business have closed down. Yet Yusher remains steadfast." Upon hearing this, Zhiruan's eyes flickered with interest as she stepped into Yusher. In contrast to the golden thread garment shop, which merely showcased garments on wooden racks, Yusher utilized silk mannequins to display its clothing, allowing customers to more vividly perceive the garment's effects when worn. She observed the staff, who engaged with customers in hushed tones, and when inquired about prices, they provided sums that seemed fair. Given its advantageous location and comparable quality to the golden thread garment shop, although less renowned, Yusher appeared to embody a greater sense of integrity. "Miss, are you in search of garments?" A staff member approached her, noticing the young lady and her maid meandering through the store. Silver Willow inquired, "Might the shopkeeper be present? Are you looking for Dong Yang?" The attendant scanned the surroundings and then beckoned to a woman descending from the second floor. "Dong Yang. There are 2 young ladies seeking you." Dong Yang, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed an unremarkable visage yet exuded a warm and approachable demeanor that evoked a sense of familiarity. "Young ladies, how may I assist you?" she asked, somewhat puzzled, for she did not recognize them. Song Zhiruan perceived Dong Yang's amiable nature and chose not to beat around the bush. She candidly shared her connection to the third brother and her purpose for visiting. Listening intently, Dong Yang shook her head. Since you are a friend of the third brother, I shall be frank with you. Our shop may not be able to accommodate this request. Song Zhiruan paused and instructed Silver Willow to present the garment crafted from Fuguang brocade. Upon opening the Nama box, Dong Yang beheld the radiant garment, shimmering like flowing light, captivating her attention and prompting a moment of hesitation. This attire is indeed beautiful, she mused. However, our proprietor may not consent to this endeavor. Business has been challenging these past 2 years, as you may have observed. Our shop enjoys a prime location, but the rent is exorbitantly high. Were it not for the proprietor's support over these years, we might have already faced closure. Winter Nyang's demeanor was remarkably candid, devoid of any evasive remarks towards Song Zhiruan, rendering her unable to persist in her entreaties. My dear lady, I find your attire quite commendable. Were I the proprietor, I would certainly acquiesce. You might consider visiting other establishments. After all these years in business, I can discern that it is bound to be profitable, Winter Nyang advised kindly. Upon hearing this, Song Zhiruan forced a smile and replied, Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Upon exiting Yusher, Yilu perceived her mistress's despondency and encouraged her. Miss, the shopkeeper has assured us of profitability. With so many ready-made garment shops in the capital, we can explore other options. Song Zhiruan managed a faint smile. Yes, I believe so too. Let us return for today. Later, she returned to the Peony courtyard to complete her attire before heading directly to the Xianchao courtyard. Yan Ao Chuan, engaged in reading in his study, noted Song Zhiruan's downcast expression and inquired, feeling dejected, Have you been mistreated on your way? Song Zhiruan chuckled at his words. Do I appear as though I've been beaten? I look worse than that. Yan Ao Chuan propped his chin on his hand. What is the matter? If something is amiss, share it with me so I can find some amusement. With the fifth young master saying this, if I divulge my troubles, I would appear foolish. Song Zhiruan replied as she sat down, opting not to mention the events of the day. It was not that she intended to conceal the matter. Had it been successful, she would have been pleased to inform Yan Ao Chuan. However, since it had not come to fruition, she preferred to keep it to herself, sparing him any disappointment. The shimmering fabric was something she had sought to profit from using the advantages of her previous life, a venture she had believed to be nearly guaranteed. She had arranged with a fabric shop to create garments from the shimmering fabric, but now the endeavor had faltered, leaving her somewhat disheartened. What have you recited today? Fifth young master? I would like to hear, she said, as she picked up the book of songs. Although she was ostensibly there to listen to Yan Ao Chuan recite, her mind was clearly elsewhere. After reciting 2 poems, Yan Ao Chuan paused, noticing that the young lady seemed oblivious. Hey, Song Zhiruan. She finally snapped back to attention. Fifth young master, what is it? Yan Ao Chuan, discerning her unhappiness, seized the book of songs from her hands and cleared his throat. Let me tell you a story. Curious. She asked, what story? After a moment's contemplation, Yan Ao Chuan began. In ancient times, a man sent a letter to a wealthy merchant requesting to borrow an ox. The merchant, unable to read and preoccupied with receiving guests, feared embarrassment. Can you guess what he would say after opening the letter to save face? She pondered. Would he say nothing? The wealthy merchant declared, I understand. I shall go personally. Song Zhiruan took a moment to react, then burst into laughter. So you were telling me a joke? Seeing her smile, Yan Ao Chuan felt a sense of relief and smirked. I merely wish to avoid the sight of such a glum face before me. It is rather unappealing. Miss. The call of Silver Willow echoed from outside the corridor. After a gentle knock, she pushed the door open and hurried to Song Zhiruan's side, whispering with barely contained excitement. Just now, the third brother came. He said that Manager Yu has suddenly sought him out, expressing a change of heart and a willingness to partner with us in business. Really? Song Zhiruan's eyes widened in astonishment. Just this morning, they had declared it impossible. Silver Willow replied. The third brother mentioned that it seems Dong Yang went to consult the master, and that was how it was resolved. In the brief span of half a tea session, Yan Ao Chuan observed the little girl transform from despondency to a radiant demeanor, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Happy? Song Zhiruan hummed an affirmation, her laughter lighting up her eyes. Just as she was about to share her thoughts with Yan Ao Chuan, she felt a gentle pinch on her cheek. Raising her gaze, she met the boy's dark eyes, which sparkled with a similar joy and inexplicable allure. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Ao Chuan had leaned closer, oblivious to the proximity between them, his eyelashes casting a shadow upon his nose. He grinned foolishly, appearing rather daft. Song Zhiruan froze, and so did Yan Ao Chuan, who initiated the gesture. The intimacy of the moment, coupled with the affectionate tone, was evidently excessive for both, leading to a shared moment of stunned silence. As Fu Yuanzi entered, he immediately beheld this scene and swiftly pulled the bewildered silver willow aside. Song Zhiruan pondered with a frown. Why did he pinch my cheek? Yan Ao Chuan swallowed hard, his hand lingering on her cheek, unsure whether to withdraw it, silently cursing his own audacity. Chapter 37. The conclusion of the marriage with Yan Ao Chuan. The study was enveloped in a profound silence. A handsome youth leaned over the desk, gently pinching the cheek of a young woman. The window was swayed slightly by the soft breeze, and the faint warmth of summer rendered their faces flushed. Song Zhiruan, feeling utterly embarrassed, gazed at him and asked, "Aren't you going to withdraw your hand?" Yet, the hand resting on her cheek not only remained but also tightened its grip, causing her to gasp in pain. In disbelief, she inquired, "What are you doing?" "I just spotted a mosquito," Yan Ao Chuan replied nonchalantly, finally retracting his hand, concealing his trembling palm beneath the table. She rubbed her sore cheek, utterly perplexed. At this time of year, where would mosquitoes in the capital come from? After Song Zhiruan left, Fu Yuanzi entered from outside. "Is everything in order?" Yan Ao Chuan inquired, his fingers brushing the rim of the teacup as he raised his gaze toward him. Fu Yuanzi nodded. "I have informed Dong Yang, although she was unaware that Miss Song was involved. I will not hold it against her." Yan Ao Chuan understood that Fu Yuanzi was pleading on behalf of Dong Yang. She was unaware that Song Zhiruan was the same person, and Song Zhiruan did not know that Yushur was his enterprise. Today, by sending Fu Yuanzi to follow Song Zhiruan, he learned that her current circumstances had reached a point where she needed to engage in business to sustain herself. Previously, she had been cherished and pampered by Song Shu and Ruan. Witnessing her struggle for survival stirred discomfort within him. Would the young master mind if Miss Song engaged in business? Fu Yuanzi asked. Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow. Why would I mind her business endeavors? Fu Yuanzi pondered. I merely followed your instructions to inform Dong Yang and alleviate the subsequent division of profits. Seeing your concern, I assumed you did not support her in this matter. That is not the case, Yan Ao Chuan replied, lowering his gaze. I merely fear for her hardships, worry about her being bullied, dread her potential failure and the sorrow it may bring, and also fear that she, having spoken half of his thoughts. Yan Ao Chuan suddenly realized he had exposed his feelings in front of Fu Yuanzi. He shot a sharp glance at Fu Yuanzi, who wore a knowing smirk, and then spread his hands in a gesture of dismissal. I did not hear anything just now. Over the next few days, Song Zhiruan met with Dong Yang to finalize the details. Dong Yang stated that the owner of Yushur was willing to allocate half of the shop space to her for selling the floating light silk. However, Dong Yang was adamant, insisting that while she would allow Song Zhiruan to sell the silk in their store, she would not partake in the profits, leaving the financial risks entirely on Song Zhiruan, as per the owner's prior agreement. Song Zhiruan found this arrangement rather peculiar. Why would the owner forego a profitable venture? Yet, she refrained from overthinking it. Her priority was to earn a profit before floating light silk became a trend in the capital. She initially enlisted the help of Lao San to procure goods from the fabric store, then had Yin Lu and Hui take turns overseeing the shop at Yushur. However, due to a lack of customers in recent days, only a few pieces of floating light silk had been sold, resulting in poor business. Song Zhiruan found herself unable to sleep for 2 nights, devising a plan. When daylight broke, she summoned Yin Lu and Hui, instructing them to take the money and seek out Lao San. At the Wan Shotang, the old gentleman's health had improved significantly. He was consuming more meals than usual. The old lady later consulted Mr. Qianjie for a divination, which yielded an auspicious outcome, allowing her to rest easy. The eldest son, Yin Mengwei, had taken a break for nearly half a month and was almost recovered, thus resuming his duties in court. One day, the old lady, having some leisure time, remembered her mischievous grandson had yet to fully recover, so she took several daughters-in-law to pay him a visit. When Madame Chu arrived at the Xianchao courtyard, she instructed Su Shan and Fu Yuzi to busy themselves with preparations for dinner. All the families had come together, and even the old lady was present, making it a rare occasion for dinner at Xianchao courtyard. The atmosphere in the courtyard was lively, with Yan Ao Chuan surrounded by a throng of women, unable to interject a single word. Rather than visiting him, they seemed more interested in changing venues for their chatter, being in the company of elders. He had no choice but to suppress his irritation, lying quietly in bed as if feigning death. The previous day, Song Zhiruan had requested leave in advance, stating she needed to go out. He surmised it was related to business matters and did not hinder her, merely asking Fu Yuzi to ensure that Dong Yang provided her with additional support. He wondered about the circumstances of that day. The old lady sat by the bed, listening to her grandson let out a long sigh. Madame Chu glanced over, and they exchanged a knowing look, their gazes meeting with a hint of unspoken meaning. When dinner time arrived, the wives took their seats, and Yan Ao Chuan was able to move about more freely, walking slowly to avoid straining his wound. Fu Yuzi and Su Shan had the small kitchen prepare the dishes and then dismiss the servants. Generally, the Yin family preferred not to have servants serve them during meals, a rule set by the old gentleman to ensure that while the masters dined, the servants were not left hungry. Except for certain formal occasions, servants usually dined at the same time. I have recently heard that you have been diligently studying, the old lady remarked, placing a piece of 8 treasure chicken into Yan Ao Chuan's bowl, casting a sidelong glance at the youth. You haven't blamed your grandmother for previous matters, have you? Of course not, he replied, for he dared not. Yan Ao Chuan remained attentive to his manners in front of the old lady, chewing slowly and savoring his food without appearing uncouth. Is it truly absent, or merely out of fear? The old lady lifted her sleeve and ladled a bowl of soup, setting it before Yan Ao Chuan. Do you think you can play tricks in front of me, as if I were your old grandfather, indulging and pampering you? Yan Ao Chuan shifted the soup back toward her. But grandmother, you indulge me as well, do you not? The old lady chuckled with satisfaction. However, I have recently heard that girl, a Zhi, often comes to supervise your studies. Upon mentioning Zhiruan, the wives all turned their gazes toward Yan Ao Chuan. What? The young man feigned ignorance, seemingly disheartened by the mention of her during dinner. Madame Chu cast a knowing glance at her son, fully aware of the situation. I heard from Rui that you have been frequently sending Fu Yuzi to Yushir lately. Rui was Madame Chu's personal maid, well liked in the household and privy to the latest news. Yan Ao Chuan buried himself in his meal. That is my business. I instructed Fu Yuzi to check the accounts. What of it? Checking the accounts, is it? Madame Chu exchanged a glance with Madame Gan, both wearing faint smiles. It was rare to see such concern for business matters from you. Yan Ao Chuan finished his last bite and rose, saying, I have finished my meal. I must go study in the study room shortly. Grandmother and esteemed aunts, please enjoy your meal. With the host's departure, it was naturally inappropriate for the others to linger, and they accompanied him out of the Xian Chao courtyard. Though the night had deepened, the moonlight was exceptionally bright and the breeze refreshing. The old matriarch felt a surge of enthusiasm and requested the ladies to accompany her to the garden to admire the moon. As they were about to leave, her maid, Jixiang, approached quietly and remarked, Fu Yuanzi has gone to Yushir, asking Dong Yang to keep an eye on Miss Song's business. Earlier, you inquired about the name of the garment she sells. Although the old matriarch was of sound health, her advanced age rendered her memory less reliable. Jixiang had mentioned it twice in recent days, yet today she had forgotten. I believe it is called Fu Guang Jin, Jixiang replied. It sparkles like shimmering waves. The old matriarch pondered, so it is called Fu Guang Jin. Jixiang continued, in these past days of inquiry, Miss Song has had the cloth shop produce quite a few pieces of Fu Guang Jin and has sought out numerous ready-made garment shops, encountering many obstacles. Eventually, she approached Yushir, likely unaware that it is the property of Fifth Master. Initially, Dong Yang rejected Miss Song, but upon hearing Fu Yuanzi's words, she promptly sought to remedy the situation. Furthermore, Fu Yuanzi advised Dong Yang that if Miss Song's business were to incur losses, she should not dismiss her. And if profits were made, she should not accept the share of silver offered by Miss Song. The old matriarch lowered her eyelids, her expression inscrutable, making it challenging to discern her true feelings on the matter. In the social hierarchy, merchants were often regarded as inferior, and the Yin family had never engaged in commerce across generations. The world was generally unsupportive of women in trade, especially with the impending engagement of Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan. Now, this unexpected complication had arisen. If the old matriarch indeed held firm to such antiquated views, the union between Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan could very well be jeopardized, and even her continued presence in the Yin household would be in question. Upon noticing the old matriarch's ambiguous expression, Madame Gan cast a glance at Madame Chu and then sharply rebuked, This Song family girl truly lacks decorum. She is on the verge of a marriage agreement with the Yin family yet still ventures out in public, engaging in business. In my opinion, Mother ought to reconsider the engagement with the Song family girl and, if possible, cancel it altogether and send her away. Chapter 38. She must have occurred something with Yan Ao Chuan upon hearing this. The old matriarch emitted a soft hum, casting a knowing glance at Madame Gan. Not every woman in this world is as narrow-minded as you. When your father set forth to battle, did your mother not sustain you by peddling pork as a butcher? You feign ignorance here, probing my thoughts, truly believing me to be an unreasonable old woman? Madame Gon choked on her words, somewhat aggrieved. Matriarch. You delight in invoking the past, compelling the servants to be aware of my family's former trade. As if you fear others do not know you have a daughter-in-law from a family of butchers. Madame Chu stifled a smile. Chiding, the second son's lips are coated with poison, yet his heart brims with sweetness. The old matriarch was well aware that Madame Gon's apparent reprimand of Song Zhiruan was, in fact, a subtle test of her temper. Furthermore, who among them was unaware that the patriarch's recovery was attributed to the fortune brought by Song Zhiruan? Though Madame Gon proclaimed her intent to expel Song Zhiruan, she was, in truth, subtly reminding the matriarch not to forget that it was Song Zhiruan who saved the patriarch's life. How heartless of you to think such thoughts about me. The old matriarch emphatically prodded Madame Gon's forehead, calling her ungrateful. Madame Gon's father had once been a close friend of old Master Yin, but he had never been able to fulfill his wish to serve the nation on the battlefield. A profound regret in his life. Madame Gon's father had willingly taken up arms for his friend, yet after entering the war, he never returned. Madame Gon's mother never remarried, though the Yin family had once sought to take in the two of them. However, Madame Gon's mother resolutely declined. Possessing a fierce and stubborn nature, relying solely on her skills as a butcher to raise Madame Gon. Later, when her mother fell gravely ill, the Yin family proposed to take Madame Gon in, arranging a marriage with old Master Yin's son, Yin Dalu, to provide her with a secure future and fulfill her mother's wishes. At that time, Yin Dalu had not yet wed Madame Chiu. But Madame Gon fiercely resisted the idea of marrying into the third branch, despite it being a legitimate lineage of the old matriarch. Ultimately, the old matriarch changed her mind and arranged for Madame Gon to wed Yin Fu Song of the second branch, thus leading to their union. After their marriage, the couple enjoyed a harmonious relationship, though Madame Gon had a fiery temperament. Yin Fu Song's gentle disposition, characterized by respect and deference towards his wife, allowed her to flourish within the household. Speaking of which, Ruan and I had previously planned to admire the magnolias, had it not been for the patriarch's illness. I should not have kept her waiting for so long. It is high time we honored our appointment. The old matriarch glanced at Madame Chu, instructing her to discreetly inform the Wang family that the patriarch's condition had improved, and she now had the leisure to invite Ruan to view the blossoms. Madame Chu, standing nearby, understood the old matriarch's intent. Ruan was the given name of the Wang family as matriarch. Among the four prominent families, the Yin family was the foremost, followed closely by the Song and Yang families, with the Wang family ranking next. The matriarch of the Wang family, much like that of the Song family, was a close friend of the old matriarch, despite recent rivalries between the Wang and Yin families. The bond between the matriarchs transcended matters of self-interest, rooted instead in genuine affection. At a critical moment in Song Zhiruan's business dealings, she summoned the old matriarch, whose thoughts were not difficult to discern. Madame Chiu chuckled softly to herself, reflecting on the old matriarch's enduring affection for a Chuan. Just as Madame Chiu was lost in contemplation, the old matriarch's focus shifted to her. My dear, what troubles you? The old matriarch inquired, glancing at Madame Chiu. Did Chiu Hui stay at the Yin residence yesterday? Indeed, Madame Chiu replied, unaware of the relationship between the Chiu family and Prince Kong. Chiu Hui had visited Xian Chao courtyard the previous day and returned feeling quite dejected, claiming to be unwell. Thus, Madame Chiu had not insisted on sending her back. Hui was feeling unwell yesterday, so I kept her at Xiaoying courtyard. Send her back tomorrow morning, but do so discreetly, ensure that no one is aware. The old matriarch's sudden pronouncement revealed her evident aversion to Chiu Hui's presence. Taken aback, Madame Chiu initially thought the elder's concern stemmed from a desire to protect the Yin family's reputation. Mother, Hui is merely staying at Xiaoying courtyard. I want to let her roam about. If you say she won't wander, then why did she visit Xian Chao courtyard yesterday? The unmasked reproach in the old matriarch's gaze left Madame Chiu feeling at a loss. Her own child, the eldest son of the Yin family, Yin Li, had passed away prematurely. Having lost a child, she had grown accustomed to showering affection on her younger kin, treating both the children of the Yin family and those of her brother with equal tenderness. Previously, the old matriarch and her sisters-in-law had shown her understanding. Even when Chiu family relatives visited, they refrained from meddling. But now, lowering her head, Madame Chiu acquiesced. I shall send Hui home tomorrow morning. Upon returning to Xiaoying courtyard, Madame Chiu delicately conveyed the old matriarch's intent to Chiu Hui. The latter was left in a state of disarray upon hearing the news. Although Madame Chiu bore the surname Chiu, she had long since married into the Yin family. As a married woman, her allegiance now lay with her husband. no matter how much she wished to support the Chiu family if her brother's situation became public. The Yin family would undoubtedly insist that Madame Chiu sever all ties with the Chiu family. To kill an official of the court is a grave offense. Should an investigation ensue, her father's dealings in lending money to Prince Kong would likely be unearthed. Even if only her father and brother faced punishment, she would remain unscathed. However, she would still endure the harshest of slanders. Now of marriageable age, she had yet to wed, as her father sought to find her the most suitable match. Yet, should she be burdened with such a stigma, it seemed likely that she would remain unclaimed for life. She needed to expedite her relationship with Yan Ao Chuan, ensuring that the Yin family could not easily extricate themselves from any association with the Chiu family. Ideally, the situation would escalate further. On the surface, Chiu Hui appeared obedient and demure, but once Madame Chiu departed, a cold expression emerged, revealing the calculating depths of her gaze that sent chills down one's spine. As the Spring Festival banquet approached, a sudden rumor began to circulate throughout the capital, creating quite a stir, with discussions echoing through the streets and alleys. Chapter 39. A gesture of reciprocity for a century, the people of the Great Jin Kingdom have revered the water goddess. Legends claim that she not only blesses the realm with favorable weather and shields it from calamities, but also shares a close bond with the celestial matchmaker, the Moon Elder. It is said that those who sincerely worship the water goddess will be granted the boon of finding their destined partners and enjoying lifelong happiness. As the Spring Festival approaches, an old Taoist suddenly spreads the word that the water goddess, during her descent to the mortal realm, left behind a magnificent garment known as floating light brocade. This fabric possesses an extraordinary sheen, causing a woman who wears it to shimmer like the sun on water, captivating all who behold her. The intricate patterns woven into the fabric depict auspicious symbols such as dragons and phoenixes, signifying wealth, prosperity, and good fortune. The rumor states that any mortal who dons an outfit made from this material will surely attract the affection of their beloved, ensuring a life filled with love and the fulfillment of their desires. In the capital, a storyteller, upon hearing the Taoist claims, excitedly recounted his own encounter with floating light brocade in a tailor shop in the southern part of the city, causing the audience to erupt in disbelief. However, among the skeptics were those eager to uncover the truth. That day, a tailor shop named Yusher was bustling with young gentlemen and ladies, all vying to catch a glimpse of the rumored floating light brocade. To their astonishment, they indeed found the exquisite fabric, priced far less than they had anticipated, with the highest costing no more than 150 taels, and even lower-priced options available. Among the visitors were those hesitant, those scoffing, and those unwavering in their belief. Regardless, the floating light brocade was snatched up in a frenzy by the end of the day, whether by coincidence or divine favor from the water goddess. A daughter of the Minister of Revenue and a young master from the Ministry of Rights quarreled over the last piece of floating light brocade. And in the midst of their banter, they discovered mutual affection. The following morning, the young master from the Ministry of Rights formally sought the hand of the minister's daughter. In a mere day and a half, their engagement became the talk of the capital. Even in the court, officials were amused to hear of the rumors surrounding floating light brocade, praising it as a manifestation of the water goddess's grace, which had alleviated the concerns of both families. Floating light brocade quickly garnered immense popularity throughout the capital. Numerous young ladies sought connections to purchase a piece, and even Princess Danyang, daughter of King Kong, personally came to acquire one, stirring excitement among the noble women who flocked to Yusher. Subsequently, the esteemed matriarchs, Lady Yin and Lady Wang, were spotted in the gardens donning floating light brocade, exuding radiant vitality. Amid their laughter, the tale transformed into a delightful topic of conversation among the common folk, who believed that wearing such garments would ensure the health and longevity of their elders. Devoted children and grandchildren lined up outside Yusher, eager to procure this fabric for their aged relatives. In the Yin household, within the peony courtyard, Silver Willow gazed in astonishment at the continuous influx of money boxes brought by Winter Lady. Just days prior, there had been little interest in the floating light brocade, yet it had suddenly become a coveted treasure in the capital, transforming them from impoverished souls to prosperous merchants in a matter of days. The 100 pieces of floating light brocade prepared for the first day sold out entirely, the second day's sales doubled, and the third day witnessed another doubling. As Huang calculated accounts, the rhythmic clicking of the abacus beads echoed in the air, filling her with astonishment. A piece of floating light brocade cost 70 taels, and our profit from sales fluctuated between 30 and 60 taels. While pondering, Huang couldn't help but chuckle, turning to the woman seated beneath the pear blossom and Nama window. "My dear, if this continues, shall we not become the wealthiest in the capital?" Song Zhiruan lifted her gaze upon hearing this, smiling as she replied, "You little fortune seeker. Do you think becoming the richest in the capital is so simple? The Yan family, with their grand estate, cannot even be considered the wealthiest. And we have merely earned a few days' worth of profit. Do you truly believe we can surpass a century-old legacy?" Inlu, curious, interjected, "Miss, you instructed me and Hua Huang to spread rumors, and even had Third Master ingratiate himself with that old Taoist and the storyteller, creating a coordinated effort that has led to the current fervor surrounding floating light brocade. However, there is one point I find perplexing. Could you enlighten me? Speak." Song Zhiruan set her book aside. Inlu, puzzled, continued, "If the previous matters were mere illusions we crafted, what about the daughter of the Minister of Revenue and the son of the court official? How do they fit into this?" "Ah, those two." Song Zhiruan's smile deepened with meaning, leaving Inlu somewhat bewildered. In her past life, these two had been brought together by the allure of floating light brocade introduced from foreign lands. At that time, while residing within the Yan family, she had remarked upon the fated nature of their union upon hearing the rumors. It was only later, after entering the palace and befriending the gossipy Yan Jing, that she realized the truth was far from the tale spun. The daughter of the minister had long known and loved the son of the court official, clandestinely entwined, which had resulted in an unexpected pregnancy. Upon discovering this, the minister was furious, yet constrained by his daughter's virtue and reputation. He had to negotiate with the court official, utilizing the rising fame of floating light brocade to present their union as one of fated love. Otherwise, how could the son of the court official propose based solely on a fleeting encounter? They had to establish their engagement early, ensuring the child could enter the world with honor. "What is it that makes you smile?" Inlu was even more confused. Song Zhiruan suppressed her laughter, pondering. "This matter is indeed difficult to explain to you. Do you have any other questions?" After a moment of thought, Inlu inquired, "And what about the princess? Does she have a beloved as well? Is that why she believes the rumors and is purchasing floating light brocade?" "Daniel." Song Zhiruan laughed and shook her head. "She has neither a beloved nor faith in the rumors." Hua Huang chimed in, intrigued. "Then why does she wish to buy floating light brocade?" "The rumors of floating light brocade were spread by you. Do you not recall what they pertain to?" Song Zhiruan countered. "Naturally, they relate to matters of love," Hua Huang responded. Song Zhiruan nodded. "And what of the spring banquet a few days hence? What does that concern?" "Of course, it is also about love." Hua Huang paused, her eyes widening. "Prince Kong is the father of the princess, and he is the one hosting the spring banquet this time." Inlu continued the conversation. Previously, the officials had rebuked Prince Kong, causing him considerable embarrassment. It seems that the princess wishes to leverage the allure of the floating light banquet to elevate the spring banquet's prestige, attracting greater interest and thereby enhancing its reputation, which would ultimately benefit Prince Kang's standing as well. Astute indeed. Song Zhiruan rose gracefully from the table, counting the 3 boxes brought by Dong Nyang aside from the money chest, and then lifted one, declaring, "Let us take this and proceed to Wanshou Hall." Inlu and Hui inquired in unison, "What is that? What purpose do we have at Wanshou Hall?" Song Zhiruan cast a glance at the box in her hands, a subtle smile gracing her lips, hinting at a reciprocation of kindness. Chapter 40. Tonight's action. The Wanshou Tang was bustling with activity early in the morning. The third master, Yan Lu, had traveled to Tanzhou with friends. April was the season when the rhododendrons bloomed, and the third master, missing his mother and wife back in the capital, had sent several pots of rhododendrons as a thoughtful gesture. This morning, the old lady had dispatched servants to notify the various households, inviting the mistresses to select their favorites. As Yin Lu and Song Zhiruan entered the garden, they encountered Ji Xiang, who had come with a message. "Miss Song, your timing is fortuitous. I was just about to inform the peony courtyard that the third master has sent some rhododendrons from Tanzhou. The old lady is currently asking everyone to choose, so you should hurry before the best ones are taken." Ji Xiang was renowned in the Yin household for her attentiveness. Even the discerning Gan matron could find no fault with her. "Thank you, Sister Ji Xiang, for delivering the news. I was just on my way." Song Zhiruan replied with a smile. The term sister was one Ji Xiang, as a servant, was not accustomed to, yet she accepted it graciously. For she was a trusted confidant of the old lady, and even the 6th young lady, Yin Qi, referred to her as sister. Ji Xiang, smiling warmly, followed closely beside Song Zhiruan, noticing that she and her 2 maids, Hui and Yin Lu, were carrying items. She promptly offered to assist without inquiring about their origins. "Have you had breakfast, miss?" The little kitchen just prepared a few plates of lamb dumplings for the old master. He enjoyed them so much that he asked me to prepare 2 more servings for you, Zhixiang said cheerfully. Ever since the old master had learned of Yan Ao Chuan's impending engagement to Zhiruan, he frequently mentioned the peony courtyard, repeatedly advising the old lady to ensure that they were well provided for. The servants, recognizing the master's attitude, understood that Miss Song was not someone to be overlooked. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, and please extend my gratitude to the old master as well, Song Zhiruan replied, as Yin Lu presented a small box to her. Zhixiang, surprised, inquired, "What is this, miss?" Opening the box, Song Zhiruan revealed a jade guanyin statue, approximately 3 fingers in size, of exquisite quality. I noticed that you have been working hard lately, Sister Zhixiang, and your skin seems to be suffering. It is said that jade nurtures the body. This is a small token of my appreciation, she said, placing the jade in Zhixiang's palm. Startled by the generous gift, Zhixiang quickly attempted to refuse this. I am but a servant. How can I accept such a grand favor from you? With a furrowed brow, Song Zhiruan insisted, Sister, you have served the old lady diligently over the years, your efforts deserving of recognition. How can we distinguish between mistress and servant in our bond? You know well that after the Song family fell from grace, I was welcomed into the Yin household, which has treated me with great kindness. You have always been generous to the peony courtyard, Sister Zhixiang. You are not merely a servant to me, but a sister. Her heartfelt words moved Zhixiang deeply. Clutching the jade guanyin, she confessed, if this were a gift from anyone else, I would refuse it without hesitation. However, having watched the 5th young master grow up, and knowing that you will soon become his wife, I shall dare to accept this jade. In the background, He was struggling to stay awake while listening to their conversation, yet Yin Lu secretly admired her young mistress's skill in winning hearts. Compared to the timid Song Zhiruan of yesteryears, who had needed protection, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. However, Zhixiang seemed to hesitate, glancing at the silver willow and the fire crane behind Song Zhiruan, and lowered her voice to address her. Miss, 2 days ago, Miss Chiu took up residence in Qiuing Courtyard. Originally, the old lady had instructed Madame Chiu to send her back, but for some reason, Miss Chiu suddenly developed a high fever, and Madame Chiu could not bring herself to send her away. They had been conversing amiably, but Zhixiang's sudden mention of Chiu Hui left the fire crane feeling perplexed. Miss Chiu is ill? Song Zhiruan's expression turned anxious. Have you summoned a doctor? Zhixiang found herself somewhat bewildered by the young woman's response. The implication of her statement was to suggest that Chiu Hui's insistence on staying in the Yin residence might carry ulterior motives. Yet Song Zhiruan seemed more concerned about Chiu Hui's health. Could it be that Song Zhiruan was truly so naive? A doctor had indeed been called, but he mentioned that she needed rest. Zhixiang cast a meaningful glance at Song Zhiruan. The girl had fallen ill while in the Yin residence, and it would be inappropriate for the old lady to simply send her away. This had become a source of concern for the old lady. If they sent her away, others might say that the Yin family was heartless, yet if they kept her, they feared endless troubles. The old lady's actions were justified. Song Zhiruan nodded earnestly. After all, Miss Chiu had fallen ill under their roof. If the Yin family wished to avoid gossip, they must at least wait until she recovered before sending her away. Zhixiang made several attempts to remind her. Yet the other party maintained an air of righteous understanding that left her uncertain whether it was genuine comprehension or mere pretense. Being but a servant, she could not articulate her thoughts so clearly, so she decided to conclude the topic and led her to Wan Xiaodong. Several madams were selecting azaleas, their laughter and chatter resonating throughout the courtyard, creating a harmonious atmosphere. It was Madame Chiu who first noticed the arrival of Song Zhiruan, waving with a smile. Aji, come over and pick some. We wouldn't want the best ones to be taken by others. Madame Gan shot a disapproving glance at Madame Chiu, as if to say, what are you so proud of? As if others are unaware that your husband is thinking of you, sending flowers from afar as a public display of affection. Madame Chiu playfully chided her. If you envy me, just say so. My husband is one you previously turned down. Regretting it now is too late. Oh, you little rascal. How dare you speak to me like that? Madame Gan playfully shoved her. Madame Chiu chuckled, pulling Song Zhiruan over, saying something about old stories in front of the children. Madame Gan then glanced at Song Zhiruan, exclaiming, Oh, Miss Song, what treasure have you brought? The old lady, hearing the commotion, emerged from the hall and observed the wooden boxes the women were holding. Aji, what is going on? Old lady, Song Zhiruan greeted her elders, a hint of guilt on her face. I had previously concealed from you and the madams that I engaged in some minor business outside. Today, I have come to make amends. Make amends? Business? Madame Chu quickly glanced at the old lady, noticing her unperturbed demeanor. What kind of business have you been dealing with? Old lady, I understand that you are already aware that the floating light brocade is my venture, and I am deeply grateful for your assistance in promoting it, so that more people may come to purchase my floating light brocade. Song Zhiruan expressed her gratitude with a bow. The old lady withdrew her gaze slightly, raising her hand to assist the person in a gentle manner. I was unaware that the exquisite fabric was your business. By a twist of fate, I inadvertently facilitated your endeavor. Song Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback by the words. The old lady, with a calm demeanor, stated that there was no need for concern regarding her feelings about the business dealings of others. In her view, wielding a knife and managing an abacus were akin pursuits. Hearing this, Song Zhiruan felt a pang of guilt, realizing her narrow-mindedness. She had forgotten that the old lady, being a woman of the household, would not take such matters to heart. Aji, you have endured much, Mrs. Chu said, tenderly stroking the young girl's face. I am delighted that you can stand on your own, yet in the future, should any issues arise, you must confide in me. We are family. The reputation of the exquisite fabric resounded throughout the capital, and indeed, Aji was remarkable, praised Mrs. Chiu with a smile. Mrs. Gan merely smiled without participating in the conversation. Aji, what are these items you have brought? Mrs. Chu inquired with curiosity, glancing at the 3 boxes. I inquired about the dimensions of the old lady and the madams, and had the tailor craft garments suited for you all from the exquisite fabric. I do hope you will like them, Song Zhiruan replied as she opened the first 2 boxes, revealing a total of 24 garments, 6 for each lady, in various colors and styles. It must be noted that the exquisite fabric is not inexpensive. The young girl had indeed been generous this time. I have only heard of the beauty of this fabric. Seeing it today, it truly is stunning. Mrs. Chiu was the first to express her admiration. Mrs. Chu picked up one of the garments to examine it, noting the embroidery and quality were exceptional. Aji, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, but by gifting us so many pieces, have you not spent all the earnings you made in recent days? She remarked. Even before the marriage, you are already fretting over your daughter-in-law, Mrs. Gan teased. Mrs. Chu, feeling the heat of her thoughts exposed, could not help but blush. It is easy for you to say. After all, she is not your daughter-in-law, she retorted. Their playful banter elicited laughter from those around them, causing Song Zhiruan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. It was the old lady who could no longer bear to watch. Interrupting the exchange. Your father is still resting. If you disturb him, there will be consequences. The ladies quickly silenced their laughter. How is Joey's health? The old lady inquired. Glancing at Mrs. Chiu. She is still recuperating. Once she is well, I shall ensure she is sent back, Mrs. Chiu replied promptly. The old lady said nothing further. And after selecting a suitable azalea, Song Zhiruan departed from the Wanshou Hall alongside the other ladies. This azalea is truly beautiful, Hui remarked, admiring the flower. Third master is indeed fond of third madam, sending such lovely blooms to please her. Seeing Song Zhiruan lost in thought, Yin Lu asked, Miss, what troubles you? Chiu Hui is unwell, Song Zhiruan responded, halting momentarily before changing direction. Let us visit Qiuing Courtyard. Mrs. Chiu, having just returned from Wanshou Hall, was pleasantly surprised that Song Zhiruan would take the initiative to visit Chiu Hui, promptly leading her to the chambers. Huier, your sister Song has come to see you. Upon hearing that name, the young woman on the bed imperceptibly furrowed her brow. However, as Song Zhiruan gently stepped over the threshold, she swiftly concealed her emotions. Sister Song has arrived. Please take a seat, Chiu Hui said, glancing at her maid Ayu. Quickly serve Sister Song some tea. Ayu, understanding Chiu Hui's unspoken cue, turned to prepare the tea. Why has my sister suddenly fallen ill? Did she eat something inappropriate? Song Zhiruan expressed her concern while seated on a chair beside the bed. Upon hearing Song Zhiruan mention improper eating, Chiu Hui recalled the scene in the study where she had seen her sister and Yan Ao Chuan in an intimate exchange, igniting a fire of jealousy within her. Yet, with their aunt present, she could not express her ire. It is merely a slight chill. Such a trivial ailment does not warrant my sister's visit. I am at fault, she replied, seeing Chiu Hui's expression of regret. One might mistakenly believe they shared a deep sisterly bond. Miss Song, please enjoy the tea, Ayu said as she brought over a steaming cup. However, before Song Zhiruan could take it, Ayu accidentally lost her grip, and with a splash, the tea spilled all over Song Zhiruan. Oh no, miss, Ayu exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Madame Chiu hurriedly rose, clumsy in her attempts to assist. How could you serve your mistress like this? Zhiruan, are you scalded? Song Zhiruan took out a handkerchief to dab her damp skirt, reassuring, Madam Chiu, do not worry, the tea is not hot. I shall change into another outfit when I return. Furrowing her brow, Chiu Hui admonished Ayu, what is the matter with you? Apologize to Miss Song at once. Ayu, her face filled with guilt, hastily took the handkerchief to help Song Zhiruan dry her soaked skirt. Miss, I was careless. Please do not blame me. It is of no consequence. You merely had an accident, Song Zhiruan replied, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She rose to bid farewell to Madame Chiu before returning to the peony courtyard. Naturally, Madame Chiu accompanied her until only the two of them remained in the room. Once alone, Chiu Hui's gaze turned cold as she sat up from the bed. Did you retrieve it? Ayu quickly presented the handkerchief that Song Zhiruan had used to wipe her dress. The handkerchief was exquisitely embroidered, depicting a lifelike orange-hued G-fruit, with Song Zhiruan's moniker, Ruan Ruan, inscribed in a corner. Miss, we initially planned to exert effort to steal it, but now Song Zhiruan has delivered it to us. Chiu Hui remarked with a cold chuckle. Let us act tonight. I must express my gratitude to her for facilitating my plans. Chapter 41 as dawn broke. Yan Ao Chuan awoke to the news that Song Zhiruan had gone to Wanshaodang to deliver Huaguang Jin, and later visited Chiu Hui in Qiuying courtyard. By the time lunch approached, he had yet to see the young lady set foot in his courtyard. Young master. Su Shan had just emerged from the small kitchen when he noticed Yan Ao Chuan staring despondently at the entrance of the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Young master? Young master? Yan Ao Chuan snapped back, enough with the calls. Who is it that has incited the ire of the fifth young master on such a splendid spring day? A soft voice, like a gentle breeze, suddenly floated in from the corridor. Yan Ao Chuan turned in surprise to see Song Zhiruan entering with Yin Lu by her side. People of high status are often forgetful. I thought Miss Song had forgotten to come for today's inspection, he remarked coldly. Song Zhiruan scrutinized the young man's expression and teased, Were you waiting for me? Waiting for you? What makes you think I would wait for someone like you? He retorted sharply. With a smile, Song Zhiruan took a square box from Yin Lu and placed it before Yan Ao Chuan. What is this worthless item? Remove it, he said with a dismissive tone. Raising an eyebrow, she encouraged, why not open it and see? Yan Ao Chuan glanced at her. If there are books inside, I shall throw it away immediately. It is not a book, she replied. As he unlatched the box, Yan Ao Chuan was momentarily taken aback by its contents. Wow, Su Shan exclaimed, clutching his heart dramatically. Such exquisite clothing. Could it be Huaguang Jin? The style and craftsmanship do not seem like those sold outside. Could it be that Miss Song made this herself? His latter words were especially emphasized. Yan Ao Chuan clenched his fist at the remark, rising slightly, but then forcibly suppressing his restless heart. He remarked nonchalantly. Did you make this yourself? Is it even wearable? I did not know your measurements. If it is too small, do not blame me. This is my first attempt at making clothing, she said, her cheeks flushed. If you find it unappealing, please do not discard it. Just find a place to store it. Your first attempt? Yan Ao Chuan's lips curled in a restrained smile. I shall consider it. For now, I want to throw it away. Su Shan, please place it in the cabinet. Young master, will you not try it on? Try it on for what? Mind your own business, he glared at Su Shan. Su Shan quickly agreed. Song Zhiruan spoke up. You have already memorized part of the Book of Songs. Today, I shall not conduct the inspection. Consider it a break. You may rest while I return to Muden Courtyard for my meal. Su Shan urged, Miss, why not stay here for lunch? The small kitchen has prepared everything. Why should I keep her here? Yan Ao Chuan stole a glance at Song Zhiruan. The fire crane has also prepared a meal. I shall return to dine there, she replied with a smile, leading her companion away from Xianchao Courtyard. Once they had exited the courtyard, Yan Ao Chuan sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Quick, bring the box over. Weren't you the one who said to leave it? Su Shan had barely closed the cabinet door. Leave it? How would I know if it fits without trying it on? Yan Ao Chuan raised his foot as if to kick. Su Shan hurriedly retrieved the box once more and assisted him in trying it on. As Fu Yuanzai entered the room, he beheld a youth swaying before the bronze mirror, clad in a long robe of deep purple adorned with intricate black embroidery, which accentuated his remarkable demeanor and striking appearance. The exquisite fabric seemed to ripple like flowing water, shimmering with every movement. Have you acquired new attire? Fu Yuanzai discerned at a glance that it was the renowned floating light brocade, feigning ignorance as he inquired. This woman is nothing but a nuisance, Yan Ao Chuan replied, turning to Fu Yuanzai with outstretched hands. I expressly refused, yet she insisted on bestowing it upon me, claiming it was her first garment made for a man, urging me not to lose it. Such naivety from a young girl. Her craftsmanship appears rather mediocre to me. Fu Yuanzai retorted, then you should misplace it. Misplace it? How lamentable. Yan Ao Chuan cleared his throat, conceding, though the craftsmanship is unremarkable, the material is indeed commendable. Fu Yuanzai, with a knowing gaze, encouraged him to speak candidly. Nonsense. Yan Ao Chuan exclaimed indignantly, am I so easily swayed by a mere garment? I sought novelty, it shall be discarded soon enough. Young master, dinner is served, Su Shan announced, approaching with a tray of food. Yan Ao Chuan instinctively retreated, protectively shielding the robe, wary of the proximity. What are you doing so close? If you stain it, I shall hold you accountable. Fu Yuanzai observed in silence. Ahem. Yan Ao Chuan, hands behind his back. Admitted, I am somewhat hungry, it is time to eat. This is from the tailor, Fu Yuanzai offered a handkerchief. The tailor? Yan Ao Chuan received it with confusion. Noticing the embroidered name, his cheeks flushed. He hastily tucked the cloth into his bosom, glaring at Fu Yuanzai. Where did you procure this? Did anyone see you? It was not stolen, Fu Yuanzai sighed. The servants in the courtyard received it. They mentioned that the lady from the peony courtyard wishes to meet you in the garden at the hour of the pig to admire the moon. Admire the moon? Yan Ao Chuan paused, slowly inquiring, at such a late hour? Su Shan quietly interjected, the night is dark and windy, with thunder and fire in the sky. Yan Ao Chuan swallowed hard. Su Shan continued, Miss Song may have ulterior motives towards you. Ulterior motives towards me? Yan Ao Chuan's eyes widened, silently biting his lip, his expression a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Fu Yuanzai remarked, perhaps she intends to launch a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. Yan Ao Chuan suppressed a smirk, gazing thoughtfully at Fu Yuanzai. So will you go? Fu Yuanzai tilted his head. If not, I shall report back to the peony courtyard. The youth slammed his palm on the table, exuding righteous indignation. I shall see what schemes this young girl has in store tonight. As night fell, the hour of the pig approached. Yan Ao Chuan waited in the garden, surrounded by darkness, intentionally unaccompanied to observe how Song Ji would pursue her intentions. Or rather, to uncover what tricks she might be up to. After the passage of a tea's worth of time, the sound of footsteps emerged from outside the garden, distinctly different from the usual, carrying an air of stealth. Chapter 42. I will not submit to you. Yan Ao Chuan cleared his throat, feigning displeasure. Why are you so slow, Song Ji? Just as he opened his mouth, a hand swiftly covered it, pulling him forcefully backward. MMM. For a brief moment, Yan Ao Chuan was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and was about to execute a shoulder throw on the assailant when a warm breath brushed against his ear. Fifth young master, don't shout. His pupils dilated as he turned to face Song Zhiruan's soft, yet serious countenance. Without hesitation, she dragged him behind a rockery into a thicket, where darkness enveloped them, rendering it impossible to see even an outstretched hand. Suddenly, he recalled Su Shan's ominous words. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, Song Zhiruan might have ulterior motives towards him. Once she noticed Hui passing by the rockery, maintaining a safe distance, she finally released Yan Ao Chuan. You are being too much. The boy's voice was barely audible. Didn't we agree? Just put on a fade, and later you can have grandmother annul our engagement. Song Zhiruan paused, bewildered by his words. Although the light was dim, the faint moonlight allowed her to discern the boy's crimson ears, and his voice trembled slightly. We shouldn't be doing this. It's not right. Not right. How so? Song Zhiruan pondered. Upon hearing Ji Xiang mention Hui's illness earlier that day, she sensed trouble brewing. After purposefully visiting Qiuyin courtyard and discovering her handkerchief was missing upon her return, she stationed herself at the entrance of Xianchao courtyard, initially intending to leave once night fell. She had spotted Yan Ao Chuan sneaking into the garden, looking as if he were up to no good, prompting her to follow swiftly. It seemed he had fallen for Hui's scheme. Recalling the rumors from her previous life about Yan Ao Chuan and Hui, she deduced that Hui had likely employed the same tactics previously. Now was not the time for conversation. Song Zhiruan reached out to cover his mouth, but, crouching down, lost her balance and inadvertently grasped his garment instead. Don't. Yan Ao Chuan clutched his chest, his breathing erratic. His face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding, his voice barely above a whisper. You cannot take off my clothes. Song Zhiruan was perplexed, withdrawing her hand to rest on herself. You misunderstood. I have no intention of removing your clothes. His wrist was abruptly seized in midair. The boy, evidently flustered, cast an anxious glance at her before hastily averting his gaze. Taking off one's own is also unacceptable. Song Zhiruan felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her mind, rendering her momentarily dazed. What on earth was he thinking? Song Zhiruan, I will not submit to you. Yan Ao Chuan bit his lip. We made a pact. You cannot. Go back on your word. Submit. Song Zhiruan couldn't help but admire the boy's imaginative prowess. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from outside the garden. They both turned to look. A man was approaching the garden, and not far behind, the sound of multiple footsteps could be heard, chaotic and disorderly. As Qiuhui noticed someone approaching, she hurriedly extinguished the lantern she held and slipped into the shadow of the rockery. When the figure drew closer, she dashed forward and collided into the man's embrace. Fifth brother, why did you take so long to arrive? Yan Ao Chuan looked perplexed. Why are you calling me by name? Song Zhiruan softly murmured. Why have you come tonight? Was it not you who invited me to admire the moon? Yan Ao Chuan was taken aback. He retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve and said, it was a message sent by someone on your behalf to meet in the garden at the hour of high. My handkerchief was taken by Qiuhui. At last, Song Zhiruan unraveled the mystery that had plagued Yan Ao Chuan throughout the night. You had Qiuhui's scheme against me. The misunderstanding struck Yan Ao Chuan like a needle piercing his heart. Help! What had he just said before Song Zhiruan? Who was it that indulged in embraces under the cover of night? The stern voice of the old matron echoed through the air. Song Zhiruan's attention was entirely fixated on the couple locked in an embrace. Old matron, it was my fault. I did not mean to secretly rendezvous with fifth brother. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Do not hold fifth brother accountable. Qiuhui grasped the arm of the man beside her and knelt down, causing Lady Qiu beside the old matron to turn pale with shock. Qiuhui. Chapter 43. The Spring Banquet. Fifth brother? Madame Chu furrowed her brows tightly, her expression immediately darkening. Normally a gentle person, she could not suppress her cold tone. Miss Qiu, do refrain from speaking nonsense. Qiuhui was momentarily taken aback. Madam, I merely admire fifth brother. I have not. Miss Qiu, could you kindly release my hand? Butler Hong's robust voice resonated nearby, accompanied by a sigh. At my age, kneeling on the ground is quite painful for my knees. Qiuhui, startled, let out a sharp cry and fell back. Haven't you discerned Qiuhui's intentions yet? The old matriarch slowly turned towards Madame Qiu. If Chuaner were to come today, what would you have Aji do? How would the world perceive our Yin family? Madame Qiu was not oblivious to Qiuhui's feelings for Yan Ao Chuan, but she was utterly unprepared for Qiuhui to resort to such despicable means to ensnare him. Queer, why would you? Madame Qiu's eyes were filled with reproach and disappointment. If you wish to know why, follow me to the Wanshou Hall. The old matriarch spoke solemnly, then glanced at Madame Chu and Madame Gan. Take Qiuhui back. Do not let anyone see her. Yes, mother. Yes, mother. Aunt. Qiuhui's mouth was covered by Rui as she was escorted away by the two women. Despite her reluctance, Madame Qiu could only follow the old matriarch. Once the garden was truly deserted, Song Zhiruan rose alongside the young man. You witnessed what transpired earlier. Yan Ao Chuan grunted. What I said held no malice. Do not misconstrue my words. She examined him from head to toe, unable to stifle a laugh. I harbor no misunderstandings. If you do not misunderstand, then why are you laughing? Yan Ao Chuan, flustered and irate, abandoned Song Zhiruan and hastily fled in another direction. Song Zhiruan watched his retreating figure, chuckling softly, before turning to head towards the peony courtyard, only to hear footsteps approaching once more. What is it? She queried, perplexed by his return. It is quite dark. Yan Ao Chuan remarked, his expression sullen as he led the way towards the peony courtyard. If you were to drown in a lotus pond, I would be the first to mock you. She smiled, keeping pace with him. Are you worried about me? Concerned? Not in the slightest. As the clouds parted, the moon illuminated the night sky, casting elongated shadows of the young man and Song Zhiruan on the ground. Oh, do you doubt my faith in you? I believe. I truly do not worry about you. All right. On the 27th of April, the annual spring banquet was held at the private residence of Prince Kong, Baiyu Hall. Only the fourth young master Yin Lu, the sixth young lady Yin Qi, and Song Zhiruan attended from the Yin family. Yan Ao Chuan remained behind in Xianchao courtyard to recuperate from his injuries. As the carriage came to a stop outside Baiyu Hall, Song Zhiruan alighted and beheld the multi-story pavilion with jade-carved railings. Everywhere her gaze fell was nothing short of extravagant. An external prince, constrained by limited military rations and salaries each year, yet Prince Kang's private residence was so opulent. If he hadn't engaged in clandestine financial dealings, Song Zhiruan found it hard to believe. She couldn't help but ponder that the emperor's suspicions were rather shallow. Sister Song, why are you in a daze? Let us go inside. Yan Qi tugged at her hand, urging her forward. The interior of the Baiyutang was adorned with emerald tiles and vermilion roofs, exuding an opulent grandeur. Although today as banquets separated the men and women across the lotus pond, a bridge known as the heart-connecting bridge linked the two sides. The Prince Kong had established an intriguing custom. Bold young ladies could traverse the bridge to the bamboo grove on the opposite bank in search of a suitable suitor, while the young men were prohibited from approaching the ladies in the Miaoyu garden. Despite this rule, most noble women adhered strictly to it, rarely daring to cross the bridge. Yan Shi, accompanying Song Zhiruan, settled in the Miaoyu garden and immediately sensed the gazes of the surrounding ladies directed at them. Today, the Prince Kong hosted a feast, and it was unexpected that the Yin family would dare to attend. While the presence of the sixth Yin daughter could be overlooked, the arrival of the Song family, so soon after the passing of her parents, raised eyebrows. Although Song Zhiruan overheard the whispers, she chose to ignore them. As today was a significant day for Yin Lu's engagement, and she had no desire to engage with these gossip-mongers. Moreover, due to her striking beauty, she had never been favored by these noble women and had grown accustomed to their disdainful glances. Yan Qi, however, could not endure the slander. Being young and cherished by his family, coupled with their esteemed lineage, he slammed the table and addressed the gossips directly. Who are you ridiculing? Speak up if you have the courage, instead of muttering like cowards. The ladies who were scolded, belonging to ordinary families, dared not respond to Yan Qi's accusations. The sixth Yin daughter commanded considerable respect. It was said that the Yin family upheld strict family values, and the younger generation adhered to decorum. As three ladies approached, two lagged slightly behind. The one disparaging Yan Qi was the woman to his left, with dark skin and ordinary features, which made her companions, who were merely fair-looking, appear far more striking. The crowd hurriedly bowed, recognizing Princess Zhaohua and Princess Danyang. Song Zhiruan glanced at them. She had known these individuals in her past life, though their relationships had been rather tenuous. Zhaohua, the second in the royal hierarchy, was the younger sister of Sima Zhong and had harbored unrequited love for Yan Ao Chuan in her previous life. After Sima Luo ascended to the throne, he married Zhaohua off to a foreign nation, where she perished from illness within 2 years. As for Danyang, she had met a tragic fate alongside her father after the scandal involving Prince Kong came to light. The young woman accompanying them was named Wang He, from the second-ranked noble family. Her father was the elder of the Wang family's second branch, and, at over 25 years of age, was Zhaohua's cousin. Zhaohua's maternal grandfather was Yang Yi, the head of the Yang family, which ranked just below the Song family. The connection between Wang He and Zhaohua stemmed from a past union. Yang Yi's sister, Yang Bei, had married Wang Hua, the second son of the Wang family. Such alliances among noble families were merely instruments to strengthen their lineages, with few couples uniting for love. After several years of marriage, Yang Bei and Wang Hua's relationship deteriorated, leading to their formal separation. Wang He had remained unmarried over the years, wary of her parents' failed marriage. You are Song Zhiruan. Zhaohua approached her, her gaze sweeping dismissively over the young woman before coldly averting her eyes, contempt evident in her demeanor. The surrounding noble women stifled their laughter, laced with scorn. Princess. Song Zhiruan remained unfazed, bowing respectfully. Both Zhihua and Danyang were adorned in shimmering brocade, with Danyang dressed to promote the spring banquet, while Zhaohua likely harbored thoughts of Yan Ao Chuan in her heart. Her engagement to Yan Ao Chuan has caused quite a stir. It is likely that he is aware of it. Yan Qi sensed the negative energy emanating from several individuals and instinctively grasped Song Zhiruan's soft sleeve. Sister Song. Miss Yan Lu, I have prepared a dish of steamed sugar cheese for you, a royal delicacy that cannot be replicated outside, Zhaohua said, bending slightly and speaking gently to Yan Qi. Could you perhaps spare your sister Song for a moment to converse with me? Yan Qi furrowed her brow. Princess, where do you intend to take sister Song? Why do you need to concern yourself with such matters? Danyang, harboring resentment due to her father's grievances with Yan Menghui, held an innate disdain for the Yan family, and found Yan Qi particularly irksome. Danyang, do not take your frustrations out on the child, Zhaohua warned with a frown. As a longtime friend of Zhaohua, Danyang was well aware of her intentions and begrudgingly suppressed her discontent and anger, leading the way to the Tongxin Bridge. Miss Song, please, she beckoned. Wang He bore a resemblance to the current Empress Yang, perhaps owing to her lineage from the Yang family. Previously, Emperor Sima had favored the noble Song Guifei while neglecting the Empress in an effort to support prominent families. As cousins, Empress Yang and Wang He naturally felt compelled to defend their honor, directing their disdain towards Song Zhiruan, the niece of the Guifei. Cheer, enjoy your cheese here. I shall return shortly, Song Zhiruan reassured her, aware that these individuals were intent on taking her away. She turned and gently patted Yan Qi's head, offering a smile. Do not be afraid. Reluctantly, Yan Qi released her grip, allowing Song Zhiruan to follow the others onto the Tongxin Bridge, where they halted at a small grove by the Lotus Pond. Miss Song, I have heard that you are quite courageous. Boldly declaring you would share punishment with Yan Wu when he was reprimanded, and shamelessly stating your desire to marry him? Dan Yang approached Song Zhiruan, arms crossed. Inching closer, Song Zhiruan frowned and took a few steps back. Your Highness, you seem to be mistaken. It is not that I wish to marry young Master Wu. Rather, the old matriarch had already discussed this marriage with me, and I merely mentioned it in hopes of pleading on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hua's expression darkened. How could a man of such charm be content to be ensnared by a betrothal? Song Zhiruan was unperturbed by the presence of these young ladies, for they had publicly summoned her in front of many, and should any mishap occur, they would not escape responsibility. Even though she had lost the support of the Song family, she still had the Yin family backing her. Thus, the princess would need to consider the reputation of the first family before attempting any harm. However, she was currently in a vulnerable position, lacking the resources to confront these girls, and was forced to adopt a more submissive demeanor. Do you understand the concept of precedence? Wang He regarded her with disdain. Dan Yang shoved Song Zhiruan forcefully. You dare to encroach upon the heart of the princess's beloved? Are you courting death? Since the Song family has fallen, Miss Song, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Just keep your distance from young Master Wu, and I shall let you go. Zhao Hua glared at her. Your Highness, you are of noble birth, while I am but a helpless girl. The matter of marriage is not solely mine to decide, and it is unlikely that I can fulfill your wishes, Song Zhiruan replied, lowering her gaze. Dan Yang's fury surged. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, her strength was greater than that of the average girl, and she forcefully pushed towards Song Zhiruan. You lowly wretch. Your entire family is composed of sinners. Your parents have perished, yet you cling to life in a wretched manner, daring to tread upon the head of a princess. How shameless you are, you vile creature. A few days ago, Song Zhiruan had suffered from a severe illness, her body not yet fully recovered, and how could she withstand the force of Dan Yang? She was violently thrust into the mud by the edge of the pool, her palm pierced by sharp stones, the pain excruciating. Stop! A clear and melodious voice resonated from above, causing Song Zhiruan's blood to run cold, a taut string in her mind snapping under the pressure as chaotic memories of her past life surged forth, the blood flowing from her wrist, the throbbing pain threatening to explode within her skull. Despite the long absence of this voice, it was enough to twist her heart in an instant. The man before her was slender and elegantly attired in a moon-white robe adorned with bamboo patterns, resembling a jade tree amidst a sea of blossoms. His features were exquisite, with dragon-like brows and phoenix eyes, his face akin to polished jade. When his affectionate gaze fell upon you, it sent a shiver through one's heart. A wave of revulsion surged within Song Zhiruan's chest, nearly overwhelming her composure. Sima Luo, what brings you here? Zhao Hua inquired warily, observing him closely. Sima Luo lowered his gaze, ignoring Zhao Hua's question, and quietly regarded Song Zhiruan for a moment before extending his hand, palm open before her, his fair hand revealing distinct joints. Chapter 44. Sima Luo. I still remember the first encounter with Sima Luo in my past life. It was during Yin Jun's return home when he encountered bandits on the way. Sima Luo happened to be leaving the city and unsheathed his sword to assist. Yin Jun conversed with this individual for quite some time, appreciating Sima Luo's eloquence and talent, and thus sought to befriend him. Eventually, he brought Sima Luo to the Yin residence. Song Zhiruan had been languishing in the peony courtyard, reluctant to venture out. On that day, upon hearing of Yin Jun's return, Madame Chu sent someone to summon her, prompting her to finally make her way. However, due to her prolonged inactivity, she stumbled and fell before reaching the front courtyard, twisting her ankle and finding herself unable to rise. At that moment, Sima Luo, who had coincidentally stepped outside for some fresh air, came to her aid. Just as at that instant, his delicate and finely boned hand was extended before her, open and inviting. The young man's expression radiated a gentle warmth, devoid of the disdain that Yan Ao Chuan often displayed towards her. Instead, it was a clarity of kindness that shone through. My lady, the ground is cold. Please rise. The familiar tone echoed in her ears, causing her to clench her fists, her palm, already cut by sharp stones, began to bleed profusely, mingling with the earth to form a crimson hue. Noticing her lack of response, Sima Luo furrowed his brow, calling out gently, "My lady?" Song Zhiruan remained silent, using her hands to push herself off the ground, disregarding the awkwardness of her posture or the loss of her refined demeanor, and fixated her gaze upon Sima Luo. She beheld the man who once stirred her heart, but had since extinguished it entirely. For 3 years, he had treated her with unwavering kindness and care. Initially, it was merely because she had once expressed her fondness for flowers and vibrant life that he spared no expense. Procuring thousands of flower varieties from distant lands, laboriously transporting them to construct a garden of blooms within the palace. She recalled a time when, while pruning the flowers with the palace maids, she accidentally pricked her finger. Though it was a mere pinprick, upon seeing her injury, he remained silent for a long while, his downcast eyes betraying deep concern. From that day forth, he forbade her from tending to the flowers, knowing her anxiety regarding the delicate blooms in the garden. Whenever he found himself with free time from state affairs, he would take her to the flower garden, where she would sip tea in the pavilion while he diligently pruned amidst the blossoms. Then came a stormy night, torrential rain pouring down, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Startled awake by the claps of thunder, she suddenly remembered the flowers in the garden, left unprotected from the downpour, and rushed there with her attendants. Upon arrival, she saw Sima Luo clad in a raincoat and hat, alongside a young eunuch, hastily covering the flowers with makeshift shelters. At that moment, Song Zhiruan thought she would forever retain the image of that scene in her memory. The illustrious emperor of the Great Jin, a figure revered by the people and enemies alike, braving the storm to safeguard the flowers she cherished, his appearance bedraggled by the relentless rain. After tending to the flowers for an extended period, Sima Luo finally noticed her presence and rushed towards her, his eyes filled with panic as he breathlessly reassured, "Aji, do not worry, the flowers are fine." She wished to respond, but found her voice caught in her throat. The young man observed her intently, noting her thin attire. Instinctively, he reached for his outer robe to drape over her for warmth, only to remember he was drenched in rain. The chill of his wet cloak would only exacerbate her discomfort. He stepped back, fearful of causing her to fall ill. After a considerable passage of time, Song Zhiruan remained unable to forget that haunting scene. Once, Sima Luo was a person who would wince at the mere prick of a thorn on her finger. Yet, in the end, he inflicted a deep wound on her wrist, causing her lifeblood to drain away until death claimed her. Perhaps it was indeed his unwavering kindness towards her, day after day, that led to her yearning to confront him upon their fateful reunion, questioning why he had treated her so cruelly. Song Zhiruan, you are not putting on a show of tears to elicit sympathy before the third prince, are you? Danyang scoffed. At his words, Song Zhiruan gently brushed her cheek. Damp and warm, it became clear that upon encountering him once more, she could not achieve true composure. Sima Luo, frowning deeply, offered her a handkerchief. "Wipe your tears," he urged. Song Zhiruan pressed her lips together, fully aware that she must not reveal any inappropriate emotions before Sima Luo. Taking a deep breath, she bowed slightly. "Thank you, third prince, but it is unnecessary." As she turned to leave, Danyang, quick on the draw, pushed her again, only to have his hand seized midair by another. Danyang felt a jarring pain radiate from his wrist. Meanwhile, Song Zhiruan was pulled back by Sima Luo's grip. "Fifth young master?" Zhaohua was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the youth, who bore an expression laden with icy disdain as his gaze swept coldly across her face, then shifted to Wang Hier and Danyang. Song Zhiruan too was momentarily stunned by the address. The young man, clad in a flowing dark robe adorned with python motifs, his hair crowned with gold, exuded an air of nobility and authority, his slender eyes narrowed in impatience, presenting a striking contrast to the imposing presence of Sima Luo. Esteemed guests, what is transpiring here? Chapter 45. The skirt is lifted. Danyang furrowed her brows in pain, her thoughts lingering on the fact that Yan Ao Chuan was the beloved of Zhaohua. Otherwise, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses by now. What was the fifth young master up to? Gritting her teeth, Danyang softened her tone. "We merely wish to befriend Miss Song." "Befriend?" Yan Ao Chuan glanced at Song Zhiruan's delicate, blushing palm, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips, as he replied in a seemingly casual manner. "Your friendships are of no concern to me." Danyang paused, bewildered. Why was the fifth young master still holding on to me? Raising an eyebrow, Yan Ao Chuan indeed released his grasp, as if his prior action had merely been a jest. Danyang exchanged a glance with Zhaohua, a flicker of understanding in her eyes, and chuckled. "I had heard that the fifth young master and Miss Song were to be engaged." And I thought you might have misunderstood something and were here to teach me a lesson on her behalf. Engaged? Yan Ao Chuan lazily crossed his arms. Where did the princess hear such nonsense? Could it be that you and Miss Song have no engagement? Is she not your fiancée? Zhao Hua felt a surge of joy, her eyes sparkling. Yan Ao Chuan did not respond, casually strolling a few steps ahead. Danyang and Wang Hier exchanged a knowing glance, aware of Zhao Hua's bashfulness, and followed the young man forward. I always said that the fifth young master has such discerning taste. How could he possibly be interested in a destitute girl from a fallen family? Wang Hier, holding a seniority in this group of youths, spoke with an elevated tone, casting a glance at Yan Ao Chuan. The world is often shallow in its judgments. The fifth young master should be above such trivialities, discerning what is truly valuable from what is inferior. That is how it should be. Danyang glanced back at Song Zhiruan's expression, a smile gracing her lips. Fifth young master, I heard you once composed poetry praising my father. Your talent is extraordinary. The Yin family's reprimand of you is merely a sign of their lack of clarity. You are the only one who truly understands the circumstances. In my opinion, among the entire Yin family, you are the sole clever one. Do continue to uphold that. At her words, Yan Ao Chuan let out a laugh. The meaning behind it obscure. Fifth young master, Zhao Hua has harbored feelings for you for years. As her elder, I have witnessed this and felt it deeply. I sincerely hope you will cherish her. As Wang Hier and the others reached the lotus pond, observing the interplay of emerald green and soft pink, she reminisced about her parents' past, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over her. It is rare to find someone who truly loves you in this world, especially someone who loves you wholeheartedly. Such affection should be treasured with utmost care. Though her own parents had experienced tumultuous emotions, she still wished to see Zhao Hua, with her unwavering devotion to one, find happiness. Indeed, fifth young master, Danyang pressed her lips together, a confident smile upon her face, her voice intentionally raised. Compared to a girl from a family that has fallen from grace, a princess is undoubtedly the more suitable choice for you. Not far away. Song Zhiruan heard this remark, her gaze momentarily faltering as she instinctively looked towards the young man. Earlier, you mentioned wanting to befriend Song Zhiruan. How does one go about that? Yan Ao Chuan did not address Danyang's comment. Instead, he brought up this new topic, leaving both women momentarily stunned. Fifth young master. What do you mean? Danyang was taken aback. Still, Wang Hier sensed something amiss. The fifth son of the Song family had fallen from grace. His entire household branded as sinners, they had brought this upon themselves. If the Yin family were to entangle themselves with such a household and acquire a fiancée of this sort, dear fifth son, you would be irreparably ruined. You are still so young. Do you truly wish to squander your entire future? I recall now, was this indeed your intention? Yan Ao Chuan spoke to himself, leaving the two women momentarily stunned. The boy's pitch-black eyes flickered, his eyelids lifting to reveal an icy demeanor. Wang Hier felt a sense of foreboding and attempted to withdraw, only to see the youth swiftly raise his leg and deliver a forceful kick to her and Danyang's backs. Song Zhiruan only heard two anguished cries simultaneously erupt, followed swiftly by the sound of a splash in the pool. The boy, who had just moments ago been laughing and joking with Wang Hier, had suddenly sent them both tumbling into the lotus pond, an utterly unforeseen turn of events. Cousin, Danyang. Zhao Hua gazed at Yan Ao Chuan in disbelief. Fifth son, what are you doing? Yan Ao Chuan's expression was as cold as ice as he stepped closer to Zhao Hua, retorting, what do you think? Zhao Hua looked at him, confused yet reluctant to express her ire toward the young women. Didn't you say that Song Zhiruan is not your fiancée? Could you not discern the sarcasm in that statement? Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow, a chill spreading through his gaze, clearly irked as he warned, Zhao Hua. Had you not been Sima Zhong's sister, you too would find yourself cooling off in the water today. Do you understand? Zhao Hua's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she took a few steps back. A Chuan. It wasn't he as you imagine. There is no need to explain yourself to me, Yan Ao Chuan replied, averting his gaze. I have no interest in hearing it. Song Zhiruan watched as the youth approached her step by step. His gaze first landed on the hand Sima Luo held, then slowly shifted to her face before glancing at Sima Luo. Third prince, I kindly ask you to release my fiancée's hand. The utterance of the words my fiancé left everyone present momentarily stunned. Sima Luo regarded him quietly, his expression inscrutable, uncertain of what to think. Fiancé? Yan Ao Chuan's eyes locked with those of the young man, and for some inexplicable reason, an intense discomfort arose within him. Though they had only exchanged a few glances at the banquet, An inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction surged forth, as if it were a fateful grievance from a past life. Especially when he held Song Zhiruan's hand, it felt as though he had witnessed this scene in a previous existence, which only heightened his displeasure. The continuous screams of Dan Yang and Wang He drew Song Zhiruan's attention. After all, they were a princess and a young lady of the Wang family. Having been kicked into the water by Yan Ao Chuan, if anything were to happen to them, he would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. She was about to shake off Sima Luo's hand when she felt her other hand firmly grasped. Third prince, did you not hear what I said? Yan Ao Chuan, who had previously stood at a distance, was now right beside her, gripping her wrist much like Sima Luo's hold, albeit with a gentler touch, carefully avoiding her injury. Please, let go. The youth's gaze was laden with disdain. Although he had employed the polite phrase I beg your pardon, it caused Sima Luo to pause and fix his eyes upon the young man. Fifth young master, during my travels, I had not heard of your engagement until now. It matters little that I have learned of it. Yan Ao Chuan drew the young girl closer to himself, then cast a casual glance towards Sima Luo. I appreciate the third prince's timely assistance. I shall handle the rest. Princess, young lady, someone, please hurry. Someone, please. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the forest's edge. The servants, having received word from an unknown source, rushed from all directions towards the lotus pond, seeking to rescue the fallen. Sima Luo exchanged glances with the youth for a moment, while Yan Ao Chuan held Song Zhiruan's hand firmly, guiding her through the throng as they made their way outside the estate. Fifth young master. Song Zhiruan hesitated, uncertain why Yan Ao Chuan, who had been recuperating within the mansion, had suddenly appeared at Bai Yutang, and how he had materialized by the lotus pond. Yet, the youth merely quickened his pace, as if he had heard nothing, ushering her into the carriage. Throughout the journey, the two remained silent. Song Zhiruan refrained from mentioning the matter of his betrothed that he had alluded to earlier, and Yan Ao Chuan did not inquire about the circumstances that had led her to be besieged, nor about Sima Luo's unexpected appearance. When the carriage came to a halt, Song Zhiruan was about to speak when she was once again drawn into the Xianchao courtyard. Yan Ao Chuan led her directly into the main house, and upon crossing the threshold, he finally released her hand. He then busied himself in the outer hall for a while before fetching a medicine box and proceeding to the inner chamber. Please, take a seat. The youth was not his usual playful self. His expression was cold, as if someone had offended him. Song Zhiruan hesitated for a moment, then slowly sat down on a chair by the bed. She observed Yan Ao Chuan, who knelt before her with the medicine box in hand. Such an action was undeniably unusual, and she felt a sense of discomfort, especially in such an enclosed space, where the presence of a lone man and woman evoked an air of peculiar implication. Fifth young master, ISNT this a bit. Lift your skirt. Yan Ao Chuan knelt before her, his gaze cast downward, his thick eyelashes concealing the emotions that flickered beneath. This left Song Zhiruan utterly astonished. Did she just hear him correctly? Lift my skirt. Her lips trembled as she stammered. Fifth young master, what did you say? Chapter 46. Why are you so adorable? Yan Ao Chuan crouched before her, his expression inscrutable. It was the first time she found it impossible to discern his thoughts through his demeanor. One thing was certain, he was clearly displeased. He gazed at the hem of her skirt and spoke slowly. You fell just now. I need to examine if your bones are injured. Song Zhiruan, realizing her misunderstanding, responded with an "Oh, all right." She lifted her skirt slightly, while Yan Ao Chuan deliberately turned his head away. As she extended her calf, he retrieved a cloth from the bedside rack and gently pressed against her leg through the fabric. Does it hurt? Feeling the boy's touch, her cheeks flushed. Not really. I should be fine. Yan Ao Chuan placed her shoe back on the ground, and as he rummaged through the medicine box, he reminded her, put your skirt down. Song Zhiruan complied promptly, observing how adeptly he navigated the contents of the box, quickly producing the necessary bottles and jars. Do you often get injured? She inquired. Yes. He replied tersely, clearly uninterested in conversation. Why do you get hurt so frequently? She pressed. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, Yan Ao Chuan answered succinctly. She bit her lip, unsure whether to commend him or not. I could tell from how you dealt with Dan Yang and Wang He earlier just how skilled you are. Yan Ao Chuan lifted his gaze slightly and retorted, are you unaware of how to retaliate when pushed? How could I possibly retaliate? In terms of status and circumstances, I am no match for them. It might even cause trouble for the Yan family and my aunt, so it is better to endure, she sighed. The boy's brows knitted tightly. Song Zhiruan, are you a fool? She was taken aback. Why are you scolding me? Am I not your support? Yan Ao Chuan looked at her seriously. Upon hearing this, Zhiruan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, recalling how he referred to her as his fiancée in front of Zhao. In that moment, she had indeed felt reassured. His tone was reminiscent of a lesson for a child, oblivious to the implications of his words. You've never met Zhao. What if today she had not pushed you, but sought your life instead? You've said it yourself. I am unfamiliar with her. How could she harm me? Zhiruan gazed at the boy's cold countenance and could not help but jest. Besides, isn't there a great hero like you to protect me? What great hero? Yan Ao Chuan stared at her for a long while, momentarily speechless, his ears turning crimson. Finally, he mumbled, Besides, who said I came to protect you? Then why did you suddenly appear today? Zhiruan leaned closer, inquiring. Yan Ao Chuan leaned back slightly, creating distance between them once more. I haven't asked you how you became acquainted with Sima Luo. At the mention of that name, Zhiruan's expression momentarily stiffened. He gazed at her intently, inevitably noticing the peculiar expression on her face. Without knowing why, he instinctively inquired, Do you like him? In a previous life, he had posed a similar question to her. However, their relationship then was far from harmonious during their time at the Yin family. Zhiruan had cursed Yan Ao Chuan in her heart countless times and even harbored a quiet disdain for him, irritated by his constant provocation. Their first true conversation, marked by civility, occurred the day after Sima Luo's proposal. The old matriarch had already asked her once whether she was willing to marry Sima Luo, to which she had replied affirmatively. That night, a torrential rain fell, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, Zhiruan awoke unusually early. After the storm, the room felt stifling. And as dawn broke, she opened the door to let in fresh air, only to meet the gaze of a young man in the courtyard. She was unaware of how long Yan Ao Chuan had stood there, but she distinctly recalled that every part of him was drenched, his hair clinging messily to his cheeks. Usually, he was meticulous about his appearance, yet on that day, he appeared as if he had lost his spirit. Upon locking eyes with her, he slowly approached. The memory of that day was particularly vivid for her. She remembered it was still early, the servants had yet to rise, leaving just the two of them in the courtyard, locked in a silent stare. It was curious how, despite their prior discord, they both shared an unspoken understanding and refrained from speaking. The young man glanced at his waterlogged robe and then at the clean, beautiful figure on the steps, halting his steps to gaze up at her from a distance. Sima Luo has proposed to you, he said, his voice unusually hoarse, causing Zhiruan to take a moment to comprehend his words. He looked at her. Are you going to marry him? Zhiruan hesitated before slowly nodding. The young man lowered his eyes, concealing his disappointment, and with a vague smile, he asked, Do you like him? In truth, her affection for Sima Luo was minimal. She chose to marry him partly due to his kindness towards her and partly because he had aided the Yin family. She owed much to the Yin family and wished to repay this debt of gratitude. Yes, I do, Zhiruan recalled responding at that moment. The young man stiffened for an instant, seemingly letting out a low laugh. I see. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at her, uttering those words as if they drained him of all his strength, his back curving slightly. That's good. At least you like him. He will remain steady in the capital. Why are you silent? In the quiet of the room, the young man's voice jolted Zhiruan from her reverie, his breath visibly tense. I don't like him, she replied, lowering her gaze to meet Yan Ao Chuan's eyes, for the first time earnestly calling his name, Yan Ao Chuan. I will not like him. This time, she would not make the same mistake again. Yan Ao Chuan felt a flutter of unease under her unwavering gaze, averting his eyes. Don't misunderstand. I was merely asking casually. I don't care whether you like him or not. Zhiruan replied with a soft affirmation. I truly mean it. He noticed the other person's reaction seemed to convey disbelief, leaning forward to emphasize, I truly do not care. I understand. Zhiruan couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. Yan Ao Chuan bit his lip, feeling a bit frustrated, and said, Extend your hand. She watched as the young man opened a porcelain white vial, gently cradling her wrist before him. Just as he was about to sprinkle the powder, he paused, lifted his gaze to her, and remarked, It might sting a little. It's fine, she reassured him. Observing Yan Ao Chuan take a deep breath, he appeared quite tense, his movements with the vial exceedingly cautious. This demeanor sparked a playful side within her. She deliberately inhaled sharply. Hiss. The small vial trembled slightly in the young man's hand, and he looked at her in confusion, frowning as he asked, Does it hurt a lot? The wound on her palm was not particularly deep. The initial fall had been painful, but it had improved considerably since then. Zhiruan pretended to endure great discomfort. A bit. Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow deeply, seemingly contemplating what to do next. His gaze flickered momentarily before he leaned closer. Exhaling softly, a warm breath brushed against her palm, sending a tingling sensation through her. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Yan Ao Chuan grasped her hand once more, guiding it back, as if soothing a child, murmuring softly, "Just a little blow, and it won't hurt anymore." His delicate lips moved, speaking childishly, yet his eyes held an earnestness that was striking as his lashes gently rested on his eyelids. He pouted, continuously blowing gently on her wound. With a gentle breeze, "Pain shall flee, little one, do not cry, sleep soundly tonight." Zhiruan was taken aback, and upon realizing what Yan Ao Chuan was saying, she burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Yan Ao Chuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, raised his face to glare at her. In that moment, he felt another hand on his head, gently ruffling his hair, the palm soft and tender. The girl, with a quivering laugh, said, "How are you so adorable?" Upon hearing those last two words, Yan Ao Chuan was momentarily stunned. Adorable? Adorable? Did she just call him adorable? Chapter 47. Proposal. Yan Ao Chuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. His cheeks flushed crimson. What a charming remark. Do not speak such nonsense. Zhiruan raised her brows, awkwardly withdrawing her hand. It seems I have chosen my words poorly. What is all this commotion? The voice of the old lady echoed from the doorway, prompting several ladies to hurriedly converge upon the Xianchao courtyard. Upon entering, they were greeted with the sight of two individuals holding hands, their conversation abruptly halting. Madame Chu, the first to step inside, instinctively lifted her foot to retreat. Yin Qi then dashed in, observing her elder brother frozen in place. She asked in confusion, "Fifth brother, have you turned to stone? Why are you so still?" Madame Gan quietly covered her daughter's mouth. Since sending off Qiu Hui, Madame Qiu had fallen ill. Hence her absence today. She had merely sent a servant to inquire after them. Yan Ao Chuan still held Zhiruan's hand as if it were a hot potato. The half-kneeling position made him unsteady, and the sudden appearance of the others startled him, causing him to sit back as if collapsing to the ground. Zhiruan promptly rose, feeling embarrassed, her gaze evading as she remembered to curtsy. "Old lady, Aunt, second madam." Madame Gan glanced at the bewildered youth sitting on the floor and could not help but chuckle. "Not long ago, I heard from the servants that the weather was warming. Yet it seems otherwise. If it were truly warm, why would you be holding hands for warmth?" Zhiruan, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks burn and buried her head lower. Madame Chu shot a reproachful glance at Madame Gan. "Only you would speak so freely. I was merely applying medicine." Yan Ao Chuan scrambled to his feet, explaining to the elders, "Her hand is injured." "Injured?" Madame Chu quickly approached to inspect Zhiruan's hand, her rarely displayed anger evident. "Was it Dan Yang and Wang He who did this?" "How do you know?" Yan Ao Chuan inquired with confusion. "Word of your kicking those two into the pond has spread throughout the capital." Yin Lu, standing beside Madame Gan, cast a worried glance at Zhiruan and lamented, "It is all my fault. I should not have allowed you and Qi to be alone today. Fourth young master, it is not your fault. The separation of the genders is a long-standing rule. We should not disrupt it." Zhiruan expressed her concern. "I worry that Prince Kong already harbors ill feelings towards the Yin family. Will this not worsen his disdain for us? It was I who kicked them. It has nothing to do with you." Yan Ao Chuan replied sullenly. Madame Chu regarded her son, who took pride in his actions. Yan Ao Chuan, however, remained silent. Nonetheless, Madame Chu cleared her throat. "You did well to kick them." Zhiruan looked at the woman in surprise. "Those who dare bully my Ji must be held accountable, be they princess or noble lady." Though gentle in nature, Madame Chu was fiercely protective of those she cherished, naturally. She would be displeased if anyone harmed her beloved. The old lady observed Zhiruan and remarked, "They dare to bully you so brazenly because they see you as defenseless." Zhiruan nodded at this, managing a strained smile. "I understand. I have arranged with your aunt that the second day of next month is an auspicious date for your engagement with a Chuan," the old lady suddenly declared. Zhiruan widened her eyes in disbelief. "It is but 4 days away." Mrs. Chu, fearing her change of heart, reminded her, "You previously agreed to become my daughter-in-law, so you must not waver. You ought to inquire about my feelings as well." Yan Ao Chuan scoffed. "Having gained the advantage, do not act coy, Mrs. Chu warned with a stern gaze. Seeing that Zhiruan's face was merely flushed and she offered no refusal, the old lady smiled contentedly. The following morning, Nansu sent for Yan Ao Chuan to join them at the renowned by Ma Lu in the capital. When he arrived, Sima Zhong and Nan Su were already seated in a private room, awaiting his presence. What brings you here? Yan Ao Chuan noticed Sima Zhong's apologetic expression and took the lead at the table, picking up his chopsticks. Sima Zhong had not attended the Spring Festival banquet the previous day, but, upon hearing of the events concerning Zhaohua, he hurriedly arranged to meet with Yan Ao Chuan today. I apologize. Zhaohua has been raised by my aunt since childhood and has been overly pampered, lacking in understanding. The aunt Sima Zhong referred to is the current Empress Yang Ji, who is the stepmother. The late Empress Yang Yan was her biological sister and also the mother of Sima Zhong and Zhaohua. After the early demise of the late empress, the stepmother Yang Ji took Zhaohua under her wing, indulging her whims and fostering her increasingly capricious nature. The relationship between Sima Zhong and Zhaohua is rather distant, having had little contact over the years. This does not concern you, Yan Ao Chuan stated, not yet confused enough to blame Sima Zhong. I maintain that he has overreacted. Nan Su interjected, and Zhong specifically requested that I invite you here to apologize. It is of no consequence. Yan Ao Chuan reassured as he patted Sima Zhong on the shoulder. How is Miss Song? Sima Zhong inquired with a frown. Her? Yan Ao Chuan recalled her words when she had patted his head, his expression growing slightly awkward. She is well enough. In my opinion, the Empress dotes on Zhaohua excessively. Fortunately, a Chuan arrived in time, or the Song family's daughter might have encountered trouble. Nan Su shook his head, warning that such indulgence would inevitably lead to complications. Who is your sister? Yan Ao Chuan shot a cold glance in his direction. A knock echoed from outside the private room, and Fu Yuanzi spoke up. Young master, it is time to return. Nan Su frowned. Fu Yuanzi, you should come in and speak. Your master has barely settled in. Fu Yuanzi entered, revealing that the third prince had sent many gifts to the Yin family. Third brother? Sima Zhong was bewildered. When did he and the Yin family become so close? Fu Yuanzi glanced at his master and sighed. Rise quickly. The third prince has come to propose. Nan Su was taken aback. I must say, your sixth sister is still a mere child. Surely the third prince is not some sort of pervert? Not the sixth young lady, Fu Yuanzi clarified. It is Miss Song. Chapter 48. Yin Jun in the Xian Hall. The matriarch sat solemnly, her countenance reflecting an air of authority. By her side were Madame Chu and Madame Gan, both observing the multitude of golden silk Nanma boxes stacked outside, their expressions revealing a myriad of complexities. Madame Chu's eyes hinted at concern, while Madame Gan's furrowed brow betrayed her evident displeasure. The arrival of the third prince today, accompanied by such extravagant gifts, was indeed a gesture of sincerity. The matriarch turned her gaze toward the young man seated among the guests, lamenting that the elder was still unwell and could not receive visitors. Thus, she would take it upon herself today. Surely, the third prince would not mind? The matriarch's implication was clear. Sima Luo's numerous gifts were intended as a visit to the ailing Lord Yan. The old woman continued, the Grand Preceptor was once an imperial teacher, having educated the emperor. He is revered by me. Given the Grand Preceptor's current condition, I would not dare take offense. Sima Luo maintained a gentle smile, clarifying that his visit today was not for the elder's sake. Oh, then for what purpose? The matriarch inquired, feigning ignorance. Sima Luo rose, respectfully bowing to the elder. I come with a humble request. The matriarch glanced at the young man, then towards the array of red silk-wrapped gifts outside, realizing his true intention was to propose marriage. The Yin family had few young women. The third young lady, Yin Jing, had married into the Nan family years ago, becoming a noble consort. The only remaining daughter, Yin Shi, was merely 8 years old, a decade younger than Sima Luo. It was utterly improbable. The Yin family had no suitable match for the third prince. The matriarch's gaze fell, pondering, then there remains but one possibility. Your Highness, at my advanced age, what assistance could I possibly offer you? She inquired slowly. Sima Luo lowered his head, recounting how, after the Song family faced downfall, the Yin family took it upon themselves to adopt the Song young lady, disregarding public opinion. Sima Luo expressed his admiration for the Yin family's character. At the recent spring banquet, the younger generation had taken an immediate liking to the Song young lady. In light of their respect for the Yin family, they earnestly requested the matriarch to betroth the Song young lady to the younger generation. He believed that regardless of the Sima royal family or the Zhou family, a union with the Yin family would foster mutual prosperity and shared aspirations. The matriarch's smile quickly faded. Your Highness, have you not heard the recent news regarding the engagement between the Song young lady and my fifth grandson? Sima Luo paused. Seemingly bewildered, He had yet to hear such rumors since the younger generation returned from Yingtian Prefecture. Countless discussions had circulated in the capital about this matter. Yet Sima Luo had come to propose without inquiring about Song Zhiruan. Madame Gan inwardly chastised him for his pretense, having not heard of it before. The misunderstanding could be clarified now. Madame Chu smiled, adding, Junior had written home from Yingtian Prefecture, mentioning her unexpected acquaintance with the third prince and expressing her admiration for him. Even if a marriage cannot be arranged, the friendship between the third prince and Junior is still akin to family. Indeed, the younger generation shared a deep camaraderie with the Jun. Sima Luo's gaze flickered slightly. However, Madam, I have heard that your esteemed fifth son cherishes a life of freedom. Does he not have any reservations regarding this union? The man's words indicated his refusal to regard this matter as a mere misunderstanding. Madam, lady, the second young master has returned. The voice of Steward Hong, filled with joy, resonated from outside, sharply contrasting with the somber atmosphere of the Xiang Hall. Yan Jun entered the hall at a measured pace. Observing that apart from the third branch, several others were present, all greeting him with cheerful smiles. However, upon turning his head, he unexpectedly spotted Sima Luo and exclaimed with delight, Ah Luo, what brings you here? Upon hearing Yan Jun's voice, Sima Luo paused momentarily and slowly turned her face. Ah Jun. Yan Jun's gentle disposition had long made him a paragon of virtue in the hearts of the young ladies of the household. He had few close friends throughout his life, having only formed a bond with Sima Luo through an unforeseen encounter. On his way back to the capital, he had been ambushed, and it was Sima Luo, traveling with her companions, who had assisted him in repelling the bandits, leading to their acquaintance. After several conversations, Yan Jun greatly admired her character and talents, and despite the brevity of their friendship, he had already considered Sima Luo a confidant. The third prince mentioned that you share a deep bond with her. Is that so? The old lady had always been particularly fond of her second grandson, yet now, having not seen him for more than half a year, her face bore no trace of a smile, which puzzled Yan Jun. Indeed, grandmother, Yan Jun replied, raising his hands in acknowledgement. Madame Chu glanced at her son, sighed softly, and turned her gaze away. The shared expressions of both his mother and grandmother led Yan Jun to realize that something was amiss. In his earlier excitement, he had overlooked the red silk-wrapped gift boxes outside the hall, and only now did he inquire, who has come to propose? It is I who brought them, Sima Luo replied, refraining from referring to herself as the princess in front of Yan Jun. Taken aback, he remarked, your sixth sister is still quite young, and there is no one in our household suitable for you. What is the meaning of this? Sima Luo hesitated for a brief moment before stating, I have come to propose to Miss Song. Yan Jun's smile froze entirely. Meanwhile, when Jixiang arrived at the peony courtyard to convey the message, Song Zhiruan was busy tallying the accounts of the recent days, yet to finish her calculations. Jixiang hurriedly urged her to go to the Xiang Hall. Initially unaware of the gravity of the situation, Song Zhiruan's concern grew when she learned that the third prince had come with a multitude of gift boxes. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, she collided with the rapidly approaching Yan Ao Chuan, while Ninsu trailed behind, panting, slow down, don't go striking anyone. Fifth young master. Second young master Nan. Song Zhiruan observed the expressions on their faces and surmised that they had also heard the news. Ninsu frowned at her, saying, Miss Song, you should return to the courtyard for now. If things escalate, we wouldn't want you to be caught in the crossfire. Jixiang shook her head. The old lady instructed that Miss Song accompany us to the hall. Initially filled with rage, Yan Ao Chuan suppressed his fury upon seeing the lady and stepped toward the Xiang Hall. Ninsu, advocating for his brother, deliberately raised his voice. Is there truly such shamelessness in the world? As the scornful voices dissipated, several individuals entered the hall, only to find Yan Jun being restrained by a few people. Sima Luo's lips bore a shade of dark purple, while Yan Ao Chuan's raised fist remained suspended in midair. Chapter 49. Fate and Retribution. Song Zhiruan lifted her gaze towards the young man, his face flushed with anger, restrained by several attendants. In her previous life, Yan Jun and Sima Luo had met and subsequently became close friends, due to the absence of any formal engagement between Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan. The two remained confidants until Sima Luo ascended the throne. Rarely did Sima Luo offer praise for others, yet he would often smile and say of Yan Jun, Ah Jun is kind-hearted, wise as a minister, and sincere as a friend, truly a rare talent in this vast world. Perhaps Sima Luo genuinely regarded Yan Jun as a friend. However, in his past, he had ruthlessly executed several noble families, facing staunch opposition from Yan Jun, which ultimately bore no fruit. The two eventually parted ways. Yin Jun, do not be foolish. You have offended the third prince, and yet you refuse to apologize. The old matriarch struck her cane heavily upon the ground. Sima Luo glanced at Song Zhiruan, lightly wiping the corner of his mouth. It matters not. Ah Jun is not merely an outsider to me. Sima Luo, Yin Jun's appearance, though not as strikingly handsome as Yan Ao Chuan, bore a resemblance to his mother's genteel features. Even in anger, he exuded an aura akin to a deity, instilling a sense of inviolability. I considered you a friend, yet you dare to covet my sister-in-law. Sima Luo gazed at his friend with exasperation. Ah Jun, please remain calm. Let us not discuss this matter for now. He then approached Song Zhiruan, speaking softly. Miss Song, may I have a word with you in private? Yan Ao Chuan stepped forward, positioning himself directly before Song Zhiruan with a casual curl of his lip, his eyes swirling with a chilling intensity. What do you mean by that? Nansu sneered. I truly am astonished. What a farcical situation. To encounter such absurdity, attempting to seize a bride right in front of her true match. The Sima family's upbringing is indeed remarkable. Once friends with the Sima emperor, the Duke of Nangwa had gradually distanced himself due to differing political views. His ancestors had protected the late emperor on multiple occasions, leading to an imperial decree ensuring the Nangwa family's title would remain unaltered through generations, regardless of any upheavals. Although the Nangwa family was not a prestigious lineage, they surpassed many noble families in stature. Hence, the elder of the Yin family was willing to marry his granddaughter to them. Though Nansu was the second son and would not inherit the title, he was not at a disadvantage compared to the less favored Prince Sima Luo. I was once a classmate of your elder brother. He is a few years my senior, and I considered him a friend. Sima Luo's expression was indifferent. Young Master Nan, your temper is considerably more volatile than that of the heir. Having been married to Sima Luo for 3 years, Song Zhiruan could discern his displeasure. She stepped out from behind Yan Ao Chuan and inquired, what does the third prince wish to discuss with me? Song Zhiruan, Yan Ao Chuan's expression darkened. Let the third prince speak with Aji alone, commanded the old matriarch, her countenance grim. She glanced at Yin Jun. Return to your quarters and reflect upon your actions. Madame Chu cast a worried glance at Song Zhiruan. After a moment's contemplation, Song Zhiruan addressed the young man. It will merely be a conversation. Sima Luo stepped forward to follow the young woman outside. The old matriarch glared at the restless Yin Jun and Yan Ao Chuan, admonishing, whoever dares to obstruct shall be expelled from the Yin household. With that, she turned and returned to Wan Xiaodang, where the elder Yin had recently begun to regain his strength and could now sit up to play chess with others. In recent days, Mr. Qianjia has frequently visited. And although the old gentleman is not fond of superstitions, he has come to appreciate Qianjia's carefree demeanor, leading them to become chess companions over time. Today, Sima Luo pays a visit. The matriarch initially hesitated to inform the old gentleman, but upon learning that Yin Jun had struck someone, who happened to be a prince, after considerable contemplation, she decided to convey the matter delicately. The old gentleman immediately slammed the table, exclaiming, what audacity from Sima Luo, hiding behind a throng of princes, yet daring to snatch away a member of the Yin family. He continued, you ought to temper your temper. Ah Chuan takes after you. The matriarch replied solemnly. Although Sima Luo may act recklessly, he is still a prince. Yin Jun has only just entered the court. Could this incident potentially implicate him? The old gentleman, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression. He recognized that the fault lay with him initially. Junior was merely protecting her brother. What trouble could arise? I've taught my son well. Even a small child cannot overturn the heavens. Qianjia, seated nearby, feigned indifference, letting out a sigh as he placed his piece. The old gentleman glanced at the chessboard and retorted, what is there to sigh about when you have one? Qianjia shook his head, murmuring, fate and calamity. Chapter 50. Will you marry me? In the garden, amidst a riot of blossoms, stood a woman whose beauty rivaled that of the flowers surrounding her. Sima Luo's gaze fell upon her quietly, and he remained silent for a long while. It was Song Zhiruan who broke the silence first, inquiring if the third prince had ever tended to flowers. Sima Luo shook his head, indicating he had not. Turning to assess his expression, Song Zhiruan recalled her fleeting doubts upon hearing of his visit to propose. Could it be that Sima Luo had also been reborn? Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Her own rebirth stemmed from the injustice of her previous death, a chance bestowed upon her by fate to alter her destiny. But Sima Luo, he was the architect of all malevolence, and in his past life, he had likely acquired everything he coveted. How could heaven allow him a second chance? His proposal, she surmised, was likely motivated by her newfound clarity regarding the relationship between the Yin family and Prince Kong. Having failed to resolve the Yan family's issues and hearing of Yan Ao Chuan's impending engagement with her, he must have hastened to propose, hoping to forge a connection with her family. However, such a strategy was rather foolish. The Yan family was not one to seek elevation through alliances. Sima Luo had miscalculated. "Miss Song, would you consider marrying me?" Sima Luo asked. "Perhaps I should first inquire why the third prince wishes to marry me?" She retorted, meeting his gaze. Sima Luo, without a moment's hesitation, replied with gentle warmth reminiscent of his previous life. "It was only upon meeting you that I understood the essence of love at first sight." "I do not believe that," Song Zhiruan countered, her eyes sharp and piercing like a cold blade directed at him. Taken aback, Sima Luo asked, "Do you despise me?" "It's not disdain," she replied, "but rather a profound disappointment and a sense of resignation from my past life. It is also a vehement desire to sever ties in this one. Your Highness, we have only just met, and I find it hard to believe you could so quickly develop feelings for me," she added, her expression impassive. Sima Luo smiled gently. "You may be unaware, but our acquaintance is not as fleeting as you presume." Song Zhiruan stiffened at his words. "Long ago, Lord Song brought you to the palace. I have seen you and even conversed with you, though you may not recall." His tone was uniquely tender towards her. Yet, Song Zhiruan was taken aback by his revelation, filled with skepticism towards his claims. "Thus, Miss Song, despite your lack of familiarity with me, I hope you will consider my proposal," Sima Luo continued, his gaze shifting slightly. "I have spent some time with young Master Yan. He does not seem the type to treat you wholeheartedly. Perhaps you should reconsider." "That is unnecessary," she interrupted swiftly, her impatience palpable. "I have made my stance clear. This conversation ends here. I shall not see the third prince out." As she turned away, dark clouds suddenly obscured the sun, and a gentle rain began to fall, its cold droplets striking her face. "Can you tell me why?" Sima Luo's voice, tinged with bitterness, called out from behind her. Song Zhiruan slowly turned back, gazing through the curtain of rain, her mind drifting to a past rain-soaked night when a foolish emperor, donning a bamboo hat and clad in a raincoat, had busily tended to her flowers. She turned away. She lifted her gaze and locked eyes with the youth standing not far away beneath the artificial mountain. He held a paper umbrella. Yet much of his figure was exposed to the elements, drenched and disheveled by the relentless rain. His deep, dark eyes were fixed intently upon her, reminiscent of a scene from her past life when she opened the door to find him waiting in the peony courtyard, having braved the rain throughout the night, solely to await her response. "Song Zhiruan, do you harbor feelings for him?" Chapter 51. Catching a Cheater in the Shiyan Hall. Yin Jun was reprimanded by Madame Chu in the courtyard. Nansu followed Yan Ao Chuan out, unable to restrain herself from speaking up. "Are you really going to let those two converse alone? What else can I do?" Yan Ao Chuan replied coldly, his expression dark and forbidding. Nansu sighed. "A Chuan, I must say, nowadays, young ladies prefer gentle and amiable gentlemen. That Sima Luo appears to be quite the charming rogue. If left to his own devices, he might well outshine you. Aren't you concerned that Sister Song might be taken away? What nonsense are you spouting?" Yan Ao Chuan shot her a sharp glance. "I am merely worried for you." Nansu raised her hands in surrender. Sister Song is still so naive, and Sima Luo treats her with such tenderness. What if she falls for his charms? He is indeed more likable than you. Before she could finish, Yan Ao Chuan strode towards the garden. As he approached the rockery, he spotted the couple standing closely amidst the blossoms. Sima Luo's gaze lowered, resting softly upon Song Zhiruan, a gentle smile gracing his features, as they appeared to be engrossed in delightful conversation. Observing their interaction, Yan Ao Chuan's mind swirled with Nansu's words. It was true, he lacked Sima Luo's amiability and charm, but those thoughts mattered little. However, what if Song Zhiruan also favored Sima Luo? He found himself at a loss for what to do. The gentle patter of rain fell upon his umbrella, and as he stared ahead, a chill settled in his heart. Suddenly, Song Zhiruan recalled Wang Hier's words and did not turn back, simply stating, "The world is shallow. It suffices to hold a single landscape. All other sights are superfluous." At her words, Sima Luo slowly clenched his fist, shadows flickering in his eyes. Watching as she stepped closer to the boy beneath the umbrella, exuding gentle affection. "What brings you here?" Song Zhiruan inquired as she approached the youth, causing the umbrella to tilt in her direction. Yan Ao Chuan lowered his gaze to her, recalling Nansu's earlier remarks. His heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped, making it hard to breathe. "How long have you been standing here?" Noticing that half of his shoulder was soaked, Song Zhiruan took out a handkerchief, intending to dry him off, but he stepped back, leaving only the umbrella hovering above her head. "Do you have something you wish to ask me?" She hesitated. Yan Ao Chuan's gaze remained fixed on her, his mind replaying the image of her laughing merrily with Sima Luo. There was nothing left to inquire. The answers were laid bare before him. See? She could never truly like someone like him. Their current closeness was merely a consequence of the Song family's troubles. She was bound to him by her grandmother's wishes, with no other option available. If a better choice presented itself, she would not choose him. Even with this knowledge, he could not suppress the ache in his heart. Tears threatened to brim in his eyes, the burdens of his youthful heart extinguished by the relentless rain. Yan Ao Chuan choked back a sob, inhaling deeply, refusing to allow himself to break down in her presence. No. He thrust the umbrella into Song Zhiruan's hands and turned away, striding off without a glance back. Song Zhiruan observed the departing figure, perplexed as she glanced at the paper umbrella in her hand. When had her temper become so mild that there was no need for inquiry? As the morning light gently filtered in, she was awakened early by the harsh rays of the sun penetrating through the window. Sitting up in bed, she recalled the restless night she had endured, pondering whether the incident of Sima Luo delivering a gift box to the Yin family would leak out. If it did, would it tarnish the reputation of the Yin family? Just yesterday, Yin Jun had clashed with Sima Luo, and she hoped that he would still consider their friendship and refrain from stirring up trouble. At that moment, Yin Lu entered with a basin of water, noticing her young mistress lost in thought. Has the young lady risen so early? Fire Crane, hearing this, rushed in from the courtyard, inquiring if she planned to review accounts today. Have you heard any news? Song Zhiruan had not taken her two maidservants to Xian Hall the previous day, and thus they were unaware of Sima Luo's proposal, prompting her cautious inquiry. Yin Lu, puzzled, asked, "What news?" Song Zhiruan let out a subtle sigh of relief. It seemed the Yin family had managed to suppress the matter. Shaking her head, she responded to Fire Crane's earlier question. We shall not review accounts today. I am heading to Xianchao Courtyard to see how the fifth young master is faring with his poetry recitation. Yan Ao Chuan had demonstrated commendable learning ability, nearly memorizing the book of songs. Today, she intended to introduce him to other texts, as the autumn examinations loomed nearer, necessitating thorough preparation. However, upon arriving at the study in Xianchao Courtyard, she found no sign of the young man. At this hour, he would typically be awake. Why was he absent today? Yin Lu followed closely behind, seeking out a servant to inquire about the fifth young master's whereabouts. The servant replied cautiously. The fifth young master did not return last night. Song Zhiruan was taken aback. What did it mean that he had not returned? He was in a poor mood yesterday, and the second young master invited him to Xianla Tower for drinks. He did not come back all night, the servant explained. With the impending marriage arrangement, it was indeed inappropriate for the fifth young master to be at Xianla Tower, especially for an entire night. Yin Lu was appalled, her anger surging, exclaiming that the fifth young master was being utterly unreasonable. At such a critical juncture, it was indeed ill-advised to frequent Xianla Tower. Yet, Song Zhiruan's concerns lay elsewhere. With the autumn examinations approaching, if Yan Ao Chuan, as a candidate, frequently visited Xianla Tower and was caught, it could lead to scandal and jeopardize his official career. Furthermore, there was the enigmatic Xiaofani associated with Xianla Tower, a girl whom she felt was quite extraordinary. Yin Lu, let us return to change our clothes, Song Zhiruan said. Turning towards Mutant Courtyard, Yin Lu hurried to keep pace, asking if her mistress intended to report to the old lady. No, Song Zhiruan replied, her steps unwavering. I'm going to Xianla Tower. Yin Lu was taken aback. Despite her anger, she still retained her composure. My lady, it is inappropriate to confront him at this time, especially as you have yet to be wed. Chapter 52. A night out of sight. Songji paused, her steps faltering as she gazed at Yin Lu, bewildered. What do you mean by catching someone in the act? Yin Lu replied, did you not intend to uncover the infidelity of Fifth Master? He would never engage in such behavior, Songji asserted, shaking her head with conviction, as if utterly certain that Yan Ao Chuan was not the type to act so recklessly. Yin Lu sighed inwardly at her innocent demeanor, recognizing her naivete. How could she comprehend the inherent flaws in men? It was well known that Fifth Master shared a deep connection with Madame Qiao of the Xianla Tower. It seemed only Songji was oblivious to the possibility of anything untoward between them. As before, Songji donned male attire and made her way to Xianla Tower, heading straight for the Yunjian Pavilion. Under the bright daylight, the establishment was sparsely populated, and the staff merely glanced at her, unfazed. In these times, it was not uncommon for young ladies to sneak in disguised as men to satisfy their curiosity. So the attendants assumed she was just another noblewoman indulging in a whimsical adventure. Despite this, Songji felt a twinge of guilt, recalling how Sima Zhong had instantly recognized her as a lady during her previous visit. This time, she had deliberately thickened her eyebrows to appear more masculine. And judging by the reactions of those inside, it seemed her true identity remained concealed. Yin Lu followed closely behind her as they ascended the stairs. Arriving at the door of the Yunjian pavilion, Songji knocked lightly, but no response came from within. She recalled that on her last visit, her knocks had gone unheard due to the occupant's drunken stupor. Thus, she refrained from knocking further and simply pushed the door open. Yin Lu felt an urge to rush in front of her mistress and shield her eyes from any inappropriate scenes. Mississippi. Just as Yin Lu stepped into the elegant chamber alongside Songji, she noticed the young lady halt abruptly. Miss? Following Songji's gaze, Yin Lu saw that only Nansu lay sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. At the dining table, a maiden clad in a crimson robe sat. The garment embroidered with an imposing silver-white tiger. Grasping a red tassel spear forged from mysterious iron, she exuded an aura of cold brilliance and lethal intent. The lady had her back turned to them, but her posture suggested awareness, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable gravity. Are you his lover? Lover? Songji glanced at the sprawled Nansu and quickly clarified, You're mistaken. I am not here to find second Master Nan. At her words, the crimson-clad lady paused, then turned to face Songji, their eyes locking. The lady possessed striking features, her brows and eyes captivating, her hair styled high with a silver crown. Her forehead was smooth and radiant, her features bold, and the fiery red of her attire imparted an impression of heroic vigor. Songji. The lady recognized her first. Taken aback, Songji wondered, You know me? I saw you at the spring banquet with Yin Lu, and I overheard others mention your name, the lady replied. Songji surmised that the remarks from those noble women would not be particularly flattering, so she refrained from probing further and curiously inquired, And you are? Mu family, Mu Hongying, came the response. Mu Hongying rose gracefully, clutching her red tassel spear as she approached Song Zhiruan. Silver Willow, startled, quickly pulled Song Zhiruan backward. It was Miss Mu. Upon hearing the name, Song Zhiruan suddenly realized. Indeed, in the entire capital, who else but Mu Hongying could be seen brandishing a red tassel spear? The Mu family was also a prestigious household. General Mu Ge, the defender of the nation, had wed the younger sister of the Duke of the South, Nan Yun. And they had a daughter, Mu Hongying. Subsequently, under the guidance of family elders, Mu Hongying was betrothed to her cousin, Nan Su. Observing the young woman, Song Zhiruan felt puzzled. In her previous life, Mu Hongying had annulled her engagement with Nan Su. Logically, if they were mutually disinterested, why pursue him to the Xianle Tower? Miss Mu. You have come to Xianle Tower too? Song Zhiruan inquired. Mu Hongying responded with a soft "oh," as she deftly redirected the spear's tip toward Nan Su, declaring, I am here to wait for him to awaken. And then? Song Zhiruan asked, intrigued. With a smile, Mu Hongying replied, Then I shall eliminate him. Song Zhiruan gasped. Is there no way to discuss this amicably? None. Mu Hongying shook her head. My mother forbids me from breaking off the engagement, stating that only her death would permit such a circumstance. Raising an eyebrow, Song Zhiruan pressed, So? My mother carried me for 10 months. Giving birth to me was no easy feat. I could never bear to let her die. Mu Hongying sighed, shaking her head as she glanced at Nan Su. Her resolve crystallizing. Thus, I am left with no choice but to eliminate him. Song Zhiruan sensed an unsettling premonition that this had long been her intention. Are you here to seek Yan Ao Chuan? Mu Hongying scrutinized her, perplexed as to why such a striking young woman was donned in male attire. Akin to the folly of hiding one's ears while stealing a bell. Have you seen young Master Wu? Song Zhiruan inquired. He is not here, Mu Hongying replied, stroking her chin. You might inquire with the staff within the tower. Gratefully, Song Zhiruan nodded. Thank you, Miss Mu. Just as she prepared to turn away, she hesitated and added, Perhaps you should reconsider before eliminating young Master Nan? Why? Mu Hongying asked, puzzled. Song Zhiruan pondered briefly. Young Master Nan will likely seek a way to annul the engagement himself. At least in my previous life, it was the Nan family that initiated the withdrawal. With that, Song Zhiruan exited the Yunji pavilion and sought out a servant to inquire about Yan Ao Chuan's whereabouts. The gentleman in the pavilion is. The servant scrutinized her, hesitant to disclose the whereabouts of a frequent patron like Yan Ao Chuan. Song Zhiruan thought carefully before stating, I am of the Yin family. The servant had indeed heard of the sixth young lady of the Yin family, yet this one appeared more mature than he had anticipated. Young Master Wu is in Madame Chao's quarters. Song Zhiruan was taken aback. In Madame Chao's quarters? Yes, the servant confirmed, intending to carry tea downstairs. But Silver Willow swiftly intercepted him. When did young Master Wu go to Madame Chao's chambers? The servant pondered for a moment. It was last night. Young Master Wu had a bit to drink, and Madame Chao invited him to her room. He hasn't emerged since. Yinlu covered her mouth, having spent an entire night in silence. Zhiruan, momentarily lost in thought, grasped the attendant and inquired, "Where is Miss Chao's room?" The attendant pointed in a direction, indicating that by ascending the stairs, the last room would belong to Miss Chiao. However, as she tended to rise late, it was likely that she had yet to awaken. Perhaps it would be better to wait. After a brief contemplation, Zhiruan retrieved some silver from her sleeve, offering it to the attendant with gratitude. The attendant, pleased with the silver, cheerfully descended with a cup of tea. Yinlu's expression grew grim as she grasped Zhiruan's sleeve, imploring, "My lady, perhaps it would be best if we refrained from going." Despite her family's current misfortunes, Zhiruan was still a lady of refinement, and she understood the importance of propriety. Should she inadvertently witness something inappropriate, not only would she be distressed, but others might also judge her as jealous. Moreover, the Yin family had indeed treated them well, making them the most favorable option for Zhiruan. If Yan Ao Chuan were to behave inappropriately, Yinlu genuinely feared that her young mistress would find it unbearable. "That is of no consequence," replied Zhiruan, casting a glance at Yinlu before resolutely ascending the stairs, arriving at the door the attendant had mentioned. Pausing for a moment, she steeled herself and raised her hand to knock gently on the door. Initially, there was no response from within. She called out, "Fifth young master, are you inside?" Suddenly, the sound of a chair being knocked over echoed from within, followed by a woman's cool, ambiguous voice responding, "I am sorry, miss, but fifth young master Yin is in the midst of changing clothes and is unable to come out." Upon hearing this, Zhiruan's hand, suspended in midair, froze completely. Chapter 53. Unspeakable Secrets. How could you endure this? Mu Hongying had appeared at the stairway, casually striding over while holding her red ribbon spear. "If it were me, I would have rushed in to confront him." Zhiruan gazed intently at the door. Just before their departure, Yinlu had asked her about Yan Ao Chuan, and she had confidently asserted that he would not engage in such behavior. Yet, she had overlooked a crucial point. Yan Ao Chuan was, after all, a man. For the past 15 years, even surrounded by the affectionate bond between her parents, she had witnessed numerous respectable clan uncles maintaining extramarital affairs, some even causing rifts with their lawful wives over concubines. Yin Jing had once told her that among a million men, only a mere 10 could be deemed absolutely faithful. No matter how harmonious a couple's relationship may appear, the emergence of a more exceptional or alluring third party could easily divert their attention. The marriage between the second son of the Wang family and the eldest daughter of the Yang family had once stirred great excitement in the capital. Two scions of prestigious families united in matrimony, in the eyes of society, they were expected to maintain decorum for the sake of their families. However, shortly after the Yang daughter bore Wang He, it came to light that Wang heir had been keeping a woman outside. Zhiruan had heard from Yin Jing that this woman was the daughter of a vegetable vendor who had once shared a bond with Wang heir during their youth, only to be separated by family intervention. Though Wang heir had entered into a union with the Yang daughter, he could not forget her. It is often said that first loves are hard to forget, and this woman remained Wang heir's cherished memory. Upon discovering this, despite her heartbreak, the Yang daughter chose to tolerate the situation, allowing the woman to enter their household as a concubine. Yet, Wang heir resisted, declaring his unwillingness to take the woman as a concubine and even proposed a separation from the Yang daughter. The capital was abuzz with scandal. Initially, Zhiruan had only heard rumors of Wang heir divorcing for the sake of his mistress, but after Yin Jing's revelations, she learned of the deeper story behind it all, leaving her feelings tangled and complex. "What are you daydreaming about?" Mu Hongying assumed Zhiruan was stunned with anger. "Such a man deserves a lesson. My father was once a man of indulgence before marrying my mother. Now he wouldn't dare to glance at another woman while walking down the street." Zhiruan hesitated for a moment, then withdrew her hand, shaking her head. "Miss Mu, I know you lack a suitable weapon. Here, borrow my spear." Mu Hongying generously tossed the red ribbon spear over. The spear was taller than a person and weighed heavily. Instinctively, Zhiruan reached out to catch it. But as she grasped the spear, she was pulled forward and stumbled. With a loud crash, the door was split in two by the red ribbon spear. Yinlu stood dumbfounded, yet there was no scandalous scene within. Instead, she saw Su Shan napping on the inner chamber's bed. A woman was serving tea from the window to the table, while two men occupied the opposite side of a long table. Fu Yuanzi stood with his arms crossed. And just as Yan Ao Chuan yawned and rose to approach the door, the towering spear came crashing down towards his head. Quick-witted, he stumbled backward just in time. Yet the spear's tip struck with a resounding thud between his legs. Zhiruan cried out in alarm. only to be caught by a pair of slender, strong hands as she fell. When she lifted her gaze again, the woman's eyes and brows resembled the serene moon hanging high in a tranquil night, pristine and cool. The hand of the other rested on her waist. Though both were women, this one exuded an extraordinary strength, firmly supporting Song Zhiruan's delicate form, preventing her from falling. Madame Chiao? Song Zhiruan had glimpsed that face from several floors away last time. Although it was merely a fleeting encounter, it was difficult to forget. Su Shan, awakened by the commotion, emerged from the bed only to be greeted by the sight of Yan Ao Chuan's red-tasseled spear beneath his waist, turning pale as paper. Heavens! The young master is doomed. Cursing under his breath, Yan Ao Chuan was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have truly faced a dire fate. He glared at the nearby Fu Yuanzi. Why didn't you catch the spear? Fu Yuanzi replied, but you dodged it. Su Shan clutched his head, his eyes swirling with stars as he pointed at Mu Hongyi. Why are you attempting to ensnare my young master when the Yin and Mu families bear no grudge? Mu Hongyi crossed her arms, peering inside. Oh, how lively it is. Yan Ao Chuan raised his voice in frustration. Fu Yuanzi. Fu Yuanzi turned to Xiao Fengyi. She is closer to you. Why not let her catch it? Su Shan tugged at his hair in exasperation. Miss Mu, you are being excessive. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Nan Su, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stormed up, kicking aside the red-tasseled spear. I was sleeping soundly, thinking a thunderbolt was about to strike me, almost causing me to wet myself. You too shall face wrath. Mu Hongyi seized the back of Nan Su's collar. Go bid farewell to your good friend. Fu Yuanzi. Yan Ao Chuan pounded the floor in frustration. Fu Yuanzi calmly closed his eyes. Su Shan pointed at Mu Hongyi. Miss Mu, are you even listening to me? I am truly about to lose my temper. Nan Su struggled, shooting daggers with his eyes at Mu Hongyi. Don't force me to give you a splendid shoulder throw. As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding crash echoed. Mu Hongyi stepped forward, twisting her waist and raising her hand, causing Nan Su to crash to the ground. You son of a... Xiao Fengyi glanced indifferently at Nan Su. Sir, the Xianla Tower does not permit indiscriminate sleeping. The scene was so chaotic that Song Zhiruan momentarily did not know where to look, her gaze ultimately settling on the man seated at the desk. It was he who had been sitting across from Yan Ao Chuan. You are. At last, someone had recognized me. The man, seated with his back to the crowd, slowly rose and approached, his features ruggedly handsome and imposing. Though he wore the ordinary wide-sleeved attire typical of Jin people, there was an unmistakable hint of exotic allure in his brow and eyes, distinguishing him from the typical appearance of the Jin. I am. You scoundrel. Nan Su grimaced. You stepped on my hand. The man, startled, took a step back. I apologize. Damn it. Just as Yan Ao Chuan rose from the ground, he was unexpectedly jostled by an unknown backside. Ji Tianhe, are you blind? Ji Tianhe? Song Zhiruan felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Upon further inspection, she realized she had seen this face somewhere before. Yet she could confirm that she did not recognize this individual. I apologize, Ji Tianhe reiterated, retreating to her original position. Meeting the scrutinizing gazes that filled the room, she spoke to Yan Ao Chuan with an air of deep concern. It is not that I lack discretion, Ao Chuan. Now that our secret has been discovered by them, what do you intend to do? A secret? Nan Su questioned, her eyes casting a doubtful glance at the other. Yin Lu covered her mouth. Is it yours? Mu Hongyi stroked her chin, turning to Song Zhiruan. You mistakenly targeted the wrong person earlier. How dare you, Yan Ao Chuan? You have kept secrets from me. Nan Su exclaimed, hands on her hips, embodying the posture of a principal caught in betrayal. Xiao Fengyi remarked, whose words are you appropriating? Yin Lu swiftly dashed to Song Zhiruan's side. My dear. A solitary man and woman sharing a room, and spending the night in such ambiguous circumstances, could it be that the fifth master and Lady Chao are merely a faade, while true affections lie elsewhere? Song Zhiruan gazed at Yan Ao Chuan in bewilderment. Indeed, Ji Tianhe sighed, stepping before Song Zhiruan with a look of remorse. You must be Miss Song. In truth, Ao Chuan and I have been concealing certain unspeakable matters from you. Upon hearing that you were to wed him, I felt compelled to meet him one last time. Song Zhiruan's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 54. Ji Tianhe and Yan Ao Chuan widened their eyes, swiftly pushing past one another, glaring at Yin Lu. What nonsense about solitary men and women. If you continue to mislead your girl, beware that I might wed you to Su Shan, who is perpetually plagued by foul odors. Fu Yuanzi was perplexed, questioning the rationale behind rewarding Su Shan. Upon hearing this, Su Shan's cheeks flushed. However, Song Zhiruan's gentle gaze flitted between Ji Tianhe and Yan Ao Chuan, pondering his true identity. Yan Ao Chuan cast a cold glance at her, retorting, "What business is it of yours? Shouldn't you be preparing to become a prince's consort instead of seeking me out?" Song Zhiruan surmised that this person had misunderstood the situation. A prince's consort? Mu Hongying approached with her arms crossed, her curiosity piqued. The previous day's proposal from Sima Luo had been suppressed by the Yin family, leaving Mu Hongying blissfully unaware. "What? Are you not getting married?" Ji Tianhe's eyes sparkled with delight at the remark, grasping Yan Ao Chuan's hand with a look of profound affection. "You have decided to turn back, haven't you? Try speaking to me in that tone again," Yan Ao Chuan replied, his expression impassive. Ji Tianhe. Nansu pondered thoughtfully. "Are there any prominent families with the surname Ji in the capital?" Yan Ao Chuan. "Why have you never mentioned that you have a friend?" "It's normal for you not to know. A Chuan and I met in Ling'an." Ji Tianhe smiled as he seated himself, while Qiao Fengyi naturally offered him a teacup. "Qiao Nyangzi, why do you brew tea for him but not for me?" Nansu glared at Qiao Fengyi. Qiao Fengyi shot a glance back at her. "I do not serve tea to those who are already committed." "He has no commitment." Mu Hongying poured herself a cup of tea, smacking her lips. "Soon he may find himself without life itself." "Mu Hongying, can't you just tell your parents?" Nansu replied, "If you want my life, I am powerless to comply." She shifted her weight, favoring her injured waist. "I fear that my mother might punish me severely. You should leave quickly. I do not wish to see you." Yan Ao Chuan shot a frosty glance at Song Zhiruan before addressing Ji Tianhe. "You should abandon hope. Even if you come to the capital, I will not accompany you." "Wait, you haven't even explained who he is." Nansu called out as the youth turned to depart. Song Zhiruan sighed, instructing Yin Lu to return with Su Shan, and then lifted her skirt to pursue him. "Fifth young master, wait for me." Yan Ao Chuan, tall and long-legged, made strides that left her 2 steps behind, no matter how briskly she attempted to catch up. Since last night, the rain in the capital had not ceased. As the two emerged from Xianla Tower, the gentle drizzle continued to fall. Song Zhiruan hastened to the carriage, pulling him back. "It's raining. You should board first, and I will speak with you shortly. I have no interest in the development of your relationship." Yan Ao Chuan had sensed her unusual demeanor when he initially inquired if she harbored feelings for Sima Luo. Now, it was evident that she had been disingenuous, uttering not a single truth in his presence. "Get in the carriage. I will not concern myself if you fall ill from the rain." The youth declared this and strode away in the opposite direction of the carriage. Song Zhiruan watched his retreating figure grow increasingly distant, letting out a resigned sigh. Is she returning alone? In the Qiuing courtyard, the matriarch, accompanied by the 2 wives, paid a visit to Madame Qiu. Upon hearing the report from Ji Xiang about the matters concerning Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan, she shook her head, lamenting the impulsiveness of youth. Madame Chu furrowed her brow, remarking on how thoughtless Ah Chuan had been. Madame Gan chuckled softly, suggesting that he could not be entirely blamed. After all, he was flustered when Sima Luo came to propose the day before. Leaning against her pillow, Madame Qiu wore a weary expression, her features etched with concern for the younger generation. Ah Chuan was deeply infatuated. As you all know, for years, he has harbored feelings for that girl. Just like his grandfather, rather dim-witted, the matriarch scolded. Madame Chu glanced at the displeased matriarch and sighed, expressing that she had exhausted herself trying to help him, hoping he would show some promise. "From what I observe, Miss Song has no interest in Sima Luo. Otherwise, she would have accepted him long ago." Madame Gan scoffed, remarking that only that foolish boy would think his bride might flee. "On the 2nd day of next month is Father S' birthday. We shall hold a grand celebration alongside the engagement of those 2 children," Madame Qiu contemplated. "Once matters are settled, I believe the 3rd prince's affections will wane. Our family is unlike other noble houses." The matriarch lowered her gaze, reflecting that the greatest wish of her late husband was to lead a life of military exploits. The court had not acquiesced, and now he wished Ah Chuan to fulfill that ambition, which she would never permit. They desired fame and fortune, while we do not. Given the current ambiguous stance of the court towards noble families, we should refrain from being too conspicuous and focus on our own modest existence. The daughters-in-law exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. As the hour grew late, darkness enveloped the sky, following a heavy rain. The flowers and grasses in the Xian Chao courtyard appeared somewhat bedraggled, exuding a faint scent of damp earth. Yan Ao Chuan kicked aside a troublesome wooden basin on the steps and pushed open the door, finding the room unlit and shrouded in darkness, which evoked an inexplicable sense of solitude and emptiness within him. For some reason, this moment reminded him of the night when Song Zhiruan came of age. It was a similarly deep night, filled with laughter from the Song family, as he clutched the birthday gift he had prepared for her, waiting by the wall until the late hours. On that day, heavy snow fell, and it was not until near the hour of the tiger that the lights in Song Zhiruan's room finally extinguished. His feelings then mirrored those he harbored now. He was uncertain when the young lady would discern his affections, yet he was also fearful of that revelation. He pondered how much longer he would tread this lonely, desolate path, with a dark future ahead and hope dwindling, akin to a vicious cycle. And now, recalling how Sima Luo had been with the young woman yesterday, he could not help but envision the tender scene of their marriage, which pierced his heart like 1,000 needles, rendering him breathless. "Why have you returned so late?" A flicker of light suddenly illuminated a corner of the dim room. Yan Ao Chuan froze, turning towards the light. Song Zhiruan had lit a lamp, her delicate features aglow, making her even more enchanting in the firelight. Her bright eyes lingered on him for a moment, reflecting a hint of surprise. "Yan Ao Chuan, why are your eyes red?" Chapter 55, Do You Like Me? The young man stood, his clothes dripping with water, his complexion pale, and his damp hair clinging to his forehead. Only his deep, dark eyes shone through, glistening like those of a stray dog. Upon seeing her, his lips pressed tightly together, recalling some unpleasant memories that made him turn his face away in frustration. "What are you doing here?" His words carried a hint of reproach. Song Zhiruan discerned his tone and silently approached him. "How did you get so drenched?" Yan Ao Chuan's expression tightened, refusing to answer her question. With a sigh, Song Zhiruan reached out to grasp the dripping sleeve of his garment. Sensing her movement, he instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing? You're soaked. You should change your clothes first." She pushed him behind the screen, averting her gaze. "Fu Yuanzi brought you a clean set of clothes. Change, and then we can talk." "What does my changing clothes have to do with you?" He stood motionless behind the screen. "Leave." Song Zhiruan frowned. She, too, had been raised in a sheltered environment. And in her previous life, Sima Luo had always indulged her. No one dared to show her displeasure. The way he spoke was infuriating, and she couldn't contain her temper any longer, her tone growing harsh. "Yan Ao Chuan, why do you always tell people to leave? I didn't provoke you. So why do you speak to me like this?" The girl's voice, usually soft, rose several notches. Behind the screen, the young man's posture stiffened. "I'll count to 3. If you don't change your clothes by then, I will leave immediately." Her face was cold, her tone devoid of emotion. 1, 2, soon. The sound of rustling came from behind the screen, indicative of the person inside fumbling about in a hurry. Song Zhiruan didn't reach 3. Yan Ao Chuan emerged in a clean, moonlit white robe, but his expression was still one of suppressed annoyance. As he walked, he glanced at Song Zhiruan, accidentally tripping over the screen and falling with a thud, sounding almost like a deliberate act of discontent. He quickly lifted his face to her, whispering, "I'm not angry. I just tripped." Song Zhiruan cast him a sidelong glance, sighed, and seized his sleeve, guiding him to the chair before her. "What are you doing?" The young man looked at her, puzzled. She took 2 white handkerchiefs from the screen and quietly moved behind him. Confused, Yan Ao Chuan suddenly felt a soft sensation brush against his neck. "What are you doing?" Startled by this strange feeling, he instinctively shrank his neck and turned to look at her. Song Zhiruan carefully placed one handkerchief at the nape of his neck and used the other to dab at his hair. Silently, she tended to him, the fabric grazing his ear. Though her touch was gentle, he could clearly see that the young man's ears turned a deep shade of red, and they even quivered slightly. His ears could actually move? Curious, Song Zhiruan gently rubbed again with the handkerchief, causing not only his ears to twitch, but also his broad shoulders to shudder. It was as if a certain mechanism within the youth's body had been triggered. The room was enveloped in a serene silence. The atmosphere no longer as frigid as it had initially been, suffused with a subtle, ineffable warmth. The candlelight danced upon the boy's form, casting reflections onto the window panes. On the wall, 2 figures stood, one tall and the other shorter. The girl leaned slightly closer while the boy bowed his head low, creating a palpable distance between them. How intriguing. She stifled a laugh, withdrawing her fingertip from the cloth, cautiously and gently grazing his delicate earlobe with her fingertip in a swift, seemingly accidental motion. Suddenly, her wrist was seized midair. Yan Ao Chuan's face flushed crimson as he glared at her, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation evident in his gaze. "How could you be like this?" Song Zhiruan nearly burst into laughter, feigning innocence. "What? I'm just drying your hair. What's wrong with that?" Yan Ao Chuan, resembling a wronged little spouse, bit his lip, feeling aggrieved. "You did that on purpose." "What did I do on purpose?" Song Zhiruan maintained her composure, placing the cloth aside before stepping back in front of him, her task of drying his hair complete. "Oh." Yan Ao Chuan swiftly cast a glance at her. Disappointment barely concealed in his eyes. So, you're leaving? Not at all. Zhiruan moved a chair to sit directly opposite him, creating an atmosphere that was difficult to describe. What do you intend to do? Yan Ao Chuan cautiously scooted his chair back, alert. I'm here to clarify something. Zhiruan took a deep breath. Master Yan, it seems there is some misunderstanding between us. Yan Ao Chuan paused, bewildered. What misunderstanding? I do not harbor feelings for Sima Luo. Zhiruan stated plainly, locking her gaze onto his. Indeed, Sima Luo approached me yesterday, inquiring whether I would be willing to marry him, but I declined his proposal. Rest assured, even if I were to develop feelings for you in this lifetime, I could never entertain feelings for Sima Luo. Yan Ao Chuan's pupils dilated momentarily, his eyes widening in astonishment. You like me? Chapter 56. I shall shield you from the rain. Zhiruan had meticulously prepared a comprehensive and articulate response, but was momentarily thrown into confusion by the youth's interruption. Had she truly expressed it in such a manner? Regardless, remember this. I will never harbor feelings for Sima Luo, nor will I ever marry him. Zhiruan emphasized her point once more. Really? Yan Ao Chuan's eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement, yet he dared not reveal it. The day's accumulated frustration and grievance seemed to dissipate like mist at this moment. Then why were you and Sima Luo so merry yesterday, as if you were indulging in flirtation? The youth inquired further. Zhiruan could not recall sharing any laughter or affection with Sima Luo the previous day. What fantasies had Yin Wu Gongzi been entertaining? You should focus on your studies instead of indulging in these baseless thoughts, she retorted with a hint of annoyance. Yan Ao Chuan acknowledged her with a soft "oh," lowering his head, yet in the angle where the girl could not see, the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile. I have come today to clarify this matter, he stated. Zhiruan rose and glanced at him. You are not angry anymore, are you? Angry? When have I ever been angry? Yan Ao Chuan raised his brows with an air of haughtiness. You are not angry? Zhiruan chuckled, scrutinizing him. Then, why did you not return with me today? Oh. Yan Ao Chuan replied with composure. I have simply been resting at home too much of late. I thought I might take a stroll to exercise. We martial artists are like that. You wouldn't understand. She laughed softly. Indeed, it is I who do not understand. As the young lady turned to leave, Yan Ao Chuan quickly stood up. Are you heading back? Yes, Zhiruan replied. It is late, and if I do not return, Yin Lu and the others will surely worry. In a few swift strides, Yan Ao Chuan retrieved an umbrella from the bamboo barrel and stepped before Zhiruan. Are you going to escort me? She asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Without a hint of embarrassment, Yan Ao Chuan replied, it is raining, and I fear that if the path becomes slippery and you were to fall, I would be the only one present at the engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow, which would be quite awkward. She pressed her lips together. Why do you not mention your martial prowess as a reason for needing to exercise? That is also a consideration. Yan Ao Chuan conceded, clearing his throat. After unfurling the umbrella, he walked alongside her toward the peony courtyard. The clouds were faintly dim, slightly obscuring the bright moon, casting a hazy light upon the cobblestone path as raindrops pitter-pattered against the paper umbrella. Zhiruan lifted her gaze, observing the expansive canopy that shielded her completely. Yan Ao Chuan's shoulder was mostly exposed to the elements, becoming quite drenched. I utterly detest rain, the youth murmured. Zhiruan halted her steps. You dislike the rain? The young girl's forward momentum abruptly ceased, prompting Yan Ao Chuan to glance at her in confusion. What is it? All at once, she smiled radiantly at him. Then, from now on, I shall shield you from the rain. He was momentarily taken aback. The beauty stood on her toes, her lips curving enchantingly, as she raised her hands and leaned in closer, partially covering his rain-soaked hair. The umbrella was barely large enough to accommodate both of them. The distance between the two suddenly narrowed. The shadow of the umbrella resembled a finely woven black blanket, enveloping them both and creating a realm entirely their own. Yan Ao Chuan's breath hitched as he lowered his gaze, capturing the enchanting visage of the woman before him. Her eyelashes resembled delicate, dark brushes that swept up and down, stirring a longing deep within. The young man's heart was thrown into disarray, intoxicated by the faint, fragrant aroma of her hair, which was refreshingly captivating, leaving him increasingly restless and his cheeks aflame. Zhiruan gently raised her hand to brush away the droplets that had fallen onto his shoulder, ensuring her garments remained dry from the rain. Fortunately, it was but a light drizzle. Had it been a torrential downpour, Yan Ao Chuan might have fallen ill that day. Taking a few steps forward, they approached the peony courtyard. As Zhiruan withdrew her hand, She noticed that Yan Ao Chuan carried only a single umbrella. She hesitated to invite him into the courtyard and contemplated making a dash inside instead. Then I shall take my leave, she declared suddenly, only to have her wrist captured by another. The foot she had poised to step out from under the umbrella was drawn back, and she looked up at the boy in confusion. Yan Ao Chuan lowered his head, firmly grasping her wrist and deftly wiping her damp hand against his chest. The solid warmth of his grip made her cheeks flush, and she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand. "What are you doing?" she asked. The youth furrowed his brow but persisted in pulling her back, continuing to rub her hand against his clothing. "I have no handkerchief, if my hands get wet. I may catch a chill," he stated earnestly. Zhiruan was taken aback. Yan Ao Chuan held her hand, gradually transferring the moisture onto his own pristine fabric. His gaze lowered and his expression unusually serious, only releasing her once her palm was dry. He then placed the umbrella into her hand. "Aren't you going to take the umbrella with you?" Seeing him turn to leave, she hurriedly called out, "You'll catch a cold." "I'm warm," Yan Ao Chuan replied, striding away swiftly, leaving her unable to discern the expression that had crossed his face, save for the faint blush that colored his ears. Zhiruan gazed at his retreating figure for a long time, until he vanished from her sight, at which point she tentatively clenched her fist. Her hand felt cool, while Yan Ao Chuan's palm had been scorching. How peculiar. On May 2nd, although the invitation from the Yan family clearly stated it was a celebration for the elder's birthday, astute observers could discern that the gathering was orchestrated to formalize the marriage between the fifth son of the Yan family and the solitary daughter of the Song family. Over the past month, the affair between Yan Ao Chuan and Zhiruan had been the subject of countless speculations, with some claiming they were childhood sweethearts, already entwined in affection, while others suggested the Yan family, in a bid to uphold their reputation from past alliances with the Song family, was seeking to enhance their standing through this union, indifferent to societal judgment. There were also whispers that Yan Ao Chuan harbored profound dissatisfaction with the arrangement, even contemplating fleeing the capital on the day of the engagement. Regardless of the truth, everyone was eager to witness the spectacle. The mischievous fifth son of the Yan family was notorious, while the daughter of the Song family was well regarded for her beauty throughout the capital. Many speculated whether Yan Ao Chuan would indeed be swayed by her allure. On that day, the area in front of the Yan residence was abuzz with people, the streets overflowing with onlookers, creating a scene that elicited admiration for the esteemed family. When the Yan family celebrated a joyous occasion, no one in the capital would dare to overlook it. Fortunately, the vast expanse of the Yan family allowed for a multitude of guests to enter in succession. A sharp, piercing voice rang out, proclaiming, "The noble consort has arrived. Princess Zhao is here." The call echoed through the crowd, reaching the Xian Hall directly. Today's gathering was a mixed assembly of both genders. However, the young ladies and gentlemen maintained their decorum, keeping a respectful distance and largely refraining from unnecessary conversation. "Princess Zhao has also arrived." A youthful voice, tinged with excitement, rose above a throng of young nobles. Nensu, along with Yan Jun and others, sat together, assisting in receiving the guests. Their sister-in-law, Yan Jing, had gone to the flower hall to entertain a group of noble women, while the noble consort headed straight there as well. Following Princess Zhao were several palace attendants, who guided her directly into the Xian Hall. "Princess Zhao has come." Nensu glanced at Yan Ao Chuan, who was dozing off with a copy of the Doctrine of the Mean covering his eyes, and cautioned, "My lord, do not blame me for not warning you. She is approaching." The feelings of Princess Zhao towards Yan Ao Chuan were not known to outsiders, but Yan Jun, being a member of the Yan family, had some insight. While directing the servants to arrange chairs for the princess, he also subtly guided Zhao to a different seating area. "Princess, please take a seat," Yan Jun gestured respectfully. Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, and then glanced at the youth resting across from her, who seemed entirely indifferent to her presence. "Princess Zhao is even more beautiful than the rumors suggest," one of the young nobles whispered. "Indeed, I have always maintained that the princess is stunning," Nensu remarked, turning to the source of the comment, and he chuckled softly at the returning Yan Jun. "I wondered why someone seemed to have lost their wits. It turns out to be that lad from the Jin family." Yan Jun furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving look at Nensu. "Asu, do not speak so recklessly." While Zhao was indeed lovely, she was not deserving of the disparaging remarks made by Nensu. As a gentleman, Yan Jun could not condone such thoughtless comments. The lad from the Jin family referred to Jin Zhao, the third son of the Jin family, whose mother was the third daughter of the Wang family, Wang Su. The Wang family shared a distant kinship with Zhao. Jin Zhao had admired Zhao Hua since childhood, extolling her beauty wherever he went. The young nobles gathered at the Yin residence were not of lowly status. They had encountered countless beauties, and upon seeing Zhao Hua, they felt a sense of clarity, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts due to her royal status. Yet, there were some foolish enough to speak out. However, I have heard that the most beautiful girl in the capital is from the Song family. This individual was also a scion of a prominent family. But having suffered a head injury in his youth, he spoke indiscriminately and loudly, causing Zhao Hua's expression to sour upon hearing his words. Jin Zhao quickly countered. What beauty is there in the Song girl? I saw her when I was young. She resembled a pig, foolish and plump, quite unattractive. At that moment, Song Ji, having just been adorned by Madame Chu, was making her way into the Xian Hall in search of Yan Ao Chuan when she overheard Jin Zhao's remark. She paused in her steps, just as a loud crash resonated through the hall. Chapter 57. What are you doing to me in the previous moment? Jin Zhao was nestled among a group of young lords, boasting and laughing, but now, he found himself in an undignified position, having fallen to the ground after a leg of his chair broke. It was particularly humiliating, especially with the lady he admired present. Who is that? Jin Zhao indignantly turned his head. The youth who had been feigning sleep now stood before him, clad in a seldom-worn dark robe. His raven hair and ink-colored attire contrasted starkly with his fair complexion, and his eyes, deep and dark as the silent night, added to his solemn appearance. The seriousness of his attire accentuated the coldness of his expression. Zhao Hua had overheard Jin Zhao's earlier insult towards Song Zhiruan, and was taken aback that Yan Ao Chuan could not even tolerate a light jest. He clearly harbored a deep fondness for Song Zhiruan. This thought caused Zhao Hua's expression to turn frosty. Jin Zhao realized the person who had kicked the chair was Yan Ao Chuan, and he swallowed hard. Who had not heard of Yan Ao Chuan's notorious reputation for being unruly? He had always acted without regard for rules, viewing both aristocrats and royalty as mere dust in the wind. Just like when he had thrown the Danyang princess and a noble girl into the water not long ago. He acted without consideration of consequences. Jin Zhao had been provoked by that fool's words, and with Zhao Hua present, he felt compelled to defend the lady he favored, neglecting the fact that Song Zhiruan was now to be betrothed to Yan Ao Chuan. A Chuan. Yan Jun approached, placing a firm hand on the youth's shoulder. Seeing Yan Jun arrive, Jin Zhao felt as if he had found a savior and quickly scrambled to his feet, huffing, "Second young master, you must discipline your brother properly. Is this how the Yan family treats its guests?" "Young master Jin speaks true," Yan Jun replied, his expression calm. However, before admonishing others, it would be wise to first manage one's own tongue. Your father holds a position at the Imperial Academy, teaching students from all over. Has he not yet taught you how to behave courteously when visiting others? A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Jin Zhao clearly had forgotten whom he was complaining to. Although Yan Jun was known for his gentlemanly demeanor, he was fiercely protective of his younger brother. Before the age of 5, Yan Ao Chuan had a tumultuous relationship with Nan Su, enduring bullying from a group of children led by Nan Su, which left him battered and bruised. When Yan Jun and Yan Jing discovered their brother's plight, they confronted Nan Su without regard for their age and decisively dealt with him. They even brought Nan Su back to the Nan residence, where the Duke learned of his son's behavior and reprimanded him as well. From that day forth, Nan Su dared not bully others again, and the tale of the Yin siblings' protective nature spread throughout the streets. Jin Zhao's face burned with embarrassment after being chastised by Yan Jun. However, Yan Jun was several years older and the most distinguished among the gentry, making it difficult for him to retort. "I did not speak falsely," Jin Zhao huffed, sulking. "That Song Zhiruan is indeed unattractive. Does that mean one cannot speak the truth?" Nan Su observed that Yan Ao Chuan remained unfazed but had begun to remove his arm guards. Noticing this, he hurriedly rolled up his sleeves as well. "Fifth young master." A melodious sound wafted from the Shaoyan Hall, drawing the attention of the onlookers to the enchanting voice of a young woman. Her ebony hair was elegantly styled into a high bun, with 2 delicate strands cascading gently beside her face. Today, she wore makeup that accentuated her graceful features. Her willow-like brows were perfectly shaped. A light dusting of powder graced her complexion, which glowed with a rosy hue. Her thick lashes framed eyes that sparkled like water, and her bright smile revealed pearly teeth, making her irresistibly charming. Zhao Hua cast a sidelong glance and observed the lady clad in a floor-length purple brocade gown adorned with phoenix embroidery, the fabric shimmering with golden threads of begonia flowers. This exquisite attire, while opulent, might appear ostentatious on others, yet, The woman's beauty elevated the ensemble, rendering her a vision of loveliness, a captivating blend of allure and grace. Yan Ao Chuan's gaze lingered on the beauty, momentarily halting his action of removing his wrist guard. The young lady typically donned attire of understated elegance, making such lavish garments a rarity for her. The young gentleman's eyes were fixated upon her. Unperturbed, she glided over to Yan Ao Chuan, her presence radiant and her voice sweet as she playfully inquired, "Why are you dawdling? My aunt has requested us to greet my mother." A flush crept onto Yan Ao Chuan's cheeks as he hastily averted his gaze, only to find that the eyes of his companions remained glued to Zhiruan. A wave of displeasure surged within him. He frowned and stepped forward, positioning himself to obstruct their view of Zhiruan. "Young Master Jin?" Zhiruan turned her head, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Jin Zhao. Since the moment the beauty entered, Jin Zhao's expression had been one of utter astonishment. And upon hearing her gentle address, his face flushed a deep crimson. "It has indeed been a long time," Zhiruan smiled warmly. Turning to accept a bowl of milk pudding from Yin Lu, striding toward Jin Zhao amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Originally meant for the sixth young lady, this nourishing dish was ideal for her growth. Jin Zhao, captivated by the movement of her lips, instinctively accepted the bowl of pudding she offered, utterly oblivious to her words. "I remember you being the same height as me many years ago," Zhiruan remarked with genuine mirth. "I never imagined that after all these years. We remain of equal stature." Laughter erupted from the young gentleman behind her, startling Jin Zhao to the point of nearly spilling the pudding. With an innocent look, Zhiruan added, "Young Master Jin, be sure to eat well to build your strength, lest the sixth young lady thinks you are her contemporary." Jin Zhao, bewildered and slow on the uptake, stammered, "Why, you are Zhiruan?" "She is your father," Yan Ao Chuan interjected, positioning himself squarely in front of Zhiruan to obstruct Jin Zhao's starry-eyed gaze. Jin Zhao, upon seeing Yan Ao Chuan's face, finally regained his composure. Yan Ao Chuan towered over him, exuding an intimidating aura that commanded respect. At that moment, the youth leaned slightly closer, placing a firm hand on Jin Zhao's shoulder, whispering menacingly into his ear, "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will have your tongue cut out and fed to the dogs. I do not make idle threats." His voice was chilling, each word deliberate and resonant, akin to the pronouncement of a judge. Startled, Jin Zhao retreated several steps, eyeing him warily. "Let us go." Yan Ao Chuan turned back, his expression returning to normal as he glanced at Zhiruan before proceeding to meet the imperial concubine. Zhiruan cast a discerning glance at Jin Zhao's pallid complexion, instantly discerning the nature of his conversation with Yan Ao Chuan. Her gaze then shifted to Zhao Hua, who silently observed her from the corner, before she proceeded to walk out with the young man. Once they reached the flower hall, Zhiruan paused and said, "Wait, what is it?" Yan Ao Chuan inquired, having not regarded the woman even once during their walk. Upon hearing her call for a halt, he turned around, briefly surveying her. With a gentle smile, Zhiruan unexpectedly grasped his hand. Her delicate fingers brushed lightly across his palm, igniting a wave of tingling sensations. Yan Ao Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and in a moment of fluster, he stepped back, bewildered. "Why are you holding my hand?" Chapter 58. Dressed so elegantly, Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that he had misunderstood her intentions. A gentle smile graced her lips as she adjusted the wrist guard he had failed to secure properly. "There, it's done," she said, releasing her hand just in time to notice the boy's somewhat awkward expression. To alleviate the tension, she remarked, "My aunt values decorum greatly. If one's appearance is not in order, I fear she may point out the flaws later." "I understand." Yan Ao Chuan cleared his throat, placing his hand behind his back, muttering, "It's not as if I haven't seen it before. When she was with Prince Ruan, Realizing the impropriety of his words halfway through, he quickly fell silent. Zhiruan also paused momentarily, before entering the palace. Consort Zhang had been romantically involved with Prince Ruan, the younger brother of the current emperor, Sima Yunting. At that time, Zhiruan was still quite young and vaguely remembered that her aunt had reached the age of 20 but remained unmarried. According to Zhiruan's mother, Prince Ruan was engrossed in political affairs, aiming to earn merits to exchange for a fief from Emperor Sima, planning to lead a stable life with Zhang thereafter. They believed their youthful bond would endure till the end. However, Emperor Sima, valuing the Song family's status and seeking more support from prominent families, took Zhang as his consort. From that moment on, there was no possibility for Zhang and Sima Yunting. This matter was tacitly understood among the aristocracy, yet no one dared to mention it. It was, after all, difficult for an elder brother to claim the heart of his younger brother as beloved, especially when that brother happened to be the emperor. Yan Ao Chuan had also met Songjin during his childhood visits to the Song residence. When she was still with Sima Yunting, though not as gentle as her brother Songshi, she exhibited a resolute and steadfast character. Songshi had once jested that his sister behaved no differently from a boy when with others, only displaying a feminine demeanor in the presence of Sima Yunting. Later, when the Song family faced turmoil, Songjin maintained her composure, utilizing all her resources and connections, disregarding her pride as she knelt before the ministers and Emperor Sima, removing her hairpin and palace attire to plead her case. To judge Songjin by the standards of an ordinary delicate woman would be to greatly underestimate her strength. Do not mention this in front of my aunt, Song Zhiruan urged, furrowing her brow as she reminded Yan Ao Chuan. Over the years, Uncle Yunting had remained a sore subject for her aunt, a topic no one dared to breach. Yan Ao Chuan, not particularly endearing in nature, would likely evoke disdain if he were to bring up Uncle Yunting in front of Songjin. I know, Yan Ao Chuan glanced at her, mumbling. I'm not that foolish. Song Zhiruan chuckled softly as she entered the flower hall alongside the boy. Inside, several noblewomen were present. Madame Chu had previously sent word to Song Zhiruan, informing her that Songjin had already arrived and requested her and Yan Ao Chuan to pay their respects. The engagement was a unilateral agreement made by Song Zhiruan with the Yin family, and she had not informed her aunt beforehand, which was rather improper. Thus, she felt a tinge of anxiety. The flower hall was adorned with noblewomen seated in 2 rows, and at the forefront sat a woman in splendid attire with a golden crown, her beauty striking. Yet an air of aloofness in her expression deterred anyone from approaching her easily. The elderly lady and Madame Chu stood by. With Madame Chu being a close friend of Songjin's sister-in-law, having had frequent interactions with the Song family in the past. However, their communication diminished after Songjin entered the palace. Your Highness, please try this tea, Yin Jing said, presenting the tea to Songjin with warmth and generosity. Songjin slowly glanced at Yin Jing, whose hair was neatly styled, resembling Madame Chu. With almond-shaped eyes and a delicate oval face, she embodied the quintessential beauty of Jiangnan. Though her gaze lacked the gentle charm of Madame Chu, dressed in a lovely pink gown adorned with an embroidered boy holding a carp, she appeared quite endearing. I have always heard that the most cherished lady in the capital is the young master of the Nan family. Seeing the young master's wife today, I realize the rumors hold truth, remarked Songjin. Yin Jing was not easily flustered, yet upon hearing Nan Can's name, a smile involuntarily warmed her cheeks. Your Highness flatters me. The rumors in the capital have exaggerated my family's reputation beyond measure, she replied modestly. Observing the young woman's bashful demeanor, Songjin reminisced about her own youthful infatuations, recognizing Yin Jing's humility. Young master and Miss Song have arrived, Rui reported, hastening to Madame Chu. The ladies turned their attention toward the entrance where the young couple approached. At first glance, Song Zhiru noticed her aunt seated in the center. She recalled that in her previous life, after the late emperor's demise, her aunt had voluntarily gone to a temple to pray for the great Jin, never to be seen again. Not even during her own time in the palace, which ultimately led to her tragic end, did she encounter her aunt again. Now, upon this reunion, her eyes welled with emotion. Aji, come here, Songjin called, noticing her niece's reddened eyes. It has been some time since we last met. The elderly lady and Madame Chu exchanged knowing glances, discreetly signaling Yan Ao Chuan. He stepped forward with an air of solemnity, bowing respectfully to Songjin. Junior pays respects to your highness. Aji, rise, Songjin said, disregarding Yan Ao Chuan as she helped her niece to her feet, noticing her younger brother being overlooked. Yin Jing chuckled, from afar, I thought you both had stepped out of a painting. Miss Song is far more beautiful than the rumors suggest. Song Zhiru raised an eyebrow upon hearing Yin Jing's voice, finding amusement in the unfamiliar yet polite demeanor he presented. This was a stark contrast to the gossip-loving black and white character she remembered from her previous life. This fellow can certainly put on a facade in front of outsiders, she mused. A Jing, sister. Song Zhiru greeted Yin Jing. Songjin observed the still-bowing youth and then spoke. Young Master Yin, I hope you will treat my niece well in the future. If you continue to bow, others might think me unkind. After Yan Ao Chuan stood, he discreetly glanced at Songjin, concealing his slightly trembling hands behind his back. Your Highness, please rest assured, I will take good care of. Aji, hearing this address, Song Zhiru turned to see the young man's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, his gaze evasive, revealing his nervousness. Your Highness, Elder Madam, the master has prepared the banquet and invites you all to the front courtyard to witness the ceremony, announced Steward Hong as he entered the hall. As the crowd shifted their focus, the guests in the front courtyard took their seats, filling the area to capacity. The elderly gentleman, whose health had improved significantly, was to be celebrated today, and it was only fitting that he utter a few words before the assembly. Zhiruan, seated among the guests, was taken aback when the elder suddenly called out, "Chuan, Ji, come here." She froze for a moment, feeling an unexpected wave of anxiety. Yan Ao Chuan had already risen. As she approached, they ascended the steps together, facing the sea of guests before them. Zhiruan, sitting below, observed the stunning couple and clenched her hands tightly in secret. A maid standing on the side exchanged a meaningful glance with another, laden with unspoken implications. The attention of the young men was predominantly fixated on Zhiruan. Aware that after today, she would be engaged to Yan Ao Chuan, their disappointment barely concealed beneath their gazes. Yan Ao Chuan, perceiving the predatory stares of the crowd, glanced sideways at the innocent young girl beside him. What is the purpose of dressing so beautifully? He pondered. Suddenly, a faint mumble reached his ears, laced with discontent. Zhiruan turned in surprise, meeting the boy's gaze, but he quickly averted his eyes, as though the words had never escaped his lips. "What did you just say?" she inquired. The boy raised his chin defiantly and replied, I said, why are you dressed so poorly today? Pearly? Zhiruan lowered her gaze to assess her attire, then tilted her head to observe him anew. Is it truly unappealing? Yes, he replied, his gaze evasive. Why don't you look me in the eye when you speak? Zhiruan blinked innocently. Yan Ao Chuan turned his face away, fixing his gaze firmly on her. I meant to say that you. The young girl leaned in closer, her face aglow with a smile. Me? What about me? Chapter 59. Will you confirm this marriage? Zhiruan's gaze was direct and clear, her watery eyes brimming with laughter, causing hearts to race. The young man stared at her foolishly for a moment, his lashes fluttering, and his handsome face suddenly flushed, swiftly averting his gaze in exasperation. His voice rose in pitch, quick and urgent, reminiscent of a young lady's playful coquetry, which elicited a hearty laugh from Zhiruan. Zhiruan's gaze fell upon Yan Ao Chuan, her palm pressing down hard enough to leave blood marks. Suddenly, a bright, clear sound of a zither resonated from outside the courtyard. Everyone paused, turning to look behind them. There, a beautiful woman in a moon-white flowing sleeve gown took her seat in the courtyard. Her enchanting features radiated an aura of unapproachable elegance as she delicately plucked the strings of the zither, the melody flowing like a gentle stream into the ears of the onlookers. What a beautiful sound! Someone exclaimed at the table. Is this young lady the zither master invited by the Yin family to celebrate? Came a voice of curiosity. Yin Jing, sitting nearby, was equally perplexed. He glanced aside to see Nan Su's face inexplicably pale. Ah Su, do you know this young lady? Nan Su swallowed hard, slowly directing his gaze towards Yan Ao Chuan on the platform. Yin Jing followed his line of sight, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Isn't that Xiaofengyi, the courtesan from Xinla Tower? Xiaofengyi? Isn't she the old acquaintance of Fifth Master Yin? Murmured someone at the table. Madame Chu, seated beside Songshin, immediately turned her attention to the elderly matriarch and Yan Mingwei across from her. The matriarch's voice resonated with authority as she stated, Our Yin family has not sent an invitation to this young lady. She should return when she came. Yan Minghui's gaze remained fixed upon Yan Ao Chuan on the steps, her expression solemn. Yan Ao Chuan, equally bewildered, pondered her purpose for coming. The smile on Zhiruan's face gradually faded. Rumors suggested that Xiaofengyi and Yan Ao Chuan were entangled in a complicated relationship, and her choice to appear at the Yin residence on this day, before so many influential figures, would surely complicate matters. Despite the matriarch's intervention, Xiaofengyi's zither melody continued uninterrupted. Zhao rose, her tone seemingly astonished. I have long heard of Fifth Master's affection for Miss Qiao. Could it be that today, during the old Master's birthday celebration, he intends to formally introduce her to everyone? The old master frowned, glancing at his grandson. He gently pressed down on Zhiruan's shoulder, soothing her. Aji, Ao Chuan is not that kind of person. As Zhiruan's words fell, the guests at the table began to murmur among themselves. Xiaofengyi, a woman from the entertainment quarters, would undoubtedly not gain the Yin family's approval easily. Was it possible that Fifth Master Yin intended to act without regard for decorum, introducing her before so many witnesses? The Song family, once among the four great clans, despite their decline, could hardly accept a situation where their daughter shared a husband with a courtesan. This was merely an engagement, yet Fifth Master Yin seemed eager to present her, which was utterly outrageous and absurd. As Zhao Hua listened to the rising murmur of discontent among the crowd, she slowly turned her head and exchanged a glance with Sima Luo, who stood beneath the pine trees at the back of the courtyard. She then faced the assembly and declared with a resonant voice, "Today, this palace has arrived at a most opportune moment. I had not anticipated that the Yan family would celebrate not only the elder's birthday, but also the engagement of the fifth young master, resulting in a delightful trifecta of good fortune. The union of Miss Song and Madame Chiao is indeed a splendid affair." Upon hearing the words of Princess Jiahua, the crowd was convinced that this matter was most likely true, and the discussions grew increasingly fervent. As the atmosphere became increasingly tumultuous, someone at the banquet remarked, "Could it be that the fifth young master of the Yin family does not wish to marry Miss Song at all, thus intentionally choosing today to bring along a companion from Xianhua Tower to humiliate her?" Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. From the moment Xiaofeng appeared until now, Songjin, who had remained silent, abruptly slammed her hand on the table and stood up, clearly unable to contain her fury. "Your Highness." Madame Chu hurriedly rose as well, whispering, "Please trust my son. Although he may act recklessly at times, he would never stoop to such a deed. His feelings for Aji are genuine." The old matriarch's expression darkened as she raised her voice. "Who dares to create a disturbance in my Yan family? You might as well step forward and engage in a debate with me." Song Jun strode directly to Yan Ao Chuan, her face etched with frost, her gaze piercing as she confronted him. "Yan Ao Chuan, today I ask you one question. Will you affirm this marriage or not?" Chapter 60. A resounding slap. Yan Ao Chuan replied with unwavering certainty, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Xiaofeng. He lowered his voice to speak to Songjin. "Your Highness, I traveled to Ling'an a few months ago." The youth intentionally spoke softly, so only Song Zhiruan and Songjin could hear. "In Ling'an, I made the acquaintance of a friend. At first, I thought he was merely a traveler, but later I discovered he hails from the Yan kingdom." Yan Ao Chuan explained earnestly he is not a bad person, yet he seeks to draw me to his side. Due to his status, he cannot be too conspicuous in the capital. Thus he communicates through Xiaofeng, and myself. Songjin's expression turned grave as she understood why the youth had been so restrained earlier. She inquired softly, "The Yin kingdom is not our enemy. Yet your caution suggests that this individual holds a significant position there, does he not?" Yan Ao Chuan's lips moved slightly as he glanced at Song Zhiruan before slowly responding, "He is the seventh prince of the Yin kingdom." Songjin's countenance changed, and she reproached him sternly, "You are being foolish." Upon hearing the youth's words, Song Zhiruan's expression also turned serious. So, the man they had seen at Xianhua Tower was indeed the seventh prince of the Yin kingdom? Tianhe. No wonder that name sounded familiar. In her previous life, after Sima Luo ascended the throne and the ruler of the Yin kingdom passed away, chaos ensued, and several princes contended for power, ultimately leading to Tianhe becoming the sovereign. If Yan Ao Chuan were to befriend an ordinary citizen of the Yin kingdom, it would not pose a problem. Yet he was entangled with Tianhe. The internal affairs of the Yin kingdom had always been tumultuous, while the laws of the Great Jin were stringent, forbidding interference in the political affairs and factional disputes of other nations. The Yin family was the foremost clan. Tianhe's intention to befriend Yan Ao Chuan must be anything but simple. Should this matter be divulged, it would likely tarnish the Yin family's reputation, implicating them in aiding a foreign prince in political strife. It was no wonder Yan Ao Chuan had previously remained silent about Xiaofeng's identity. The Yin family's position in the Great Jin is pivotal. How could the seventh prince befriend you without ulterior motives? Songjin took a deep breath and glanced at Song Zhiruan beside her, cautioning, "This matter must remain confidential." "The younger generation is aware." Yan Ao Chuan nodded swiftly. Songjin withdrew her gaze and turned to face the crowd, her eyes landing on Princess Jiahua. "Jiahua, come here." All eyes turned to Princess Jiahua. She hesitated for a moment, then approached, inquiring, "Your Highness, what is it?" Slap. A sharp, resounding slap echoed, harmonizing with the increasingly soaring melody of the chain. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Jiahua's cheeks instantly reddened and swelled as she covered her face in disbelief. "You struck me?" Song Jun retracted her hand. "You spoke out of turn before everyone. Do you not deserve this punishment?" Jiahua's eyes widened, her teeth clenched. "Song Jun, you are merely the favored consort. My father has long neglected you, and you dare to discipline me?" Madame Chu observed the two with concern, while the elderly matriarch maintained a stoic expression, sipping her tea as if nothing were amiss. "Even when your mother was alive, she spoke to me with the utmost respect." Songjin cast her gaze down at Jiahua, gripping the young woman's shoulder with considerable force, causing her features to contort in pain as she spoke in a low, deliberate tone. "Why do you insist on following the Yin family today, and why speak at this moment? Yangji has raised you this way." Perhaps it is due to her lack of judgment, but do not presume that others are oblivious to your little schemes. Zhao Hua's complexion turned pale, and under Songjin's imposing gaze, her steps faltered. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? I do not know. Songjin fixed her gaze upon her for a moment, and after a long while, she released her grip on Zhao Hua's shoulder, smoothing the wrinkled fabric. The onlookers could not hear Songjin's words, yet her demeanor remained remarkably composed. I have refrained from exposing you today out of consideration for your father and the Sima family's reputation. Zhao Hua. Do not think that being a princess grants you the liberty to act without restraint. The responsibilities of a princess far exceed those of an ordinary person. I advise you to conduct yourself with propriety. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to teach you the ways of the world in place of your deceased mother. Zhao Hua bit her lip, her body trembling slightly with rage, yet she dared not retort. It was true that Songjin had once enjoyed her father's favor. Many claimed that her father treated Songjin well solely due to the power of the Song family. However, Zhao Hua could discern that if it were merely the Song family's influence, her father would have deposed Songjin long ago after their downfall. At that time, there were indeed those in court who suggested removing Songjin to eradicate the Song family's influence entirely. Yet, her father did not acquiesce, even going against the consensus to preserve Songjin's position as consort and the life of Song Zhiruan. In her father's heart, Songjin's status was undoubtedly significant. Thus, even after the Song family's decline, and despite the public humiliation Zhao Hua endured when Songjin slapped her, she dared not act recklessly. The sound of the qin had ceased at some unknown moment, and all eyes were fixated on Songjin and Zhao Hua, leaving no one willing to speak. I did not come here because of young Master Yan. A cool, feminine voice suddenly resonated, drawing everyone's attention back once more. Xiao Fengyi wore a serene expression. A guest had offered a generous sum for me to perform at the Yan family. As for who provided the funds, I do not know. I merely followed the instructions of the Xian Lu. Xiao Fengyi calmly regarded Yan Ao Chuan, saying, I do not like to offer explanations. But one thing is clear. I have no connection with young Master Yan. To be frank, he is not my type, so Miss Song need not worry. I do not hold any interest in him. Yan Ao Chuan scoffed. Thank you, but I have no interest in you either. The crowd glanced between Yan Ao Chuan and Xiao Fengyi, momentarily uncertain of whom to believe. Xiao Nyangzi was invited by me, Songjin declared aloud. I have long heard of Xiao Nyangzi's exceptional musical talent, hence my invitation for her to provide entertainment. It is merely unfortunate that I did not inform Princess Zhao Hua today, which resulted in an awkward situation. Once the consort had spoken, even if the crowd harbored doubts, they dared not continue the discussion. Since the qin has already been played, I shall not keep our guests any longer. Zhao Hua, see Xiao Nyangzi off. Upon hearing Songjin's commanding tone, Zhao Hua felt a surge of resentment. She was entirely being treated like a maid. I shall go instead. At the gathering, Nan Su rose, deliberately casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Fengyi, smilingly remarking, Madam Xiao, the tea you brewed for me last time was truly exquisite. I must indulge in it again. Yan Jing furrowed his brow and whispered to Nan Su, the matters concerning the Mu family remain unresolved, and your brother is absent today. Do not act recklessly. Sister-in-law, how can you say such a thing? Nan Su shrugged nonchalantly, raising his voice. Mu Hongying mentioned to me previously her intention to break the engagement. Why should our parents stubbornly cling to it, instead of simply acquiescing to our wishes? The guests exchanged glances, surprised to discover such juicy gossip during their visit to the Yan residence. It appeared that the second son of the Nan family was entangled with the courtesan of the Xianla Tower. If you wish to seize this opportunity to sever ties with the Mu family, your mother-in-law will certainly be furious with you. Yan Jing discerned Nan Su's ulterior motives. Nan Su had long desired to dissolve the engagement with the Mu family and was now purposefully associating with a courtesan, which would undoubtedly sow discord with the Mu family. But I have my sister-in-law to advocate for me. Nan Su winked, turning to run after Xiao Fengyi, calling out, Madam Xiao, wait for me. The little jest earlier was inconsequential. Songjin smiled, holding the hands of Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan, proclaiming, everyone present should be aware that my niece is to be betrothed to the fifth son of the Yan family. Today, you all serve as witnesses, from this day forth. The fifth son shall be my niece's fiancé, and in 3 years, I shall personally officiate their union. The elder gentleman added, your presence here today is a great honor for me. In the future, I hope you will join us to celebrate my grandson's wedding. Among the attendees were dignitaries and nobles. They would not only show deference to Consort Song, but also to the elder of the Yan family, leading to a resounding applause. Yan Lu stood aside, observing the transition from chaos to harmony, feeling as though all the revelry had no bearing on him. Just days prior, the results of the imperial examination had been announced, and he had not passed. As a branch of the Yan family, they were already regarded as illegitimate. Although his father held a modest post in the court, Yan Lu felt unfulfilled, having studied diligently for years without achieving distinction. On the steps, consort Song intertwined the hands of Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan, filled with envy, yet he turned and exited the courtyard. A familiar voice called out to Yan Lu, "You seem quite familiar." Startled, Yan Lu turned to the speaker, "Who are you?" Sima Luo stepped forward, introducing himself. Yan Lu quickly bowed and saluted. "Ah, it is the third prince. My apologies." Sima Luo smiled warmly, appearing quite amiable. "You must be the fourth son of the Yan family." Yan Lu was taken aback. The third prince recognized him? "I previously visited the National Academy on official business and encountered you there," Sima Luo recalled. "I saw your essay while reviewing the strategies with Jin Jizhao. Your writing flowed effortlessly and showcased unique perspectives. I was quite impressed." A wave of joy surged within Yan Lu. "You have read my work?" Sima Luo nodded, then turned his gaze towards the couple standing on the steps, numerous memories flashing through his mind, leaving him momentarily blinded. "Young Master Yan Si, I have a few words I wish to discuss with you. Might you have a moment to spare?" Yan Lu was taken aback. Chapter 61. The true culprit behind the murder of the governor of Yangzhou. When Sima Luo previously visited the Yan residence to propose marriage, Yan Lu was absent, and the other members of the household deliberately concealed this news, leaving Yan Lu unaware of Sima Luo's courtship of Songji. "Your Highness, what brings you to seek me?" Yan Lu followed Sima Luo into the courtyard, his mind filled with curiosity. "To be honest, it is not a matter of great importance," Sima Luo replied gently. "I recently had the pleasure of reading the fourth young master's writings, and I found myself quite intrigued by your character. Might you be interested in forming a friendship with me?" Forming a friendship? Although Yan Lu's intellect did not rival that of his elder brother Yan Jun, he was still a scion of the Yin family and well-versed in the basic nuances of social interactions. "If I recall correctly, you did not place in this year's imperial examination." Sima Luo's eyes sparkled with mirth, not in mockery but rather in admiration. "I have indeed encountered your writings, which I hold in high regard. However, I wonder why you did not achieve a notable rank. Have you pondered this question?" At these words, Yan Lu's expression dimmed. "Your Highness, those who succeed in the imperial examinations are indeed exceptional individuals. My abilities are modest, and it is only natural that I did not place." "Oh?" Sima Luo raised an eyebrow. "Then why did your elder brother manage to excel?" "I recall he was the top scholar in last year's palace examination." Yan Lu inhaled deeply. "Naturally, it is because my elder brother is extraordinarily gifted. He studied diligently with our uncle from a young age, surpassing us younger cousins in prowess. Given his talents, it was to be expected that he would achieve the highest honors, and none were surprised by his success. Your uncle is a grand scholar, undoubtedly a man of vast knowledge, yet your father, Yan Fusong, is also a Hanlon scholar. Both are esteemed officials of the third rank. Why then? Have you not attained similar accolades?" Sima Luo countered. Yan Lu's face flushed with embarrassment. Sima Luo had just praised his writings, yet now he seemed to belittle him by comparing him unfavorably to his father. "That is not my intention," Sima Luo quickly clarified. "In my view, you are no less capable than Yan Jun. The difference lies in the lack of dedicated guidance in your upbringing." No one had ever spoken to Yan Lu in such a manner before. His father, Yan Fusong, was a diligent man who, due to his status as a secondary son, had never openly expressed his expectations, but had worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Achieving a position in the court that rivaled that of his elder brother was no small feat. Thus his efforts in nurturing his children had not been flawless. Meanwhile, his mother, Madame Gon, having spent her early years helping her grandmother with the butchery, had little interest in scholarly pursuits and often told him to simply live a more carefree life. Yan Lu aspired to prove himself but was uncertain where to direct his efforts. "Your Highness, there is no need for such remarks," Yan Lu insisted, shaking his head. "The Yan family does not place great importance on fame or fortune. Otherwise, my uncle would not have been so lax in guiding my younger brother in recent years." "Fourth young master Yin, forgive my interruption," Sima Luo sighed. "Are you comparing yourself to the fifth young master of the Yin family?" Yan Lu paused, taken aback. Sima Luo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and gestured towards the steps. "Look over there at Yan Wu." Yan Lu followed the direction of his gaze. "The patriarch of your family has showered him with affection. Today, he has yet to attain any official title, yet it is his own disinclination that holds him back. Thus, the main household does not press him, which is far from the lack of discipline you suggest." Sima Luo's gaze settled upon Song Zhiruan, his eyes flickering. And then he glanced at his betrothed, a beauty of gentle grace and elegance. One must ponder, would you not desire such a maiden? Yan Lu clenched his fists discreetly within his sleeves, addressing the third prince. My sister, Aji, is destined to become my fifth brother's wife. I kindly ask you to refrain from uttering such indecent remarks. Sima Luo chuckled lightly, choosing not to reveal his intentions, instead loosening his grip. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely admire the fourth young master, hence my extended conversation. Sima Luo retracted his gaze, removing a jade ring from his finger and offering it to the other. Should the fourth young master find my words uninteresting, consider this day as if it had never happened. However, if you ever wish to engage in discourse with me, I have recently opened a tea house in the western part of the city, named Muwu. Present this ring upon your visit, and I shall welcome you at any time. Yan Lu lowered his head, his gaze fixed upon the jade ring suspended in the air, its crystalline clarity causing one's heart to flutter. The engagement between Yan Ao Chuan and Zhiruan was thus settled, and with this matter concluded. Yan Jun was nearly ready to respond to his duties in Tianfu. That evening, Madame Chu arranged a sumptuous feast to bid farewell to her son. Today, the second household's master, Yan Fusheng, returned from his errands in Tanzhou and, upon learning of Yan Jun's departure, hurried back to see him off. At the dining table, Zhiruan exchanged pleasantries with Yan Fusheng before they settled down to eat. Now that little Wu's matter is resolved, I can return with peace of mind, Yan Jun remarked. As the eldest brother, he cared deeply for his younger siblings, and with his official responsibilities taking him away from the capital, it was only natural for him to offer them extra attention. You still worry about little Wu? Yan Jing teased. At your age, most would already be married with children. You aren't planning to wait until little Wu becomes a father before you marry, are you? Yan Jun, only a year older than Yan Jing, often found himself on the receiving end of playful banter rather than being treated as an elder, which left him somewhat exasperated. Yet, upon hearing those words, Zhiruan nearly choked. Yan Jing, indeed, displayed such a demeanor only in front of family, speaking without restraint. Jing, could you be more mindful with your words? Ji is still quite young. Such talk of fatherhood is inappropriate. Madame Chu shot a disapproving glance at her daughter, feeling embarrassed by Yan Jing's remarks, while Yan Jing, oblivious, remained unabashed. The elderly patriarch chuckled, acknowledging, Jing is not entirely mistaken. With this engagement settled, Ji is now one of us. It is a matter that will eventually come to fruition, so it is harmless for family to discuss it. The matriarch cast a disapproving look at her husband, remarking, though Jing is young and lacks discretion, you, being older, should also exercise better judgment. Have you not noticed how your grandson's face is nearly scorched from embarrassment? The elderly master raised his brows, glancing at Yan Ao Chuan, whose face and neck were flushed crimson, a sight both endearing and amusing. It was easy to forget how bashful this young man was. Yan Jing chuckled and nudged Zhiruan playfully. Sister Song, I tend to speak without a filter. Please do not hold it against me. Zhiruan longed to assert her accustomed resilience, yet she had not yet forged a friendship with Yan Jing. With a gentle smile, she remarked, Sister Jing, your words are rather heavy. We are all family. How could I possibly hold any grievances? Yan Jing raised an eyebrow at her younger brother. Chuan, did you hear that? We are family. Yan Ao Chuan's face flushed even deeper. Sister, focus on your meal, lest when brother-in-law arrives to fetch you, he finds you have not eaten. When the name Nankan was mentioned, Yan Jing merely dismissed it as trivial and chose to remain silent. As the family meal neared its conclusion, Yan Jun's subordinate hurried into the dining hall, his expression grave. Master, Yan Minghui glanced at Yan Jun. Is it regarding matters at court? Madame Chu grasped Yan Jun's hand, her concern palpable. Jun, are you to set forth soon? What troubles you? Yan Jun furrowed his brow as he looked at his subordinate. The subordinate glanced at the family gathered at the table. Hesitant. They are all members of the Yan family. There is nothing that cannot be spoken, the elder stated solemnly. Speak freely. Yan Jun encouraged with a nod to his subordinate. The subordinate reported, the true culprit behind the death of the Yangzhou governor has been identified. Upon hearing this, Zhiruan instinctively turned her gaze towards Madame Chiu, as did the others present. If Chiu Pan were to be apprehended, Madame Chiu would likely sever ties with the Chiu family. Madam, your health is fragile. It would be best for you to return to Chiuing courtyard and rest, the elder suggested. After the elder's recovery, the matriarch had discussed the matter concerning the Chiu family and Prince Kong, thus expressing her concern that Madame Chiu might not withstand the pressure. Father, I assure you, I am well. I possess a clear judgment of right and wrong. I understand the circumstances and am unfazed, Madame Chiu replied. Yan Ao Chuan looked toward Yan Jun's subordinate. Has Pan been captured? Hearing Pan's name, Yan Jun felt perplexed. Since his arrival at the Yin household, he had not heard of the previous transgressions committed by Prince Kong and the Chiu family, leaving him momentarily bewildered by Yan Ao Chuan's inquiry. The young master of the Chiu family? The subordinate hesitated before admitting. The true murderer of the Yangzhou governor is a member of the Mu family. Zhiruan's chopsticks clattered to the ground in shock. How could it be the Mu family? She implored urgently. Chapter 62. To avoid suspicion, the subordinates of Yan Jun were equally perplexed and explained. This was uncovered by the Ministry of Justice. The members of the Mu family were involved in illicit money lending. Later, when they went to Yangzhou to collect debts, they encountered the governor, who harbored malicious intentions and ended up killing him. Ruan's breath caught momentarily. Something was amiss. In her previous life, the governor of Yangzhou's death had clearly been the doing of Pan. Why was it now attributed to the Mu family? The Mu family? Yin Jing was the first to realize the implications and anxiously inquired, does Asu have a marriage contract with the Mu family? Moreover, Aunt Nan has also married into the Mu family. What on earth is going on? Who from the Mu family is involved? Yin Jun furrowed his brow. His subordinate responded, it is a distant nephew of the Grand General of the state. Yan Ao Chuan instinctively glanced at Zhiruan. Yan Minghui also looked at the young lady and asked, is she, did you send someone to follow Pan south to confirm his involvement? If it were merely hearsay, Ruan would indeed be unable to verify it. But how could events she had vividly experienced in her past life have changed? Could it be that by altering the fate of the Yin family, the heavens had decided to change everyone's destiny? No. Impossible. In this life, the Chiu family was still desperately trying to attach themselves to the Yin family. Pan must be the murderer. Then why had the blame shifted to the Mu family? Who was orchestrating this? No, it must be Pan. Ruan asserted. The person I sent saw with their own eyes that it was Pan who committed the murder. Someone must have meddled. At the dining table, only Yin Jun and Yin Jing were left in confusion until they heard Madame Chu's explanation, which led to their sudden realization. Since the crown prince had stated that the Chiu family assisted the King Kong in illicit money lending, and Ji had sent someone to follow Pan south and witnessed him commit murder, there could be no mistake. Yin Jing pondered. Could it be that King Kong had someone take the fall? Madame Chiu wore an expression of guilt, saying, it is I who have brought trouble to everyone. We are all family. Do not speak in such a manner. The old matriarch held her daughter-in-law's hand, adding, how could this implicate the Yin family? Do not say foolish things. Yin Jun inquired of his subordinate, why was this matter brought to my attention? The subordinate replied, that young man from the Mu family was apprehended within the jurisdiction of the Yingtian prefecture. According to protocol, you must accompany the Ministry of Justice to apprehend and interrogate him. The officials have already ordered your involvement in this case, for the time being. We need not respond to the Yingtian prefecture. The old Master Yan's tone was not as heavy as the others, remarking, the officials are providing you with this opportunity for experience because they value your talent. Regardless of whose family is implicated, we must uncover the truth. Yin Jun nodded, indeed. Tomorrow I shall go to the Mu family to investigate. Ruan hesitated internally, wanting to speak but holding back. Once dinner concluded, she took a few steps forward to catch up with Yin Jun, who was returning to the courtyard. Second young master, please wait. Yin Jun had always cherished his little sister, Ruan, since childhood. It was a stroke of fortune that she would later become his sister-in-law. With a gentle smile, he asked, what is it, Aji? Ruan moved her lips and slowly said, tomorrow, I would like to accompany second young master to the Mu family. Yin Jun was genuinely taken aback. Aji, why? Previously, I heard Uncle Yunting mention the matter concerning King Kong and the Chiu family, and I sent someone to follow Pan. I couldn't shake the feeling that this affair was quite intricate, contemplating accompanying the second young master, perhaps to offer some assistance. Songji softened her tone. Yin Jun appeared somewhat troubled. Aji, this is an official matter, unrelated to the case at hand. It is not permitted for personnel not affiliated with officials to follow. It is simply the rule. Songji's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Yet she hesitated to trouble Yin Jun further, resolutely deciding to have the third brother investigate this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Jun proposed, how about this, tomorrow? You shall disguise yourself as my attendant and accompany me to the Mu family. Songji's eyes sparkled with excitement, genuinely delighted. The young girl's face radiated joy, causing Yin Jun to chuckle softly. When he had visited the Song household with his mother, Songji was but a small child, charmingly round and delightful, and he had envied his peers who had younger sisters. Thus, when faced with Songji's request, He couldn't help but soften. Shall I send someone to the peony courtyard to wake you? Yan Jun, aware that his younger siblings loved to linger in bed, naturally worried about Songji's ability to rise. No need. I can manage on my own, Songji replied with a beaming smile. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for the second young master at the gate. Yan Jun nodded earnestly, wishing her good night before returning to his courtyard. Just as she was about to head back to the peony courtyard, a chilling voice emerged from behind. What were you two whispering about just now? Startled by the sudden eerie tone, Songji felt fortunate that she was unafraid of ghosts, lest she be genuinely frightened into a state of distress. Yan Ao Chuan, arms crossed, approached her with an appraising gaze. What did you just discuss with Yan Jun? Yan Jun? Songji laughed softly. That is your second elder brother. Why are you so rude to him? You're aware that he is my second brother. Yan Ao Chuan bent down, his brow furrowed, his handsome features contorting in a mix of confusion and annoyance. Songji, you know he is my brother, yet you behave like this? How am I behaving? She replied. Perplexed, the youth glared at her fiercely, his finger poking her forehead. Why were you smiling at him so animatedly just now? Don't you realize that, given your relationship, you should maintain some decorum? Songji couldn't recall smiling so animatedly at Yan Jun. The youth, increasingly frustrated by her indifference, emphasized each word. Avoid suspicion. I mean, you should avoid. Just as he was about to finish, Songji suddenly pinched his cheek, playfully squeezing it as if he were made of dough. The boy immediately flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Chapter 63. Visiting the Mu family. Yan Ao Chuan blinked slowly twice. What are you doing? Zhiruan gazed intently at him, then released her grip. I'm just a bit curious. Curious about what? Yan Ao Chuan followed the young girl's actions, touching his own cheek as if savoring the moment. I thought it would feel quite firm, he mused. Zhiruan pondered for a moment. I didn't expect it to be so soft. Soft? Yan Ao Chuan felt a mix of embarrassment and delight, lifting his chin. My mother once remarked that my face is fair and smooth, even softer than a child's skin. Indeed. Zhiruan pressed her lips together, a smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. It truly is nice. Yan Ao Chuan mulled over her words, only to sense something amiss. He lifted his gaze and saw that Zhiruan had already turned towards the peony courtyard. Zhiruan, you didn't just scold me, did you? Without looking back, she replied, of course not. Then what were you discussing with Yan Jun just now? Yan Ao Chuan quickened his pace to catch up with her. She shook her head. Nothing much, just a greeting since we haven't seen each other in a while. Are you deceiving me? Yan Ao Chuan questioned as he followed her. Zhiruan, if something happens, you must tell me. Do you understand? Why should I tell the fifth young master? Zhiruan countered. Aren't you the one who dislikes meddling in others' affairs? You are different. The youth blurted out instinctively. Zhiruan paused, turning to look at him. In what way am I different? Yan Ao Chuan's lips moved. You supervise my studies, which makes you half a teacher. It is within my means to concern myself with your matters. Zhiruan laughed. There should be a distinction between teacher and student. I shall not press the fifth young master further. As their conversation flowed, they arrived at the peony courtyard. Yan Ao Chuan abruptly halted his steps. Zhiruan offered a sweet smile. Thank you for escorting me, fifth young master. I shall return to rest now. Before Yan Ao Chuan could utter a word, the young girl had already turned and disappeared down the corridor. Ultimately, he had failed to inquire about anything. Fu Yuanzi crossed his arms, emerging from the nearby grove with Su Shan. Yan Ao Chuan was left holding his breath, caught in indecision, and sought out Yan Jun. Before dawn, Zhiruan had Silver Willow assist her in transforming into the guise of a young scholar, deliberately smudging her face with some black and affixing 2 strips of false whiskers. Do I look like a man now? She inquired. Silver Willow scrutinized her, hesitating. Miss, you are exceedingly beautiful, making it somewhat challenging to pass as a male. However, this is likely your most successful attempt yet. Satisfied, Zhiruan nodded twice. Then I shall take my leave. Today, as she masqueraded as a scholar, Silver Willow and Fire Crane could not accompany her, as they were needed to assist Dong Young with business at the Floating Light Pavilion. At the entrance of Yin Manor, a carriage awaited her arrival. With her gaze lowered, Zhiruan exchanged a glance with Yan Jun inside the carriage. According to custom, as she was pretending to be Yan Jun's attendant, she could not remain inside the carriage and thus sat on the carriage frame alongside the coachman. As the carriage sped along, Zhiruan gazed at the rapidly passing scenery, her mind in a state of disquiet. A lingering doubt gnawed at her. Why had the Mu family become entangled in this affair, emerging as the scapegoat? Who was orchestrating this from the shadows? If the Mu family were to face calamity, who would emerge as the ultimate victor? Her thoughts were so tumultuous that she remained oblivious even when the carriage came to a halt. A gentle breeze brushed against her, startling her into a sway. Fortunately, a swift hand steadied her by cradling the back of her head, maintaining her balance. The scent of rosewood wafting from the person's attire felt oddly familiar. Yan Ao Chuan? She stammered in surprise. Yan Ao Chuan promptly ensured her stability, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. What brings you here in such attire? She inquired, observing his coarse blue garment and the cloth binding his dark hair, which resembled that of a common servant from the Yin household, yet could not obscure his noble bearing and striking features. Were you the one driving the horse just now? She realized. Yan Ao Chuan lifted his chin with a hint of annoyance, remarking, had it not been for me, you would have tumbled down. Wait, why are you here? Zhiruan was puzzled. Although both were masquerading as servants outside the carriage, it was evident they were ill-suited for the role. Yan Jun, unable to contain himself, pulled aside the curtain and sighed. He sought me out last night, insisting I accompany him. Is that appropriate? Zhiruan expressed her concern, feeling that the fifth young master hardly resembled a servant. Do you really think you're hiding well? Yan Ao Chuan scoffed. First, remove those nearly blown-off mustaches before conversing with me. In a flurry, Zhiruan touched her lips, realizing that indeed, the wind had whisked away half of her mustache. Aji, you've lost your mustache, Yan Jun remarked with a sigh. At your age, having a mustachioed scholar as a companion seems rather incongruous. Embarrassed? Zhiruan listened as Yan Jun directed his brother, once we enter, make sure to suppress that chin of yours, otherwise those unacquainted might mistake you for the master while I am but the servant. Both received a reprimand and begrudgingly followed Yan Jun into the estate. The servants of the Mu family led the trio into the main hall, where they were served tea. Soon after, Mu Good, the head of the Mu family and a renowned general, entered and exchanged pleasantries with Yan Jun. Young Master Yan, he acknowledged. In the world of high society, connections were often intertwined, as evidenced by the marital ties between the Yin family and the Nan family, which, in turn, were linked to the Mu family by lineage. Yan Jun should refer to Mu Gu as uncle, alongside his younger sister, Yan Jing. However, given that Yan Jun held a fourth-rank official title and was visiting concerning a serious matter, it would be inappropriate to leverage familial ties. General Mu. Yan Jun responded with a respectful bow. I have come today to inquire about the case involving Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan was the prime suspect in the case concerning the governor of Yangzhou, who had fled after being apprehended by the Ministry of Justice in Yingdianfu. Had the Ministry of Justice succeeded in detaining him, Yan Jun would not need to visit the Mu family. His purpose today was to investigate Mu Yuan's whereabouts. Has Mu Yuan sought you out since returning to the capital? Do you know the places he frequents? Yan Jun inquired. Having endured many years of battle, Mu Gu was accustomed to the temperament of his wife and daughters, yet he now exhibited a solemn demeanor befitting a hardened general in response to Yan Jun's inquiry. Over the years, Mu Yuan has drifted apart from the Mu family. This child is restless and disinclined to follow the righteous path. Had I known he would resort to borrowing with usury, I would have certainly intervened much earlier. As for his daily whereabouts, I am not well informed. Although Mu Gu claims ignorance, he has nonetheless cooperated with Yan Jun's investigation. I had noted down the testimony from his neighbors, which you may review. Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan respectfully stood behind Yan Jun. When the testimonies were handed over, Zhiruan scrutinized them a little longer. The gambling house. Yan Jun swiftly perused all 3 sheets of paper, which recorded that Mu Yuan frequently visited a gambling establishment named Jin Mantang. I have been away from the capital for quite some time and am unaware of the ownership of this gambling house. I do not know. Mu Gu frowned, realizing that this gambling house was not situated in a common marketplace but rather in the ghost market. The ghost market? Zhiruan had only encountered the term in stories and travelogues. The ghost market. Yan Jun was taken aback by how deeply this matter seemed to delve. Mu Gu understood that Yan Jun found the situation troublesome. The ghost market is beyond the jurisdiction of the court, and even prominent families would find it difficult to manage those involved. It would be prudent for young Master Yin to seek assistance from the Ministry of Justice. Yan Jun had already dispatched his subordinates to the Ministry of Justice earlier that morning. However, since the case involves the Mu family, it would inevitably entangle numerous noble families, including the General of the State, the Duke of the South, and even the Yin family, seemingly all interconnected. None of the significant figures in the ministry dared to offend anyone, so they merely passed the responsibility back to Yan Jun, suggesting he consult with Mu Gu. Even if Yan Jun were to seek help now, the outcome would likely be the same. Might the general provide the younger generation with Mu Yuan's home address? Yan Jun rose, intending to visit Mu Yuan's residence first. Zhiruan silently approved. Beginning the investigation at Mu Yuan's home might yield some helpful clues, which would be more advantageous than directly venturing into the ghost market. Father, I wish to accompany you. A strong female voice resonated from outside the hall. Mu Hongying, with a graceful hand gripping a gun, entered with steady steps, her gaze subtly landing on Yin Jun before swiftly shifting away. You may go. But why are you dragging me along, elder sister? Nan Su, caught by the collar, was being pulled by Mu Hongying, glancing at Yin Jun and quickly nodding. Second brother. Yin Jun regarded Mu Hongying and then glanced at Nan Su, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Hongying, release your cousin. Although Muga spoke thus, he elegantly lifted his teacup and took a sip, seemingly unconcerned about whether Nan Su might be choked by his own daughter. Young master of the Yin family? Mu Hongying released her grip, turning as if by chance to face Yin Jun, expressing surprise. This case has unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the Yin family. It is not about which family is involved. It is simply due to Mu Yuan being apprehended in the jurisdiction of the Yingtian prefecture, which falls under my purview. Thus the officials assigned this matter to me. Yin Jun remained unfazed. This person, usually gentle and amiable, could be quite resolute when necessary, especially today. Even Song Zhiruan could sense his unusual decisiveness, as if he wished to distance himself from Mu Hongying. Miss Mu, there is another crucial matter. Your status renders it inappropriate for you to partake in the investigation. This issue pertains to the Mu family, and naturally, Mu Hongying, the party involved, cannot present herself. I shall not conduct the inquiry either. Mu Hongying, with her hands clasped behind her back, let her gaze lazily drift towards the two subordinates behind Yin Jun, merely observing the unfolding drama. This is at odds with the established protocol. Yin Jun furrowed his brow. Mu Ge, standing by, refrained from interjecting. He had always been indulgent towards his daughter and wished to nurture her capabilities in various aspects, thus he held no opposing stance on this matter. Really? Mu Hongying raised an eyebrow and unexpectedly approached the taciturn Song Zhiruan, who appeared rather familiar. Song Zhiruan's heart raced with alarm, prompting him to lower his head even further. Nan Su, too, was drawn in by Mu Hongying's words, scrutinizing the servant dressed as Yan Ao Chuan with keen interest. I feel as if I have encountered you somewhere before. Having weathered countless storms, Muji's gaze sharpened as it turned toward the two before him upon hearing his daughter and Nan Su's remarks. Chapter 64. The residents of Mu Yuan Mu Ge, a martial general, possessed a rather irritable temperament and had little tolerance for deceit. Today, Yan Ao Chuan and Song Zhiruan visited without adhering to proper etiquette. Should Mu Ge become aware of this, it would certainly tarnish their reputations among colleagues and in the court, leading to whispers that the Yin family lacked decorum. However, that was of secondary concern. The primary issue lay in the fact that Song Zhiruan, a young lady, had donned such a disguise to visit, which could adversely affect her reputation if it became known. Yin Jun stepped forward to obstruct Mu Ge's gaze directed at the pair. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked that if Miss Mu wished to accompany them, it would be permissible, albeit with the caveat to avoid disrupting their investigation. Mu Hongying smiled as she turned to leave, stating, "Then it is settled. Father, I shall take my leave." Mu Ge responded with a non-committal grunt, his gaze lingering on the young servant trailing behind Yin Jun, as he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. "Release me. I refuse to go." One ought to adhere to reason, Mu Hongying insisted as she was tugged along by Nan Su. Once outside the Mu residence, Mu Hongying promptly entered the carriage, while Nan Su stretched his sore arm and called out to the nearby servant, "Do you not see that my arm aches? Support me up." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp rap on his head silenced him. "Wretched servant! How dare you strike me?" Nan Su exclaimed, only to find the assailant's face raised, revealing a chilling expression. "Yan Ao Chuan, what brings you here?" Nan Su asked in astonishment, clutching his head. Mu Hongying lifted the curtain of the carriage, calling out, "Will you not come aboard?" "Indeed, you should ascend," she added. Nan Su, somewhat perplexed, retorted, "Did you not just forbid me from climbing aboard?" Realizing her oversight, Mu Hongying leaned out to address another servant beneath the carriage, "Miss Song. How much longer do you intend to stand there?" Song Zhiruan, feeling somewhat dejected, replied, "How did you recognize me again?" "Ah, had you not mentioned it?" "I would not have noticed," Nan Su remarked, stroking his chin. "My attention was fixed on Yan Ao Chuan, and I truly overlooked you. Let us board. There are too many onlookers. We must avoid drawing attention," Yin Jun interjected calmly. The Mu residence lay at the end of Sweetwater Alley, and the group soon arrived at their destination. The house was modest, consisting of merely 2 small courtyards. The Ministry of Justice had previously visited, and the door lock had been removed, though an official prohibition was affixed to the entrance. "Let us enter," Mu Hongying suggested, but was halted by Yin Jun. who opened the door and stepped inside first. "There is no one here. Please come in," he beckoned. "Younger brother is truly admirable. It is no wonder so many young ladies in the capital hold him in high regard," Nansu teased as he turned to Yan Ao Chuan. Mu Hongying scoffed. "Too bad no one has such feelings for you." Nansu shot a discreet glare at the young lady, thinking to himself how well-spoken his cousin truly was. Yan Ao Chuan observed Zhiruan softly entering the residence, and he followed closely behind. This place must have been thoroughly searched by the Ministry of Justice. What traces could possibly remain? Nansu felt a sense of confusion. No, that was not right. Suddenly, in the corner, Zhiruan lifted her face. Her expression grave, someone was present. Yan Ao Chuan immediately positioned himself in front of Zhiruan. Who is it? Nansu instinctively protected his chest, wondering where this presence could be. Chapter 65. The Ghost Market. At present, there is none. Zhiruan lifted her face, finding the scene before her somewhat peculiar. Nansu crouched in the corner, while Yan Ao Chuan raised his hand to shield her. Meanwhile, Mu Hongying, swift and astute, drew her gun to protect Yanjun. Zhiruan, in contemplation, remarked, "What I mean is that someone visited this residence before our arrival." Yanjun glanced at the gun held by Mu Hongying and gently reminded, "Miss Mu, there is no need for alarm." Mu Hongying paused momentarily before holstering her weapon. "Are you not my dear cousin?" Nansu exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his eyes wide open. "When you protect my second brother, do remember to include me. Aren't you skilled in shoulder throws?" Mu Hongying approached Zhiruan with poise. "Miss Song, how do you know someone was here before us?" "There exists a trace of human intervention," she replied, opening the cabinet and pulling out the second drawer, revealing a faint circular imprint. Something resembling a mask must have been placed here. The surrounding dust is thick, indicating that this drawer is not typically prone to dust accumulation unless left untouched for an extended period. She gently tapped the circular mark. "The dust here is quite shallow," suggesting that the mask was previously here and thus did not accumulate dust, indicating that someone removed it before our arrival, allowing the dust to settle in the meantime. Mu Hongying stroked her chin thoughtfully. Could it have been taken by an official from the Ministry of Punishment? They visited about 7 or 8 days ago, to my knowledge, and did not take anything from the residence. Yanjun concurred with Zhiruan's analysis, scrutinizing the dusty area. Miss Zhiruan was not mistaken. It appears that someone came here no more than 2 or 3 days ago and took something from the house. Could it be Mu Yuan? Nansu pondered. What could possibly require Mu Yuan to go to such lengths and risk capture? If it is indeed a mask, what significance does it hold for Mu Yuan? Yan Ao Chuan inquired. Yanjun mused, perhaps it truly relates to the gambling den at the Ghost Market. Then we ought to venture there tonight, Mu Hongying proposed eagerly. However, we do not know the location of the Ghost Market, nor the opportune time to visit. The Ghost Market is situated on East Panlu Street. A woman's melodious voice chimed from outside. Nansu lifted his head, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Madam Chiao? What brings you here? Are you looking for me?" Chiao Fingyi cast a casual glance at Nansu before stepping inside and approaching Yan Ao Chuan. "I have something to discuss. May I have a word?" Upon seeing Chiao Fingyi, Yanjun naturally recalled the engagement banquet involving Yan Ao Chuan and Zhiruan, especially with Zhiruan present. He calmly advised, "Chuan, you are already engaged. It would be prudent to maintain a respectful distance from the lady." Zhiruan glanced at Chiao Fingyi, sensing that she might be delivering a message from the state of Yin. She thus softened her tone, suggesting, Madam Chao's visit may pertain to pressing matters. Perhaps young master should accompany her. Yan Ao Chuan initially thought little of it, but upon hearing Yanjun's words, he furrowed his brow and said to Zhiruan, "You should come along." Zhiruan hesitated briefly, reflecting before ultimately following suit. It was evident that Chiao Fingyi had surmised that Zhiruan was aware of the underlying truths. Stepping outside, she did not attempt to conceal her intentions. "My master has returned, and I am here to inform you that should you reconsider in the future, you may seek me out, and I shall convey your sentiments." It turned out that Ji Tianhe had returned to the Yin kingdom. Zhiruan's eyes flickered slightly as she heard Yan Ao Chuan's perfunctory response. What else did he say? He expressed great admiration for your character and mentioned that if you were to encounter any troubles, you could seek my assistance, Chiao Fingyi recounted truthfully. Yan Ao Chuan replied, "I understand. You may leave now." During their exchange, Zhiruan had remained silent. However, as Chiao Fingyi prepared to depart, Zhiruan called out to her. "Please wait a moment, madam. We currently find ourselves in a predicament and would appreciate your guidance." Chiao Fingyi paused, inquiring, "The Ghost Market?" "Precisely." Zhiruan gestured. "Shall we discuss this indoors?" Chiao Fingyi, being forthright, had previously accepted Ji Tianhe's request and now, with a genuine need for assistance, did not decline. Turning to enter the room, Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow, directing his words towards Zhiruan. Why do you insist on involving her? If we wish to gather information, we could do so without her assistance. Time is of the essence. Mu Yuan may well be at the ghost market, and if we delay, he might escape. Since Madame Qiao is already informed, why should we expend effort in seeking alternative leads? Zhiruan, however, was generous in her demeanor. Though Yan Ao Chuan felt a tinge of discomfort at her words, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He recalled how, when his grandparents were younger, his grandmother had fallen into a sulk for over half a month after his grandfather had casually praised another woman. His father, despite his integrity and lack of romantic entanglements, was not immune to the advances of some women due to his family status. His mother, though gentle in temperament, had also been known to display her displeasure on occasion. Yet, Zhiruan, how is it that she appeared even more composed than he did? Chuan, come in and speak, Yan Jun commanded. Reluctantly, Yan Ao Chuan followed her into the room. He then heard Xiaofeng's calm voice. As I mentioned earlier, the ghost market is located on East Pan Road. However, its location often changes. I recall that the area in front of the tea house on East Cross Street was once part of the ghost market's domain. The market operates during unusual hours, opening at midnight and closing before dawn. The nature of goods sold therein is rather obscure. Given your unique statuses, you may need to disguise yourselves if you wish to venture to the ghost market. Zhiruan listened intently before asking, have you heard of Jean Mantang, the premier gambling house of the ghost market? Xiaofeng recollected, the stakes range from treasures to lives. If you desire it, you can wager on anything. Is it truly that formidable? South Su, as a qualified dandy, had frequented various gambling establishments in the capital. These houses typically dealt with debts previously. Some gamblers even resorted to selling their children to settle their dues, though such practices had long been prohibited by the strict laws of the Great Jean. Jean Mantang was not open to just anyone. The gambling tables were categorized into 5 levels, with the lowest tier merely involving monetary wagers. Xiaofeng appeared to possess an extensive knowledge of the affairs within the ghost market. Furthermore, to partake in the higher stakes tables at Jean Mantang, one must either have spent a considerable amount of time there or possess substantial capital. Is it necessary to wear a mask upon entering Jean Mantang? Yan Jun inquired. Xiaofeng replied, not required. However, individuals ranked from 2nd to 5th will receive a special mask crafted by the hall master as a form of distinction. Yan Jun, quick to react, asked, how do you know so much about the ghost market, Qiao? Without a flicker of emotion, Xiaofeng responded, I hail from such a place. Constantly navigating among the elite, absorbing knowledge through countless encounters. Yan Jun chose not to probe further. So, shall we venture out tonight? Nansu tightened her arms, a hint of trepidation in her voice. I have heard that the ghost market is steeped in malevolent energy due to the illicit nature of many goods sold there, often haunted by vengeful spirits. Let us now prepare our disguises. We shall embark to explore the ghost market at midnight. Yan Jun seemed to disregard Nansu's trembling apprehension. Chapter 66, An unexpected turn at the stroke of midnight. Fu Yuanzai first strolled past the tea house on East Cross Street. Having learned from Xiaofeng that the location of the ghost market was uncertain, after confirming that the ghost market was not situated there this night, he returned to deliver the news. Not far from Pan Tower, he noticed a carriage hidden in the pitch-black shadows of an alley, faint vibrations emanating from it. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yuanzai stood a short distance from the carriage and called softly, Young master, Miss Song? The carriage curtain was swiftly lifted, and Fu Yuanzai instinctively lowered his gaze. A disgruntled voice from Nansu reached him. Fu Yuanzai, why are you so slow? Furrowing his brow, Fu Yuanzai raised his head to see Nansu clad in tattered coarse linen garments, streaks of ash smeared across her cheeks. When did the Nan family fall to such depths? Fu Yuanzai inquired. Nansu's expression immediately soured. What do you know? This is a disguise for the ghost market. Disguise? Fu Yuanzai regarded her thoughtfully. Are there many beggars at the ghost market? I'm dressed as a servant, Nansu shouted, turning his head. Fu Yuanzai noticed Xiaofeng gazing elsewhere, her flowing sleeves and exquisite gown trailing gracefully to the ground. Songji was lost in thought by the window, her peach-red gown embroidered with golden bamboo enhancing her fair complexion. Mu Hongying was diligently polishing the hem of her dark red dress adorned with lion patterns, while Yan Jun adjusted the corner of his dark green garment patterned with clouds, and Yan Ao Chuan rested languidly, his silver brocade robe exuding an air of noble elegance, albeit with a hint of nonchalance. 5 masters, 1 servant? Fu Yuanzai smiled, finding the situation amusing. This is infuriating, Nansu cried. pointing at several roots of varying lengths on the ground. Yan Ao Chuan, did you conjure this? Out of 6 people drawing lots. Why am I the only one who ended up as a servant? I can assure you, that is not the case, Songji softly remarked, gesturing towards the grass outside the carriage. I picked those myself. Do not overthink it, second young master Nan. Yan Ao Chuan, chewing on a blade of grass, feigned sleepiness. Indeed, do not overthink it. You are simply unfortunate. Why should that be? Nan Su pointed at her trousers. If they were any more tattered, they would be completely exposed. Qiao Fengyi frowned at her words. Just don't act as my servant later. Yawning, Yan Ao Chuan sat up. Neither Songji nor I will trouble second young master Nan for assistance. Mu Hongying raised an eyebrow. I have no objections to you. But you must refrain from speaking to me while walking on the road. Everyone get lost, Nan Su snapped, exasperated, as if ready to throw a tantrum. However, Fu Yuan's eye turned his gaze towards the ladies, but why is Qiao Madam also going? It was my invitation, Songji explained. We are not as familiar with the rules as Qiao Madam, so I asked her to assist us. Fu Yuan's eye nodded. We can set off now. I have already surveyed East Cross Street. The ghost market is not there. Then it must be at Pan Tower. Let us depart, Yin Jun declared, rising to help the ladies down from the carriage. As Songji prepared to extend her hand, Yan Ao Chuan jumped down first, expressionless, offering his hand to her. Come down. Yin Jun, aware but silent, led Mu Hongying and the others forward. Song Zhiruan cast a soft glance at the boy's awkward expression, sensing his discontent. Yet puzzled as to how she had offended him, she extended her hand, accepting his support. Thank you, she murmured gently. Yan Ao Chuan responded with a nonchalant grunt, striding ahead. The alley, however, was dimly lit. After a few swift steps, the boy halted, waiting for the young girl to catch up before continuing. I truly can't believe it. Nan Su, left behind in the carriage, watched the group grow distant and rolled her eyes skyward. Fu Yuanzi, assist me. As he approached, Fu Yuanzi swiftly retreated a step, stating, You emanate an aura of poverty, which I find unappealing. Nan Su gritted her teeth, acknowledging his sharpness. During the day, Panlu Street was not bustling. But once the hour of the wrap passed, it became teeming with life, vendors and tourists streaming endlessly, stretching out of sight. I never knew the capital had such charm. Song Zhiruan marveled, reflecting on her previous reluctance to venture beyond the Song residence, unaware of the ghost market until now. This street, once desolate with shuttered shops, had inadvertently fostered the ghost market's thriving community. Yin Jun surveyed the surroundings. Nan Su, trailing behind, scoffed, if the officials arrive, they'll sweep it all away. Over yonder, it appeared a crowd had gathered. Mu Hongying directed Yin Jun's attention, and indeed, a group encircled a table. Is that Jean Mantang? Nan Su questioned. Just a single table? Mu Hongying, your intellect seems lacking. She scoffed. Xiao Fengyi glanced over, noting, it's not Jean Mantang, but we must head there. Why? Nan Su inquired, puzzled. Xiao Fengyi subtly indicated a box at the table's edge, containing a mask that could grant access to a higher-tier gambling game at Jean Mantang. You found Mu Yuan's mask. He holds a certain status there. With this mask, your endeavors at Jean Mantang will be facilitated. Upon hearing this, the group made their way toward the crowd. 2 individuals sat across from each other, engaged in a dice game, while onlookers remarked, he has already lost to over 20 players. How could he possibly win? As if on cue, the challenger arose, a sorrowful expression on his face, lamenting, I squandered 20 taels of silver. Song Zhiruan soon grasped the situation. The proprietor used this mask as a prize, with 20 taels serving as an entry fee, enticing players to gamble. Should the challenger win, he could claim the mask. Yet it was evident that no one had succeeded thus far. Xiao Fengyi turned to Yin Jun. Is there truly such skill involved? Are you considering a challenge? The proprietor inquired, eyeing Yin Jun. With a furrowed brow, Yin Jun replied, I am not adept at dice. In truth, such games become familiar with practice. It is merely a matter of comparing values, quite simple indeed. Let us play one round that does not count, in the second round. You may play for real once you grasp the game, the proprietor suggested with a smile. Yin Jun nodded and took a seat across from him. The sound of dice rattling echoed as the cup was lowered. The proprietor, astonished, exclaimed, Young master, you possess a talent. Yin Jun maintained his composure, replying, I appreciate the compliment. Shall we commence officially? The proprietor asked, a grin on his face. Yin Jun nodded once more. Song Zhiruan fixed her gaze intently on the scene. Observing her boss toss the dice cup into the air, after a spin, the dice landed on the table. Yan Ao Chuan glanced at the outcome, noting that both dice displayed the maximum value, 12. Can we win? Song Zhiruan inquired. Yan Ao Chuan shook his head. As expected, Yan Jun did not lift the dice cup, conceding defeat without contest. After handing over the silver coins to the boss, Yan Jun emerged from the crowd. Shall we play a few more rounds? Nansu, unwilling to accept defeat, insisted that the boss was merely fortunate, asserting that he had clearly lost the first round. It is not luck, Yan Jun replied calmly. He has manipulated the game. Chapter 67. The three questions what? Mu Hongying exclaimed, grasping her gun. I shall confront them. No need, Yan Jun interjected, preventing her advance. Why not? Second brother, why didn't you mention that they tampered with the game earlier? Nansu rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. That's unnecessary. The others watched as Yan Jun calmly produced a box from his pocket. I, too, have taken measures. As the box opened, the mask from earlier was revealed. You. Mu Hongying hesitated, her words faltering before she ultimately swallowed her thoughts, saying nothing. Nansu pointed at the box, stammering, You stole it so effortlessly? The proprietor initiated the deceit. My brother merely reciprocated in kind, Yan Ao Chuan remarked lazily, stifling a yawn. If we don't leave Jean Mantang soon, I shall fall asleep. Zhiruan turned around, noticing challengers taking turns at Yan Jun's previous position, the proprietor still wearing a cheerful expression as he continued to roll dice with patrons. Let us depart swiftly, it would be troublesome if we were discovered, she cautioned. Mu Hongying turned to stop a passerby to inquire about the location of Jean Mantang. Turn right down this street and enter the alley, the person instructed. The exterior of the loft appeared unremarkable, yet as Zhiruan and her companions drew near, two vigilant guards cast wary glances their way. With the mask, you may enter, one of the guards announced. The obstructing guard then stepped aside, allowing them to open the grand entrance of the loft. Although plain from the outside, the interior was lavishly adorned, filled with opulent patrons, and the gaming tables occupied the entire floor. Zhiruan looked up, observing that Jean Mantang comprised 5 levels, aligned with Chao Fanyi's description of 5 tiers of wagers. The higher the floor, the greater the stakes. Yan Ao Chuan opened the box and donned the cold iron-green dragon mask over his face. A nearby attendant approached eagerly, inquiring, esteemed guest, will you be ascending to the 2nd level directly? Ah, so this is a mask for the 2nd level, Mu Hongying whispered, lowering her voice. Yan Jun asked, what can one wager on the 2nd level? The attendant gazed at Yan Ao Chuan and replied with a smile, since this guest possesses a 2nd level mask. He likely understands. The 1st level is for monetary gains, the 2nd for information, the 3rd for power, and the 4th can even result in a life being taken. Upon hearing the phrase taking a life, Yan Jun's smile faltered momentarily, prompting Yan Ao Chuan to continue. If one can take a life on the 4th level, what if I desire the Emperor's demise? To this day, no one has surpassed the 4th level. The attendant maintained his cheerful demeanor. Zhiruan then inquired, and what of the 5th level? The 5th level? The attendant shook his head apologetically. I regret to say I am unaware. It is presided over personally by the hall master. The victor may request anything from the hall master, yet I have yet to witness a guest reach the 5th level. Chao Fanyi interjected, we seek information about a particular individual. In that case, winning at the 2nd level will suffice, the attendant said, bowing as he pointed the way. Up these stairs leads to the 2nd level. Best of luck to you all. Yan Ao Chuan stepped forward, but after a couple of strides, he turned back to Zhiruan, asking, would you prefer to wait outside with Mu Hongying? I wish to see as well, Zhiruan replied, meeting his gaze. Suit yourself. Yan Ao Chuan turned around and continued to ascend. The atmosphere on the 2nd floor was markedly different from that of the 1st. The 1st floor was teeming with people, a multitude of gamblers, whereas the 2nd floor had significantly fewer patrons. The gambling tables were not only fewer in number, but also distinctively different in nature. There were no dice cups nor any money in sight. Instead, 2 solid wooden panels flanked the small tables, with another solid wooden barrier in the middle. A fist-sized hole had been carved at the bottom, through which a cotton thread passed, with wooden cups made of paulownia at both ends. A speaking tube murmured Zhiruan. Indeed, the 2nd floor was not for gambling money. A young girl, delicate and enchanting, rose from one of the small tables and approached Zhiruan. You can tell you're all novices. I've been here a few times and never made it past the 2nd question. You might as well give up. 2nd question? Zhiruan looked at Yan Ao Chuan in confusion. Could it be that the stakes on the 2nd floor were questions? The attendants of Jean Mantang would pose 3 questions. The girl continued, if you answer correctly, you can proceed to the next level. 3 questions? How difficult can that be? Nansu murmured. Do not underestimate it, the girl replied, her tone deflated. The questions from Jean Mantang vary each time, and they can be quite tricky. Song Zhiruan regarded the girl thoughtfully. May I ask your name? The girl smiled kindly. My name is Ayu. Miss Ayu. Could you perhaps divulge some of the questions posed by Jean Mantang? Song Zhiruan inquired softly. Ayu looked troubled. I cannot disclose that. It's against the rules of Jean Mantang. If I reveal anything, I want to be able to return here again. Why not give it a try? Mu Hongying suggested. Yin Jun nodded and took a seat at an empty table. Soon, a sound arose from the opposite seat as Ayu picked up the Polonia cup and tapped on the wooden panel before her, signaling Yin Jun to bring it to her ear. Song Zhiruan observed as Yin Jun listened intently, then picked up the cup and whispered. It's the old master of the Yin family. The other party tapped the wooden panel, and Yin Jun turned back to them, conveying, the first question has been passed. Nansu, curious, asked, what was the question? How did you answer so quickly? They asked who the previous imperial teacher was. And I answered the old master of the Yin family. Is it really that easy? Nansu glanced at Ayu. Little sister. It doesn't seem as difficult as you said. Perhaps you're just too young to understand. Ayu chuckled in response. It's not that I'm too young. I simply couldn't answer. If you don't believe me, why not try the second question? Yan Ao Chuan placed a hand on Yin Jun's shoulder. Let us give the second question a try. Yin Jun lifted the Polonia cup to her ear, her expression growing increasingly grave. The others looked at him in confusion as he slowly lowered the cup, refraining from answering directly. What is the second question? Yan Ao Chuan inquired. Yin Jun furrowed his brow. They said that before the old master of the Yin family became the Grand Protector, he served as the secretary of the Secretariat. They asked what book the late emperor had given to the old master before his passing. This matter had indeed surfaced several years ago when the late emperor, aware of his impending demise, had summoned everyone from the hall, leaving only the old master of the Yin family before him, to whom he entrusted a book. Rumors regarding that book abound, yet the truth remains elusive to all. Who can truly know? Mu Hongying's expression grew increasingly solemn alongside Yin Jun's. Nansu could hardly have anticipated that the initial inquiry would be trivial, only for subsequent questions to prove so formidable. Could it be that they would have to return and consult old Master Yin? However, Ayu had previously mentioned that each visit brought forth different questions. Perhaps this was the sole occasion they would encounter such a dilemma. Coincidentally, Jean Montang's inquiry pertained to the Yin family, which ought to be less daunting than other matters. I shall give it a try, suddenly spoke Song Zhiruan, who had remained silent until now. Upon seeing her take a seat, Yan Ao Chuan mimicked Yin Jun's demeanor. Lifting the wooden cup to his lips, and in a hushed tone remarked, the late emperor bestowed the book upon old master. It is Shishua Senyu. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether she had guessed or genuinely known. A sudden knock echoed from the wooden panel, indicating affirmation. How do you know? Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow and inquired. Song Zhiruan, having initially felt relieved to answer the question, now felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the youth's interrogation. This matter had been revealed to her by Sima Luo in her past life. Chapter 68. Intoxicated in the illustrious Yin family, during the time of the ailing former emperor. The elder, although yet to ascend to the esteemed position of Grand Protector, had already assumed the mantle of the family patriarch, which earned him the former emperor's profound trust. In the twilight of his life, the former emperor dismissed all present and entrusted a tome to the elder, a book titled Shishua. Yet, the essence of that book was of little consequence. What truly mattered lay within its pages. Song Zhiruan vividly recalled that after the demise of Emperor Sima Luo had mentioned to her that the former emperor, prior to his passing, had bestowed Shishua upon Elder Yin. Within the pages, a confidential letter was concealed. The former emperor's sons were all exceptionally gifted, and the struggle for the throne was inevitable. The former emperor had refrained from naming a crown prince out of concern that his favorite son might become a target. Aware of the necessity for support from the noble families, the former emperor, before his death, not only left a decree for the crown prince affixed behind the plaque in the Zikan Hall, instructing his ministers to proclaim it, but also devised a contingency. He inscribed his chosen successor in the confidential letter and entrusted it to the elder. Should anyone attempt to alter the decree, Elder Yin would possess the means to act. The illustrious Yin family would rally behind his chosen son. Yan Ao Chuan regarded Song Zhiruan with skepticism, waiting for her response that seemed to linger in the air. What was she pondering? Snapping back to reality, Song Zhiruan lowered her voice and said, "It was Uncle Yuntung who mentioned it during a casual conversation with my father." It is worth noting that Sima Yuntung, the youngest son of the former emperor, was indifferent to the throne due to his penchant for a leisurely lifestyle, thus posing no threat to Emperor Sima. The bond between the two brothers had always been harmonious. Most of what Emperor Sima knew was shared with Sima Yuntung. Upon hearing her response, Yan Ao Chuan refrained from further inquiries. The next question soon followed. Yan Jun held a wooden cup to his ear, pausing momentarily before directing his gaze toward Zhiruan. Ji, the third question is one that Jean Mantang requires you to answer. Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yan Ao Chuan, and after a brief hesitation, she took her place at Yan Jun's side. Previously, she had merely watched Yan Jun respond, but now, as she prepared to answer, a wave of anxiety washed over her. The voice emanating from the wooden cup was clear and steady. For the third question, please state which prince the Yin family intends to support next. In that instant, she lifted her gaze to the assembly behind her. It was then that she comprehended that Jean Mantang was not merely testing them with questions. The notion of passing through the second barrier to receive information was but a facade. Jean Mantang sought the secrets they possessed in exchange for the knowledge they desired. This was a transaction. Failure to answer the third question would equate to defeat. Yan Ao Chuan, noticing the complexity of her expression, leaned closer and inquired, "What troubles you?" Zhiruan inhaled deeply. The fact that Jean Mantang directed the question to her instead of Yan Jun indicated that they were already aware of their identities and intentions. They doubted Yan Jun would respond truthfully, leaving her with a critical dilemma. Presently, the Yin family had no prince they intended to support. Zhiruan understood that speaking empty words at this moment would be futile, thus she could only respond honestly to the wooden cup. Each prince possesses their own strengths, yet also bears distinct weaknesses. The crown prince's position has yet to be established, although the Yin family holds the title of the foremost family. They possess no authority to interfere with the emperor's decisions. While the Yin family currently has no prince to support, their loyalty to the ruling family remains unwavering. The decisions of the ruling family dictate the direction in which the Yin family will follow. Having spoken, Zhiruan set the wooden cup down from her lips and placed it beside her ear. She had answered the third question posed by the noble, thereby progressing to the next level. With a sigh of relief, she set the wooden cup aside, and upon rising, a masked servant handed her a silken pouch. Our master has stated that should you all wish to visit Jinmintang again in the future, you will be warmly welcomed. Nansu gazed at Zhiruan with admiration. Sister Song, how do you manage to be so remarkable? What did they inquire in the third question? How do you respond so effortlessly? Yan Ao Chuan, who had been nearest, though he had not heard the question posed, could surmise the inquiry based on Zhiruan's response. They even gifted a mask. Mu Hongying pointed to the pure gold peony mask brought by the servant. That must be worth quite a sum. Yan Jun glanced at the pouch and addressed the group. Let us exit for now. Zhiruan nodded, turning to find that the young Lady Ayu had already vanished without a trace. Upon leaving Jinmintang, Yan Jun opened the pouch, revealing only a slip of paper that indicated Mu Yuan was at the city god temple 10 miles outside the city. Tomorrow morning, we can report this to the Ministry of Justice and request their assistance in apprehending him. A smile graced Mu Hongying's face. I fear there may be unforeseen changes by tomorrow. Just to be safe, I shall go seek the Minister of Justice now. Yan Jun tucked the note away, eager to depart, yet noticed that 2 individuals were missing. But where have a Chuan and a Su gone? Xiaofeng replied. They were thirsty and went to purchase some tea. Zhiruan turned to see the 2 returning, carrying several cups of tea. Aren't you 2 going to drink? She inquired. Nansu shook his head. We were too thirsty. We finished our drinks at the stall earlier. Yan Jun instinctively took a cup, sniffing it, only to furrow his brow in concern. Unbeknownst to Zhiruan, she observed Yan Ao Chuan still wearing the dark blue dragon mask. Now that we are outside, you may remove the mask. This is rice wine, Yan Jun stated. Mu Hongying, who had been parched for quite some time, drank it all in one go. This rice wine is quite delightful, rich in flavor and pleasantly sweet. Xiaofeng, noting Yan Jun's remark, scrutinized the rice wine. There is no poison in this. Indeed. There is no poison, Yan Jun remarked, glancing at Yan Ao Chuan with a hint of concern, for he had a low tolerance for alcohol, particularly rice wine. Oh, how could I have forgotten about this? Nansu quickly looked at Yan Ao Chuan. You usually become drowsy even from the lightest fruit wine. How do you feel now? Zhiruan examined the young man, his face fully concealed by the mask, revealing only a pair of slender, dark eyes, shimmering yet clear. I am fine. Let us return first. Yan Jun was eager to seek out the Minister of Justice, yet she was also concerned for her brother. Having previously witnessed Yan Ao Chuan's drunken antics, Yan Ao Chuan remained silent and walked directly to the stone bench nestled within the grove. It seemed he was indeed intoxicated. As Nansu frowned, Zhiruan, aware of Yan Jun's urgent business, suggested, You should go ahead. I shall accompany the 5th young master back. Mu Honging interjected. It's too late. I will accompany you. Too late. Nansu suddenly interrupted. Second brother is frail, and Miss Mu, you must escort him to the Ministry of Justice. Qiao Fengyi wore a knowing smile. Miss Qiao, it is late. Allow me to see you home, Nansu offered politely. Yin Jun looked at her anxiously. Aji, I must trouble you with this. You two must take care. They will be fine, second brother, Nansu insisted, pulling Yin Jun and Qiao Fengyi forward. Mu Honging had no choice but to follow suit. Only Zhiruan remained with Yan Ao Chuan. She glanced at the youth seated on the stone bench, sighed softly, and approached him quietly. Can you still move? She squatted beside Yan Ao Chuan, lifting her face to meet his gaze. The night breeze rustled through the leaves. And as Yan Ao Chuan heard the gentle voice of the young woman, he slowly raised his head. Shall I fetch you a cup of tea to soothe? Zhiruan lifted her chin, and suddenly, a rough hand brushed against her cheek. The calloused fingers grazing the corners of her eyes, provoking a fleeting itch. Chapter 69. Eyes closed, the wind tousled the youth's hair, as dark as ink, causing it to whip against the cold iron mask. His obsidian eyes, seemingly devoid of human warmth, fixated on her with an unsettling intensity, brimming with unspoken emotion. Zhiruan's delicate fingers curled inward, sensing the boy's disquiet. Are you feeling unwell? He lowered his gaze, his voice gravelly. Zhiruan furrowed her brow, recalling Yin Jun's grave expression moments earlier, and quickly inquired, What is bothering you? Can you heal? He smiled faintly, his hand lingering on her face, gently caressing the soft flesh of her cheek with his fingertips. An increasing sense of unease enveloped Zhiruan as she raised her hand to his forehead, finding it cool to the touch. The youth, however, continued to stare at her, his thick eyelashes casting shadows on his lower eyelids, fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, exuding an unsettling innocence. What have you discovered? He asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Feeling her face flush under his gaze, Zhiruan instinctively withdrew her hand, murmuring that he did not have a fever. You touched the wrong place. He grasped her wrist and slowly guided her hand to his chest, covering it with his own. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat pulsed through her fingertips, and though separated by fabric, it felt unnaturally warm. Gently, here. His hoarse voice resonated above her. And as Zhiruan looked up, the iron mask loomed closer without warning. Are you frightened? He gazed at her through the mask, his fingers gently stroking her chin. As if teasing a small kitten, drunken Yan Ao Chuan was a different persona entirely, as if he had transformed into another being. Zhiruan's mind spiraled into chaos, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. Frightened? Of what? The corners of his eyes lifted slightly, and the abyss of his pupils reflected her startled face, holding a hint of mockery. Then you are not afraid. Zhiruan felt her chin tilt upward, her body stiffening as an icy chill enveloped her lips. It was as though a drum was incessantly pounding against her left chest, her heartbeat faltering. He kissed her through the mask. Despite the absence of skin-to-skin contact, she could not suppress the shivers coursing through her, her lashes fluttering uncontrollably. When she opened her eyes, she found him staring unblinkingly at her. Even as he leaned in to kiss her, he did not close his eyes, locking her in with a bold and unadulterated gaze, akin to a beast with overwhelming control, leaving her with no means of resistance, only to submit to his playful torment. Zhiruan's breath quickened. In her heart, Yan Ao Chuan was certainly not such a bold individual. The contact lasted but a fleeting moment, yet it felt interminably long. Even in her past life as she wed Sima Luo, she had never shared such intimate gestures with him. At that time, Sima Luo had discerned her lukewarm feelings towards him, more a sense of gratitude than genuine affection. And on their wedding day, he vowed to wait until she fully loved him before he would act indiscreetly. Before that promise, he had refrained from any impropriety. Why was her mind wandering at such a moment? Yan Ao Chuan, unbeknownst to him, retreated at some point, pressing his forehead against the delicate hollow of her neck. His fervent breath escaped through the crevices of his mask, cascading into her collar, igniting a searing sensation that rendered her entire being numb. Softly, he turned his face, yet did not withdraw from her neck, akin to a gentle caress, an ambiguous intimacy that felt excessively close. Do you desire this? The moment Zhiruan heard those three words, her entire being froze. Yan Ao Chuan, please, do not behave this way. Her cheeks flushed crimson, shoulders instinctively curling in an attempt to deter his lingering presence. Softly, why are you so easily embarrassed? Yan Ao Chuan's gaze roamed over her form, a predatory intensity that was foreign to him when sober, yet now overwhelmed her defenses. His fingertips playfully prodded her nose and cheek. Zhiruan instinctively recoiled with each gentle poke. Are you a shy mimosa? His teasing made her feel vulnerable, yet suddenly he cradled her face, brushing the mask against her forehead, trailing downwards, and nestled once more into the crook of her neck, almost as if he were teasing her. Softly, "You are my shy mimosa." A taut string within her mind snapped, threatening to unravel. "Grant me another kiss, will you?" He abruptly lifted his hand, discarding the cold iron mask with casual ease, revealing a strikingly handsome face before her. Perhaps the effects of alcohol had flushed his cheeks, and the depths of his eyes shimmered with a mingling of desire and reluctance. Softly, "Be obedient." Zhiruan found herself utterly immobilized, her body rendered incapable of movement. She knew she should protest vocally, yet her lips felt sealed, unable to utter a single word. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips, interpreting her silence as acquiescence. She remained frozen, her gaze fixated on his handsome visage as it drew ever closer, warm breath mingling with the sweet scent of rice wine, enveloping her senses. Softly, "Close your eyes." Chapter 70. Soft. I cherish you. The moonlight cascaded like exquisite satin, delicately draping over the two individuals in close proximity, as if bestowing upon them a veil of modesty. The night market, once bustling with energy, had quieted in the mere span of a moment. The vendors had dispersed, and the surrounding ambience had surrendered to tranquility. "Soft, close your eyes." The youth's voice resonated, imbued with an enchanting quality. It was unmistakably not a command. Yet without conscious thought, Zhiruan found herself complying, her eyelids fluttering shut. After a brief pause, she sensed that he had not yet moved. Her fingers trembled, and she dared to open her eyes, only to be met by a wave of shadow advancing towards her. The boy's chin was firmly pressed against her nose, his lips brushing softly against her forehead, a sensation both unfamiliar and intoxicating, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Yan Ao Chuan intended to kiss her. For a fleeting moment, she instinctively thought, yet, in the next heartbeat, his warm lips withdrew from her forehead, and he lowered his face, their noses grazing against one another in a tender dance. "Soft." He murmured her name, his fingertips tracing her quivering eyelashes. "I cherish you." The boy's long-suppressed affection surged forth at last, mingling with the effects of the alcohol that had loosened his tongue. He had endured this feeling for far too long. Had it not been for the intoxication, he might have never uttered those words in his lifetime. He leaned his head against her shoulder, his lips hovering near her earlobe, softly repeating, "Soft, soft, soft." Zhiruan felt as though her heart had been struck repeatedly with a fist, rising abruptly from his side. The boy, still dazed, could not react in time as he collapsed onto the stone bench. She gazed at the slumped figure of Yan Ao Chuan, her fists gradually tightening as she strode towards the exit of the ghost market. 1 step, 3 steps, 10 steps. Just as she contemplated moving forward, she sensed warmth trickling down her cheek. Turning back, she cast her eyes upon the stone bench once more. The boy's tall frame was curled upon the narrow seat, his eyes tightly closed, his brow furrowed in distress. Zhiruan had always been one to love deeply, and consequently, she had endured heartache. Faced with her feelings once again, especially towards Yan Ao Chuan, she found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure. She longed to move forward, yet it felt as if her legs were ensnared, unable to advance. Fu Yuanzai encountered Yan Jun at the entrance of the ghost market, who informed him that Yan Ao Chuan had succumbed to intoxication and required assistance. Upon locating Yan Ao Chuan, Fu Yuanzai discovered Zhiruan standing before the stone bench, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, having lingered for an indeterminate time. "Miss Song, allow me to assist the young master back." Fu Yuanzai's voice broke her reverie, and she responded with alacrity, helping him lift Yan Ao Chuan into the carriage. As dawn broke, the horizon painted with the faintest light. It was past the hour of the rabbit. Yan Jun had rushed to the Ministry of Justice throughout the night, only to be thwarted by the locked doors. For it was too late. Concerned that waiting for the appointed hour might lead to unforeseen complications, he resolved to seek out the Minister of Justice, enabling him to proceed to the city god temple located 10 miles beyond the city outskirts. Upon arriving at the temple, she immediately noticed a rope hanging from the beam, with Mu Yuan suspended above. By the time he was brought down, he had already lost his breath. She had come too late. When the news reached the peony courtyard, Zhiruan was in the midst of changing her attire. According to the study plan she had previously set for Yan Ao Chuan, she was due to visit the Xian Chao courtyard today to check on his progress. However, the events of the previous night had been exceedingly troubling. She had promised him that once he successfully entered the court after the imperial examination, she would discuss the dissolution of their engagement with the matriarch. Yet, their recent closeness forced them to confront their relationship head-on, a confrontation she was not prepared for. She was acutely aware of Yan Ao Chuan's unwavering ambitions. This predicament pushed them to a point of indecision, a dilemma that weighed heavily upon her mind. Miss. Yin Lu gently nudged Song Zhiruan's shoulder, bringing her back to reality. Your attire is ready, Mississippi. You may proceed to the Xin Chao courtyard, Yin Lu reminded her. Just then, he rushed in from the corridor, breathless as she reported, Miss, it's terrible news, Mu Yuan has died. A jolt of shock coursed through Song Zhiruan. Dead? She echoed. He nodded, explaining, the second young master was concerned that you might hear malicious rumors, so he sent someone to inform you at the peony courtyard. They said that upon arriving at the city god temple last night, he had already hanged himself. Her fingertips grew icy as a dreadful realization dawned on her. Mu Yuan was innocent. How could he have taken such a drastic step? He and Yin Lu exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. They were baffled by the earlier mention of the Chiu family and King Kong, having no idea when the miss had dispatched someone to follow Chiu Pan south. Nor were they aware of when Sima Yunting had discussed King Kang's alleged treachery with Song Shi. Yet, they knew the miss would not lie. However, Mu Yuan was blameless. He should have fought to clear his name, not succumb to despair. They were perplexed, but it was evident that their mistress was in great distress. Has the second young master returned? Song Zhiruan inquired. He recalled. The servant who came to deliver a message from the second young master mentioned that he had returned to change his clothes and would soon head to the Ministry of Punishment. He specifically sent me to relay this. Prepare yourself. We shall go to the second young master's courtyard first. Song Zhiruan took a thin fur cloak from behind the screen and draped it over her shoulders. Having visited the ghost market last night and assisted Yan Ao Chuan back, she had caught a chill and was now suffering from a slight headache and cough. She was well aware of her own frail constitution and did not dare to be negligent. Once suitably attired, she made her way to Yin Jun's courtyard. Upon her arrival, the servants informed her that Yin Jun had changed and was now in the study. Song Zhiruan hurried over. Realizing that her unannounced visit might be considered impolite, she knocked lightly on the door of the study. Second young master, it's me. I've heard about Mu Yuan and wish to inquire about certain matters. The door was opened swiftly, but the one who answered was not Yin Jun. The young man appeared to have had a restless night, evident from the faint dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing her, he frowned. So early. Why didn't you rest a bit longer before coming? Upon witnessing the individual who opened the door, Song Zhiruan felt a sudden jolt in her heart, instinctively wishing to evade but, mindful of the affairs concerning the Mu family, found herself at a loss, neither able to retreat nor advance, ultimately choosing to remain motionless in place. The young girl stood transfixed, her expression akin to that of one who had encountered a specter. Yan Ao Chuan observed the faint blush that adorned her cheeks and glanced at the fox fur cloak draped over her shoulders, contemplating its removal. Noticing her lack of vigor, he kindly extended his hand to assist her in loosening the knot around her neck, but this startled Song Zhiruan, prompting her to retreat 2 steps and deliver a sharp slap to the back of his hand, producing a resounding crack. Yan Ao Chuan quickly felt a stinging pain in his hand, incredulously gazing at her, questioning, Why did you strike me? From within the study, Yin Jun's voice emerged. Ji. Please come in. Song Zhiruan shot a glare at the youth, remaining silent as she directly entered the study. Yan Ao Chuan paused momentarily, casting a bewildered glance at the dazed fire crane outside the corridor before following her inside. Second young master, I have heard from those you dispatched regarding Mu Yuan's situation. He would not have taken his own life but was surely murdered. As Song Zhiruan saw Yin Jun seated at the writing desk, she began to analyze. It is possible that our visit to the ghost market yesterday leaked information, and someone with ill intentions pursued Mu Yuan, killing him and disguising the act as a suicide. Yan Ao Chuan approached her side, affirming, we had just discussed this possibility. However, as he drew closer, the young girl suddenly shifted away, distancing herself from him as if perceiving him as a predatory beast. Yan Ao Chuan hesitated, his gaze ambiguously sweeping across Song Zhiruan's face, which was lowered in concentration on the desk, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Even if one wished to investigate, it was too late. Yin Jun shook his head, stating that the Minister of Justice had reported Mu Yuan's supposed suicide, prompting the emperor to issue a decree classifying the matter as one of self-inflicted demise due to guilt. Song Zhiruan was taken aback by this revelation. Although Mu Yuan had not frequented the Mu family, he was nonetheless a member of it. Yin Jun spoke solemnly. The emperor summoned General Mu moments ago. Even if there are no severe punishments, some minor reprimand is inevitable. The speed with which the emperor defined this case was astonishing. Surely, someone was intervening behind the scenes. Clenching her fists, Song Zhiruan realized that Yin Jun still needed to report back to the Ministry of Justice, and she could not continue to press the matter, so she exited the study. As she made her way back to the peony courtyard, Her mind was consumed with contemplation. Those stirring the waters must be individuals who did not wish well for the Mu family. Who could harbor such intentions? Upon reaching the garden, she paused, feeling somewhat fatigued and wishing to rest, when a sound of footsteps approached from behind her. Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing the youth's voice, she instinctively stiffened. She then noticed Yan Ao Chuan suddenly leaning in closer, the lingering scent of rice wine from the previous night wafting towards her. Chapter 71. Amnesia even from a distance. Yan Ao Chuan felt a firm hand pressing down on his shoulder, preventing him from drawing any closer. Fifth young master. Zhiruan's complexion was undeniably flushed, a delicate blush adorning her neck and earlobes, making her appear pitifully vulnerable. Although we have established a betrothal, I implore you to exercise restraint. Restraint? Yan Ao Chuan paused, his hand suspended in midair, swaying slightly. I merely wish to touch your forehead. You seem rather flushed, as if suffering from a fever. Zhiruan was taken aback. Why are you behaving so strangely today? Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating her words. Fu Yuanzi mentioned this morning that you assisted me home last night. Could it be that I spoke out of turn? You. Zhiruan was astonished. You truly do not remember? Remember? What? He was utterly perplexed, his handsome visage clouded with confusion. Indeed, Yan Jun had remarked on Yan Ao Chuan's poor tolerance for alcohol, particularly rice wine. Could it be that he had indulged to the point of forgetting the events of the previous night? Do you genuinely not recall? She scrutinized him closely. Yan Ao Chuan, arms crossed, looked down at her. Zhiruan, what exactly do you wish to convey? Do you perhaps look down upon my capacity for drink? A fleeting moment of bewilderment flickered in her eyes, accompanied by a nebulous feeling in her heart. Shouldn't she feel relieved and pleased that he did not remember those events? Why, then, did her chest feel so constricted? I admit, my tolerance is somewhat lacking. Yan Ao Chuan tilted his chin, clearly displeased. Yet it was not for her to mock him. His demeanor seemed to revert to that of before his drunken state. I did not mock you. Zhiruan sighed, contemplating before she spoke again. It was merely that I grew somewhat fatigued from assisting the fifth young master home last night. I wish to rest. Upon hearing this, Yan Ao Chuan quickly noticed that her complexion was indeed much poorer than usual, strikingly pale. Are you unwell? Zhiruan shook her head as she stood. I am fine. I just need to sleep for a bit. Yan Ao Chuan understood that the young lady had a tendency to be stubborn, and was about to inquire further when he caught a glimpse of her swaying figure, indicating she might be about to fall. Zhiruan. He reacted swiftly, catching her before she could collapse. You still claim you're fine? The anxiety in his gaze was palpable as he hurriedly reached to check her forehead. It felt warm, though not excessively so. Fifth young master, I assure you I am well. I merely stood too quickly and experienced a moment of dizziness. Zhiruan had indeed experienced a brief episode of darkness before her eyes. However, she was accustomed to her frail constitution and knew that there was no serious concern. Please let me go. I am truly. Before she could finish her sentence, a coolness pressed against her forehead. Yan Ao Chuan leaned closer, gently feeling the temperature of her forehead with his cheek, occasionally shifting his face, his expression unusually earnest. What are you doing, fifth young master? Zhiruan was taken aback, her heart racing due to his sudden action. She hastily pushed against him, attempting to extricate herself from the firm embrace of the young man's broad chest. Let go of me. Let go. As she uttered the second phrase, she was abruptly lifted off the ground, feeling a dizzying whirl before being cradled back into his arms. Do not speak. The youth's tone was rarely so grave, his strides both swift and steady, compelling her to grasp his neck for support. In truth, there was no need for her to maintain her balance, despite his rapid pace. He ensured she did not sway or feel on the verge of collapse, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Zhiruan, does the Yin family often neglect your meals? His words momentarily stunned her. So light, like a wisp of smoke. As he spoke softly, his brow furrowed tightly, akin to a guardian delivering a reprimand. After Zhiruan departed, Yinlu began tidying up the room, arranging the cosmetics box, but accidentally kicked over the charcoal basin by the bed, scattering ashes across the floor. In a flurry, she crouched down to clean up, just managing to toss a few salvaged pieces of charcoal back into the basin when she heard hurried footsteps from outside the courtyard. Rising to her feet, she peered through the window and immediately spotted her young mistress being carried by young Master Yin towards the main house. Earlier that morning, Zhiruan had indeed felt unwell, prompting Yinlu to rush over. Miss, where do you feel discomfort? Yan Ao Chuan, still holding her, commanded in a low voice, You go find a doctor. Yinlu darted out of the courtyard at his behest, her movements so swift that Zhiruan barely had time to speak, resigning herself to being carried into the main house. She had assumed he would pause upon reaching the outer room, yet he continued past the screen, carrying her to the bedside. Although they were engaged, they had not yet married, making this behavior inappropriate. "Young master, please set me down. I am fine now," she urged. "What is the rush?" Yan Ao Chuan glanced at her, responding, "Is this not me setting you down?" As he took a couple of steps forward to place her on the bed, he unexpectedly stepped on something, and with a sudden slip, he tumbled forward, landing them both on the mattress. In that moment, they found themselves entwined, rolling to the center of the bed. The weight of his solid frame left Zhiruan gasping for breath, and as she lifted her head, she felt a sudden pressure against her chest. Alarmed, she glanced up, only to find the young man's head resting on her bosom, his face nestled against her. Chapter 72. Entangled. Yan Ao Chuan initially felt as though he had fallen onto the bed, his face buried in a pillow that was soft and fragrant, its sweet aroma soothing to the senses. He instinctively wondered if Zhiruan had stuffed the pillow with fresh flowers or fruits. He would certainly ask Su Shan to inquire about it later, hoping to procure one for himself to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Yan Ao Chuan. The woman's voice was rarely so sharp, filled with indignation. Yan Ao Chuan, confused, lifted his face, only to abruptly realize that he was not resting on an ordinary pillow. Yes, I'm sorry." Flustered, he scrambled off her, his cheeks aflame. I lost my balance. I didn't mean to fall." Zhiruan's face was flushed to the point of resembling a ripe fruit. "Could you please get off me?" All right. I'll get down right away." Yan Ao Chuan felt as if his limbs were no longer his own as he struggled to free himself from the quilt entangled around his legs. Just as he was about to descend, he felt a constricting sensation around his waist, rendering him immobile. "Wait." Zhiruan's tone had shifted from urgency to a hint of anxiety. "Don't move." As Yan Ao Chuan glanced down, he realized that the fastening at his waist was caught on the silver bell of the auspicious bracelet adorning Zhiruan's wrist, the bell and the clasp hopelessly intertwined. If he were to pull back any further, the clasp might sever the delicate silver bell from the bracelet. "Please, don't move." Zhiruan attempted to untangle the bell from the clasp, but her left hand struggled with the task. "Let me try." With both hands empty, Yan Ao Chuan knelt before her, leaning forward to work at the knot. From this angle, Zhiruan could only see his high ponytail cascading chaotically in the air. He lowered his gaze, his lashes falling gracefully, while his loosely parted clothing revealed his well-defined abdominal muscles, which were strikingly eye-catching. Unbeknownst to him, he remained focused on the intricate knot. Embarrassed by her dwindling focus, Zhiruan felt her cheeks heat further, her breaths becoming slightly heavier. Why is this so difficult? As her emotions wavered, Yan Ao Chuan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his brows furrowed tightly, his nose twitching involuntarily. "You look like a little dog," she remarked, pausing before suggesting, "Perhaps I should handle it after all." Reluctantly, Yan Ao Chuan conceded, spreading his hands to facilitate her efforts. Leaning forward to brace himself on either side of her, Zhiruan felt a flutter in her chest at his proximity. Such a posture made it seem as though he was pressing down upon her. "Is it done?" he asked, his lips curving into a slight smile, tilting his head as he patiently awaited her resolution. The intensity of his gaze only heightened Zhiruan's nervousness, a fine sheen of sweat forming in her palms, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. "Perhaps we should just cut it," Yan Ao Chuan suggested, noting her struggle and concern for her discomfort. "We can't cut it," Zhiruan exclaimed, instinctively protecting the auspicious bracelet on her right hand, her anxiety palpable. "I meant my clothing." Yan Ao Chuan chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the auspicious bracelet on her wrist as if by chance. "Is this bracelet of great significance to you?" "It is a gift from my father." "A coming-of-age present," Zhiruan replied, tenderly cradling the bracelet. "It is the last remnant he left me, thus it holds great importance to me." Yan Ao Chuan's smile faltered slightly as he caught a glimpse of the fleeting melancholy in her eyes, and he murmured, "Do not sever it." "Miss? Miss?" The voice of Hua he called from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the sound of several footsteps approaching the main house. "Miss? Fifth Master? The Madam is here," Hua he reported while guiding Madame Chu into the room. "Madam, please come in." At that moment, both Zhiruan and the youth lifted their faces in unison, a shared look of surprise passing between them. What shall we do? The situation was indeed precarious. They could not easily separate, and if Madame Chu were to see them, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. "I shall leave first." Yan Ao Chuan decisively resolved to rise from the bed. But any movement would cause the bracelet on Zhiruan's wrist to jingle dangerously, threatening to snap. "Do not move." Zhiruan anxiously rose, restraining the boy's actions as her gaze flitted about, finally resting on the bed curtains not far away. Aji, I have heard you have not been well. Are you feeling better now? Madame Chu inquired as she entered the main house, her greeting falling gently into the atmosphere. Chapter 73. Silken Tofu. The outside world was devoid of people, and the interior was enveloped in silence. Madame Chu had no choice but to venture into the inner chamber, where she noticed a thick layer of moon-white pearl curtains draped over the edge of the bed. The strings of pearls chimed softly in the breeze, obscuring much of the bed scene, rendering it difficult for Madame Chu to see clearly. Aji? She called, catching a faint glimpse of a figure on the bed, covered by a quilt, lying sideways, facing her. Aunt, you have arrived, came the soft, almost delicate voice of Song Zhiruan from behind the curtains. I had just fallen asleep and did not hear the announcement. I am truly sorry. Seeing the young woman making a move to rise, Madame Chu hastily interjected. Do not get up, Aji. Have you caught a chill? Have you summoned the doctor? Upon hearing Madame Chu's concern, Song Zhiruan cast a furtive glance behind her. Beneath the covers, Yan Ao Chuan was hidden behind her, their bodies nearly touching, a proximity that was unmistakable. Aunt, I have already instructed Yin Lu to fetch the doctor. It is nothing serious. You need not worry. I heard that you fainted in the garden. How could it be nothing serious? Madame Chu replied. Having received word that Song Zhiruan had collapsed, with many witnessing Yan Ao Chuan carrying her to the peony courtyard, suggesting the situation was dire. I have come to check if you have a fever. Madame Chu stood up, about to lift the curtain. Song Zhiruan, startled, instinctively recoiled, her back colliding with Yan Ao Chuan. Almost gasping out, and, do not come in. Madame Chu, taken aback by the urgency in her voice, hesitated. I must have caught a chill. And I fear I might pass on the illness to you. Song Zhiruan thought quickly. It would be best to wait for the doctor to examine me. Madame Chu regarded the figure behind the curtain with suspicion, glancing around in confusion. But where's Ao Chuan? Did he not carry you back? Song Zhiruan had not anticipated Madame Chu's keen awareness. He has gone back. This response left Madame Chu even more bewildered. Yan Ao Chuan was not the type to be indifferent, especially towards Song Zhiruan. How could he leave when she was in such a state? Where is the fifth young master? Hong, carrying hot tea, entered and, noticing Yan Ao Chuan's absence, expressed her confusion. Did not the servants say the fifth young master entered the room just now? Madame Chu's eyes flickered, and Hong handed her the ginger tea before directly lifting the curtain to enter. Before Song Zhiruan could react, Hong was already before her with the tea. Miss, you have caught a chill. Drinking some hot ginger tea will ease your discomfort. Song Zhiruan's expression stiffened as she shifted back slightly. No need, just place it aside. The bed was already small, and as Song Zhiruan continued to retreat, Yan Ao Chuan found himself with no space left to move, leaving her body pressed closely against his. Are you feeling so unwell? Hong observed the young woman's state with concern. Let me assist you. As the ginger tea was offered, Song Zhiruan was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to push it away. Just then, a muffled groan emanated from behind her. Her lower back was forced against Yan Ao Chuan's abdomen. Who was speaking? Fire Crane paused momentarily. No one. Song Zhiruan replied softly. The youth behind her could no longer contain his sharp intake of breath, his scorching exhalations cascading into the collar of her garment, sending tingles throughout her body. It reminded her of the intimate contact from the previous night. His fingertips, his lips, his breath enveloped her completely. As Song Zhiruan felt anxious and uneasy, the youth behind her was equally distressed. Yan Ao Chuan's breathing became labored, his atoms apple bobbing twice, as a soft, delicate figure, as tender as silken tofu, pressed into his embrace, making it nearly impossible for him to maintain his composure, especially since this person was his beloved. Chapter 74. Sun Air and the Flamingo. Suddenly, Madame Chu, standing beneath the screen, spoke up. The flamingo paused and turned back to inquire, What is it, madam? I just remembered that I have matters to attend to at the Wanchoutang today, so I shall not linger. Please wait for the doctor to examine me and then come back to report, Madame Chu replied, turning around. She glanced back at Song Zhiruan and finally instructed the flamingo. Please see me off. The flamingo was puzzled as to why Madame Chu, who had been concerned about the girl just moments ago, now wished to leave. Nevertheless, he followed her obediently. Yes, madam. At that moment, Yan Ao Chuan emerged from beneath the covers, exhaling a sigh of relief. I was suffocating in there. Song Zhiruan felt a twinge of worry, wondering if her aunt had discovered anything. What could she possibly find? We were so well concealed just now, Yan Ao Chuan remarked, resting his head on his hand, reclining on her pillow with an air of absolute ease, as if he were the true occupant of that bed. Young master. Upon hearing the tone of her voice, Yan Ao Chuan discerned a hint of suppressed annoyance, realizing that this was not his own bed. "I shall get up at once." The young man sprang to his feet, gracefully leaping off the bed, only then becoming aware of the clasp around his waist, which had inexplicably come undone. Zhiruan also lowered her gaze to the auspicious bracelet on her wrist, which remained intact. It was astonishing, for just moments ago they had been entangled in a seemingly inextricable knot, and now it had miraculously resolved itself. How peculiar indeed. Madame Chu exited the room with the flamingo, reminding her not to disturb Zhiruan's rest, to which the flamingo obediently complied. As they left the peony courtyard, Rui followed in Madame Chu's footsteps. She had accompanied Madame Chu but had remained at the door, thus unaware of the happenings inside. "Madam, how's Miss Song's condition? Is it severe?" Rui inquired. Hearing this, Madame Chu halted her steps, her gaze momentarily drifting. "Rui, what is it, madam?" Rui asked, concerned. Madame Chu's expression grew contemplative. "A Chuan and a Ji are no longer children." "Indeed, madam," Rui responded, uncertain as to why Madame Chu would entertain such thoughts after visiting the peony courtyard. Madame Chu hesitated, parting her lips several times without knowing how to articulate her thoughts. "To arrange for them to marry in 3 years, according to proper etiquette." "Do you think that is too long?" Rui shook her head. "Miss Song and young Master 5 have already made a pact. It is merely a matter of time. While 3 years may seem lengthy, it presents a fine opportunity for young Master 5 and Miss Song to cultivate their affections." "You speak true." Madame Chu inhaled deeply. Observing the anxious demeanor of the lady, Rui couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "What is it, madam? Do you yearn to become a grandmother and cradle a grandchild?" "Grandmother? Grandchild?" At the mention of these terms, Madame Chu felt her cheeks flush, her mind conjuring an image of a chubby infant reaching out to her with tiny hands, playfully seeking her embrace. "Do not speak nonsense." Although Madame Chu's lips could not help but curl upwards, she maintained her composure. In this regard, Aji consistently bore the brunt, as it was imperative to shield her from any harm. Rui looked at Madame Chu with confusion. Observing the woman deep in thought before she instructed her, "Please go to the storeroom and retrieve the book my father gifted me before my marriage, and take it to the Xianqiao courtyard." Though Rui did not comprehend Madame Chu's intentions, she had faith that the lady would not speak lightly and promptly proceeded to the storeroom. Meanwhile, Yan Ao Chuan watched as the physician diagnosed Zhiruan's pulse, confirming it was merely a chill before instructing someone to prepare herbal medicine, after which he departed from the peony courtyard. The following day, Mugu was summoned to the Purple Chancellery by the Emperor, his 2 significant assignments reassigned to other officials, and he was fined a year's salary. The Grand General of the state had always enjoyed the Emperor's trust, indicating the Emperor was genuinely enraged this time. Upon receiving the news, Zhiruan paused for a moment in silence before instructing Yin Lu to continue with her grooming. She had been preoccupied with various matters and had not had the opportunity to visit Yushur to oversee the business of floating light brocade. Although she had heard that the demand for floating light brocade continued to exceed supply, as the clandestine proprietor, she felt it necessary to make an appearance, lest she continually burden Dong Yang. Early that morning, she sent someone to inform the Xianqiao courtyard of the news. Coincidentally, Yan Ao Chuan had also been summoned out by Nan Su, thus both of them had matters to attend to that day, allowing their studies to be temporarily set aside. It was worth noting that ever since Dan Yang and the old matriarch had been promoting floating light brocade, Yushur had been bustling with people daily. Zhiruan had to elbow her way through the crowd, finally managing to reach the display of floating light brocade, where Dong Yang briefly acknowledged her with a nod amidst her busy schedule. As Hui and Yinlu turned to search for the account books for her review, a familiar voice rang out from the throng, laced with arrogance, as if seeking a confrontation. Zhiruan turned to see Dan Yang approaching, accompanied by 2 women adorned in veiled hats. "Are you mistaken? This is a place for floating light brocade, not some ragged garments. If you cannot afford it, you ought to leave at once," Dan Yang sneered, still harboring resentment from their previous encounter when she had been shoved into the water. Encountering Dan Yang at Yushur was unexpected for Zhiruan. She could not afford to offend her, nor could she simply evade the situation. Contemplating this, she turned and began to exit the shop, but midway, someone forcefully grasped her wrist, as if intent on crushing her bones. Chapter 75, Counterattack Sister Danong. "Please refrain from making a move." A voice, soft and melodious, emanated from another woman adorned with a veil. "Is this not the esteemed sister of the Song family?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhiruan instinctively furrowed her brows. It was Wimiao, the daughter of Sima Luo's uncle and Sima Luo's younger cousin. Although the Zhou family was also a noble lineage, they held little significance among the prominent families. Had it not been for Sima Luo's mother being chosen for her talents to enter the palace as a concubine, elevating the Zhou family's status, Danong would likely not have cast a second glance in Zhuo Miao's direction. In her previous life, Song Zhiruan had little entanglement with Zhuo Miao. However, a vague sense told her that this girl was not as innocent as she presented herself to be. Upon hearing Zhuo Miao's voice, Danyang's eyes flickered with a hint of impatience, yet she released Song Zhiruan. Ah Miao, one must not be excessively kind. Kindness invites deceit. Came Wang He's voice from another direction. Song Zhiruan truly regretted not consulting the almanac before venturing out today. The last time Yan Ao Chuan protected her so fiercely, where was he when it was time to settle debts? Wang He scoffed derisively. Although still young, she was a senior of Zhao Hua and the younger sister of the empress. The audacity of that brash lad, Yan Ao Chuan, to publicly cast her into the water was disgraceful. The reputations of both the Wang and Yang families had been sullied. Upon returning, she would face her grandmother's reprimands for provoking Yan Ao Chuan and for making things difficult for Song Zhiruan. As an elder, it was only natural for her to discipline a few juniors. The fifth young master must be studying. He cannot be perpetually wandering aimlessly, Song Zhiruan remarked coolly. If you ladies wish to browse, please do so at your leisure. I shall not accompany you further. Danong interjected, her hand raised to halt them, mocking. Does the fifth young master still aspire to study diligently? His energies seem misplaced. Wang He derided, a useless fellow. Yet he dreams of passing the imperial examinations and becoming an official. If he were to succeed, it would suggest that any dim-witted fool in the realm could claim the title of top scholar. Zhuo Miao glanced up. Noting that while Song Zhiruan had shown little reaction when she was bullied, her demeanor transformed into a sharp intensity upon discussing Yan Ao Chuan. You have not yet given him a chance, yet you have already made such definitive judgments. Is that not a tad hasty? Song Zhiruan curled her lips into a smile. Yet her expression remained frosty. It is akin to how others once presumed the union of the Wang family's second young master and the eldest daughter of the Yang family would be one of everlasting affection. Who could have predicted that after the birth of the Wang girl, their relationship would shatter? I recall your father recently clashing with the old Madame Wang over a concubine's affair. The topic of her parents had always been a sore spot for Wang He, a wound that had never been broached in her decades of life. Yet, here was Song Zhiruan, a girl from a fallen family, daring to tear open that wound and sprinkle salt upon it, striking her face before so many witnesses. And you, dear princess, Song Zhiruan raised an eyebrow, exhibiting no trepidation stemming from her family's decline. She met Zhuo Miao's gaze unflinchingly. I recall when the princess of Kong passed away due to illness. The prince wept bitterly before her spirit, vowing never to remarry. Yet, less than half a month later, his new concubine arrived, cradling your one-year-old half-brother. Danyang's eyes widened. Fist clenched, her entire body trembling with rage, her chest rising and falling erratically. She observed her opponent's gentle smile, seemingly oblivious to the offensive nature of her words. It was indeed a marvel. Merely half a month had passed since the passing of the princess consort, and now her half-brother had turned a year old. A topic that had ignited fervent discussions among the people. Zhuo Miao, peering through her veil, could not suppress her laughter. This Song Zhiruan was truly amusing. When she scolded the debauched scion of the Yin family, she became like a rabid animal. Wretched woman. Wang He, who usually maintained her composure, could no longer restrain herself and lunged at Song Zhiruan, attempting to tug at her hair. Danyang, who was already ill-tempered, felt her face flush with anger as Song Zhiruan brought up old grievances. She rushed forward to assist Wang He in seizing her arm. Zhuo Miao discreetly stepped back, allowing the two to unleash their frustration. Suddenly, before Wang He and Danyang could even touch a strand of Song Zhiruan's hair, they were forced to retreat by a red tassel spear that descended from the heavens. Sister Mu, Song Zhiruan exclaimed, gazing at Mu Hongying, who wore an expression of icy disdain as she brandished her spear in front of Wang He and Danong, effectively blocking their assault. With a swift leap, Mu Hongying positioned herself before Song Zhiruan, confronting the three of them. The Kong prince and the Wang family must have raised such ill-mannered individuals to resort to violence in public. Danyang had not anticipated encountering Mu Hongying here. The tomboy was fearless and had few friends, yet she was unexpectedly protective of Song Zhiruan. Your father has just been penalized. I advise you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of our noble family, Wang He retorted coldly. Noble family? Mu Hongying chuckled, her tone dripping with derision. What you term as a noble family is merely a rivalry among relatives. The Wang family and the Yang family, the Nan family and the Mu family. The Yin family and the Nan family, your matriarch is merely a friend of the Yin matriarch, and in the days of the late matriarch of the Song family. Your matriarch enjoyed a close relationship with her as well. So, now that the elders of the Song family are no longer present, you presume to bully the granddaughter of your family's old friend? Wang Heer was left speechless by this retort. Though she was significantly older than Song Zhiruan and remembered the days when the Song matriarch visited her grandmother frequently, she now looked down upon Song Zhiruan due to the decline of the Song family. They say that hearts can be as treacherous as those of wolves and dogs. Mu Hongying smiled, remarking, sometimes, human hearts are even more treacherous than those of wolves and dogs. You. Wang Heer glared at her. Sister Mu, let us leave. Song Zhiruan said. She had no intention of entangling herself with these individuals. Had they not insulted Yan Ao Chuan, she would not have exchanged a single word with them. Mu Hongying shielded her as they turned to leave, and Zhuan Miao floated a remark. We are all from noble families. Why must we be so adversarial? Song Zhiruan paused her steps, refraining from turning back. Once, my Song family was among the 4 great clans. And I recall how the princess of Danong would affectionately call me sister in the past. Now that my family has fallen from grace, she refers to me as a wretched being, who, I wonder, is truly at odds. The parties involved are well aware of the truth. In moments of calm, they harbor many petty individuals, yet in times of strife, they unveil numerous gentlemen. I extend my regards to you all. Zuamiru appeared contemplative, glancing back to see the 2 others jumping in agitation. Mu Hongying led Song Zhiruan out of the gates of Yushur, noticing a young girl beside her, with her head lowered and eyes cast down, behaving quite obediently. Mu Hongying found this rather amusing. Just moments ago, you were fierce and defiant, and now you present yourself as a model of virtue. Song Zhiruan pressed her lips together, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Mu, for your assistance earlier. We are friends, such formalities need not be mentioned. Mu Hongying waved her hand dismissively, resting her red tassel spear upon her shoulder. Upon hearing the term friends, Song Zhiruan paused. In her past life, before the fall of the Song family, she had few true friends. After entering the palace, only Yin Jing disregarded the rigid rules and befriended her, often accompanying her in the palace for conversation. Aji. I hear Yin Jun call you that. May I address you in the same manner? Mu Hongying tilted her head, regarding her. Of course, sister, Song Zhiruan replied, feeling a swell of emotion. However, you did not purchase any garments. This is all my fault. I had no intention of buying clothes, Mu Hongying replied, guiding her forward. I came to fetch you on behalf of Yan Ao Chuan. Fetch me? Song Zhiruan was taken aback. Yes, Mu Hongying turned to look at her. They are dining down this street. Sima Zhong is treating them. He mentioned previously not having properly apologized to Zhao Hua. Yan Ao Chuan has already arrived. I happened to pass by, and he was concerned you might get lost, so he asked me to bring you along. Though Zhao Hua had been raised to be willful, Sima Zhong was of good character. Song Zhiruan pondered this for a moment when suddenly a voice called out, halting her steps. Miss. Turning back, she saw the proprietor of Jean Louis, Master Jean, calling out to her. Miss, I knew I wouldn't be mistaken. I have seen such a flower-like beauty before. Master Jean hurried out from Jean Louis, warm in his greeting. Has your husband not come today? Husband? Song Zhiruan faltered, wondering if the proprietor had made an error. What husband? Master Jean shot her a playful glare. What pretense is this? Your husband pawned a treasured family heirloom to buy you clothes. Surely you remember that? Song Zhiruan was taken aback. Chapter 76. Becoming a grandmother ahead of time. Curious, Mu Hongying turned her gaze towards Song Zhiruan and, noticing the woman was momentarily stunned, inquired. What does he look like? Manager Jean, sensing the young lady's skepticism, exclaimed, You don't believe me? That young gentleman possesses striking good looks, dressed in fine garments. Unmatched in all of the capital, he is truly a dapper fellow. Mu Hongying chuckled. His penchant for adornment is indeed evident. He struts about like a flamboyant peacock, eager for all to know how much wealth he holds. Moreover, Manager Jean recalled that young gentleman remarked that his wife is exceptionally fair and beautiful, surpassing even celestial beings in her allure. Any garment worn by her is perfectly suited. Song Zhiruan felt her cheeks flush with warmth and softly suggested, Surely. He must have mistaken someone else for me. He seldom speaks in such a manner. Absolutely not, Manager Jean asserted confidently. I recommended a selection of garments to him, and he purchased them all in one go, 12 in total. Among them was our shop's prized item, the one you considered but did not buy. Strangely enough, in addition to preparing an outfit for you, he also acquired 6 others. Our staff speculated whether he might have 6 other admirers. Mu Hongying chuckled lightly, calculating that with the elderly matriarch and Aunt Nanshu, there indeed were 6 individuals in the Yan family. It seems he intended them for you. along with the others at home. Zhiruan felt a wave of heat wash over her, furrowing her brow as she questioned Manager Jean. Do you happen to know the location of the pawn shop he visited? Naturally, Manager Jean was delighted to assist, pointing across the street. Go quickly, my lady. I believe that heirloom is worth quite a sum. At the time, your husband could not muster the funds, so he pawned it for a note of 10,000 taels, claiming it was passed down from his grandfather's grandfather. Indeed, Yan Ao Chuan possessed an heirloom. Yan Jing had informed her that it was a white jade whistle crafted from Yangji white jade, quite precious, and he had cherished it since childhood, always keeping it close. Zhiruan hurriedly made her way to the pawn shop across the street, finding the proprietor leisurely occupied. She promptly asked, "Excuse me, did anyone pawn a white jade whistle around the end of last month?" The proprietor clearly recalled, the Yangji white jade piece? Yes, Zhiruan pressed anxiously. Has it been purchased in the meantime? Many have shown interest, but none have finalized the purchase. Not everyone in the capital can casually produce such a sum of silver. The proprietor noted, observing Zhiruan's eagerness. Are you looking to buy it? Zhiruan nodded. Earlier, when she visited the jade shop, Dong Yang had just handed her the earnings from the past half-month, amounting to nearly 20,000 taels. She initially intended to allocate part of it for the palace. After the fall of the Song family, her aunt's status had significantly diminished, although she held the title of noble consort. The attitude of Zhao Hua indicated that her aunt likely faced hardships within the palace. Without adequate funds, Zhiruan feared her aunt might be subjected to mistreatment. She intended to allocate a portion of the remaining funds to Yushur, while saving the final amount alongside the silver coins previously given to her by Dong Yang. This exquisite piece of Yangji white jade was immensely valuable, and the craftsmanship of the carved jade whistle was remarkably refined. The shopkeeper glanced at Zhiruan and asserted that it would roughly suffice at 20,000 taels. 20,000 taels? Zhiruan furrowed her brows. Realizing that the shopkeeper was attempting to inflate the price, presuming her youth equated to ignorance. Sir, I retrieved this jade on behalf of a friend. You offered in 10,000 taels, yet you now demand 20,000 from me. This seems rather inappropriate. Although not one to haggle. She was unwilling to be taken for a fool. Typically, pawnshops deduct 30% from the value when providing funds. Yet he had added a full 50% to her price. It's acceptable to seek profit, but such unscrupulousness was simply unacceptable. Mu Hongying, waiting outside, recognized that Zhiruan was likely being deceived by the shopkeeper's tricks and strode in boldly. What? Is he attempting to rob us? Upon seeing a fierce woman in red enter, armed with a spear taller than herself, the shopkeeper recoiled in fear, exclaiming, No, I don't want any trouble. If the heroine desires it, she may take it. Please spare me. With that, he retrieved a enamel box from beneath the counter, revealing the white jade whistle within. Observing this, Zhiruan produced 12,000 taels in silver notes and handed them to the shopkeeper. I do not intend to rob you. Earning a 20% profit is sufficient for you to remain closed for 2 years. I shall pay no more. The shopkeeper was left dumbfounded as she took the enamel box and exited the pawn shop alongside the red-clad heroine, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. I must say, you two make quite the amusing couple, Mu Hongying remarked, her spear on her back causing passers-by to step aside, while she herself remained unperturbed. Walking with her head held high, as if oblivious to the stares. One was pawning, the other redeeming, and others profited from their endeavors. Sister Mu. We are not yet wed, Zhiruan gently reminded, tucking the white jade whistle into her purse. After a moment's contemplation, she cautioned Mu Hongying. Please do not mention this to young Master Wu. Rest assured, I understand his pride and shall remain silent. Mu Hongying led them to the White Horse Loft, inquiring, Have you dined here before? The establishment before them was unpretentious, yet the entrance was bustling with patrons, a gilded Nama sign proclaiming White Horse Loft hung overhead. Its elegant script revealing the owner's vivacious character. The White Horse Loft. Initially, Zhiruan had not contemplated how her saved funds could be utilized. However, she had now indeed found her purpose. In her past life, the loft was renowned not merely for its delectable cuisine but also for its proprietor, Shobema. In recent years, the southern barbarians had been restlessly plotting to invade the territory of the Great Jane, but thanks to the steadfast leadership of Yang Yi, head of the Yang family, the southern frontier had been secured, earning him the unwavering trust of the populace. Yet, just 4 months from now, unrest would again arise in the south. While most citizens remained indifferent, only Shobema actively sought donations from the wealthy and powerful to stockpile grain. Wealthy merchants believe that troubles will not arise from the south, thus they refrained from investing in Shobema. Consequently, Shobema found himself lacking funds and ultimately sold the Baimalu, using the proceeds to procure a substantial stock of grain. At the time, the common folk regarded him as a madman. However, when Yang Yi unexpectedly neglected his duties, the southern barbarians indeed invaded. It was then that the populace, in a state of panic, recalled the necessity of stockpiling food. By that point, all the grain in the capital and the surrounding prefectures had been monopolized by Xiaobei. Ultimately, he sold the grain to everyone at prices that were at least 3 times higher than before. Thus, Xiaobei ascended to become the richest merchant in the capital. During the 2 years that Sima Luo held power, the national treasury could not even be compared to 1% of the wealth held by the Xiao family. Xiaobei was indeed the breakthrough point for Song Zhiruan. Come on, why are you dawdling? Mu Hongying turned back to see Song Zhiruan in a trance. Lost in her thoughts. Let us go. Song Zhiruan secretly contemplated, though her face revealed nothing, and she followed Mu Hongying directly to the elegant room on the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Song Zhiruan arrive, Nansu nudged Yan Ao Chuan with his elbow, saying, "Sister-in-law has tea come, and you haven't tea even touched your chopsticks. Can we eat now?" I didn't wait for her. Yan Ao Chuan quickly glanced at Song Zhiruan, oblivious to the trap laid by Nansu. His mind occupied with the incident when he had inadvertently shared a couch with Song Zhiruan. Nansu covered his mouth, teasing the blushing Song Zhiruan. "Sister-in-law, please take a seat." Song Zhiruan was well aware of the cunning behind his words. "Young Master Nan, I am not yet wed to young Master Wu. Such a title is rather inappropriate." Sima Zhong glanced at Song Zhiruan. Previously, due to his status, he could not attend the betrothal ceremony of Yan Ao Chuan. He merely sent a gift. Now, observing the two with flushed cheeks, it was evident they were enamored with each other. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy and spoke up to alleviate Song Zhiruan's predicament. "Ah Su, perhaps you should temper your tongue. The rumor about you and Madame Qiao has even reached the palace." Nansu's attention was piqued, his eyes brightening. "Is that true? When did the palace learn of this?" The day his father was preoccupied with state affairs was the reason he did not attend the birthday banquet of old Master Yan. But all that transpired had made its way to his ears. Sima Zhong sighed. "The emperor even inquired with Duke Nan, expressing concerns about your behavior, suggesting you ought to act more prudently in the future, as it is not responsible towards Miss Mu. I do not require his responsibility." Mu Hongying, familiar with Sima Zhong, clasped her fists in salute, saying, "Your Highness, please do not arbitrarily meddle in matters of romance." Sima Zhong's identity remained undisclosed, and he instinctively glanced at Song Zhiruan. Song Zhiruan smiled and replied, "Your Highness, I previously saw your portrait in my aunt's palace, and I understand you concealed your identity to avoid suspicion." Sima Zhong hastily responded, "There is no need for such formalities. Henceforth, you may call me Ajong like the others." The appellation Ajong was acceptable among male companions, but felt overly intimate when addressed to a lady like Song Zhiruan. Song Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback and did not acquiesce. For propriety must be upheld. "Please, you too, take a seat. I am utterly famished. Let us eat and converse." Nansu, already dizzy from hunger, had been prevented from touching his chopsticks by Yan Ao Chuan. Song Zhiruan glanced at the arrangement of seats, noticing that only 2 places were vacant between Yan Ao Chuan and Nansu. She promptly took a seat beside Yan Ao Chuan, with Mu Hongying accompanying her. Just as she was about to grasp her chopsticks, they were seized by the young man beside her. He was rather slow in his actions. Yan Ao Chuan meticulously washed her utensils, oblivious to how considerate such behavior appeared. "Thank you, 5th young master." Song Zhiruan replied with a gentle smile as she accepted the bowl he offered. Nansu pouted, "Stinky Chuan, why didn't he wash mine too? These utensils are filthy." Rest assured, Yan Ao Chuan rose and placed a piece of sweet and sour pork into Song Zhiruan's bowl, his movements fluid and graceful, no matter how dirty the utensils were. They paled in comparison to one's mouth. Nansu remarked, "Beast." "Miss Song, I must apologize on behalf of my brother for Zhao's earlier actions," Sima Zhong said, expressing his contrition. "Not at all," Song Zhiruan hastily replied. "It was merely a trivial dispute among young ladies. The matter is behind us now." To lighten the mood, Nansu pointed her chopsticks at Mu Hongying. "The biggest victim is sitting right here." The affairs of the Mu family had become a hot topic, and Sima Zhong added, "Speaking of which, third brother has recently garnered much favor from the emperor due to the Mu family incident, receiving several assignments as a result." "Sima Luo?" Song Zhiruan paused at the mention. "What do you mean by that?" The situation regarding the Mu family was not initially so clear-cut. Third brother had several discussions with the emperor before a decree was issued to close the case, Sima Zhong explained, shaking his head. Mu Hongying huffed in annoyance. "I knew this Wu family still harbored grievances from the past. The previous third princess uncle, Zhuji, was inept in handling state affairs, and my father merely voiced his opinions. Yet they have held on to this resentment for so long, now resurfacing to cause trouble. While it was true that the Zhou family and the Mu family had a history of enmity, Song Zhiruan understood there were deeper layers to this narrative. Previously, when Sima Luo ascended the throne, many ministers protested, with the Mu family taking the lead. Were it not for the Yin family's resolute opposition, Sima Luo might have been overwhelmed by the outcry of the court officials. Song Zhiruan paused thoughtfully during her prior interactions with Sima Luo. He did not strike her as someone who had been reborn. Could it truly be solely due to the personal vendetta between the Mu and Zhou families? What role did Mu Yuan play in taking the blame for Chiopan? Did it have any connection to Sima Luo? I still harbor concerns regarding the autumn hunt. Sima Zhang sighed. Recently, third brother has been favored by the emperor. In past years, during the autumn hunt, the emperor would have several princes compete to showcase their hunting prowess. I feigned illness in previous years, but if I were to lose to third brother this time, the Yang family's reputation would suffer. That's easily remedied, Mu Honging remarked, raising her chin and gesturing towards Yan Ao Chuan. There is someone skilled in equestrianism and archery who can assist you. Sima Zhang's eyes widened with a flicker of hope. Is that permissible? Indeed. Yan Ao Chuan was proficient in archery, yet Song Zhiruan felt uneasy about this arrangement. Following the downfall of the Song family, rumors had circulated suggesting the royal family intended to suppress the noble families. Regardless of the outcome, competing against a prince would not bode well for Yan Ao Chuan. Yan Ao Chuan did not immediately respond, leaving the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Upon witnessing the scene, Nansu waved his hand, declaring, if it comes to that, I shall take your place. You take my place? Mu Hongying seemed to have heard a jest, quipping, are you the one riding the horse? Or is the horse riding you? The playful banter between cousins alleviated the earlier awkwardness. Upon returning to the Yin residence, Song Zhiruan initially intended to assist Yan Ao Chuan in a review of his studies. However, she was unexpectedly intercepted by Rui midway. The madam requests the presence of the fifth young master and miss at the Lily Pavilion. Both Song Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan were perplexed but followed Rui to the small hall of the Lily Pavilion, where they found Madame Chu and Madame Gon seated with serious expressions. Aunt, second madam, have you summoned us for a particular reason? Song Zhiruan inquired after greeting them. Madame Chu hesitated, first inquiring if they had eaten, then engaging in small talk for some time. Song Zhiruan responded accordingly, but sensed that Madame Chu had something significant to convey. Mother, what is it you wish to say? Yan Ao Chuan, having discerned the underlying tension, yawned and asked. Madame Chu pondered. What I mean to say is, although you are betrothed, it should be. Feelings ought to be tempered by propriety. Song Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback. Madame Gon, growing impatient, interjected. What she means is, do not be overly excessive. Do not make her a grandmother prematurely. Song Zhiruan was taken aback. The youth, who had been lounging casually in his seat, instantly straightened, his cheeks and neck flushed crimson. What are you all talking about? Chapter 77. Shall we hold hands? Madame Gon yawned languidly, expressing her weariness. I am growing tired of waiting. If your mother is too embarrassed to speak, I shall do so on her behalf. Yan Ao Chuan turned his head, instinctively glancing at Song Zhiruan, only to find her gazing back at him. Her ears and neck flushed with deeper color. Mother, there is nothing of the sort. Yan Ao Chuan quickly averted his gaze, gripping the armrest of his chair with such intensity that it threatened to break. He mumbled awkwardly, I do not know what you all are imagining. Madame Chu's gaze oscillated between the two children, observing their state of confusion and surprise, yet lacking any hint of alarm. Could it be that she had misconstrued the situation? Actually, that is not entirely my intention, Madame Chu hastily corrected herself. Ever since your engagement, I have been inclined to impart some wisdom regarding the experiences between a married couple. Experiences between a married couple? Yan Ao Chuan's brows furrowed. Song Zhiruan appeared equally stunned. No, not experiences between spouses, Madame Chu belatedly realized her poorly chosen words, her cheeks flushing. Though you are not yet wed. You are still young and in the prime of life. As a mother, I cannot help but worry. Aunt, please rest assured. My interactions with young master will have always been above reproach, Song Zhiruan interjected, though her heart fluttered with unease. Madame Chu herself was reluctant to discuss such matters with the younger generation. Observing the discomfort, Madame Gon intervened by presenting 2 books. These are for both of you. Take them home and peruse them. Song Zhiruan accepted the volumes, which were titled Family Norms and Etiquette, one for her and one for Yan Ao Chuan. By the way, the autumn hunt has been moved up by a month this year. Remember to prepare your belongings. Your trip to Eugen Garden will certainly last over 10 days, so do not forget to bring sufficient supplies. The atmosphere had grown undeniably awkward, prompting Madame Chu to redirect the conversation. I will have Rui assist you in packing the carriage, as the journey may be exhausting. The old lady has also prepared some restorative medicine for you. You need not worry about that side of things, since you will be away for so long. Perhaps you should leave either Yin Lu or Hui behind to attend to your business with floating light brocade. I will send a few maids to assist as well. Madame Chu's meticulous consideration warmed Song Zhiruan's heart, prompting her to express her gratitude. I have nothing further to say. I am weary today. I merely wished to check in on you, and that shall suffice. Madame Chu coughed lightly, feeling an unfamiliar discomfort in front of the children despite her years. Now, off you go. It is late, so be cautious on your way home. Do not stumble. Song Zhiruan bowed politely to take her leave. The young man followed closely behind, although both the Peony Courtyard and the Daylily Courtyard lay in the same direction. A small path led directly to the Daylily Courtyard from the Lily Courtyard, eliminating the need for detours. Nevertheless, Yan Ao Chuan chose to accompany Song Zhiruan along her route. As the night deepened, she lifted her gaze to the pitch-black sky. The Yin family maintained a simple household ethos. Although lamps had been lit, they were not ubiquitous, often resulting in individuals stumbling in the dark. Young master, are you afraid I might fall into the pond? Yan Ao Chuan was unexpectedly interrupted mid-sentence. His lips moved slightly before he managed to utter. If I accompany you and you were to fall and become disfigured, my mother and grandmother would surely seek me out. Song Zhiruan stifled a laugh, casting a sidelong glance at him, and silently slowed her pace. The young man, who had been striding forward confidently, found himself matching her reduced tempo. The atmosphere grew quiet, perhaps due to the rather blunt remarks made by Lady Gone, which rendered the interaction between the two somewhat awkward. Yan Ao Chuan's gaze wandered, recalling the words of his second aunt. You didn't take that to heart, did you? Song Zhiruan turned her head, offering him a silent glance that made him feel unsteady. You don't think I actually care about it, do you? Yan Ao Chuan lifted his chin, his voice slightly choked. Let me assure you, I'm not concerned. I have encountered countless women since childhood, and I cannot even recall how many brothels I have visited. What my second aunt said is merely trivial. Song Zhiruan maintained her calm demeanor as she regarded him. Fifth young master, I recall you mentioning earlier that you have someone you admire, correct? Yan Ao Chuan's mind raced as he feared she had discerned something hidden within him. What about it? He stammered. Feel free to say it in front of me. Song Zhiruan withdrew her gaze, advising, in the presence of the one you hold dear. Do refrain from boasting about your numerous encounters with women or your many visits to brothels, as such declarations may elicit disdain. Yan Ao Chuan abruptly halted, turning to her with a look of confusion. Would that truly be off-putting? What else could it be? Song Zhiruan elaborated. If your beloved were to tell you that she has been with countless men and frequented numerous courtesans, how would you feel? Yan Ao Chuan was rendered speechless. As Song Zhiruan resumed walking, she felt a gentle tug on her wrist. The young man confessed softly that is not the case. She looked at him quizzically. What isn't? Yan Ao Chuan's face paled with urgency, fearing that she might misunderstand and develop a distaste for him. I haven't encountered countless women. I've only been to Xianwei Tower, and it was only to listen to music with Nan Su and the others. I hardly even spoke to the girls there. Song Zhiruan pressed her lips together, observing the young man's anxious demeanor. A subtle smile gracing her lips in the dim light of night as she turned to continue walking. Why are you sharing this with me, fifth young master? I am not your beloved. Yan Ao Chuan hurriedly kept pace with her. Well, even though you're not, I consider that a man of honor should not lie in front of a young lady. Suppressing a laugh, Song Zhiruan quickened her stride. Hey! Yan Ao Chuan rushed to catch up, oblivious to the stone at the edge of the bridge, stumbling forward. Song Zhiruan, not quick enough, instinctively reached out to steady him. Phew! Yan Ao Chuan lightly patted his chest, catching sight of Song Zhiruan's barely concealed amusement, which irked him slightly. You mustn't misunderstand. I didn't trip because I was trying to catch up to you. It was simply too dark, and I lost my footing. Thereupon, Song Zhiruan extended her hand before him. Under the moonlight, her delicate arm, smooth as satin, lay open before him. Would he take it? Yan Ao Chuan widened his eyes, his breath caught in his throat. What? To take? To hold hands? She wished to grasp his hand? Chapter 78. The scheme and eavesdropping. Although they were engaged, it was essential to maintain propriety. Would holding hands be inappropriate? Yet, this was the first time Ruan Ruan wished to take his hand. It wasn't just anyone. It was Ruan Ruan. She wanted to hold his hand. And he yearned to grasp hers too. Surely, there was nothing wrong with that. Yan Ao Chuan wrestled with his thoughts, his throat constricting as he hesitantly reached out. Just as his hand extended halfway, Zhiruan suddenly pulled her hand back, gazing at him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh dear. I was only joking. You wouldn't believe me, would you, fifth young master? Yan Ao Chuan's expression froze. The peony courtyard had arrived. If the fifth young master still wished to stroll, he could do as he pleased, but she would take her leave first. Suppressing her laughter, Zhiruan stood on her tiptoes and gently patted his head. Sweet dreams. Yan Ao Chuan's breath hitched, the warmth of the young girl lingering on his head as he stiffly turned and walked away. Zhiruan turned into the courtyard. Casting a glance back at the young man, she noticed him stumble over the same stone that had tripped him earlier. In a fit of temper, he kicked the stone hard, only to regret it as pain shot through his foot, causing him to crouch silently, cradling his toes. Zhiruan burst into laughter. Fool. Yin Lu, who had been waiting at the door, approached, observing her young mistress lingering at the gate. Miss, what are you looking at? With Yan Ao Chuan now out of sight, she turned around and replied with a smile, nothing. Yin Lu carried a basin of water. Miss, please wash your hands first. As Zhiruan immersed her hands in the water, she reminded, in a couple of days, there will be an autumn hunt. From what I gathered from my aunt, I am to join. Yin Lu's face lit up with joy. What wonderful news. Those outside have been gossiping, with you accompanying the Yin family for the hunt. It will surely keep them in check. He, emerging from the small kitchen, overheard the conversation and chimed in. Miss, I shall assist you in preparing some suitable attire for the occasion. However, that was not the crux of her inquiry. Zhiruan asked, how much money has been saved from the previous earnings of Fu Yunjin? Yin Lu, who managed her finances, promptly responded. After deducting costs and the wages for the fabric shop, we have accumulated a total of 50,000 taels. Did you not just return from Yushur to collect the funds? How much did you bring back? I will compute it together. Most of the money retrieved from Yushur was used to redeem the Bayou whistle. After contemplating, she decided to allocate 30,000 taels to the palace for her aunt, who needed funds while residing there, while the remaining 20,000 would continue to be saved. Zhiruan was known for her filial piety, which filled Yin Lu with pride as she nodded in agreement. Additionally, I have 8,000 taels here. Zhiruan handed over the remaining banknotes from that day to Yin Lu, instructing, use this money to purchase 66 cakes of long fong tuan tea and present them to the owner of Bai Ma Lu, Xiao Bai Ma. The rest of the funds can be saved alongside the 20,000 taels. Long fong tuan tea? Yin Lu was astonished. Why would you want to purchase such expensive tea? My lady, a single cake of long fong tuan tea costs 50 to 60 taels. If you buy so much, what do you intend to send to that wretched Bai Ma Lu proprietor? He was equally bewildered. My lady, our Song family has never indulged in such extravagant tea purchases before. This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. Simply follow my instructions. I have my reasons. Zhiruan replied softly, her gaze lowered. All you need to do is inform Xiao Bai Ma of my identity. I appreciate the cuisine at Bai Ma Lu and wish to make his acquaintance. In her past life, after Xiao Bai Ma ascended to wealth, many sought to curry favor with him by inquiring about his preferences. His few passions included tea, with long fong tuan tea being his utmost favorite. This tidbit of gossip had been divulged to her by Yin Jing. Yin Lu and Hui exchanged glances, uncertain of their lady's motives but trusting her judgment. Thus, they complied. The autumn hunt was a date meticulously calculated by the Astronomical Bureau, deemed auspicious with a clear blue sky. According to protocol, the emperor ought to lead the procession, followed by officials according to rank, with the imperial guard surrounding them. Eugene Garden was located in Yuhang, necessitating a journey of over 10 days from the capital. Although the elder Yin did not accompany them this time, due to his former title as Grand Tutor, the Yin family ranked prominently among the civil and military officials, closely following the imperial carriage. Zhiruan, whose constitution was already frail, shared a carriage with Yin Qi. The lively young girl enjoyed the bustle, and as she conversed and played with flower ropes, fatigue soon overtook her. Leaning against the carriage, she dozed off, only to awaken upon reaching the post station. This time, Emperor Sima was to stay at the post station on the eastern road of Jiangnan, where local officials and the governor awaited his arrival. However, despite the spaciousness of the area, it could hardly accommodate so many officials, especially with numerous family members accompanying them. Therefore, Emperor Sima decided that certain high-ranking officials and notable families would stay at the post station, while others were arranged to occupy the finest inns in the vicinity. Naturally, the Yin family accompanied the emperor at the post station. Madame Chu, unaccustomed to the local climate during the journey, had only sent Rui with some calming and restorative herbal soup for the night at the post station. The accommodations prepared at the post station were simple, with few amenities. Yin Lu and the others assisted Song Zhiruan in settling her belongings before attending to her bathing needs. Before the hour of Su, the sky was still dimly lit. It then dawned on Song Zhiruan that she had brought several books for Yan Ao Chuan for the upcoming autumn examination, which was imminent. It was crucial for him not to be complacent, for that would enhance his chances of success. After changing her attire, she dismissed Yin Lu and, clutching the books, made her way to Yan Ao Chuan's quarters. "Lord Wang, please." Upon hearing a familiar middle-aged voice ahead, Song Zhiruan froze, nearly dropping the books in her arms. At the end of the corridor, two middle-aged men were approaching the room. The one leading the way wore a gentle smile, his features sharing a resemblance with Sima Luo, though his eyes were sharper, imparting a more astute impression. Song Zhiruan vividly recalled the sensation of this man slashing her wrist with a knife in her past life. Blood trailing down her arm and pooling in her collarbone, ultimately dripping into her eyes. Despair engulfed her, leaving her heart ashen. To this day, she can vividly recall the panic that accompanies the end of life. Her hands tremble, her legs quiver, and her entire being feels as if the very blood within her has congealed, chilled as if stripped bare in the dead of winter, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Zhuji. Hailing from the esteemed Zhou family of scholars, during the years when Song Zhiruan married Sima Luo, had always perceived Zhuji as a cultured gentleman, greeting him with a smile and a respectful bow, addressing him as uncle. Yet, his heart harbors a malice that is unfathomable. It was he who decreed the execution of the Nan family, who dared to speak in defense of the Yin clan, mercilessly beheading not only the family but also the heir and Yin Jing's son, who was not yet two, displaying their severed heads upon the city walls to summon Yan Ao Chuan home. A sudden creak from the adjacent room jolted Song Zhiruan back to reality, cold sweat trickling down her back. Just moments ago, standing beside Zhuji was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang He's uncle, the Minister of War, Wang Heng. How could Zhuji be in collusion with Wang Heng? Could they be concocting some sinister plot? Glancing at the book in her arms, she reassured herself that Yan Ao Chuan's quarters were just next door, and no mischief should arise. She pressed the book tightly against her chest and crouched by the wall beneath the back window of Zhuji's chamber. After some time, the two men inside exchanged mere pleasantries, and she began to lower her guard, intending to depart, when suddenly Zhuji's laughter echoed within. Currently, the Wang family is merely subdued by the Yin clan. Had the Yin family been like the Song family, your Wang family would be at the pinnacle of noble families. Startled by this revelation, Song Zhiruan leaned closer to the window to listen intently. However, she failed to notice that a narrow gap remained. And as she inadvertently leaned too close, the window slammed shut with a resounding thud, startling Zhuji, who rose swiftly and rushed towards the back window. Who dares to eavesdrop? Chapter 79. Concealment. Song Zhi's delicate brows furrowed in distress as she clutched the book and hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. Zhuji acted swiftly, having already flung open the rear window, only to find it empty, prompting him to leap outside. If she continued to flee, she would undoubtedly be discovered by Zhuji. She had no choice but to halt, with the rear window of Yan Ao Chuan's room just to her right, slightly ajar, granting her the opportunity to push it open. She first tossed the books inside, then quickly squeezed her slender form through the opening. Fortunately, Song Zhi was slight of build, allowing her to easily slip through the rear window. Hearing hurried footsteps in the corridor, she frantically shoved the scattered books beneath the writing desk. Who? A startled exclamation came from behind the screen. Yan Ao Chuan emerged from the cleansing room clad only in a thin nightgown, clearly having just bathed. With the buttons on his chest left undone, astonishment etched across his face as he clutched his chest. Initially, he had only heard the commotion. Now, he was confronted by the sudden appearance of the young girl. Songji, what on earth are you doing? In a panic, Songji rushed over to cover his mouth, shaking her head to signal him to remain silent. Soon, a series of urgent and heavy knocks echoed at the door. Young Master Yan, a thief has entered your room. Please open the door so I may conduct a search. Yan Ao Chuan, residing next to Zhuji, was well aware that both the Zhou and Yin families belonged to the aristocracy and had crossed paths on several occasions. Thus, upon hearing the voice, he immediately recognized it as belonging to Zhuji. But why would Zhuji come to apprehend a thief? Observing the anxious expression of the girl, Yan Ao Chuan felt a stir of emotion within him, his gaze drawn to the reflection of a figure in the door. While the youth remained silent, Songji surveyed the room for a hiding spot. She could not allow Zhuji to see her. However, the accommodations at the inn were exceedingly modest, offering little more than a table, a cabinet, and a bed. Hide, Yan Ao Chuan urged in a hushed tone. Songji longed to conceal herself, yet there was nowhere to do so. Young Master Yan? Young Master Yan. Zhuji's voice grew increasingly insistent, and Songji's heart raced, unsure of where to hide. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped, and Yan Ao Chuan swiftly led her into a dark wooden wardrobe. The cabinet, though not small, barely accommodated one person, making it exceedingly cramped for two. They were forced to stand face to face, their proximity palpable. Outside, the knocking ceased abruptly, replaced by the creaking sound of the door being pushed open. A jolt of anxiety surged through Songji as she instinctively clutched the hem of his garment. Young Master Yan? Zhuji's voice, laced with suspicion, grew nearer. From the cadence of his footsteps, it was evident he first circled the bed, perhaps even inspecting beneath it, before moving to the desk. Young Master Yan? Songji's breathing quickened, her heart pounding fiercely within her chest. The room was small, and as Zhuji scrutinized the bed and desk, he would soon reach the wardrobe. Should he open the door, their discovery was inevitable. Is anyone there? Zhuji's voice elongated, laden with ambiguity. The cabinet door was firmly shut, leaving only a barely perceptible narrow gap through which a dim light struggled to penetrate. Yan Ao Chuan's gaze lowered, observing the faint glow illuminating the woman's flushed earlobes, hinting at a delicate blush. Her ruby lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids, her breathing noticeably more hurried than usual. Suddenly, Songji Ro felt a hand resting on her waist. The palm was large, easily encircling her slender form. The grip tightened, compelling her to lean closer. Her face nestled against his chest, allowing her to hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart. Yan Ao Chuan towered over her, bending slightly as his broad shoulders enveloped her, obscuring her view and imparting an immense sense of security. I am here. He cradled the back of her head, urging her to lean against him, his voice deep and slightly husky. Fear not. Her heart skipped a beat in response. The youth's physique was solid and imposing, his heartbeat fervent and robust. Fresh from a shower, his shirt still bore the remnants of moisture and was not fully fastened, causing her to press directly against his warm, sculpted chest, a sensation both firm and unfamiliar. It stirred a flurry of emotions, evoking both unease and exhilaration. Chapter 80. Soft embrace. Left G seemed to have heard some commotion, turning to look towards the source of the sound, which was a heavy wooden cabinet. He furrowed his brow and strode towards the cabinet. Who is there? Come out at once. Zhiruan's heart tightened as she turned to gaze at him, her lips inadvertently brushing against the youth's chest. The warm, soft sensation caused Yan Ao Chuan to stiffen, his hand around the young woman's waist tightening instinctively. Suddenly, another series of knocks echoed from the direction of the door. Zhiruan froze at the sound and, peering through the gap in the cabinet, caught a glimpse of Left G looking flustered. Yan Ao Chuan, open the door for Grandpa, came Nansu's voice. The knocking grew more insistent, and Left G searched the vicinity, finding no place to conceal himself. If you don't open the door, I shall enter directly, Nansu declared, pushing the door open and stepping in confidently, only to find the room empty. Old dog Yan, little rascal? Nansu surveyed the room, completely unaware of Yan Ao Chuan and Zhiruan hiding in the cabinet, nor of Left G concealed beneath the bed. Truly no one here, he murmured, shaking his head in disappointment as he turned to leave, coincidentally bumping into Fu Yuanzai, who was ascending the stairs. Where's your young master? Fu Yuanzai asked, carrying 2 plates of roasted chicken. Glancing around the room, he replied, he just left. So he is not here, Nansu noted, eyeing the chicken. With a smooth motion, he snatched a chicken leg, remarking, he is absent, yet you and Su Shan seem to be feasting well, as the second young master enjoys eating. This subordinate brought it for you, Fu Yuanzai replied, redirecting his attention and departing with the roasted chicken alongside Nansu. Left G, who had been hiding beneath the bed, had overheard their conversation. Once the commotion outside ceased, he crawled out from under the bed and climbed through the back window. Inside the cabinet, Zhiruan seemed to hear the sound of the window closing and whispered, have they really left? Yan Ao Chuan looked down at her, his gaze meeting the beauty's face. The warmth of her presence was intoxicating, making it difficult to relent. Not yet, he replied in a hushed tone. his eyes betraying a sense of guilt as he dared not meet her gaze, silently tightening his embrace around her. Encouraging himself inwardly, he thought, with soft Ruan in my arms, only a fool would let go. He was certainly no fool. Zhiruan paused for a moment. Recalling the sound of the window closing, had she truly misheard? She turned her head, peeking through the narrow crack to observe. There were no signs of movement, nor could she hear footsteps. It was evident that no one remained. Realizing the youth's hesitation, she allowed him to hold her a bit longer before speaking. It seems they have genuinely departed. The youth feigned ignorance, pretending to be mute. How much longer do you intend to hold me? She asked, gently poking his arm. Yan Ao Chuan seemed to come to his senses then. Have they left? He inquired. Yes, she replied. The young man pretended to act nonchalant as he released her, pushing the cabinet door open with an exaggerated sigh. This is unbearable. I nearly suffocated. I need to take a bath soon. Such a hassle. Zhiruan silently observed his face for a moment. Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Yan Ao Chuan swallowed hard, a hint of guilt in his smile. That was merely an act of urgency. I embraced you out of necessity, not desire. Zhiruan responded with a soft smile, remaining silent. His unease deepened under her gaze, prompting him to inquire first, what were you doing just now? Why is Zui pursuing you? Upon hearing this, Zhiruan furrowed her brow. What is it? Yan Ao Chuan noticed her expression darken suddenly, his eyes narrowing. Did Zui bully you? Seeing the youth seemingly ready to confront Zui, Zhiruan hastily clarified, I intended to bring you a book. But I saw the Wang family's elder and Zui entering a room together. Out of curiosity, I followed and overheard them discussing how the Wang family is currently under the pressure of the Yan family. If the Yan family were to act as the Song family does, the Wang family would rise to prominence. Yan Ao Chuan paused, processing her words. I suspect they are plotting something nefarious against the Yan family. She confided her worries to him. I remain confined within the inner chambers, making it difficult to investigate. If the Wang and Zhou families conspire, I understand your concerns, Yan Ao Chuan interjected. I shall seek my father shortly and advise him. Yan Minghui is astute and observant. If he remains vigilant, he may uncover something. Zhiruan nodded, noting the encroaching darkness. I must take my leave. Yan Ao Chuan rose. There is no need to see me off. My room is merely a corridor away. This is not the Yan residence, and as night deepens, should we be discovered together, it would surely invite unwarranted speculation. Her gaze fell upon his attire, where she noticed a faint crimson stain upon his chest and collar, her lipstick. Fifth Master, your clothing is stained. It appears I accidentally marked it. Embarrassment washed over her. Perhaps you should change. I can take it back to wash. Yan Ao Chuan glanced down, noting the residue on his collar and chest, discomfort evident in his demeanor. There is no need. I discard my garments after wearing them. I shall simply dispose of it later. Then why not remove it? I can assist you in throwing it away, Zhiruan suggested kindly. You just expressed concern about being seen together. Now you exit from my room with my undergarment. Yan Ao Chuan exclaimed, eyes wide. What will others think? You would tarnish my reputation. Zhiruan chuckled softly. Very well then. Hold the lantern carefully. I wouldn't want you to stumble. Yan Ao Chuan caught up to her, placing the lantern in her hands. He watched her disappear down the corridor before finally closing the door. After finishing a roast chicken with Nansu, Fu Yuanzi returned from another courtyard, only to find the door tightly shut and the back window closed. He knocked thrice upon the door without receiving a reply. Pushing the door open, he discovered the youth's face alight with joy, clutching the very undergarment in question, rolling about on the bed with a silly grin, reminiscent of the Wang family's pet, which resembled him when it clutched a bone. Suddenly, Yan Ao Chuan heard an unfamiliar sound that did not belong to this room, startling him into hastily concealing his garments behind him. Why didn't you knock? He exclaimed. Fu Yuanzai withdrew his gaze, stating, I did knock. But you didn't hear it. Yan Ao Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then silently retreated, stuffing his attire beneath the bedding. Where have you been wandering off to? He inquired. I had dinner with Nansu. We enjoyed some chicken, Fu Yuanzai replied. Yan Ao Chuan glared at him. You didn't leave even a drumstick for me? Fu Yuanzai remained unfazed. Weren't you busy just now? Yan Ao Chuan averted his face. Where's my father? He just returned from a stroll in the hunting grounds with the officials. He is now free, Fu Yuanzai informed him. Yan Ao Chuan rose. I shall seek him out. After Fu Yuanzai handed him a garment, he proceeded directly to the bed. Do not move. Yan Ao Chuan urged anxiously. Fu Fu Yuan's eye paused. Are you not going to wash up? No. Yan Ao Chuan shielded the bedding. Fu Yuan's eye relinquished his hold, as you wish. In the 2 days preceding the autumn hunt, accompanied by high-ranking officials, there was an initial hunt. Zhiruan remained in the house, waiting until the 3rd day when she could finally join Lady Chu and others at the elevated platform of the hunting grounds. On the platform sat several ministers and their families, with Yangji accompanying Emperor Sima in the highest seat, while Songjin stood beside them. Apart from the 2 most esteemed women of the imperial palace, left noble concubine and Hu noble concubine were also present nearby. In previous years, Emperor Sima only brought Songjin to the autumn hunt. However, this year, despite the fall of the Song family, he did not forget to bring her along, allowing Yangji and the other 2 noble concubines their opportunity as well. Among the princes, all but the young 6th prince, born of Wang Kaijin, were present. Zhiruan followed Lady Chu to pay her respects to the emperor. Is this Ashi? A deep and authoritative voice resonated from above. Yan Ao Chuan was already seated beside Yan Menghui. Upon hearing the voice, he glanced towards Emperor Sima, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The Song family had recently encountered troubles, and he was concerned that Zhiruan might recall distressing memories, as well as the possibility of the emperor directing blame towards her. Zhiruan approached respectfully, bowing in greeting. Little girl pays her respects to the emperor. Zhao Hua's peripheral vision swept across the young woman's face, then back to Yan Ao Chuan, noticing his tense demeanor, causing her heart to feel as though it were being relentlessly sliced by a knife, inflicting great pain. She turned her face away, gazing down at the platform where the hunting grounds had been arranged with a training area, featuring targets placed in various directions, while horsemen led several steeds stationed within the area. This was prepared by Emperor Sima for the princes to compete in archery and horsemanship. As Zhao Hua withdrew her gaze and looked towards Zhiruan, a fleeting chill passed through her eyes, laden with implications, unnoticed by others. Emperor Sima regarded the young girl with a jest. Just a few years ago, you clung to my embrace calling me uncle. And now you've grown into a young lady, becoming distant from me? Sima Luo stood silently beside left noble concubine, casting a glance at Zhiruan, who was also discreetly observed by left noble concubine. The thoughts of those on the platform varied. The court officials were acutely aware that the Song family had recently fallen from grace, casting meaningful glances at this solitary girl from the Song family. Songjin raised her hand to support Songji, speaking gently, Aji, rise now. The emperor has not yet commanded you to stand. Yet the imperial concubine has already spoken. Yang Ji wore a faint smile, her tone seemingly lighthearted. Yet the nearby Hu Guipin and Zhua Guipin discerned the heavy insinuation within her words. Sima Luo furrowed her brow, her fingers caressing the teacup in her palm, the knuckles faintly paling. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 81. I Shield. Yan Ao Chuan walked directly to Zhiruan's side. The emperor had yet to speak, but neither did the empress. Yangji found herself at a loss for words, particularly when the one challenging her was the beloved of her niece, leaving her with no choice but to swallow her indignation. After all, they were family. There was no need for the empress to be so harsh. Songjin was pleased with Yan Ao Chuan's interjection and remarked to Yangji, though the empress had not given birth, she had at least raised princesses and princes, which should inspire some semblance of elderly affection. Yangji frowned and was about to reprimand, but was restrained by Sima Zhong beside her. Aunt, do not be angry. Her brother held no feelings for Yangji. After all, Zhao had been raised by Yangji. He defended, did not the imperial consort herself also remain childless? The atmosphere turned frosty around Emperor Sima at this remark, which had previously been filled with laughter. Zhiruan furrowed her brow. For her aunt was not without experience in childbirth. Several years prior, she had once borne a child. When the late Empress Ren Xiao was nearing her end, her aunt had been at her bedside, which led to the neglect of her own pregnancy, resulting in a miscarriage. Zhao, who taught you to speak to your elders in such a manner? The emperor's tone was icy. Songjin merely said to Zhiruan, a Chuan, a Ji, please go sit with the lady of the house. Today, we have the 4th Prince Sima Xiu and the 5th Princess Wan accompanying consort Hu. Seeing Zhao at a disadvantage, Wan could not suppress her glee, thinking it excessive for her elder sister to confront the imperial consort after already causing trouble at the old master Yan's birthday celebration. You two, be silent, consort Hu warned her younger daughter with a glance. Sima Xiu sought to defuse the tension. The archery competition is about to begin. I have not participated in years. May I join, father? The emperor replied, you may go along with your 2 elder brothers. Sima Zhong hesitated, glancing at Yan Ao Chuan, who seemed disinclined to rise. Father, my brothers are competing. I too wish to partake, Zhao Hua chimed in. The emperor did not refuse, stating, if you wish to compete. That is fine, but how can you, as a young lady, compete with the boys? Then we shall gather a few more young ladies to form a team, Zhao Hua declared. Rising and approaching Song Zhiruan. Shall we compete? Song Zhen frowned. Aji's health is fragile. She has only recently recovered from an illness. Zhao Hua, do not press her. Since the announcement of Yan Ao Chuan and Song Zhiruan's engagement, the emperor had heard numerous rumors about their relationship. Song Zhiruan had suffered a serious illness, while Song Zhen, confined within the palace, had been unable to rest well from worry. I remember that Aji has never been adept at archery. Zhao Hua, do not be reckless. Is the Song family so frail? Zhao Hua paid no heed to the emperor's and Song Zhen's words, smiling as she remarked, after all, we cannot compare to the Yang family, who have indeed gone further. Teacups and porcelain vases clattered to the ground, shattering into countless pieces before Song Zhen, who remained silent. Her calm demeanor radiating an aura of quiet authority that chilled the air. The emperor is present, and yet you break dishes. What fine decorum the Song family has. Yang Ji mocked. Not as refined as the Yang family, indeed. Yan Ao Chuan spoke with a harsh tone. Your words are as unpleasant as a mixture of vermilion and excrement. If it were any other noble family, they would not utter such distasteful remarks. Zhao Hua looked at Yan Ao Chuan in astonishment. Previously, due to Sima Zhong's influence, he had greeted her with a smile. But now, with the sudden arrival of Song Zhiruan, his demeanor had taken a drastic turn. Master Yin, I merely wish to have a fair contest with Miss Song. She is too timid to accept the challenge, yet you still criticize my Yang family? Song Zhiruan had been quietly seated beside Madame Chu, but upon hearing this, she slowly raised her face to meet Zhao Hua's provocative expression. I recently suffered from a serious illness and have yet to fully recover. However, since the princess has extended an invitation, it would be impolite to decline. Madame Chu was well aware of Zhao Hua's feelings for her son and understood that Zhao Hua was deliberately putting Song Zhiruan in a difficult position. She quickly grasped Song Zhiruan's hand, saying, Aji, do not go. Ordinary individuals typically choose opponents of equal standing. Yet my sister would go so far as to challenge even a sickly Miss Song in her quest for victory, Ruan remarked leisurely while sipping tea. Madame Gon chuckled. Perhaps the princess fears defeat. Madame Chiu chimed in. Even if one fears losing, it is unkind to pressure a sick person. Yan Minghui handed a cup of hot tea to Song Zhiruan without lifting her eyelids, stating, if Aji does not wish to participate, then she shall not. No one can compel you. Seated across from them was the Nan family, with Yin Jing also stating, indeed. To insist on a competition when one is ill is a request that even the heavenly king would find unreasonable. Nansu gave a thumbs up, praising, sister-in-law is quite astute. A group of people rallied around Song Zhiruan, all of whom were close friends and family of Yan Ao Chuan, making it difficult for Zhao Hua to even contemplate a rebuttal. However, I observe that Miss Song appears quite rosy in complexion. If it is merely a single match, it should not pose much of a problem. Wang Hia spoke up from beside her uncle, Wang Hang, in support of Zhao Hua. Yin Jun then remarked, Miss Wang also appears to be in good health. Why not join the princess in a match? Wang Hia was momentarily taken aback. She had almost forgotten that the Yin family was fiercely protective of their own. Previously, she had witnessed Yin Jun and Yin Jing fiercely defending Yan Ao Chuan by confronting Nansu. Song Zhiruan was Yan Ao Chuan's fiancée and also the sister-in-law to Yin Jun and Yin Jing. How could they allow anyone to bully her? Miss Song had expressly agreed to this matter. Does she intend to go back on her word? Danyang scoffed. Song Zhiruan had no intention of shirking her promise. She gradually stood up, preparing to change into suitable riding attire. Princess, would you mind waiting for me a moment? Not at all, Zhao Hua replied, also rising. I too need to change. The two departed together, but in the span of half a stick of incense, they returned. Song Zhiruan donned a sleek and simple silver-white riding outfit that exuded a sense of refinement and vigor, her hair elegantly tied up, her forehead smooth and full. Her naturally striking features appeared even more pronounced and exquisite, embodying a beauty that was both captivating and graceful. In contrast, although Zhao Hua wore riding attire as well, hers was adorned with gold and silver, focusing solely on opulence and ostentation. The excessive embellishments served to overshadow her inherent grace. In terms of appearance, she was already leagues apart from Song Zhiruan, and with such attire, her garments overshadowed the others. It was evident to all that there was a disparity, and most gazes settled upon Song Zhiruan. Naturally, Zhao Hua sensed this contrast. Though her heart simmered with indignation, she suppressed her feelings. She merely awaited the moment they stepped onto the martial arts arena, where she would compel Zhiruan, the timid dove, to surrender. I shall join as well. Danyang exchanged a glance with Zhao Hua and then rose. Unlike Zhiruan, who had been sheltered in a secluded environment, Danyang had trained in martial arts from a young age. Having engaged in horseback riding and archery for many years, she believed that competing against Zhiruan would be akin to a landslide victory. Songjun was aware of the duo's intentions to conspire against her niece. Since the arena consisted of both men and women, it was only fair for them to pair accordingly. If women teamed up against men, it would be inherently unjust. Zhao Hua's little scheme was discerned by Songjun, who clenched her fist, directing her hopeful gaze towards Yan Ao Chuan. However, he seemed oblivious, rising to stand beside Zhiruan. Do you truly wish to compete? Others could discern that Yan Ao Chuan's tone softened only when addressing Zhiruan. Zhiruan pursed her lips. It had been a long time since she had engaged in such activities, and a little play would do her good. Yan Ao Chuan nodded, showing no resistance to Zhiruan joining the fray, replying, It has been a while since I've played as well. I shall reluctantly accompany you this time. Sima Xiao noticed Zhao displeasure and interjected, Then I shall join second sister. Danong turned to Sima Luo and proposed, Would the third prince care to join me? Sima Luo withdrew his gaze from the couple, responding coolly, I am honored by the princess's consideration. With the teams formed, Yangji glanced at Sima Zhong, realizing he would have no chance to participate. Little did anyone know how elated Sima Zhong was. He quickly stated, As I happen to be feeling unwell. Now that we have enough participants, I shall refrain from competing and instead enjoy watching my younger siblings compete. Nanshu, being aware of the situation, smiled quietly without speaking. The three teams descended into the arena where the stablemen distributed the horses. The mount assigned to Zhiruan was quite tall. She examined it for a moment, unaware that a slender, delicately boned hand was reaching out beside her. Miss, allow me to assist you. Zhiruan turned to meet Sima Luo's gentle and profound gaze. Feeling the indifference of her own team contrasted by his concern for another, before the girl could place her hand on the horse, Yan Ao Chuan had already placed the reins in Sima Luo's hand, seemingly unperturbed by the scene. Without waiting for Zhiruan's response, Yan Ao Chuan promptly mounted the horse, then bent down to support her waist, effortlessly helping her onto the steed. The boy's actions were somewhat assertive, perhaps even unbeknownst to him, betraying the extent of his possessiveness. Third prince, what are you still doing? The youth tilted his head, flashing a smile at Sima Luo. My fiancé, he is under my protection. You should check on Danyang. She was just kicked by a horse and is now sprawled in the grass, munching on dirt. Chapter 82. Equestrian competition. As Danyang pressed down on the stirrup, an inexplicable force yanked her from midair, causing her to tumble onto the grassy ground. Her mouth filled with blades of grass. Spitting them out, she exclaimed in frustration. Just as King Kong approached the high platform, he heard a familiar voice. His daughter had fallen, looking quite disheveled. King Kong has arrived. Please take a seat. Emperor Sima greeted cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the commotion on the martial arts stage. Your Majesty, Your Highness. King Kong acknowledged the greetings in turn, his gaze drifting to Yan Menghui, who was sipping tea elsewhere. Has Lord Yan fully recovered from his injuries? King Kong remarked with a hint of mockery. The journey must have been quite bumpy. I did not expect Lord Yan to withstand it so well. Your complexion appears quite rosy. It was evident that King Kong had been observing Yan Menghui closely, given his proximity to Emperor Sima. Clearly, he was making a pointed remark before the assembled crowd. Thanks to your concern, my injuries have healed, though I cannot compare to your martial prowess. I am still fit enough to serve the court, Yan Menghui replied calmly, taking a sip of tea, unfazed by the veiled animosity directed at him. The competition is about to commence. If you two wish to reminisce, it must wait, for I am keen to watch these young ones compete. Emperor Sima interjected with a smile. Yang Ji glanced at King Kong. Your Highness, please take a seat. The Emperor has mentioned you for quite a while. King Kong nodded, expressing his gratitude for the concern shown by the Emperor and the Empress. The attention of the gathering shifted from the rivalry between King Kong and Yan Menghui to the martial arts arena. The horse officials waved their long flags, and the sound of the wind whipped through as the steeds galloped forward. Danyang's equestrian skills are commendable, Emperor Sima remarked, observing Danyang, who was the first to race ahead. King Kong was never worried about his daughter's prowess in riding and archery, while he held the title of a foreign king. He had safeguarded the realm of the Jin dynasty from atop a horse. His martial skills were formidable, and though Dan Yang had trained under him, she was more than capable of competing against ordinary young ladies. That girl looks familiar, Emperor Sima noted as he gazed towards the racing figure. She is my niece. King Kang's eyes flickered slightly. He was well aware that she was the orphaned daughter of the Song family. He had not forgotten the incident when Yan's son had pushed his daughter and the Wang family girl into the pool to avenge the Song girl. The mention of her was merely a ploy to gauge Emperor Sima's sentiments. With the downfall of the Song family, he had not expected Emperor Sima to still hold such regard for Song Zhen. Who would have thought Aji's equestrian skills would be so impressive? Yin Menghui mused, astonished as he watched the woman galloping across the martial arts field. King Kong turned his attention as well. The orphan daughter of the Song family was clad in a silver robe, her posture upright, exuding both confidence and relaxation, perfectly synchronized with her steed. Her gentle tug on the reins guided the horse with remarkable finesse. Song Zhen herself was taken aback. Aji had once been afraid of horses, yet here she was, riding so gracefully after all these years. So, does this mean Miss Song is a novice? As Sima Zhong's gaze fell upon the enchanting figure on horseback, he could hardly conceal his admiration. She does not appear to be a novice at all. A novice? King Kong observed discreetly. For novices, it is common to exhibit excessive pulling of the reins and a stiff posture. He could discern at a glance that this young girl frequently rode horses, her equestrian skills even surpassing those of Dan Yang. It was evident that such proficiency could not be attained without prolonged training. She might be feigning innocence. Riding well is one thing, but shooting arrows from horseback is an entirely different challenge. Yang Shi's father, Yang Yi, was a seasoned general. Although she had not mastered archery on horseback, she often watched her father practice martial arts in her youth, understanding the difficulty of drawing a bow and knocking an arrow while riding. Her elder sister, Yang Yan, had trained for over half a year just to shoot a single arrow, not to mention whether she could hit the target at all. As they observed intently from the high platform, the atmosphere in the arena grew intense. Zhao had not anticipated that Song Zhiruan would be such an adept rider. Exchanging a glance with Dan Yang, they both rode to either side of Song Zhiruan, effectively surrounding her. Sima Luo and Sima Xiu exchanged glances, fully aware that their immediate goal was to neutralize Yan Ao Chuan's team and turn to intercept the forward charge of Yan Ao Chuan. With a swift motion, the equestrian officer waved the flag, and Zhao was the first to release an arrow, hitting the target with precision. To strike a target while galloping at such speed is no small feat. Zhao's aim was consistently accurate. This shot was a testament to her steady performance. Turning her gaze towards Song Zhiruan, her eyes brimmed with disdain. It was still not too late to concede. The prize was never rightfully hers, and any further attempts would be futile. Sima Luo positioned herself in front of Yan Ao Chuan while glancing back at Song Zhiruan. After her prolonged illness, merely managing to ride was already a significant feat. Should she push herself further, she risked injury. Unfazed by Zhao's provocation, Song Zhiruan bent forward to grasp her bow and arrow, lifting them against the fierce wind. Chapter 83. Her goal. Yan Ao Chuan found his path obstructed by two horses. Compelled to keenly observe Song Zhiruan's every movement, with one hand gripping the reins and the other brandishing a longbow, she galloped forward, the wild ride causing her body to jolt violently. For someone with a frail constitution, this was a formidable challenge. His heart felt as though it were being wrenched. A mix of tension and unease enveloping him. From the high platform, he dared not avert his gaze, fearing he might miss a moment of the solitary maiden's actions from the Song family. She released the reins. Yan Jing could not restrain his exclamation. Song Zhiruan, with focused eyes on the target ahead, confirmed her stance without a trace of hesitation, releasing the reins and tightening her legs around the horse's body. She leaped off the galloping steed with remarkable composure. Her arms extended naturally as she drew back the bowstring, her fingers deftly knocking the arrow. Then, with a sharp whoosh, the long arrow was released, flying true and embedding itself firmly in the target. The horseman trotted over to the target, waving his flag. This indicated a direct hit. Zhao Hua widened her eyes in disbelief as she regarded Song Zhiruan. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yan Ao Chuan's chest rose and fell with exhilaration as he laughed heartily. Song Zhiruan, splendid work. She had struck the target. Wen clapped her hand over her mouth, rising to her feet and pointing at the scene, exclaiming, she hit the mark. Not just any hit, but a bullseye. Song Zhen clutched her sleeve, a blend of surprise and anxiety for Song Zhiruan. Madame Chu, in a state of excitement, grasped Yan Menghui's arm, exclaiming, look! My husband! Aji is remarkable. Yan Jun offered his commendation, noting that Aji's aim was indeed impressive. With 2 rounds remaining, the first arrow target was stationary, while the second round would feature moving targets, increasing the difficulty. Yang Ji's expression soured. She wondered if Miss Song would maintain such good fortune in the second round. Luck had favored her in hitting the bullseye, but it appeared Zhao Hua's luck was not particularly favorable, as Song Jin chuckled softly. Yang Ji gripped the edge of the table, her voice cold. Let us watch for now. Zhao Hua has excelled in equestrian archery since childhood. Within the arena, Song Zhiruan urged her horse into a faster pace, swiftly breaking free from the encirclement of the 2 competitors. The target began to move, its direction changing, significantly heightening the challenge. Dan Yang let out a loud shout, accelerating to catch up with Song Zhiruan. I did not expect to see you shooting arrows. Given your usual reclusiveness, if one were to consider her current life experiences, Song Zhiruan indeed had no skills in archery and had always harbored a reluctance towards horseback riding. As a child, she found the horses too imposing and was filled with trepidation, refusing to accompany Song Shi in learning to ride. In her previous life, Yan Ao Chuan was a battlefield hero, his name feared across the lands. Numerous legends surrounded him. Some claimed he could shoot arrows with such precision that he could pierce a fly, while others spoke of his unerring aim, likening his prowess to that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. There were even accounts from his subordinates who, having been injured in battle and recuperating in the capital, penned a biography of him, chronicling his extraordinary abilities in marksmanship and horsemanship. Song Zhiruan spent her days in the depths of the palace, devoid of purpose, while Yin Jing often brought her intriguing travelogues. Somehow, on one occasion, that biography had mixed in with other texts and found its way into her hands. Bored, she perused it and was astonished by the depiction of the once mighty god of war. This stands in stark contrast to her impression of the carefree, frivolous young scion. Simultaneously, Yan Ao Chuan's astonishing equestrian and archery skills reignited her interest in these arts. The very skills that the young dandy, who had only bullied her, possessed. She now yearned to master. She summoned the most skilled archers in the palace to teach her horseback riding and archery. However, it soon became apparent to her that riding and shooting were far more challenging than the cursory mentions in books suggested. Yan Ao Chuan's prowess was beyond her reach. Yet, waves of setbacks did not deter her. The continual news of victories from the border spurred her on. She dared not slacken her efforts. For 2 full years, with the seasons changing, her instructors were replaced one after another, until eventually, there was no one left in the palace capable of teaching her. Unknown to Yan Ao Chuan himself, during those years of valiant combat, someone had taken him as the target to surpass, secretly exerting themselves in their endeavors. Nevertheless, even if one could shoot arrows, victory was not guaranteed. Dan Yang declared, drawing back his bow and hitting the bullseye with a single shot. The flag waved, eliciting cheers from the crowd on the high platform. What remarkable archery! Sima Zhang could not help but admire. King Kong pursed his lips, glancing at Yin Meng Wei, who was anxiously sweating nearby. Dan Yang's skills were not something an ordinary girl could rival. Losing to him would not be a disgrace. Yin Jing scoffed. She might not necessarily lose. King Kong chuckled at Yin Jing's confidence in Miss Song, noting that since Dan Yang had already hit the target, even if Miss Song were exceptionally skilled, she would merely equalize the score, not to mention whether she could hit the bullseye again. Naturally, Yan Ao Chuan, blocked by the 2, would not easily concede. After 2 attempts to change direction were thwarted, he refrained from pulling the reins to guide the horse but leaned down, seemingly whispering to the steed. Humph. King Kong found the young man's actions childish, unable to discern that the 5th young master of the Yin family could communicate with the horse. Yin Jun calmly interjected. Though my younger brother is young and lacks the battlefield experience of King Kong, he has been trained by our grandmother since childhood and is quite adept at equestrian skills. He possesses his own techniques. King Kong dismissed this notion, curious about how much the 5th young master had learned from the family matriarch, known for her prowess in archery. Suddenly, a sharp whinny pierced the air. Everyone turned to the purple-robed youth, who straightened up, causing his white horse to rear back. The young man then stood on the horse's back, his crimson and purple garments billowing like clouds in the tempestuous wind. Between the yellow earth and azure sky, he exuded an air of superiority, gripping the reins. In a fleeting moment of speed, the white horse leaped over the 2 obstacles. 2 whinnies intertwined in the air. Songji's lips curled into a smile as she saw the young man charging directly towards her. Sima Luo and Sima Shou's mounts recoiled in fright, prompting gasps from the crowd, with some even standing in shock, exclaiming loudly, "The Yin lad truly is remarkable." Sima D squinted, feeling his 2 sons were overshadowed. King Kang's pupil shifted, and Songjin furrowed her brows. Seeing this, Zhao Hua hurriedly rushed in front of Songji, blocking her path forward. Zhiruan, what do you even think you are, to contend with me? The official wielding the flag signaled the impending conclusion of this round. Time is of the essence. Even if Yan Ao Chuan were to arrive, it would likely be too late. She gripped the longbow tightly and suddenly pivoted. Zhao Hua and Dan Yang initially assumed she would charge straight towards the target, but were taken aback as she altered her direction. Stop her, Zhao Hua shouted. The two advanced towards Zhiruan, aiming to replicate their previous tactic of encirclement. Zhiruan drew her bow in retaliation, yet this time, the arrow's point was not aimed at the target, but rather at Zhao Hua. How dare you? This is a princess, Dan Yang exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Hua widened her eyes. What do you intend to do? Zhiruan smirked, showing no sign of hesitation, and released the string, allowing the arrow to pierce through the remnants of the wind, hurtling straight towards Zhao Hua. On the high platform, Yangji was so terrified that she fell back. Screaming, Zhao Hua. Chapter 84. They are a perfect match. The arrow flew swiftly towards Zhao Hua, yet it did not harm her in the slightest. Instead, it grazed her cheek and struck the moving target behind her with precision. On the high platform, the court officials gasped in unison. Had that arrow deviated by even a fraction, it would have claimed Zhao Hua's life. How audacious of Zhiruan. Zhao Hua, her spirit shaken and her courage forsaken, stared blankly at Zhiruan for a moment, her entire being succumbing to weakness. She could hardly fathom the catastrophic fate that would have befallen her had she moved even slightly. Yangji, terrified, leaned heavily against the table, pointing at Zhiruan and scolding. How reckless. You toy with the life of a princess. The emperor, Sima Di, remained impassive, his gaze falling upon Songjin, who bore a subtle smile, her eyes alight with amusement. Your niece nearly endangered my daughter's life, and yet you seem so pleased. Songjin cast a sidelong glance at Sima Di but remained silent. Seizing the opportunity, Yangji climbed onto the table, declaring, Your Majesty, that Song family girl is utterly arrogant, nearly harming Zhao Hua. You must take action for her sake. At her words, Songjin let out a derisive laugh, too indolent even to offer a glance. Sima Di feigned ignorance, glancing at the woman for a protracted moment, and to everyone's astonishment, a smile crept onto his lips. Yangji was taken aback. She understood the significance of Songjin and Sima Di's heart. Yet she had not anticipated that even in the face of danger to his own daughter, Sima Di could remain indifferent in the presence of Songjin's smile. The arrow just launched by Zhiruan had struck the target center, yet it appeared that the woman was not content to stop there. With a sudden burst of energy, she stood on the stirrup, a feat that would be effortless for someone like Yan Ao Chuan, who was accustomed to riding and archery, yet posed a considerable challenge for Zhiruan. On the platform, Lady Chu gasped at the girl's daring maneuver, clutching her chest in trepidation, unwilling to witness the unfolding spectacle. Look, she is actually straddling it, NNX exclaimed, hands over her head in astonishment. In the midst of the whirlwind, the woman deftly swung her leg over the saddle, reclining against the horse's side, her body positioned at an angle that aimed the arrow at the most elusive corner of the moving target. She narrowed her eyes, allowing her hair to be tousled by the wind, and drew the longbow to its fullest extent. The arrow was released, soaring against the wind towards the target. With a resounding thud, the arrow embedded itself firmly in the most obscure and challenging part of the target. Zhao Hua was left speechless in shock. As the wind howled, Zhiruan deftly returned to her seat, turning once more to gaze at Zhao Hua. The woman raised an eyebrow, her ruby lips curving into a slight smirk, her dark, untroubled eyes shimmering with an almost imperceptible mirth, exuding an air of indifference and superiority. Zhao Hua had initially believed that individuals as diametrically opposed as Yan Ao Chuan and Zhiruan could never unite. Yet in that fleeting moment, she had come to a profound realization about Zhiruan. From her head to her feet, from within to without, there lay an innate pride that was simply extraordinary. She was indeed remarkably akin to Yan Ao Chuan. Zhao Hua clenched the reins, trembling with rage. Sister Song is truly formidable. NNX had completely forgotten the presence of the emperor and was now standing atop the table, applauding and shouting in excitement. Yin Jing also cried out, Aji, you are incredible! Although Wuan was equally astonished, he couldn't help but find the Yin family's protectiveness amusing. In such illustrious families, it was rare to find another so fiercely devoted. The official waved the flag for the third time. This was the final round. The previous two rounds had resulted in a stalemate, yet Zhiruan's daring challenges of high-difficulty maneuvers had far surpassed Zhao Hua and Dan Yang in skill. She stood invincible. Dan Yang's face turned ashen, and after receiving a glance from Zhao Hua, He drew his bow while galloping. Sima Luo noticed the arrow was misaligned and called out, Dan Yang. Dan Yang turned, momentarily distracted by the shout, and the arrow flew forth, missing its target and embedding itself in the ground before Song Zhiruan's steed. A loud whinny echoed as the horse was startled. Sima Luo dashed towards Song Zhiruan, but was thwarted by Yan Ao Chuan, who was already riding alongside her. The youth attempted to rein in Song Zhiruan's horse. Yet the creature was far more frightened than anyone had anticipated, its head shaking violently and body bucking. Song Zhiruan was jostled, desperately clinging to the horse's back, trying to hold on tightly. If this continued, she might be thrown off. Aji! Madame Chu cried out in panic, rising to rush towards the stage. Ao Chuan. Save her. Yan Minghui quickly shielded the lady, casting a sharp gaze at King Kong. How could the princess be so unruly? This is a matter of life and death. King Kong replied nonchalantly, perhaps it was merely an accident. Thus, suddenly, a loud crash resonated. A porcelain vial, no larger than a palm, struck King Kong on the head, blood oozing from his scalp almost instantaneously. King Kong widened his eyes, glaring at Song Jin, who had thrown the vial. The imperial concubine is being excessively audacious. My apologies, Song Jin said, flexing her wrist. It was an accident. Sima Di's eyes flickered. He quickly urged, summon the physician. The scene descended into chaos. Below the platform, Yan Ao Chuan swiftly grasped Song Zhiruan's waist, his body half suspended in the air as he twisted with strength, lifting her aloft. When the crowd regained their focus, they found Song Zhiruan securely nestled in Yan Ao Chuan's embrace. The youth's arms encircled her tightly, his gaze scanning her form anxiously. Are you hurt? Song Zhiruan, slightly shaken, felt her heart race but shook her head. I am fine. Zhao Hua's complexion paled as she silently looked towards Dan Yang. Dan Yang hurriedly rode closer, expressing concern. It was my fault. I was distracted, which caused the arrow to miss. Are you all right, Miss Song? Yan Ao Chuan's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he retrieved another arrow from his quiver, raising his arm to draw the bow, the arrow striking Dan Yang's horse sharply. A scream erupted. King Kong, disregarding his injuries, sprang to his feet and rushed towards the stage, not forgetting to shout back, Yan Minghui, your son is brazen and disrespectful, deliberately harming my daughter. Upon witnessing Song Ji's rescue, Yan Minghui finally exhaled in relief. Observing the disheveled figure of King Kong as he fled, she remarked, my apologies. He is indeed accustomed to such rudeness. On horseback, Dan Yang was jostled violently, her insides churning, as she inhaled countless particles of dust, yet no one came to her aid. Zhao Hua stood helplessly nearby. By the time King Kong arrived, it was too late. Dan Yang, exhausted, had slipped from her bindings and collapsed onto the grass, her back ablaze with pain, feeling as if she had shattered upon impact. King Kong, filled with anguish and fury, swiftly lifted Dan Yang onto his horse and galloped towards Yan Ao Chuan and the others, drawing his sword menacingly at the youth. Yan family brat, do you seek death? Song Ji, taken aback by Yan Ao Chuan's immediate vendetta, grasped the young man's sleeve in alarm, exclaiming, Fifth young master. Chapter 85, The encounter with danger. The youth's arms encircled her waist, grasping the reins, his well-defined hands exhibiting prominent veins. Fear not. His tone was ambiguous, yet his dark, narrow pupils emanated a subtle gloom. The sky was overcast, swirling with yellow dust, and the white horse sensed its master's shifting emotions, restlessly pawing the ground and emitting a low whinny. On the high platform, the crowd witnessed King Kong pointing his sword at Yan Ao Chuan. Suddenly, the youth tightened his grip on the reins and charged the horse towards King Kong. Lady Chu gasped, Ao Chuan. No. Dan Yang, also startled, cried out, Father. The white horse rushed towards King Kong, seemingly intent on trampling him, while King Kong stared incredulously at Yan Ao Chuan, managing to steady himself without retreating. You dare. Song Zhiruan was taken aback, hastily wrapping her arms around the youth's waist. Fifth young master. The white horse neighed, and the crowd was astounded by the scene unfolding below the platform. Mere inches from King Kong, the white horse abruptly halted, its front hooves raised high. Yan Ao Chuan shielded the person in his embrace, reining in the horse, his ink-black eyes disdainfully surveying the surroundings with youthful arrogance. King Kong, struggling to maintain his stance, ultimately succumbed to the horse's proximity, kneeling on one knee. Nansu couldn't suppress a laugh, and while some officials found the scene amusing, they stifled their laughter, mindful of the emperor and his consorts in attendance. Song Zhiruan sensed the horse had steadied, her anxious heart finally calming. The sturdy chest she leaned against rose and fell heavily, the youth chuckling softly, both audacious and carefree. Your Highness, did the wind sweep your legs? Or has the heavens pressed down upon your back? that you kneel so unceremoniously? Yan Ao Chuan, suppressing a smile, imitated Dan Yang's earlier tone. It is all my fault. I was momentarily distracted. I hope I did not frighten you. Fifth young master. Zhiruan furrowed her brow, tugging at the youth's garment to caution him against further remarks. Yan Ao Chuan glanced at the worried expression on her face, his pent-up anger reluctantly subsiding. Since the competition had concluded, the younger generation would take their leave. King Kang's hand gripping the sword trembled with fury. How dare you? The youth held his back straight, turning away with the person in tow, exiting the martial arena. Emperor Sima observed King Kang's intent to ascend the platform once more and timely interjected, I am weary today. Let us conclude here. Gentlemen, feel free to proceed as you wish. Those accompanying the autumn hunt were all pillars of the court, perceptive enough to follow suit as Emperor Sima rose. King Kong hurriedly ascended the platform, where just moments ago a throng of people gathered, now scattered into mere handfuls. He swiftly approached the Yin family, ready to seize Yin Mingwei by the collar and deliver a blow. Father, Yin Jing, alarmed, dashed forward. A jade-bone folding fan intercepted the air, seemingly resting lightly against King Kang's chest, yet the force behind it rendered him immobile, halting his poised fist. The young man before him possessed striking features, tall and slender, adorned in a royal blue embroidered robe depicting mountains and rivers, exuding grace. A gentle smile adorned his face, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. The young master? King Kong remembered that Nankin had been occupied with political affairs outside the city for some days. He never anticipated that this individual would appear at the hunting grounds at this moment. Husband, Yin Jing hurriedly ran to Nankin's side, glaring back at King Kong. What does this mean? In broad daylight, he intends to resort to violence? Nankin, however, first inclined his body, smiling and nodding to Yin Mingwei and Madame Chu, father-in-law. Mother-in-law. Madame Chu, concerned, asked, I can. How did you end up in Yuhang? Weren't you busy earlier? To answer my mother-in-law, the matter has been settled. After responding to Madame Chu, Nankin embraced Yin Jing, pulling her behind him, and addressed King Kong. My younger brother is still young and, naturally, a bit playful. If he has offended your highness, I hope you can forgive him. The Nan family, the Yin family, and your esteemed Kong residents are all reputable households. There is no need to let a trivial matter tarnish our dignity. Upon hearing this, King Kong paused. Although the Nan family is not a prestigious lineage, they carry weight both in the capital and in the emperor's eyes. The Yin family, being the foremost clan, has an elder who retired from the position of Grand Preceptor. King Kang's earlier outburst was merely a moment of anger, causing him to forget his decorum. Nankin provided a timely escape for him. Yet King Kong could not help but grit his teeth. What then shall we say about the fact that young Master Yin has harmed my daughter? Your younger brother has injured the princess? Nankin raised an eyebrow, but I distinctly observed that it was the princess who first misfired her arrow, provoking my younger brother's ire. King Kong was momentarily speechless, his face reddening with frustration, staring at this entire family, unsure of what to say. It was rumored that King Kong had recently taken a liking to a tiger-headed embroidered gold bow from Nanfeng Jiayuan. Nankin smiled. Once we return to the capital, I shall ensure that the bow is delivered to the royal residence. Nanfeng Jiayuan is Nankin's private estate, known for selling exquisite weapons. Indeed, King Kong was interested in that bow, but many sought to purchase it, making it difficult to even secure a place in line. Nankin had graciously afforded him this courtesy, and thus King Kong found it hard to persist in his displeasure. It was I who acted improperly earlier. My daughter requires medical attention, so I shall take my leave. Yin Jing observed the once formidable figure departing in a dejected manner, gazing at Nankin with admiration. You truly are impressive. Nankin clasped his wife's hand, smiling as he looked at her, noticing she had grown thinner. Madame Chu had long been accustomed to the affection shared between her second daughter and son-in-law, yet witnessing their intimate display before everyone was somewhat embarrassing. That lad, a Chuan, indeed went a bit too far, Yin Jun remarked, shaking her head. Yin Jing huffed. It was originally Dan Yang and Zhao Hua conspiring against Ji. A Chuan merely repaid the favor in kind. I was worried he might be displeased. Nankin reassured her, elder brother need not worry. King Kong, considering the reputations of the Nan and Yin families, will not hold a Chuan accountable. The officials have already engaged in the hunt, beginning tomorrow. Everyone may enjoy the hunting grounds. A Chuan loves to play. I shall take him to the hunting grounds for a day, treating it as a means to unwind. Songji was gently escorted back by Yan Ao Chuan, who then earnestly lectured her for quite a while, advising her against such reckless behavior, lest she unwittingly earn someone's resentment. Yet, Yan Ao Chuan, with ears tuned only to the left and right, soon made an excuse to slip away, claiming he needed to return to his studies. The following day, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was as clear as crystal. When Zhiruan awoke, Rui was presenting her with a set of riding attire, saying, "Miss, this is an outfit prepared for you by the lady." Madame Chu was known for her meticulousness. Although Zhiruan had sufficient clothing, Madame Chu had specially arranged for this outfit, and she had changed into it to demonstrate her sincerity. Today, court officials were permitted to bring their families to the hunting grounds for leisure. Emperor Sima had ignited everyone's enthusiasm by announcing that a black fox had been released into the forest. Whoever captured the fox would be awarded a substantial prize. While Zhiruan was not particularly interested in the reward, she had spent an inordinate amount of time in the peony courtyard, leading to a certain lethargy and a decline in her physical condition. However, after participating in a competition at the martial arts arena yesterday, she awoke that morning feeling invigorated. Though she was not fond of exertion, she decided to visit the hunting grounds for the sake of her health. Madame Chu and Madame Gan did not accompany them, but Nan Can and Yin Jing had already arrived at the outskirts of the hunting grounds. Upon seeing Zhiruan approach, they waved eagerly. "Aji, come over here." Zhiruan nodded at Nan Can, addressing him as young master. Yin Jing, taken aback, remarked, "You've never met him before. How do you recognize him?" Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, Yin Jing frequently frequented the imperial harem, and Nan Can often came to escort others. Sima Luo greatly admired Yin Jing, and there were times when the two couples would enjoy outings and banquets together, which was quite delightful. As Zhiruan pondered how Nan Can had suddenly appeared, she completely forgot to feign unfamiliarity. "I have seen him before." She quickly recovered and offered a respectful curtsy to Nan Can, recalling that when he was married, the Song family had all attended. Yin Jing appeared enlightened. "Ah, I nearly forgot about that. Miss Song, you weren't frightened yesterday, were you?" Nan Can inquired amiably. She chuckled awkwardly. "Not really. Young Master Wu's temper is swift to flare and just as quick to dissipate. He is not a bad person." Yin Jing clicked his tongue. "You've only been engaged for a short while, yet you understand him better than I, the elder sister. Speaking of elder sisters, your brother has arrived." Nankin pointed with his chin toward a youth in the distance, lazily yawning, with Nansu pushing him from behind. "Oh, what is the occasion with both of you?" Nansu peered out, glancing over Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan, teasing, "Are you two displaying affection?" Today, both were adorned in light purple embroidered riding attire, akin to celestial beings descended to earth. Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback. "My attire was sent by my aunt." Yan Ao Chuan cast a glance her way, his ears quickly turning crimson. Evidently, his outfit was also prepared by Madame Chu. "Your aunt is quite adept at matchmaking," Nankin smirked. "Those two golden boys and jade maidens, wait for us." A familiar female voice called out. Accompanied by a familiar young lady in red, Mu Jiejie approached them. "I didn't see you yesterday. I thought you weren't coming," Zhiruan remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she and Yan Ao Chuan wore the same attire. Quickly changing the subject, Mu Hongying smiled. "The Mu family has recently faced punishment. I figured it would be best to remain inconspicuous before the officials." After several months of absence, she noted the improvement in Zhiruan's complexion. Nankin smiled, his gaze shifting from Mu Hongying to Yin Jing, with an ambiguous expression. Mu Hongying eagerly greeted, cousin-in-law. Nansu scrutinized the girl adorned in red, resembling a large persimmon, and mused, "One day, you shall meet your doom at my hands." Mu Hongying's expression remained impassive. After much difficulty in escaping for leisure, the two adversaries were advised not to bicker. Yin Jing interjected, "Did you not hear the officials? Today, whoever finds that elusive black raccoon shall be rewarded." Zhiruan added, "I just noticed numerous people entering the woods with bows and arrows. Is it truly necessary to carry such weapons for merely catching a raccoon?" Yan Ao Chuan, aware that the young girl had spent previous autumn hunts at home, elaborated. "Although the Imperial Guards have inspected the forest, ensuring no fierce beasts remain, wild dogs and boars still lurk. The bows are for self-defense." Yin Jing teased, "Do not fear. Zhiruan, Ao Chuan possesses remarkable skills and will protect you." Both girls were taken aback by his words. Ninsu playfully punched Yan Ao Chuan's chest. "You better guard me as well." "Rest assured, wild boars do not harm their kind," he replied calmly. "You rascal." Nansu gritted her teeth in frustration and promptly ventured into the woods, followed by the others. Previously, Emperor Sima had come to hunt, capturing numerous hares and birds. Upon returning to hunting, Zhiruan gazed around with curiosity. The others searched diligently for the black raccoon, rummaging through piles of grass and inspecting various burrows. Yan Ao Chuan observed the young girl as she curiously glanced about. finding her demeanor quite endearing and could not help but match her pace. With such a method, when will you ever find one? Zhiruan glanced at a tree stump. Shaking her head, I never expected to find one myself. Yan Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow. She turned back with a smile. The raccoon excels at hiding and moves swiftly. Even if I saw one, I could not catch it. Entering the woods is merely to savor the novelty. Yan Ao Chuan scoffed. You truly understand your own limitations. However, Zhiruan turned back, sensing something was amiss for quite some time. Upon looking around, she realized that Yin Jing and Mu Hongying had seemingly vanished. They must have gone elsewhere to search, she conjectured. Yan Ao Chuan had been entirely focused on the young girl, concerned that she might stumble or fall into a trap, thus failing to notice that the others had already separated from them. Miao Zhiruan halted mid-step. Did you hear that sound? Miao Yan Ao Chuan asserted. It is the raccoon. Upon hearing this, Zhiruan quickly scanned her surroundings. Where is it? Miao, the cries of the raccoon grew increasingly distinct, almost as if in distress. Over here. Yan Ao Chuan kicked aside the weeds at his feet and spotted the black raccoon wedged in a small tree hollow. The little creature blinked its wide, innocent eyes and meowed excitedly. Let us get it out, Zhiruan said, rolling up her sleeves to rescue the raccoon, but was halted by the young man raising his hand. Allow me. He simply crouched down and, with a few deft movements, extricated the black raccoon from its confinement. The small creature, quick and agile, slipped free from Yan Ao Chuan's grasp the moment it gained its freedom, darting into the underbrush and vanishing from the sight of the two. Before the thicket lay a pool of murky mud, making passage difficult. Yan Ao Chuan cautioned Zhiruan, assuring her that the raccoon could not venture far, and instructed her to wait for him. Before she could respond, the young man leaped into the thicket alongside him. After a considerable time had passed without his return, a chill wind began to stir, accompanied by darkening clouds that obscured the sun and the distant rumble of thunder. Concerned, Zhiruan took a step forward, only to be met with the patter of raindrops beginning to fall. Fifth young master? Fifth young master? She called out, hesitating at the edge of the muddy pool, too fearful to venture further into the thicket. Yet, no reply came from the young man. Had he chased the creature to a more distant location? As Zhiruan furrowed her brow, trying to recall the path they had taken, a chilling roar from a beast startled her. Turning quickly, she found herself face to face with a massive wild dog, its sleek black fur glistening and its long snout revealing sharp teeth, fixated upon her. The creature was larger than any ordinary girl, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light, as if it thirsted for blood. In that moment, panic seized her, and she turned to flee deeper into the woods. The wild dog let out a ferocious growl. Her flight only ignited its primal instincts, and it lunged after her, closing the distance rapidly. Chapter 86. A night alone with me. The menacing growls of wild dogs drew ever closer as darkness enveloped the surroundings. The rain intensified, pelting against the leaves with a relentless cadence, creating a symphony of rustling sounds. In the forest, the dim light was already insufficient compared to the outside world. Now, with the late hour and the downpour, Zhiruan found herself utterly disoriented. The cold rain splattered against her face, droplets clinging to her eyelashes, making her eyes sting and difficult to open. Suddenly, a wild dog seized the edge of her riding attire, tugging it backward, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Her knee scraped against the stones, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her in pain. With its grip on her clothing, the wild dog pressed its foreleg against her knee and lunged at her neck. Zhiruan, lie down. The familiar voice of the young man jolted her back to reality, and she instinctively obeyed, dropping in the opposite direction. A swift sound pierced the air as an arrow struck the wild dog's head, blood splattering in all directions. Alarmed, she struggled to move away, but her injured knee and the previous attack made it difficult to rise. Don't move. Yan Ao Chuan discarded his bow and arrow and rushed to her side, gently placing his hand on her lower leg, cautiously probing her kneecap. Relieved to find no serious injury, he let out a sigh, scanning her body for any other wounds. I'm fine, Zhiruan replied, shaking her head. I merely fell a moment ago. When you called for me, I hurried over, but by the time I arrived, you had already run off. Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brow, layers of guilt surfacing in his eyes. I was wrong to leave you alone. I'm all right, she reassured him. Having run for quite a while, and now drenched by the rain, her energy was depleted, and her spirit appeared weary. We should head back soon. Can you still stand? Yan Ao Chuan inquired, observing her intently. She attempted to rise twice, both efforts unsuccessful, and she looked at him with a hint of embarrassment. Could you please fetch me a stick? I need something to lean on. Before she could finish, he grasped her hands and helped her up. turning to crouch before her, his broad and sturdy back presented invitingly. Climb on. Seeing this, Zhiruan did not hesitate, mounting his back without pretense. Yan Ao Chuan, feeling her weight settle on him, paused for a moment, unable to suppress a chuckle. You're quite unceremonious. With her arms wrapped around his neck, she murmured. Since I would refuse, you would carry me anyway. There's no need for such faint courtesy. Your familiarity is quite presumptuous, he retorted with a teasing huff, kicking aside the carcass of the wild dog that had obstructed their path. Are you frightened now that I'm here? I'm not afraid, she replied, exhaustion rendering her words simple and unguarded. Yan Ao Chuan's ears flushed a deep crimson, but thankfully, the darkness concealed his embarrassment. How shameless. The rain poured down relentlessly, and it was only after being carried by someone that Zhiruan realized the boy's clothing was completely soaked, his dark hair clinging to his neck, and his back felt scalding hot, as if he had perspired profusely. He must have been anxious to find her and had run for quite some time. Is it too dark to find our way back? She inquired, lowering her head to ensure her voice could be heard above the downpour. Leaning closer to Yan Ao Chuan's ear, a wave of warmth brushed past the edge of his ear, causing the boy to stiffen momentarily, responding awkwardly. How would I know if we can find it? If not, we can always stay inside and feed the beasts. Ah. Zhiruan's tone conveyed a sense of regret. What? Are you afraid of dying? Yan Ao Chuan carried her with swift yet steady strides, his feet unwavering even in the muddy ground. Not that, Zhiruan replied softly. I'm afraid for you. Yan Ao Chuan halted completely, bewildered by her words. Why? Are you afraid for me? Zhiruan merely wished that he would not again sacrifice his life for her. Yet such sentiments could not be uttered in his presence. I haven't seen you in high school as an official yet, so you certainly can't die. She chose to conceal her true feelings. Silence now enveloped Yan Ao Chuan. Neither of them spoke further, allowing the stillness of the air to prevail. The darkness was so profound that they truly could not find their way back. However, in another direction, they stumbled upon an ancient palace, reminiscent of a bygone dynasty's temporary residence. The lock on the palace gate had rusted, and with a gentle kick, Yan Ao Chuan broke it open, proceeding to carry her directly into a chamber akin to that of a former emperor's sleeping quarters. Yet, the chamber had not been inhabited for ages, shrouded in cobwebs and thick layers of dust, making it difficult to step inside. Wait a moment. Yan Ao Chuan said as he set Zhiruan down, then removed his outer robe to wring it out, placing it on a stone bench outside. Please sit for a while. Zhiruan paused, observing as the boy tore a piece from his robe to catch the rain outside, gradually understanding his intentions. Fifth young master. You needn't tidy up. Although it's dirty inside, it is still bearable. You may find it tolerable, but I cannot, he replied, taking the damp fabric into the chamber. After a considerable amount of time, he emerged, his face flushed and glistening with sweat, prompting her concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, he said, squatting down to lift her once again. However, this time, his steps appeared somewhat unsteady, lacking the earlier firmness. It was evident he was truly fatigued. Upon entering the chamber, she noticed the cobwebs had been cleared, and the golden silk Nama bed had been polished clean, with a mattress laid upon it, presumably something he had found within the palace. How's your knee injury? He inquired. She had already assessed it while waiting outside, fortunately. The sturdy riding fabric gifted by Madame Chu had prevented the sharp stones from penetrating her skin, leaving only some bruising. The pain had lessened considerably. I'm fine. It's just a bit red. I may have twisted it earlier, which is why I couldn't stand, but it's much better now. Zhiruan elucidated her injuries, observing the youth's earnest demeanor as he seemed to genuinely assess whether she was merely feigning strength. Since you are unhurt, rest. I shall remain outside, Yan Ao Chuan stated, his spirit waning as he withdrew his gaze from her knee and turned to step outside. She hastily obstructed his path. It is still raining outside. You will catch a chill. What then should I do? He maintained a stoic expression, fixing his gaze upon her. Are you not the one who values propriety above all else? You rarely linger in the Xianqiao courtyard until dusk. Do you wish for me to spend the night alone with you? Zhiruan was momentarily taken aback by his words, though they were indeed betrothed. She had always been mindful of boundaries, never staying past twilight during her visits to the Xianqiao courtyard. This was not due to fear of Yan Ao Chuan's intentions, but rather an awareness of the many eyes within the prominent Yan family. As a destitute orphan, she felt compelled to exercise caution to avoid igniting gossip. Unbeknownst to her, this had led Yan Ao Chuan to perceive her vigilance as wariness towards him. Remove your damp garments to avoid catching a chill, he remarked, his tone tinged with fatigue. Perhaps sensing her concerns, he added, I will not intrude. Ah. Song Zhiruan snapped back to reality, only to find the youth had already turned and stepped through the palace door, leaving it ajar with a slender gap. As the night deepened, it was likely nearing the latter half of the evening. The rain fell incessantly, its cadence unwavering. Song Zhiruan had yet to succumb to slumber. She leaned against the thick mattress, her clothes partially dried, her heart still weighted with worry for Yan Ao Chuan's well-being. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, save for a flash of lightning that illuminated the paper window, momentarily blinding her, accompanied by a rumbling thunder that seemed to herald a more ferocious downpour. Taking 2 deep breaths, she called out towards the entrance of her chamber, "Fifth young master." Her voice reverberated within the grand hall, but elicited no response from the youth outside. "Fifth young master?" A thunderous boom resonated, prompting Song Zhiruan to refrain from further delay. She slowly rose, limping towards the entrance of her chamber. Initially, the door had been slightly ajar, yet it was now completely shut. Confounded, she attempted to push it open. But the door was exceedingly heavy, as though someone were opposing her from the other side, making it nearly impossible to budge. "Fifth young master?" As the silence stretched on, her anxiety mounted. In a flurry of desperation, she summoned all her strength and retreated. With a dull thud, something appeared to fall. The resistance from the opposing side dissipated, allowing her to easily push the door open. In the dim light of night, the youth lay sprawled on the cold ground, his complexion flushed, his body emanating an unsettling chill. This was not the repose of sleep, but rather the unconsciousness of fainting. Yan Ao Chuan. Chapter 87. Embrace Yan Ao Chuan. Tall and robust, was a challenge for Song Zhiruan, a petite young girl, to move with all her might. It took her nearly half an hour to drag him onto the couch. His garments remained soaked, hair clinging to his neck, lips occasionally parting as he struggled to breathe. Upon placing her hand on his forehead, she found it burning with fever. He had searched for her for a long time, then carried her through the rain in the forest, and upon reaching this temporary palace, he had tidied the chamber without a moment's respite. Even a body forged of iron would find such strain unbearable. "Fifth young master? Fifth young master?" Concern etched on Song Zhiruan's face as she observed his drenched attire, fearing that his condition might worsen if this continued. "Fifth young master, allow me to help you remove your wet clothes." After gently notifying Yan Ao Chuan, she unfastened his belt and assisted him in shedding his sodden garments. Initially, his outer robe had served as a cushion for her, but now beneath it, he wore only a thin inner garment, which she easily stripped away. The contours of his physique were strikingly defined. Long legs and prominent abdominal muscles complemented a broad shoulder and narrow waist. His skin, pale and smooth, was marred only by the flush of fever that accentuated the rise and fall of his firm chest. To her dismay, unbidden, some lascivious phrases she had overheard drifted into her mind, leaving her feeling sullied for entertaining such thoughts at a time like this. "Fifth young master, I shall cover you with my clothing to prevent further chills." She removed her outer garment and draped it over the young man. Just as she was about to take off his inner layer, a fire starter tumbled out. With fire at her disposal, she felt a glimmer of hope. The palace contained a small kitchen, but it had evidently been abandoned for years, making it difficult to find dry kindling. Thus, she resorted to gathering some dusty old rags. The chamber was barren, devoid of readily combustible materials. After igniting the rags, she unearthed several bamboo slips from an old, decaying cabinet. Once the fire roared to life, she painstakingly maneuvered a rack to place Yan Ao Chuan's clothes to dry. First, she used a cloth to dry his hair, and once that was done, she dampened the cloth with rainwater, wrung it out, and placed it on his forehead to help reduce his fever. Her own attire was still somewhat damp, and with such circumstances, she dared not follow herself. Thus, she sat by the fire to dry her own clothes. Once Yan Ao Chuan's inner garment was dry, she exchanged it for her outer robe that had been covering him. Her knees, already pained, suffered further from her incessant movement. After drying the final outer garment, she cradled it in her arms and returned to his side. The youth's face remained flushed, showing no signs of improvement. She removed the cloth from his forehead and pressed it against his skin once more. Indeed, it was still burning. "Fifth young master." Gently, she shook his shoulders twice. "Fifth young master?" Yan Ao Chuan furrowed his brows, as if he had not heard her, yet there was a flicker of recognition in his half-opened eyes. "Fifth young master?" Song Zhiruan bent closer, allowing him a clearer view. "Where do you feel discomfort now?" The young man had not fully opened his eyes. Beneath the fine veil of his lashes, his emotions lay concealed. His lips parted slightly, emitting a muffled sound. "Fifth master, what did you say?" Song Zhiruan leaned in closer, eager to discern his words. Cold. His voice was hoarse and trembled slightly, and when his eyelids fluttered open, He fixated intently on the woman before him. The boy's eyelashes appeared damp, resembling a forlorn puppy, evoking a sense of compassion. Song Zhirua's heart quivered at the sight. Cold? But just moments ago. Your body was burning hot, she exclaimed, hastily draping her outer garment over him. Is it better now? She bent down again, straining to hear him speak. Still. Cold. The young man's voice was faint, his throat parched. He grasped her sleeve weakly, pleading, Help me. Taken aback, Song Zhirua replied, Fifth Master. How can I assist you? He bit his lip, his cheeks flushed, and gazed at her intently. Hold me. She stood frozen for a moment, then pointed hesitantly at herself. You mean, you want me to embrace you? Yan Ao Chuan, overwhelmed by discomfort, closed his eyes once more, as if he lacked the strength to speak. Reverting to his previous state. Indeed, given his dire condition, what was there left to consider? Song Zhirua slipped off her shoes, lifted a corner of the garment that covered him, and nestled in beside him. Then she extended her arms, firmly encircling the young man's waist. As her delicate arms entwined around him, his ink-black eyes, hidden in the shadows, suddenly opened wide, a current of emotion surging within. Chapter 88. Lovers should be intimate at first. Song Zhiruan was quite unaccustomed to the firm physique of the youth, which was starkly different from that of a girl, making her feel uncomfortable in his embrace. However, Yan Ao Chuan's body radiated warmth, and before long, she acclimated to his presence, even attempting to lean closer to him for additional warmth. The youth lay still for a considerable time, leading Song Zhiruan to assume he had fallen asleep. Yet, as she relaxed, she felt the bed tremble slightly, producing a creaking sound from the aged wood. She opened her eyes to find his dark irises fixed on her, unmoving, with an inscrutable emotion swirling within them. Fifth young master? His penetrating gaze made her inexplicably anxious. What's wrong? She felt like a thief caught red-handed, withdrawing her hand in embarrassment, only to have it captured midway. Why have you stopped embracing me? He suddenly inched closer, his handsome face magnified before her, his warm breath brushing against her neck, causing a tingling sensation. Is it uncomfortable? He was so near that his nose grazed her forehead, his gaze intent upon her, resembling that of a predator surveying its prey, filled with possessiveness. In that moment, Song Zhiruan felt as though the person before her was no longer Yan Ao Chuan, reminiscent of the last time he had been intoxicated. Softly, continue to hold me, will you? His large hand enveloped her waist, pulling her towards him. While his face aligned with hers, his intention shrouded in mystery. Fifth young master, perhaps. Song Zhiruan's heart raced, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sensation, and she instinctively retreated a little. I think I should sleep on the floor. Absolutely not. His refusal was decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. His fingertips swiftly captured her chin, caressing it gently. I am cold. Do you not feel sorry for me? In a flurry, Song Zhiruan felt flustered. Yet he would not allow her to flounder. The pressure of his hand increased, as if he were attempting to meld her into his chest, his voice low and husky. Softly, why are you so wicked? Fifth young master, please do not speak like that. Song Zhiruan stared at his face, feeling utterly out of her depth, even as her heart betrayed her, racing uncontrollably. If we do not speak, what shall we do? Yan Ao Chuan appeared to misinterpret her emphasis, his gaze wandering over her. Lost in thought. We sleep, she replied. Oh. He suddenly leaned his head against her neck, using it as a pillow, his forehead brushing against her skin, his heated breath enveloping her, rendering her numb all over. How can we sleep? She stiffened in response. Could it be that Yan Ao Chuan had been possessed by some entity? He rarely uttered such explicit words, yet now, what else can we do? Song Zhiruan clenched her teeth, feigning ignorance. Just close your eyes and sleep. By morning, you will feel better. Heh. He nestled against her neck, letting out a low chuckle, his voice already hoarse, now sounding even more parched. My dear Zhiruan, you are so innocent. His words cascaded over her heart like scalding water, causing it to contract and throb with an overwhelming heat. She appeared to be infected by Yan Ao Chuan's presence, her cheeks flushed, rendering her incapable of responding to any words. Yet, the air was far from silent due to her shyness. The hand resting at her waist deliberately brushed against her, causing her to shrink back, anxiously gazing at him. His pupils, undeniably clear, were clouded with an irresistible shadow, drawing her in, beguiling her. Shall I teach you, dear sister? Teach me what? She stammered, her breath becoming shallow, her gaze evasive. That depends on what you wish to learn, my soft one. Yan Ao Chuan's fingers grazed the corners of her eyes, playfully flicking her lashes, his tone rising mischievously. Let us first learn how to kiss, shall we? Song Zhiruan's fingers trembled. Fifth young master, we cannot do this. Why not? The youthful visage was etched with genuine confusion as he lifted his face, his nose brushing against her earlobe. Shouldn't lovers be affectionate towards one another? That is indeed true, but Zhiruan hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Then, a glimmer of watery light flashed in Yan Ao Chuan's eyes, a mix of grievance and inquiry. Ruan Ruan, do you not love me? Zhiruan's crimson lips parted, and for a long while, she found herself at a loss for words. Do you not love me? It seemed he was confirming a painful truth, his youthful face contorting into an expression of profound hurt. Memories of their past life flooded her mind. The image of him cradling her in his arms before her demise, his face etched with sorrow. In this life, having been reborn, she vowed never to witness such anguish again. That is not what I mean, she struggled to articulate. The young man gazed at her earnestly, and in that moment, it was love. She moved her lips, uncertain of what to say. The word love had never graced her tongue in connection with anyone, nor had she ever fully comprehended its depth. She knew her father adored her mother, and that they loved her dearly. Yet, it seemed she had never truly experienced such profound affection or fallen into the throes of love herself. Her relationship with Sima Luo had been one of mutual respect. And though she was indeed touched by him, it had not reached the depths of the passionate devotion depicted in tales of eternal love. Sima Luo did not love her so fiercely, nor did she feel the same. Thus, when Yan Ao Chuan pressed her, she found herself at a loss for words. If words failed, then perhaps actions would suffice. Suddenly, the hand at her waist tightened, lifting her into his embrace, his other hand pressing against the back of her head, his dark pupils reflecting her flustered image. Her hair was disheveled, her emotions in disarray, a far cry from the composed self she remembered. Kiss me. Chapter 89. Good tea. The night was desolate, and the young man lowered his eyelids, his gaze resembling ink drawn from a well, dark and profound. Zhiruan's delicate fingertips curled inward under the weight of his stare, her breath quivering in the charged atmosphere, which she found unbearable, prompting her to take the initiative to conclude the moment. She closed her eyes, relying on instinct, and leaned closer to Yan Ao Chuan's lips. First, she felt the warmth of his breath, followed by a faint scent of cedar emanating from him. He seemed completely still, watching her with an intriguing intensity, which only heightened her anxiety. Holding her breath, she summoned her courage and pressed her lips against his, only to realize, with a jolt, that this was not her intended target. Opening her eyes in bewilderment, she encountered Yan Ao Chuan's inscrutable gaze. His index finger rested gently against her lips, while his rough thumb grazed her chin twice. She found herself increasingly perplexed by him. Outside the hall, the wind and rain had ceased unbeknownst to her. A breeze began to stir, lightly tapping against the paper windows, the initial fire dwindling to a mere flicker, casting dim light within the chamber, swaying gently in the wind. The curtains above the bed danced lightly, reminiscent of a beautiful woman swaying under the moonlight, mysterious and bewitchingly lovely. Zhiruan felt the young man's lips press against her forehead, gradually descending to her nose, as if playing a game of seduction, deliberately avoiding her lips. Her earlobe was nibbled by his warm lips, sending a tingling sensation through her, both exquisite and unfamiliar. He teasingly bit down, not eliciting pain but rather an unsettling thrill that made her shiver involuntarily. Soft Ruan is a good girl. One should not pressure her, he whispered, his breath warm against her ear, akin to a dreamlike reverie. Had he not been leaning against her shoulder, breathing steadily, she might have struggled to discern reality from illusion. As dawn broke, the heavy rain had subsided, leaving the exterior overgrown with grass tinged with a scent of rain mixed with earth, enveloping the abandoned palace. Almost simultaneously, Zhiruan and Yan Ao Chuan awoke. Despite yesterday's ordeal with wild dogs and the torrential downpour, Zhiruan had slept remarkably soundly through the night. It was only when she felt the solid form of his body tightly embracing her that she roused from her slumber. Yan Ao Chuan soon opened his eyes, initially dazed. But upon realizing he was holding Zhiruan, he smiled lazily and mumbled, "You arrived quite early today." Clearly still half asleep, he tightened his hold on her, then comfortably nestled his face into her chest like a small dog, sighing contentedly as if she were a soft pillow. Zhiruan stiffened, feeling the mischievous instigator of this affection moving against her waist with a sense of satisfaction. "What are you doing, fifth young master?" A woman's voice, sharp and biting, sliced through the air, as if forced from between clenched teeth. Yan Ao Chuan, still nestled in Zhiruan's embrace, paused momentarily, murmuring in a daze, "Was today's dream so vivid? For this is indeed the truth." Zhiruan inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to deliver a resounding slap to this individual's face. The person sprawled on the bed suddenly convulsed and then, as if bitten by a dog, sprang upright. He tumbled from the bedside to the floor, disregarding how comical his appearance was, with the bedding still perched atop his head, incredulously pointing at Zhiruan. You, how did you end up in my bed? Has the fifth young master lost his memory? After briefly recounting the events of the previous day when he had fainted due to a high fever, Zhiruan straightened her attire, descended from the bed, and donned her shoes, deliberately omitting the embarrassing words he had uttered in his delirium, wishing to spare him further humiliation. So it turns out I fainted, he mused. Yan Ao Chuan observed that her attire was still intact and her demeanor largely unchanged, and he could not help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. How do you feel now, fifth young master? Are you still dizzy? Zhiruan found her legs had improved significantly. Although she experienced some discomfort in her knees while walking, it was entirely bearable, with such a robust constitution. Of course I am fine, Yan Ao Chuan retorted, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. After appraising him, Zhiruan approached and gently grasped his arm. Allow me to assist you outside. The dawn has arrived, and we must hasten to find our way before darkness falls again. I am not that weak. I do not require your support, he asserted, pulling his arm away in an effort to preserve his dignity. However, after taking just 2 steps forward, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground once more, clearly still disoriented. Zhiruan promptly moved to steady him. Yesterday, I was in pain, and it was you who carried me through the rain and fell ill. There is no need for you to feign strength in my presence. I will take full responsibility for you. Upon hearing the phrase take full responsibility, the young man's ears flushed crimson. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhiruan and muttered, Who said you had to take responsibility? Despite his stubborn facade, he made no move to reject her assistance. As the pair exited the palace, a horse's whinny pierced the air. Wuya! Yan Ao Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Outside the palace, a black steed was excitedly raising its head, seemingly proud to have found its master. Zhiruan recalled that Yan Ao Chuan had indeed brought Wuya with him to Yuhang this time. However, the horse had been kept in the stable for several days, and she surmised that Yan Ao Chuan had refrained from riding Wuya during the recent competition for the sake of fairness. Who let it out? Zhiruan inquired, intrigued. It must be my brother-in-law, Yan Ao Chuan pondered briefly. He understands Wuya well and knows the horse is intelligent enough to find me. Thus he released it to seek me out. Then it should know the way back as well? She asked. Certainly, Yan Ao Chuan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Proud of Wuya's cleverness. As if comprehending its master's praise, Wuya perked up its ears, wagged its tail, and emitted a series of short, high-pitched whinnies. Then let us return swiftly, Zhiruan urged him. I shall lead you. Absolutely not, Yan Ao Chuan objected, raising an eyebrow seriously. If you lead me, how will I manage in the capital? Moreover, Wuya recognizes its master and has a fiery temperament. No one else can ride it but me. Upon hearing her name, Zhiruan approached the white horse and softly called out, Wuya. The horse, intrigued by the gentle tone of the maiden, lifted its head and gazed curiously at her face, as if attempting to recognize her. Zhiruan reached out, intending to touch the horse's head, but to her surprise, as her hand hovered in the air, Wuya instinctively lowered its head and gently nudged her palm with its nose, displaying its loyalty. Even Yan Ao Chuan, the horse's owner, was astonished by Wuya's quick recognition. When his grandfather gifted him the horse, it took several months of familiarity before Wuya yielded to him. Yet here was Zhiruan, who had done nothing, and already the horse was eager to please her. The difference was palpable. It seemed that Wuya genuinely favored her. With a smile, Zhiruan caressed the little creature's head and turned to the defiant young man beside her. We are nothing alike. Yan Ao Chuan, flustered and vexed, marched up to Wuya and, in a fit of annoyance, slapped its head, exclaiming, You are so ungrateful. With Wuya bowing its head, Yan Ao Chuan had no choice but to comply and sat obediently behind Zhiruan, clutching the hem of her garment. As Yan Ao Chuan had articulated, Wuya was indeed intelligent, swiftly navigating through the woods and returning to the training ground. The Yan family awaited anxiously within the arena, and upon seeing Wuya return with the two, they expressed their delight. A Chuan, is she? Are you both unharmed? Inquired Yinjing. We are fine, replied Zhiruan, pulling on the reins, bringing Wuya to a halt before the gathering. Only then did the talented Lady Chu relax, leaning against Yan Mingwei to steady her nerves. The previous day, the two had gone missing in the woods, and to prevent panic, Nankan and Yan Mingwei had stifled the news while sending out search parties. Despite the fruitless search throughout the first half of the night, it was Nankin who devised a plan, allowing Wuya to track Yan Ao Chuan by scent. Miss Song. Are you well? Came the voice of Sima Luo from the side. He strode directly to the horse, surveying her and the young man behind her with a furrowed brow. Noticing the confusion on her face, Nankin explained, "The third prince happened to encounter our searchers last night and learned of the situation." Yin Jun, who had grown distant from Sima Luo due to the previous engagement matters, coldly remarked, "The third prince seems quite concerned about the Yin family's affairs." Nan Su, presumably aware of the entire situation, cast a lingering glance between Sima Luo and Yan Ao Chuan. Song Zhiruan softly addressed Sima Luo, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. But we are unharmed." The assembled crowd understood clearly that Sima Luo was inquiring solely about Song Zhiruan's safety, yet her reply of "we" evidently distanced herself. She dismounted first and extended her hand to the young man on the horse, saying, "Allow me to assist you down." Sima Luo, who had also dispatched men to search for her throughout the night, found himself troubled as he beheld the two emerging together atop the steed. Her immediate action was to clarify her relationship with him, followed by an expression of concern for Yan Ao Chuan. A heavy sensation settled in his heart. Despite his gentle tone, it was difficult to ignore the subtle strangeness that lingered in the air. Does young Master Yin truly require the assistance of a delicate maiden like Miss Song? As his words fell, a series of urgent coughs erupted from the steed. The third prince asserted, "I am robust and strong, in no need of your support." With that, Yan Ao Chuan, his face pale, dismounted his steed. Yet, as his toes barely grazed the ground, he suddenly staggered, collapsing into Song Ji's soft embrace. Alas, the youth murmured weakly, "I was perfectly fine just a moment ago. How is it that I can no longer stand?" Madame Chu exchanged a glance with Yin Mengwei, both feeling a tinge of discomfort. Mu Hongying lifted a cup from the table, savoring the exquisite tea. Chapter 90. On the bed and beneath it, Song Zhiruan swiftly reached out to touch the young man's forehead, her concern evident. "You still have a fever," she remarked. "No wonder I feel so weak, with dizziness and blurred vision." Yan Ao Chuan, who had been leaning heavily against Song Zhiruan, struggled to prop himself up, exclaiming, "No. I am a man of strength. I cannot allow myself to be a source of ridicule while ill. I shall manage on my own. Who would dare mock you?" Song Zhiruan replied with a serious expression, casting a glance at Sima Luo. "The third prince and fifth young master are both currently unwell. You are unaware of the circumstances. I kindly ask you to refrain from excessive commentary." Sima Luo's smile was faint, and as Song Zhiruan assisted the young man past him, he lowered his gaze, concealing the brooding darkness that lingered in his eyes. "Can you still walk? Would you like to ride on Wuya?" Song Zhiruan supported the young man as they greeted their elders and proceeded towards Yujin Garden. "Just a bit dizzy, but I can manage," he replied, leaning his head against the young girl's shoulder, presenting a picture of delicate helplessness. Madame Gon raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Mengwei. "A Chuan and his elder brother truly differ," she observed. Yin Mengwei felt a flush rise to her cheeks, clearing her throat. He was raised by his grandfather and did not inherit the best qualities. Madame Chu stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. As the group conversed, Mu Hongying, arms crossed, turned to Yin Jun, the eldest son of the Yin family. "You and your brother share the same parents, yet you bear no resemblance to one another." Yin Jun shot her a quick glance, frowning. The smile on Mu Hongying's face faded as she turned to walk away. "Do not worry. I shall not dwell on the past. I am not one to cling stubbornly." Nansu continued to jest with his siblings about Yan Ao Chuan when someone collided heavily with his shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. "What is wrong with you? I thought a bull was charging through. Watch where you walk, or you'll find yourself in quite the mess," he grumbled. Noticing Mu Hongying's displeased expression, Yin Jing expressed concern. "Is Hongying feeling unwell?" "Nansu, you ought to temper your tone. Sister-in-law, am I the one being abrasive, or is she?" Nansu protested, feeling wrought. Nankin raised a hand to tap Nansu's forehead. "You should speak more gently with your sister-in-law. Why not just strike me with lightning?" Nansu lamented. "You ought to be more considerate in your speech," Yin Jun advised as he passed by, reminding them to avoid quarrels with young ladies. "Brother, you are being excessively partial. Why are you defending Mu Hongying?" Nansu huffed. Yin Jing chuckled. "Brother Jun has always been fair-minded. He must have found you too excessive," prompting his warning. "Indeed," Nankin remarked, observing Yin Jun's retreating figure with a knowing smile. "Brother is ever just." After the physician had finished examining Yan Ao Chuan, Song Zhiruan urged him to rest before escorting the physician out. "Doctor, may I inquire about the severity of his condition?" The physician, noting the young girl's evident concern, smiled reassuringly. "Every person consumes grains, and illness is inevitable. Sometimes, sickness concealed within the body is worse. Once it manifests, it is for the best. I have prescribed him medication. If taken regularly, he will soon recover." Song Zhiruan felt relieved and expressed her gratitude to the imperial physician, saying, Thank you for coming such a long way. The physician replied, it was no trouble at all. I happened to be treating the fourth young master of the Yan family. And your presence was quite fortuitous. Is the fourth young master also unwell? Inquired Zhiruan. The physician nodded, however. His condition is somewhat more complicated, suffering from an imbalance due to the local climate and excessive worry, resulting in a depletion of his vital energy, necessitating careful recuperation. Upon hearing this, Zhiruan nodded thoughtfully. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she watched the physician depart. Soon, a maidservant from Songjin approached to summon her. Previously, she had instructed Yin Lu to deliver money to her aunt, and she surmised that her aunt had come to discuss this matter. After changing her clothes, she made her way to Songjin's quarters. Upon arrival, she could hear the lively chatter within the hall, indicating a considerable number of guests. As she entered, she was taken aback to find Consort Zhua, along with old Madame Wang and old Madame Yang, all present. This trio had never crossed paths in her previous life. It appeared that old Madame Wang and old Madame Yang had accompanied Consort Zhua. Zhiruan was somewhat familiar with Consort Zhua in her former life. Although they had limited interactions as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she often heard Sima Luo remark that his mother possessed a gentle disposition and preferred to avoid involvement with others. After Sima Luo ascended to the throne and Consort Zhua took her place, she became even more reclusive, immersing herself in poetry and literature within the palace. Scarcely exchanging words even with her son, Sima Luo. What could have prompted her to forge connections with the Wang and Yang families in this life? Could it be that Sima Luo was orchestrating something in the background? Seeing Zhiruan's arrival, Songjin, seated in the hall, expressed her concern. I just heard the news about you, and it has made me quite anxious. With her words, the other women turned their attention to Zhiruan. Regaining her composure, Zhiruan quickly greeted everyone and explained to Songjin, yesterday, I was chased by wild dogs, but fifth young master saved me. You need not worry, aunt. He has been very attentive, and I am quite well. I'm not particularly concerned about that lad, Songjin remarked knowingly, taking Zhiruan's hand in hers. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Little Zhiruan has grown under my watch. She is clever and resourceful. What could possibly happen to her? You. As her aunt, or overly worried, teased old Madame Wang. Old Madame Yang, with her white hair and nearing 90 years of age, surveyed Zhiruan with keen, clear eyes. Having heard tales of her beauty, upon seeing her in person, she found her to be a remarkable figure, akin to a celestial being. Songjin gently patted Zhiruan's palm, saying, they're all elders who care for you. With a smile, Zhiruan exchanged pleasantries with old Madame Wang and old Madame Yang, naturally charming them with her obedient demeanor, quickly easing any concerns they might have had. Throughout the conversation, Consort Zhua remained silent, observing the interactions between Zhiruan and the others. It was not until Sima Luo entered the hall, lifting the curtain, that everyone's attention shifted towards the young man. Old Madame Wang remarked, I was unable to attend the martial arts competition due to my poor health. But I have heard that the third prince's equestrian prowess has stirred the hearts of many young ladies. As Sima Luo stepped into the hall, his gaze immediately fell upon Zhiruan. However, she, upon noticing his presence, did not even lift her eyes. Having lived a second life, she had indeed cultivated a heart of stone. The esteemed matron overestimates my equestrian skills. I fear they pale in comparison to those of the young ladies of the Song family. Sima Luo, having exchanged pleasantries with several guests, took a seat beside the noble Consort Zhua. The individuals present were astute enough to notice that Sima Luo's gaze had fixated upon the Song maiden upon entering the hall. It must be noted that Zhiruan is betrothed to the fifth son of the Yin family. Thus, Sima Luo's intentions, despite being a prince, were hardly above reproach. The matron of the Yang family, sensing the tension, deftly diverted the conversation. Yet, while Consort Zhua appears refined, her son possesses both literary and martial prowess. Recently, I have even heard that the third prince has garnered considerable praise from the officials in court. Consort Zhua smiled modestly. I cannot claim him to be truly exceptional in either martial skill or literary talent. He cannot compare to General Yang's gallant spirit in arms. Nor can he boast of any remarkable literary flair. It is merely a reflection of his father's indulgence. To receive the emperor's favor is itself a testament to the third prince's capabilities. Songjin harbored no ill feelings towards Consort Zhua since her entry into the palace. Whether in fortune or misfortune, Consort Zhua had never resorted to flattery or mockery. She contentedly tended to her own affairs with commendable integrity. Sima Luo inclined his head in gratitude for the consort's praise. It seems the third prince, being so accomplished, has arrived at a suitable age for marriage, remarked the matron of the Yang family. While she refrained from mentioning it, the matron of the Wang family would not let the opportunity slip by. Wang He remained in her maidenhood, and while the young matron, as the maternal grandmother, was unconcerned, the Wang matron, as the paternal grandmother, was naturally anxious. Upon hearing this, the young matron furrowed her brow, questioning why the Wang family was so impatient. Wang He was already older than Sima Luo. If a match were to be made, it should be done with discretion, rather than through unseemly haste that would only foster resentment. Songjin discerned the underlying motives of the two matriarchs. Their families had once sought a union through marriage, only to become adversaries due to their children's separation. Now, sitting together, their cordiality masked a discord that surely harbored hopes for the other's early demise. Aluo is independent-minded. As her mother, I shall not concern myself with this matter. Let the children handle it. Consorts spoke gently, glancing at the seated Zhiruan. Cousin, I have not rested since my return and now feel quite fatigued. I wish to retire. After informing Songjin, Zhiruan apologized to several elders, expressing her intent to bring the younger generation next time. The matron of the young family seized the moment and smiled. Good child, go rest. After Zhiruan exited the hall, Sima Luo lowered his gaze and addressed Consort Zhua. The fourth son of the Yin family is unwell, and I shall pay him a visit. Consort Zhua, aware of Sima Luo's recent acquaintance with the fourth son, made no effort to detain him. Upon returning, Zhiruan rested for several hours. When she awoke, the sky was nearly dark, and Yin Lu was applying medicine to her knee. Where did this medicine come from? She asked, still groggy. Yin Lu looked at her reproachfully. Miss, how could you say you were uninjured? If it were not for the fifth son instructing Su Shan to send medicine and reminding me to tend to your wounds, I would have remained oblivious to your injury. It is merely a bruise. It would heal without treatment. Upon hearing that Yan Ao Chuan had come to deliver medicine, Zhiruan's lips curled upward slightly. Could you please fetch my outer robe? Miss, are you about to rise? Yin Lu furrowed her brows. The medicine has just been administered. The physician has instructed me to ensure that the fifth young master takes his medicine. I'm merely going to check on him. He is not fond of taking medicine, and if he neglects it, it may hinder his recovery. Zhiruan lowered her trouser legs and rose from the couch. So, you are going to see the fifth young master? Yin Lu could not suppress a laugh. You both are so concerned for each other. Miss, I must say I have witnessed a truly unique pair. Zhiruan paused for a moment, her cheeks warming slightly. Enough of your banter. Go fetch the clothing. Leaving the courtyard with Yin Lu, she headed directly towards Yan Ao Chuan's room, only to unexpectedly encounter Yin Lu on the way. Seeing his pallid complexion, Zhiruan inquired with concern, Fourth young master, I heard you were unwell due to the change in environment. Are you feeling better now? Yin Lu had been in Lady Gan's courtyard earlier, but upon hearing that Sima Luo was coming to see him, he hurried back to his residence, only to run into Zhiruan midway. Ah, Jimei, you are aware of my condition? Zhiruan nodded. I noticed you hadn't been out these past few days. I brought some cordyceps with me. I will have Yin Lu deliver them to you shortly. Yin Lu was deeply moved, his gaze lingering on her enchanting visage, his heart stirring tumultuously. Thank you for your concern, sister. Where are you headed? I am going to check on the fifth young master. His disposition is rather stubborn, and I fear he may refuse to take his medicine. So I intend to supervise him. Bowing slightly to Yin Lu, Zhiruan then departed. The smile on Yin Lu's face faded entirely. Being older than Yan Ao Chuan and more diligent in his studies, he could not fathom why the old matriarch had bestowed Zhiruan upon Yan Ao Chuan. What could possibly justify this? Was it merely because his father was a concubine-born son, yet he stood on equal footing with the matriarch's own son in the court? Clenching his fists, he gazed at her retreating figure, unwilling to accept this reality. Remembering that Sima Luo awaited him at his residence, he quickened his pace and headed back. When Zhiruan arrived at Yan Ao Chuan's door, she overheard a conversation inside. Chuan, you should truly focus. Zhiruan has been nothing but kind to you. You ought to concentrate on your examinations and build a life with her. This is also your grandmother's wish. Do not disappoint everyone. It was the voice of Madame Chu emanating from within. Yan Ao Chuan's tone was curt. Mother, I do not wish to argue with you. If this is what grandmother instructed you to convey, there is no need to repeat it. Madame Chu sighed, shifting her footsteps toward the door. Quickly, Zhiruan hid around the corner of the corridor. Fortunately, she had just sent Yin Lu to deliver the cordyceps to Yin Lu, thus avoiding attracting Madame Chu's attention. Once she saw the woman leave Yan Ao Chuan's room, Zhiruan returned and knocked gently on the door. Fifth young master. Hearing her voice, Yan Ao Chuan lifted his face, his expression not particularly pleasant. What brings you here? Did you have a quarrel with my aunt? Noticing the medicine bowl on the table seemed to be cooling, she picked it up and walked over. What is the matter? Yan Ao Chuan turned his face away in silence, muttering that it was nothing. Is it that your relatives have forbidden you from joining the army? Zhiruan, who had been eavesdropping at the door, had already guessed most of it. The boy's silence only confirmed her suspicions. In truth, they were right in their concerns. Zhiruan pondered, I understand this is what you have always desired, but for the Yin family, military achievements and fame are not lacking. Once you step onto the battlefield, you must be prepared to cast aside your life. They are worried about you. Perhaps you should reconsider whether you truly wish to enlist. If your intention is to serve the country, being a civil official in the court is also a form of loyalty. Yan Ao Chuan looked at her, surprised. I didn't expect you to align with them. Zhiruan was taken aback for a moment, noticing a hint of grievance in the boy's eyes. She sighed. I won't say more. You should take your medicine first. I won't concern myself with anything else. Yan Ao Chuan turned his back, saying, You can leave. I don't want to see you. But you must take your medicine first. Don't throw a tantrum. Zhiruan tugged at his sleeve. Whether I take my medicine or not has nothing to do with you, he retorted, pulling his hand away. Seeing that he was determined to sulk, Zhiruan tossed the spoon back into the bowl, thinking that the fifth young master truly was one way in bed and another outside of it. What he had said to her the previous night was already forgotten by today. Yan Ao Chuan, struck as if by lightning, swiftly turned around and grasped her hand, astonished. What? What did you just say? What do you mean by one way in bed and another outside? Didn't you say I had passed out then? Zhiruan silently stared at him. Yan Ao Chuan's face turned crimson, as if it were about to bleed. Did I do something to you last night? Chapter 91. Take care of her and the child in the dimly lit room. Two pairs of eyes met. As the night descended, the sultry heat mingled with the evening breeze, gently wafting through the window, causing the candlelight to flicker and dance. Zhiruan gazed at the young man for a long moment before withdrawing her gaze, placing the medicine bowl heavily on the table, and turning to leave. Oh, don't go. Please don't go, Yan Ao Chuan implored, spreading his arms to block her path. Fearing that the young girl might be upset, he hastily grabbed the nearby medicine bowl and drained it in one gulp, turning it upside down to show his loyalty, leaving not a single drop behind. Didn't Team Master Wu just say that your affairs are of no concern to me? Zhiruan raised her chin, her expression serene. Since you voiced those words, I can only comply. No, Yan Ao Chuan blushed deeply.